Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story Vol 4 Part 1. Chapter 300 A Special Pandora Demon Ability. Chapter 300 A Special Pandora Demon Ability. My master, I've been in the flame prison for more than 400 years. Wizard Bamu answered deferentially. He was conscious that he was now a slave and kept his tone respectful. Oh, more than 400 years you were able to survive in the flame prison for over 400 years. Merlin was rather curious as to the true extent of Wizard Bamu's current power. It was surely a difficult feat to stay in the flame prison for more than 400 years and survive the terrifying flames. Wizard Bamu looked at Merlin with a complicated expression, following which he said softly, "Wizard Merlin, although I had no way of absorbing any other elements during the 400 years or so that I've been in the flame prison, and couldn't construct spell models of other elements, I gradually came to understand the essence of fire within the flame prison, and gained a deeper comprehension of the flames. Thus, by myself, I created a unique 8th-level flame spell model. It was by relying on this new 8th-level flame spell that I could temporarily withstand the terrifying blaze of the flame prison for so many years." Wizard Bamu glanced at the flame prison behind him, feeling a lingering sense of fear. Merlin nodded. It turned out that Wizard Bamu had relied upon constructing a brand new 8th-level flame spell to survive. It might be that his profound understanding of the flames in the flame prison allowed the layer of flames over Wizard Bamu's body to withstand the cruel scorching heat of the flame prison. Merlin gave Wizard Bamu a deep look. Based on the power of just this one 8th-level flame spell, Wizard Bamu might have far surpassed most 8th-level spell casters. After all, the flames in the flame prison were created by the legend Nicolar himself. They contained a trace of the Maxim's strength, and the mere feat of persevering in the flame prison for so many years was not an easy one. Of course, Wizard Bamu could only resist the flames of the flame prison. It was completely impossible for him to break out of the flame prison. The flame being had said before that if anyone was able to escape from the flame prison, they would likewise obtain the flame maxim. However, breaking out of the flame prison was much more difficult than completing the third obstacle, so naturally, Wizard Bamu was unable to do it. "Bamu, besides you, how many others had been thrown into the flame prison?" Merlin eyed the flame prison and remembered his purpose for coming here. Mainly, he wanted to obtain the ring which belonged to the prodigious freak who possessed 5 Pandora demon abilities as mentioned by the flame being, and see if there were any Pandora demon abilities inside the ring. After all, this prodigious freak might have Pandora demon abilities which could be combined with spells. Even now, Merlin himself did not even have 5 such Pandora demon abilities. Currently, Merlin only had Darkness Heart and the Pandora demon ability, Fuse Earth. In addition to Fiery Collapse which he had recently combined forcibly with spells using the Flame Maxim, it totaled to 3. Even if he counted Glacial Finger, which could not be combined with spells, he merely had 4 types of Pandora demon abilities. He was far inferior compared to the genius freak the flame being had spoken about who had 5 types of Pandora demon ability. If Merlin did not have the bracelet sealed with a portion of Darkness Eye's strength and given to him by Wizard Leo, he would have no way of clearing the third obstacle and obtaining the Flame Maxim as well. Hearing Merlin's question, Wizard Bamu replied respectfully, "Master, other than myself, there were 2 other spellcasters who were cast into the flame prison." "Oh, where are they?" Merlin asked impatiently. Wizard Bamboo shook his head helplessly in response. Master, they could not withstand the burning of the prison's flames and died a long time ago. What, both of them are dead? Merlin frowned. In fact, he had somewhat expected to hear this, since he did not discover any traces of any other spellcaster when he was in the flame prison. Furthermore, after he had gained control over the flame prison, no movement in there could be concealed from Merlin. Other than the lack of any traces of other spellcasters, the rings which Merlin so desperately wanted were also absent. Spatial rings might be marvelous enough to withstand the majority of spells, but under the flames which contained a trace of the Maxim's powers, spatial rings could not be kept intact without the protection of some energy. Upon seeing Merlin's pensive look, Wizard Bamboo grumbled silently beside him. He felt Merlin entering his thoughts directly. Through the slave contract paper, Merlin could even know Wizard Bamboo's thoughts. At this point, Wizard Bamboo had no way of hiding things from Merlin, and could only smile bitterly. Master, it's true that there were 2 spellcasters who were thrown into the flame prison before me, but one of them had long been turned to ashes. The other 5th-level spellcaster had 5 types of Pandora Demon abilities. After he died, I took his spatial ring and kept it with me. Now I present it to Master. With that, Wizard Bamboo deferentially handed a ring to Merlin. Merlin bobbed his head in satisfaction and took the ring from Wizard Bamboo. What he had signed with Wizard Bamboo was the most wanted slave contract. Wizard Bamboo had no way of hiding anything from Merlin, so even if he had gotten the spatial ring, he had to hand it over to Merlin. Nevertheless, Merlin did not check the ring immediately, but instead noticed Wizard Bamboo's state of being. Wizard Bamboo's face was currently white. Evidently, he was enduring a great pressure in the flame prison. Therefore, Merlin said to Wizard Bamboo, Wizard Bamboo, let's go. Well, leave this flame prison first. Wizard Bamboo was overjoyed. He had finally reached this day. For over 400 years, he had painstakingly suffered who knew how much hardship, and at last, he had arrived at the day when he would leave the flame prison. Open. With a quick point at the 16 runic pillars of the flame prison, Merlin gained control over all of them instantly. The numerous runes were retracted immediately, allowing Wizard Bamboo to exit the flame prison safe and sound. Gasp! After Wizard Bamboo had walked out of the flame prison, he drew in a deep breath. He seemed delirious with joy, and a smile spread across his face as he mumbled, I'm finally free. It's been 400 years, I, Bamboo, am finally free, har. Wizard Bamboo appeared to be quite excited. It was likely that any spellcaster, after being locked up in such a stifling flame prison for 400 years, would be as excited as Wizard Bamboo. Merlin paid no mind to Wizard Bamboo's excitement, but immediately looked through the 5th-level freak's spatial ring, hoping to find some Pandora Demon ability left behind that could be merged with spells. Whoosh! Merlin searched through the spatial ring with his mind power, but found that there were no elemental crystals, stones left, as they had been used up. Now that he thought about it, they must have been taken by Wizard Bamboo. Since he was suffering bitterly in the flame prison, he surely would have needed some magic power to bolster himself. The elemental crystal stones were naturally the best resource for Wizard Bamboo to replenish the magic power in the spell models of his awareness. Other than the absent elemental crystal stones, there were some potion materials and alchemy materials. There were even some spells, some of which were exceptional, being spells that were derived by that prodigious freak, the 5th-level wizard. Nonetheless, Merlin was not interested in any of these. He had the matrix, and no matter how good that 5th-level prodigious freak was at deriving spell models, it certainly could not compare to the spell models which were analyzed from scratch by the Matrix. Merlin's priority was any Pandora demon ability that the 5th-level genius freak might have likely left behind, yet after searching through the ring, he only found a thick book, and no Pandora demon ability that was left behind. Merlin furrowed his brow, and could only retrieve the thick book. He discovered that although the book did not contain Pandora demon ability, it was somewhat connected to Pandora demon ability as it consisted of some introductions about Pandora demon ability. The introductions regarding Pandora demon ability in the book were comprehensive and excellent. Merlin realized that there were many details and general information which he was reading for the first time, so he became interested and began to read it carefully. For Pandora demon ability, one can usually only construct one spell for each type because every type of Pandora demon ability would need to occupy a spell. Some spells of Pandora demon ability with only one stage would only occupy some first-level spell. As for Pandora demon abilities with 2 stages, they would need to occupy some 4th-level spell model. Merlin gave the matter careful thought. It seemed like that was the case, and it was the same with his Pandora demon abilities which would occupy some spell models. Each spell could only cultivate one Pandora demon ability, and once it was occupied, it could not be used to cultivate another Pandora demon ability. Of course, it might be possible to remove some Pandora demon abilities, but a huge price must be required to do so. At least, for now, Merlin did not know how to remove a Pandora demon ability that had been cultivated. Many Pandora demon abilities had only 2 stages, and some others had a 3rd form or 3rd stage. Those would need to be combined with a 7th-level spell in order for their terrifying powers to be unleashed. Other than this sort of Pandora demon ability which needed to occupy a spell, there was, in truth, a more special type of Pandora demon ability. These were outlined in eye-catching, red words in the book that belonged to that freak wizard. One of those special Pandora demon abilities was something that Merlin was very familiar with. Darkness Eye. It's actually a special Pandora demon ability, and has 7 forms. Merlin was astounded to see that the Darkness Eye recorded in this book was a Pandora demon ability created by the great legend of darkness, authors of the legends. Once the 7 forms of this Pandora demon ability were cultivated, one would reach the peak of one's powers. It was likely that only authors was able to cultivate the 7th form of Darkness Eye. The Pandora demon abilities that were marked out in striking red words by that freak wizard were all very complex. Darkness Eye, 7 forms. It appears that Darkness Eye obtained by Wizard Leo wasn't perfected by Wizard Leo himself as he claimed. Merlin quickly guessed that Darkness Eye that Wizard Leo had obtained was truly the genuine, complete Darkness Eye passed down by the Legend of Darkness Wizard authors. Chapter 301 Flash Wind. Chapter 301 Flash Wind. There were many special Pandora demon abilities recorded in the book found in the 5th-level Freak Wizard's Ring. Darkness Eye was merely one of them. Some of the other Pandora demon abilities might not be weaker than Darkness Eye, so Merlin quietly memorized those. Merlin had to take the opportunity, if presented, to obtain some of those special Pandora demon abilities recorded one day. From this book, Merlin already knew that Pandora demon abilities could be divided into a few categories. Firstly, the more forms or stages that the Pandora demon ability had, the stronger it would be. For example, there were 7 forms of Darkness Eye, so its power was unimaginably great. On the other hand, most Pandora demon abilities, which could not be combined with spells, were the weakest of all. The Pandora demon abilities that could be fused with spells were very powerful. During the most glorious era of the spellcasters, every single one of the powerful spellcasters possessed Pandora demon abilities that could be fused into spells. Their spells harbored earth-shaking powers with little to no effort at all from them. Of course, there was a final type of Pandora demon ability. Those were the special Pandora demon abilities recorded in the book, and every single one of them could only be created by legendary wizards. They were so earth-shatteringly powerful that they were already slightly beyond the realm of Pandora demon abilities. Even those which could be fused with spells could not compare to them. These special Pandora demon abilities did not require any spells as well. However, cultivation of one was expected to be extremely difficult. Otherwise, Wizard Leo would not have had to pay such a great price to cultivate Darkness Eye back then. Phew! Merlin finished reading the book and finally let out a long sigh of relief. There was still some resentment in his heart as he had not found the Freak Wizard's Pandora demon ability. Merlin then looked over to Wizard Bamu. Not only did he have the Freak Wizard's spatial ring in his possession for such a long time, but he had also taken the elemental crystal stones from within the ring. Therefore, it was difficult to guarantee that he would not take the cultivation method for the Pandora demon ability which was inside the ring as well. Wizard Bamu laughed wryly to himself. He had long known that Merlin would look at him in such a light. Very soon, Merlin would loot him again, and he would not be able to do anything about it. Wizard Bamu would have had such a realization after signing the slave contract with Merlin. Thus, without waiting for Merlin to speak, Wizard Bamu took the initiative and said, "Master, the Freak Wizard who has died in the flame prison had not left any Pandora demon ability behind. Furthermore, I've taken only some elemental crystal stones from his ring to replenish my magic power, but if Master requires more Pandora demon abilities, I've obtained a Wind-type speed Pandora demon ability by chance. Hopefully, it's of use to you, Master." Just how many Pandora demon abilities do you have? Merlin was Wizard Bamus' master. He could control Wizard Bamus' every movement through the contract paper. As a result, Merlin knew that Wizard Bamu had spoken the truth earlier that the Freak Wizard had not left any Pandora demon ability behind. However, although the Freak Wizard did not have any Pandora demon abilities, Wizard Bamu did. In addition, it was a Wind-type speed Pandora demon ability, which was exactly what Merlin was lacking at the moment. "What Pandora demon ability is this?" Merlin asked hurriedly. "Master, this is the Wind-type speed Pandora demon ability that I obtained accidentally. It's called Flash Wind and it comes in a total of 3 stages. They can all be fused into Wind-type speed spells. I wouldn't have had been able to escape being blasted to death by the flame image after using up all 3 of my chances at getting past the barrier if it isn't because I've fused Flash Wind into a 7th level Wind-type speed spell." Wizard Bamu took out a few flimsy but well-preserved sheets of paper from the ring and passed them to Merlin, with his heart aching slightly. Merlin raised an eyebrow, feeling some sort of impulse. This could be combined with a spell. In addition to that, it was divided into stages. It belonged to the stronger types of Pandora demon abilities. Furthermore, Wizard Bamu had relied on the 3rd stage of Flash Wind back then to successfully escape the fatal explosive attacks of the flame image. It was enough to prove how powerful this Flash Wind was. It had to be noted that Merlin had seen for himself how strong the flame image was. It was absolutely too much for an average 7th level spellcaster to fight against. Merlin had been able to clear the 3rd obstacle and defeat the flame image because he had relied on the bracelet Wizard Leo had given him. the one with part of darkness eye's power sealed inside it. It could be considered a trick, although giving Flash Wind away caused Wizard Bamu to feel rather sad. He knew that he had no right to bargain as a slave. Merlin opened Flash Wind gently. As he read, his expression became more and more solemn, until finally, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Good. The effects of Flash Wind are extremely good, very suitable for my condition now. It requires a Forcible Wind-type speed spell, and I have a Forcible spell, Wind of Freedom, which completely fulfills the requirements for cultivating Flash Wind. Merlin was fascinated by Flash Wind. However, he still wanted to perceive Flash Wind in person. Previously, the introduction to Pandora Demon abilities in the 5th level Freak Wizards book that he had obtained had caused him to realize that not all Pandora Demon abilities are powerful. The differences among them are great, so he could not afford to cultivate them hastily. Wizard Bamu, cast your Flash Wind spell. How powerful is it? Merlin said to Wizard Bamu. After all, Wizard Bamu had practically cultivated Flash Wind to completion. He had already fused it completely with a 7th level spell. He might not have cultivated Flash Wind to a point where it had caused the spell to be the most powerful it could be, but it should be more impressive now. However, Wizard Bamu grimaced at that moment and shook his head helplessly, saying, "Master, I've been in the flame prison for more than 400 years now. The other spell models in my awareness are unable to absorb the slightest bit of elements except fire elements, so naturally, they can't be turned into magic power. It's absolutely impossible for me to cast Flash Wind now." Merlin contemplated it carefully. It was the truth indeed. There were only torrential tides of fire elements within the flame prison, where no other types of elements could enter. Wizard Bamu was merely about to complete the construction of a completely new 8th level fire-type spell after spending more than 400 years inside the flame prison. Wizard Bamu was also completely unable to construct any spells of other elements in the flame prison. These are elemental crystal stones. These should be enough for you to recover some magic power. Merlin pondered for a while before whipping out some elemental crystal stones from the ring. Most of them were wind elemental crystals which could help Wizard Bamu accumulate some magic power quickly. Wizard Bamu's face lit up. He had just escaped from the flame prison, so although the spell models inside his awareness were transforming all types of elements into magic power as much as they could, how could they be faster than if he used elemental crystal stones? Hence, Wizard Bamu immediately took the wind elemental crystal and began to accumulate the magic power inside the spell model of the wind-type spell with all of his might. After approximately 3 hours, the elemental crystal stones in Wizard Bamu's hands had been completely spent. However, his face had turned rosy red, filled with fierce confidence. "Master, even though my magic power isn't much right now, but it's enough to cast Flash Wind." Wizard Bamu stood up and gave a status report to Merlin respectfully. "All right, Wizard Bamu, quickly cast Flash Wind." Merlin narrowed his eyes, watching Wizard Bamu with a solemn expression. Wizard Bamu took a deep breath. Unexpectedly, fluctuation of wind elements did not surge up around his body much. It was just like a mild breeze blowing. Swoosh! He disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Wizard Bamu's figure disappeared. Even Merlin, who had kept his mind power locked on Wizard Bamu, had not noticed. Or perhaps it was not that he had not noticed. Wizard Bamu had moved at a speed so fast that Wizard Bamu's figure had turned up in a corner before the mind power could even keep track of it. Fast. That's just too fast. So fast that this is practically maximum speed already, isn't it? Merlin had felt a flash of light before his eyes. It was not surprising that Wizard Bamu was able to escape the clutches of the flame image. After Flash Wind had been fused with a 7th level spell, reaching great levels of power, the speed was just too overwhelming. It was so fast that it was somewhat unbelievable and practically hitting the maximum speed. Merlin found it very difficult to imagine what could be faster than Wizard Bamu casting Flash Wind right then. Not bad. The power of Flash Wind is not bad, indeed. It's very fast. Merlin did not hold back on the words of praise. Wizard Bamu nodded as well, saying, "Not only does Flash Wind move you fast within a small area, it also moves you faster in a larger area. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called Flash Wind." Merlin was extremely satisfied with this Flash Wind. Wind-type Speed Pandora Demon abilities were rarer than the others, and even more so when they could be fused with spells. Naturally, Merlin could not let it go. Other than having a spell that fit the requirements, there was also another small requirement to cultivate the first stage of Flash Wind, which was a great amount of practice. Different from the other Pandora Demon abilities such as Fiery Collapse and Fuse Earth, Flash Wind's first and second stages required the corresponding spells as well as training. The continuous usage of Flash Wind could cause it to be fused even more harmoniously with a spell, which required a long period of training. There were no other shortcuts that he could take. Merlin was not too concerned about this small problem. It could already be considered extremely easy if he could skip having to search for some troublesome treasures by just spending a little bit more time and energy on continuous training to increase the fusion rate between Flash Wind and the Wind-type spell. Thus, Merlin stayed on board the ship of Nicolar and continuously trained for the fusion rate between Flash Wind and the Wind-type spell. Meanwhile, Wizard Bamu spared no time. With no elemental crystal stones, he slowly accumulated magic power in his awareness, which was incomparably dry and without any spell models. Bam! A long time passed. No one knew how long, perhaps a month or two. The ship of Nicola seemed to have collided into something as the entire ship was shaking slightly. However, the ship of Nicola was protected by the bubble, so it would not be damaged. Nevertheless, such a collision had startled Merlin, who had been deeply focused on training Flash Wind on board the ship of Nicola. Chapter 302 Wizard Leo's Summoning Eye. Chapter 302 Wizard Leo's Summoning Eye. Bam! The ship of Nicolar had slammed into something hard. If there was no control, it would be very easy for it to collide into the reef as it shuttled under and through the sea. Merlin was awoken by the collision. He immediately checked the situation under the sea and discovered that a gigantic piece of reef had blocked the ship of Nicolar. Merlin had not exercised control over the ship of Nicola during the time it had been under the sea. He had completely let go and allowed the ship of Nicola to drift, not afraid at all that anything might damage it due to the ship's strong and solid body. Has the mind power duplicate in the Bell space reached its limit again? Merlin was aware of a scorching hot feeling of convulsion in his chest and knew that the mind power duplicate in the Bell space had reached the limit once more. Ever since he had obtained Flash Wind, he had been training day and night aboard the ship of Nicola. Although the only requirement for Flash Wind was a high fusion rate with a Wind-type speed spell, it was still extremely difficult to achieve and required a very long period of time. Even after more than 2 months of training, Merlin had only been able to get Flash Wind to work just a little. He still could not fuse it completely with his Wind-type spell. Although he had only managed to exert the effect of flash wind a little, its speed was still much faster than if he had purely cast spells such as light breeze and wind of freedom. Mind power duplicate, combine. Merlin spoke in a low voice. Fusing the mind power duplicate was already a walk in the park for Merlin. Now he was clearly very well versed with it. Hence, the mind power duplicate merged with his mind power very quickly. For a moment, there was an obvious increase in Merlin's mind power. However, fusing with a mind power duplicate once a month was now rather insufficient ever since Merlin's mind power had leveled up to the 4th level. The increase in mind power happened very gradually. Moreover, the mind power required for the 4th to 5th levels was incomparably great. Looks like it's time to return to the dark magic region. Merlin could feel the mind power in his body. He was now a 2nd level spellcaster. There were 3rd level spells in the 1st volume of the never-ending book if he wished to obtain some, but naturally, the power of those spells would be much weaker than spells from the dark magic region. Merlin still had to return to the dark magic region if he wished to construct 3rd level spells. Moreover, the purpose of Merlin coming to the Kerdmensler Islands back then was to find Larvar Soil and cultivate the Pandora Demon ability, Fuse Earth. Larvar Soil had already been successfully found, and the Pandora Demon ability, Fuse Earth, had also finally merged with an Earth-type spell. Therefore, Merlin's purpose had been achieved. Furthermore, not only had he achieved his goal, but he had also received an even bigger advantage: Flame Maxim. Even though the Flame Maxim was still floating quietly in Merlin's awareness as it had always done, Merlin had been unable to mobilize this Flame Maxim at all during normal days, other than to control the ship of Nicolar. He could only borrow the natural suppressing effect the Flame Maxim had upon flames to forcefully merge Fiery Collapse with a fire-type spell. Where should I keep the ship of Nicolar? Merlin wished to return to the dark magic region now. However, it was impossible to bring the ship of Nicolar along with him. He was afraid there would be no guarantee that the gigantic ship, along with its unique build, would not be discovered if it were to come too close to the Kerdmensler Islands. However, if it were too far, the ship of Nicola may drift aimlessly along with the currents of the sea and gradually float toward unknown destinations. Then, perhaps even Merlin would not be able to find it. This isn't bad. If we put the shop of Nicolar among this group of reefs, it wouldn't drift away that easily. In the future, if I were to return to the Kerdmensler Islands again, I would be able to sense it easily and mobilize the ship of Nicola from there. Upon seeing the group of reefs that the ship of Nicola had collided into, Merlin felt that this was an extremely suitable place. These reefs were intricate and complex. The ship of Nicola would not be pushed away by the undercurrents of the sea. There was also a certain distance between this area and the Kerdmensler Island, but it was still not so far away that Merlin would not be able to sense it. Master, everything has been prepared well. The runic magic circle on the ship of Nicolar should be able to send us to a more remote island among the Kerdmensler Islands. It won't attract the attention of the 3 major factions on the islands. Wizard Bamu was like a ghost. His entire body was shrouded in a black robe, and he moved very swiftly, coming and going like a spirit. It was very difficult to defend against him. Nevertheless, Merlin had long been accustomed to him. He felt very at peace with Wizard Bamu making the arrangements. Wizard Bamu, don't call me master anymore after we leave the ship of Nicolar. Just call me Wizard Merlin. Merlin spoke in a calm tone of voice, after glancing at the respectful and reverent Wizard Bamu behind him. Although Wizard Bamu was indeed Merlin's slave, Merlin had not usually given Wizard Bamu a hard time. In fact, he had a lot of respect for Wizard Bamu, which caused Wizard Bamu to feel reassured. He had seen some spellcasters whose lives, after they had signed slave contracts, became a living hell in front of their masters. They did not have any dignity at all. He felt such grief whenever he thought about those situations. However, this master of his, Merlin, was not as harsh. Wizard Bamu pondered for a moment. He ended up obeying Merlin's instructions anyway, and called out softly, "Wizard Merlin, we can leave now." Merlin nodded. He gave the ship of Nicolar another glance. Merlin still had 2 opportunities to temporarily hold the power of a legendary wizard due to the existence of 2/3 of the pillars of flame within the ship of Nicolar, as well as 2/3 of the flame maxim that remained in Merlin's awareness. However, they must leave the ship of Nicolar now. Swoosh, swoosh. Standing inside the runic magic circle on board the ship of Nicolar, 2 beams of white light rapidly covered Merlin and Wizard Bamu respectively. Their figures slowly disappeared. A few seagulls were flapping their wings on a golden beach, playing around with each other. The sea breeze blew gently and occasionally riffled up some gravel to reveal what? Swish! A beam of white light appeared in the space above the beach, following which 2 figures staggered out from the white light. One of them was a slightly young-looking spellcaster dressed in a gold-lined gray robe, and the other was a spellcaster wearing a black robe. Wizard Merlin, there aren't any spellcasters on this small island. It should be the outermost remote island among the Kurdmensler Islands. These spellcasters were Merlin and Wizard Bamu, who had just left the ship of Nicolar. The runic magic circle on the ship of Nicolar could only transport them to an approximate location and over an inexact distance. Hence, it was very normal that the location where they had been transported to now had somewhat deviated from where Wizard Bamu had estimated them to land. Merlin used his mind power to sweep his surroundings once. Now that his mind power had reached the 4th level, the area it could cover was extremely wide. Although he did not have the mind power that Wizard Bamu possessed, which could rival that of a great wizard and easily check out an entire island, he could still examine his surroundings more clearly. That's right. This should be one of the remote islands of the Kurdmensler Islands. It's just nice that there aren't any spellcasters. We can then quietly leave the Kurdmensler Islands. Merlin knew that there were many remote islands like this one in the outer areas of the Kurdmensler Islands. The size of the island's area was not very big, and neither was it of much value. Both Fort Udon and Grey Wing Alliance, and perhaps Wizard's Tower, would not be interested in these remote islands. Naturally, they would not send spellcasters here. This was perfect for Merlin and Wizard Bamu. Previously, when the sea beast had attacked the Kurdmensler Islands, Wizard Umo had already released everyone in Fort Udon of their contracts. As a result, Merlin was no longer bound by the contract and could leave whenever he wanted. Also, Merlin did not plan to return to Fort Udon as he wanted to leave quietly. Wizard Bamu followed Merlin's eyes and saw that Merlin was looking in the direction of the main island of the Kurdmensler Islands. There seemed to be hints of troubled emotions in his expression. Wizard Merlin, should we go and take a look on the mainland? Wizard Bamu probed. Merlin turned his eyes back and shook his head before speaking in a calm tone. There's no need to go. Let's leave the Kurdmensler Islands like this, without alarming anyone. Merlin had remembered the days spent in Fort Udon. Although his time there had been very short, he still missed the harmonious atmosphere in Fort Udon. Merlin then drew a deep breath. Wisps of wind elements appeared on his body. As the green belt took effect, Merlin's figure speedily rose up into the air and, just like Wizard Bamu, flew off the Kerdmensler Islands quickly. Merlin already possessed the green belt, which was an extremely unique flying casting tool. However, its speed was still naturally much slower than Wizard Bamu. Furthermore, it expended a lot of the wind-type magic power within his awareness. Especially now that Merlin was regularly training to increase the fusion rate between Flash Wind and the wind-type spell during fights to familiarize himself more. Due to that, he often stopped and resumed flight, therefore his speed would gradually fall short of Wizard Bamu. However, Merlin and Wizard Bamu had been continuously rushing their journey for more than a month before finally and gradually seeing some familiar city walls and moats. It was no longer desolate forests and mountains, or vast flowing rivers. Almost reaching the dark magic region, Merlin saw the familiar city walls and moats lining the road and quietly calculated the time it would take for him to reach the dark magic region. Back then, Merlin would take approximately 2 months to walk from the dark magic region to the Kerdmensler Islands. This time, however, Merlin had the flying casting tool, so he was a lot faster despite the many pauses which caused some delay. After only slightly more than a month's time, he was already reaching the dark magic region. His trip this time, however, had seen more than 3 months spent on just traveling. In addition to the time spent on the Kerdmensler Islands as well as on the ship of Nicolar, Merlin had, unconsciously so, been away from the dark magic region for half a year. I wonder how Teacher Leo, Lorinker and Emmer are now. 3 figures appeared in Merlin's mind. These were the only 3 people whom Merlin missed in the dark magic region. Wizard Bamu hide out in the small town at the foot of the mountain. I'll go back to the dark magic region and take a look at the situation first. Merlin spoke to Wizard Bamu. He wanted Wizard Bamu to settle down first. After all, only the dark magic ring could grant entry into the dark magic region. Without the dark magic ring, there was no way into the dark magic region. Therefore, even though Wizard Bamu was a 7th level spellcaster, he could only hide in a small town. Only after making arrangements for Wizard Bamu did Merlin return to the front of the runic magic circle for the dark magic region. He stretched out the dark magic ring gently, took a deep breath and said, "I'm finally back again." Swoosh! A beam of white light flashed inside the runic magic circle as it shrouded Merlin. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Chapter 303 Summoned by Wizard Leo I. Chapter 303 Summoned by Wizard Leo Roman II. On the peaceful beach, a few seagulls had gathered and were hopping around carefreely. Swoosh! A beam of white light emerged from the placement of runes, and a figure dressed in black had formed as the light dissipated. Merlin, dressed in his black robe, had returned to the dark magic region. Dark magic region, I've finally returned. Merlin lifted his head and looked around, letting out a long sigh of relief. He had already put away his Fort Udon robe before coming back to the dark magic region to avoid any unnecessary trouble. There did not seem to be much change to the dark magic region. However, when Merlin stepped up to the stone tablet, the high and mighty black cat Didymos that had usually been there did not appear. Merlin waited a moment more, but there was still no sign of Didymos. So, he gave a slight bow and continued walking towards the dark magic region. The runes fluctuated along with a dim flickering of the dark magic ring in his hand. With this, Merlin had passed through the big runic circle of the dark magic region. He entered the real dark magic region, and the wizard towers came into sight. Wizard Merlin. Some young spellcasters who walked by bowed slightly upon seeing Merlin, behaving very respectfully. Merlin merely nodded as a sign of acknowledgement. The atmosphere in the dark magic region seemed very harmonious as well, but different from Fort Udon, where the dark magic region had more of a learning atmosphere. With a single look, one could tell that there were many spellcasters who buried their heads in potion research, runology or alchemy every day. They seldom explored outside of the dark magic region. Merlin's status in the entire dark magic region was at a highly respectable level. In addition, he was a 6th elemental spellcaster, and he had even killed 2 geniuses of Osmu. These was news that everyone in the dark magic region had heard of already. Many spellcasters saw Merlin as a genius who could replace or perhaps even overcome Clays. With no delay, Merlin immediately made his way to Wizard Leo's tower. He had just entered the wizard tower when Wizard Leo's booming voice had called out to him, "Merlin, come over to me at once." Merlin knew clearly why Wizard Leo was summoning him in such a rush. It must be an issue concerning the bracelet that had been sealed with a power of darkness eye. Wizard Leo had personally created this bracelet, so there was definitely some sort of connection to him. It was not unusual that Wizard Leo would have some concerns regarding what had happened. On the first floor of the tower, Wizard Howl was buried in his potion research as usual. Merlin called out politely, "Wizard Howl." Swoosh! Wizard Howl stopped what he was doing and looked up abruptly. He stared at Merlin. However, the way Wizard Howl looked at the moment gave Merlin a huge shock. Wizard Howl had a thin and pallid countenance. His entire body was flashing with extremely unstable element fluctuations. His eyes, especially, had a surprising aura of death. "Wizard Howl, what's wrong with you?" Merlin asked with a frown. He, Wizard Merlin, am about to leave the dark magic region. It has been so many years, but the spell models in my awareness have never stabilized. I've prepared so many potions, but none of them have succeeded. In sick and tired of living a life like this not long ago, I've tried to construct a completely new spell, but naturally I failed. Consequently, it has caused my previous spell models to become even more unstable. Wizard Howl described everything in simple terms. Despite the instability of spell models inside his awareness, he had tried to construct new spells, which was practically akin to killing himself. However, Wizard Howl had been stuck in Wizard Leo's tower for many years. He had gotten fed up of such a life a long time ago, and neither was he really a maniac who could prepare potions or anything like that. He simply had a problem that other people found difficult to understand. "Wizard Howl, I've some spell model stabilizing potion. Do you want?" Merlin had remembered the spell model stabilizing potion he had obtained when he had been in Floating City. Nevertheless, before he could finish his sentence, Wizard Howl interrupted him. "Wizard Merlin, my spell models can't be stabilized with potions anymore, not at all. I know that there's not much time left for me. In Wizard Leo's tower, I've never seen a spellcaster that has grown as fast as you have. After all these years of researching potions, not without any results at all." Having said so, Wizard Howl suddenly took out a bottle of green potion and shook it gently. There was a look of confidence on his face as he lowered his voice. "I occasionally receive incomplete potion formulas. After dozens of years researching, improving, and perfecting them, I've finally succeeded in preparing this. As for the effects, Wizard Merlin, you may feel it carefully yourself." Merlin felt rather puzzled. As he was figuring out what Wizard Howl meant, a sudden, and terrible mind fluctuation emanated from Wizard Howl's body. That sliver of horrifying mind power fluctuation was, alarmingly, much more powerful than Merlin's mind power. It had reached the power of a 6th-level spellcaster and was even close to that of a 7th-level spellcaster. Merlin was extremely shocked. Wizard Howl was merely a 1st-level spellcaster. How was it possible for him to possess such horrifying mind power? Seeing the change in Merlin's expression, Wizard Howl sniggered. He spoke in a low voice, Originally, I'd thought that if my mind power becomes stronger, it'd be able to stabilize the spell model I'd constructed so rashly back then. However, I was wrong. No matter how great my mind power is, it's very difficult to rectify any mistakes once a spell has been constructed wrongly or once instability occurs. Har, what's the use of having even greater mind power at the end of the day? I'm still a 1st-level spellcaster. For a moment, Wizard Howl looked at Merlin quietly. Wizard Merlin, as a 6th elemental spellcaster, surely you need a far greater amount of mind power than the average person for support before you can construct spell models. As long as you promise me one thing, I'll give you this Makra potion, the product of my life's research. What about it? Merlin truly felt that there was something very strange about Wizard Howl today. There was even a slight hint of madness. However, if Wizard Howl's mind power had really become so great due to the Makra potion, then Merlin would be quite tempted. These days, Merlin was relying on the mind power duplicate in the bell space to cultivate and could feel that the increase of his mind power was not as fast. After all, his mind power was now at 4th level. If he wished to level up quickly, he would need at least a few years, or maybe even a few dozen years to accumulate if he were to meditate step by step. If he had Makra potion, and the meditation of the mind power duplicate in the bell space, it would definitely solve Merlin's problem of having limitations when it came to increasing his mind power. After pondering for a moment, Merlin finally spoke aloud. Wizard Howl, what promise do you need me to make? My condition is very simple. Wizard Merlin has to kill Clays after becoming a powerful spellcaster in the future. That is my condition. When Wizard Howl brought up Clays, his face practically became twisted. He looked extremely hideous. Kill Clays. Merlin looked at Wizard Howl, who had a twisted expression. He had never imagined that Wizard Howl, who had always been very calm, would have such hatred against Clays despite all of them being spellcasters in the dark magic region. In fact, to Merlin, there was already no way to undo the hands of fate. After killing Bluebird, Merlin knew that the battle between him and Clays would eventually be inevitable. Therefore, Merlin was already determined to kill Clays. It would not matter much that he promised Wizard Howl he'd do it. All right, Wizard Howl, I promise you. However, before I'm powerful enough to do so, I won't strike rashly. Merlin answered in a very cautious manner. Just this one sentence from Wizard Merlin is enough. Even if I can't kill Clays in this lifetime, Wizard Merlin, you definitely can if such a day really comes. Wizard Merlin, please remember to tell Clays that among his killers is a weak and pitiful man like me. A weak and cowardly man who couldn't even protect his daughter. Merlin looked at Wizard Howl, who was very agitated. He could more or less guess that Wizard Howl had suppressed this hatred and enmity in his heart for a very long time, but he could do nothing except wait quietly in the wizard tower. Makra potion I'm left with only 3 bottles now, and all of them are yours also. There are some necessary potion materials in the potion formula that might be very complicated, but they're not very expensive. In fact, You may exchange all of them in the resource tower in the dark magic region. All right, Wizard Merlin. Teacher Leo's still waiting for you. Up you go. Wizard Howl waved his hand before lowering his head and not saying a word more. However, Merlin could clearly feel that the deathly aura around Wizard Howl's body seemed to have increased. Merlin was quiet for a few moments. Finally, he kept the Makra potion and potion formula. These were very valuable things, but Wizard Howl had passed them to Merlin so quickly. Perhaps Wizard Howl could not help but make this his only choice. Wizard Howl, there will be such a day. Determination flashed in Merlin's eyes. He then turned around and entered the runic magic circle. Swoosh! Merlin's body was covered in the runic magic circle and disappeared from the lower floor of the tower. Wizard Howl, who had buried his head in work, presently lifted his head slightly. There was a hint of a relieved smile at the corners of his lips. It's time to leave and settle the matter, Clays. Even if I can't kill you, someone else will eventually kill you for me. Har har. Wizard Howl sniggered as he stood up. Then his figure disappeared within the wizard tower. Creak! Merlin had just arrived at the top floor of the tower when he saw the big doors, which had been tightly shut. Almost as soon as Merlin walked up to them, the doors immediately swung open. Wizard Leo already knew of his arrival. Merlin did not hesitate and immediately walked through the big doors. Teacher Leo. Merlin lifted his head only to see Wizard Leo with his two empty eye sockets and the ugly, bloodshot vertical eye on his forehead. However, Merlin's attention on Wizard Leo's darkness eye had increased compared to previous times. Merlin understood darkness eye a lot more now. It was a powerful Pandora demon ability personally created by the great legend of darkness, Wizard Offers. It was a special Pandora demon ability that was even more powerful than the Pandora demon abilities that could be fused with spells. Darkness Eye had a total of 7 forms. It had definitely not, as Wizard Leo had said in the Abyss Fort back then, been perfected by Wizard Leo himself. No matter how gifted Wizard Leo was, he would never be able to perfect such a powerful Pandora demon ability. Swoosh! Suddenly, Darkness Eye on Wizard Leo's forehead opened. A tremendous pressure enveloped Merlin's body right there and then. Merlin, you've finally returned. Did you encounter some trouble this time on the Kerdmanslur Islands? In a raspy voice, Wizard Leo slowly opened his mouth and spoke. Chapter 304 Summoned by Wizard Leo AI. Chapter 304 Summoned by Wizard Leo Roman 3. Trouble. There was some trouble indeed. Thanks to Teacher Leo's bracelet, I could escape danger and return to the dark magic region safely. Merlin lifted his head gently to look at Wizard Leo. He was even more certain now that Wizard Leo had some knowledge of what had happened through the bracelet. The vertical bloodshot eye on Wizard Leo's forehead emanated wisps of blood-colored light which enveloped Merlin and only disappeared after a long time. Wizard Leo heaved a long sigh and said, "Indeed, you've used the bracelet. Not just that, you've practically cast its power to the limits." Just as Wizard Leo was about to say more, he seemed to have made a discovery. With a gentle exclamation, he asked, Merlin, have you become a second-level spellcaster already?" An average person would not have been able to notice it, but Wizard Leo's darkness eyes had a myriad of mystical abilities and could see through Merlin's true condition. It did not matter if Wizard Leo would find out about it, nor was Merlin surprised that he was able to find out so soon. Therefore, he nodded and answered, "That's right. I've constructed all second-level spells by luck and become a second-level wizard. TSSS. Wizard Leo, who had been through a lot in his life, could not help but inhale sharply at that moment. He knew clearly that when Merlin left the dark magic region for the Kerdmensler Islands, he had only been a first-level spellcaster. However, within the short span of half a year, Merlin had become a second-level spellcaster. Such speed was incomparable, not even with clays from the past. He had even surpassed many of the geniuses who were specifically nurtured by many big-scale spellcasters' organizations. Merlin, tell me, other than larvar soil, what else have you obtained this time, having gone so far to the Kerdmensler Islands? With one look, Wizard Leo knew that Merlin had probably obtained larvar soil and completed the cultivation of fuse earth. Otherwise, he would not have returned. However, Wizard Leo also knew that Merlin had gained far more than that. Even the bracelet he had produced had been destroyed, which was enough to indicate that Merlin must have encountered extremely dangerous things. Merlin fell into deep thought for a moment. Although Wizard Leo was very skillful, he had probably not learned about the flame maxim in his awareness yet. Earlier, when Darkness Eye had been checking him out, Merlin had clearly felt a special fluctuation appearing automatically from the flame maxim, inhibiting Darkness Eye from detecting it. The flame maxim was just too important. The implications would be too grave if news about it were to be leaked out. Even the great wizards would go crazy. As a result, Merlin could not tell Wizard Leo about the flame maxim as well as the ship of Nicolar which he had obtained under the sea, even though he trusted Wizard Leo very much. Other than the flame maxim, there was the wind-type speed Pandora Demon ability, Flash Wind, that he had obtained from Wizard Bamu. Perhaps this would be of some help to Wizard Leo. After all, Wizard Leo had previously expended a lot of effort to help Merlin get Darkness Heart and the Pandora Demon ability, Fuse Earth. The person Merlin trusted the most in the dark magic region would be Wizard Leo. Teacher, other than obtaining larvar soil on this trip to the Kerdmensler Islands, I've encountered some dangers as well. However, it's because of these misfortunes that I've been lucky enough to get a powerful Pandora Demon ability, Flash Wind. Flash Wind is also a Pandora Demon ability that can be fused with a spell. It's so fast that its speed is unparalleled, especially when it fuses with a 7th level spell. Once the cultivation is complete, I'm afraid that no one will be able to stop it. It should be of some help to you, teacher. Having finished speaking, Merlin took Flash Wind out and presented it before Teacher Leo. You've even obtained such a powerful Pandora Demon ability. Wizard Leo was intrigued. He immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed Flash Wind before scrutinizing it carefully. Slowly, Wizard Leo's expression changed. Eventually, it became one of utmost solemnity. Merlin, this Flash Wind isn't an ordinary Pandora Demon ability. It has 3 stages and can even be fused with spells. This is the apex Pandora Demon ability. Even in the dark magic region, such a Pandora Demon ability cannot be taken out so casually. Wizard Leo looked extremely serious. He passed Flash Wind back to Merlin. Naturally, Merlin knew the importance of Flash Wind. Ever since he had obtained the records of the 5th level Freak Wizard on Pandora Demon abilities, Merlin's understanding of Pandora Demon abilities had deepened tremendously. He was no longer the spellcaster who knew nothing. Flash Wind had 3 stages and it could be fused with spells, especially speed spells, which was what made it an exceptionally special Pandora Demon ability. With Flash Wind, even 9th level spellcasters would not be able to kill Wizard Bamu if they did not possess any Pandora Demon ability that could restrain him. Back then, Wizard Bamu's confidence had increased greatly only because he had cultivated Flash Wind to its completion. He had not been afraid, not even of something as dangerous as searching for the ship of Nicolar at the bottom of the sea. He had felt that he could escape because he had flash wind. However, no one had known that it was more difficult to get out from the ship of Nicolar than to get in. Even so, Wizard Bamu had still stayed alive even when he faced the powerful flame image and had finally been forced into the flame prison to be tortured. That could prove how effective flash wind was when it came to protecting one's life. Seeing that Wizard Leo had passed flash wind back to him, Merlin lowered his voice and said, "Teacher, wouldn't it be of great use if you could cultivate flash wind to completion even if you were to encounter danger in the future? You could escape at any moment." Merlin knew about what had happened between Wizard Leo and Osmu, and it was definitely not a simple matter. Osmu had lost a powerful 7th level spellcaster. If they had the opportunity, they would definitely cause trouble for Wizard Leo. By then, Wizard Leo would probably be facing powerful 8th or 9th level spellcasters. With flash wind, Wizard Leo would be able to escape with ease. The vertical bloodshot eye on Wizard Leo's forehead took a good look at Merlin. Then, a meaningful smile appeared on the corners of his lips as he said, "Merlin, you're very considerate. This flash wind is very powerful indeed. However, its 3rd stage has to be fused with a 7th level spell. Only then can flash wind reach the level of instantaneous movement. However, in just a 6th level spellcaster, it'll be very difficult for me to step onto the level of a 7th level spellcaster in this lifetime. It's of no use to me if I only complete the cultivation of the first 2 stages for flash wind. Even Darkness Eye would not be able to help me if a spellcaster threatening to harm me appears. So, do you think the first 2 stages of flash wind would be of any use, Merlin?" Merlin was slightly stunned. Indeed, Wizard Leo was merely a 6th level spellcaster now, not a 7th level spellcaster. He would not be able to complete the cultivation of Flash Wish. Moreover, Merlin already had a notion of just how powerful Darkness Eye was when he had unleashed the power in the bracelet created by Wizard Leo on the ship of Nicolar. Nowadays, there were not many spellcasters who could threaten Wizard Leo's safety. They would probably have to be 8th or 9th level spellcasters who were especially powerful. Facing such spellcasters, cultivation of only the first 2 stages of flash wind would not be helpful at all. Merlin quietly put flash wind away into the ring once more. Although Wizard Leo had not accepted flash wind as a gift, an ugly smile was brimming on his face. It was clear that he felt very happy. "Merlin, I believe that you can feel a hint of abnormality coming off the Darkness Eye. Yes, the truth is, the previous time at Abyss Fort when the cultivation method for Darkness Eye was exchanged for Darkness Heart, I lied to the people at Abyss Fort. How could I perfect such a powerful Pandora demon ability like Darkness Eye?" When Wizard Leo initiated the topic on Darkness Eye, Merlin's expression immediately turned solemn. Wizard Leo looked at Merlin and continued to speak. "Darkness Eye is a powerful Pandora demon ability that I'd come across by chance. Actually, this Pandora demon ability had been passed down from the spellcaster's most glorious era. A great wizard called Offlers had a total of 7 forms so powerful that it was beyond most wizards' imagination. Even in Abyss Fort, where the cultivation method for Darkness Eye had always been kept, they had only the most simplified version. Moreover, it's an incomplete version, not worth comparing at all with a real Darkness Eye." Some bold guesses began to appear in Merlin's mind. During the spellcaster's most glorious era, the Pandora demon ability, Darkness Eye, that the great legend of Darkness Wizard Offlers had created during his lifetime would definitely have been spread far and wide. Perhaps many copies and improved versions of Darkness Eye had appeared during that period of time. However, those were not actually the real Darkness Eye. They could be categorized as extremely weak Pandora demon abilities which were far too different from Darkness Eye of the Legend of Darkness authors. Those in Abyss Fort were probably the copies of Darkness Eye. Even the imitated cultivation method for Darkness Eye was incomplete. Only Darkness Eye obtained by Wizard Leo was the real Darkness Eye. There was a total of 7 forms, which matched the description Merlin had seen in the records on special Pandora demon abilities. When Darkness Eye had been mentioned, Wizard Leo's expression, despite being one of happiness, also had a slightly worried look which was difficult to hide. Merlin, although Darkness Eye is powerful, it's still very arduous to cultivate it. Moreover, once you start cultivating it, it's not a path you can return from. Perhaps you'll consider passing on the actual cultivation method for Darkness Eye to you once you've become a 4th level spellcaster. Finally, Wizard Leo had talked about Darkness Eye in depth. He really did intend to pass Darkness Eye to Merlin. He just had to wait until Merlin had become a 4th level spellcaster before he made his decision. Although it was only a promise, Merlin was already feeling deliriously happy in his heart. This special Pandora demon ability, Darkness Eye, was extremely difficult to obtain even during the spellcaster's most glorious era. By now, Merlin had obtained so many Pandora demon abilities, but none of them was a special Pandora demon ability. That was enough to show just how precious a special Pandora demon ability like Darkness Eye was. Seeing how excited Merlin was, Wizard Leo shook his head and spoke slowly. Merlin, remember that the construction of spells is the most important of all. No matter how strong the Pandora demon ability is, you won't become a great spellcaster if you can't construct spells. It was obvious that Wizard Leo remembered his current condition. He had great powers but could never complete the process of becoming a 7th level spellcaster. Merlin could do nothing about this. The domain of a 7th level spellcaster was not one that he could understand yet. However, he suddenly remembered Wizard Howl, whom he had met earlier on the 1st floor of the tower. Wizard Leo had stayed in the tower for so many years that it would be impossible for him not to know anything about his situation. Thus, Merlin carefully asked, Teacher Leo, do you know about Wizard Howl's situation? Howl, he's already left the dark magic region by now. Wizard Leo looked out from the tower calmly. His expression, however, showed that he was slightly emotional. It seemed that he knew a lot about the matters concerning Wizard Howl. What Wizard Howl has left the dark magic region? He was still in the tower earlier. Wizard Leo, what grudge is there between Wizard Howl and Clays? Merlin thought about the twisted expression that had been on Wizard Howl's face and could not resist asking Wizard Leo about it. Chapter 305 Deep Sleep. Chapter 305 Deep Sleep. Howl, that poor fellow Merlin. Earlier on the 1st floor, Howl wanted you to kill Clays for him, didn't he? Wizard Leo looked as though he was smiling. Teacher, how did you know? Merlin, it seems that you're still unclear with how wizard towers in the dark magic region work. Every tower is the greatest treasure for a spellcaster. Spellcasters possess absolute control over their towers. When you live in the wizard tower, it isn't very concealed. Wizard Howl has been here for so many years. How can it be that I wouldn't know certain things about him? Hearing Wizard Leo's explanation caused a chill to run through Merlin. Now that he thought about it carefully, that was indeed the case. Every wizard tower in the dark magic region was built by spellcasters who were 4th level and above. Some had even spent dozens of years of building, spending even more time and effort than refining a piece of gold item. Therefore, the wizard towers that had been built would naturally be in the complete control of the spellcaster. Merlin had many secrets. Now that he knew how dangerous the wizard tower was, Merlin was forced to pay more attention even when around his most trusted wizard Leo. He could not show the flame maxim casually in the tower. Wizard Leo did not seem to have noticed Merlin's behavior. He gave a long sigh and continued to speak. Back then, when Wizard Hal came to the dark magic region, he had actually done so targeting Clays. His daughter had been captured by Clays from the outside and brought into the dark magic region to become Clay's servant. Although on the surface she was a servant, in reality, Clays had used her to experiment with some strange potion formulas as well as some cruel alchemy techniques. This isn't confidential information in the dark magic region. Wizard Hal had obtained a dark magic ring through some way, I don't know how, and came to the dark magic region. It's a pity that after all these years, his spell models had been unstable, so he could never become a powerful spellcaster. He could only watch with his own eyes as Clays tortured his daughter to her death. This time, Clays has betrayed the dark magic region. Perhaps Wizard Hal has finally made a decision, or maybe because he can no longer stand it, he wants to put an end to it. Merlin, if you encounter Clays in the future, don't be careless. If you can kill him, then kill him. If you can't, don't push it. It turned out that Wizard Hal had such a tumultuous experience. This was the true spellcaster's world. As a genius in the dark magic region, no one would reprimand him no matter how he treated the servants he had captured and brought back, because that was the status of a servant. Spellcasters held the power over their lives. Some normies would even be turned into alchemy creatures by spellcasters through alchemy. Such incidents happened everywhere. Merlin had already seen many in Floating City, but now that someone he knew had a similar experience, he could not help but feel a flash of fury in his heart. Clays, well meet. Merlin knew that Wizard Hal might never get the chance to return to the dark magic region after leaving this time. Merlin gave Wizard Leo a slight bow. When he was about to leave the room, Wizard Leo seemed to remember something, so he said hurriedly, "Oh, right, there's something else. It's about your servant and young wizard Emmer. Lorinker and Emmer, teacher, how are they?" Merlin had just returned to the dark magic region and had no chance to see Lorinker and Emmer yet, so he did not know how they were now. Back then, Merlin had felt reassured before he had left the dark magic region that they would not be in any danger as they were in the dark magic region. Wizard Leo spoke in a calm voice, "Nothing much. Just that a month ago, Emmer had reported to me saying she and Lorinker were preparing to return to your clan in Prakash City for a visit. I don't mind, but it's been a month and they're not back yet. If you're worried, you can go back and take a look." Merlin nodded. The dark magic region was not very far from Prakash City. However, if Lorinker and Emmer were delaying their schedules slightly, a month's time was also not a very long time. However, Merlin had not returned for a very long time, ever since he had left Prakash City. He had even missed his sister, Macy and Yeg's wedding due to being trapped by Wizard Reeson in the ancient monument. Now that he thought about it, he felt very resentful. Thereafter, Merlin bade Wizard Leo farewell and returned to his room in the Wizard Tower. Seeing the familiar furnishing in the room, Merlin's heart began to calm down slowly. The dark magic region was the only place where he could feel completely relaxed. Makra potion. Merlin immediately took out the Makra potion prepared by Wizard Hal. Wizard Hal had painstakingly done researches on potions for many years, and this was the potion that he was the proudest of. There would definitely be something unique about it. Furthermore, Wizard Howl's tremendous mind power had truly tempted Merlin. The one thing he lacked the most now was mind power. Even with the support from the Bell space, Merlin still felt that his mind power was increasing too slowly. Try it out first. Merlin immediately opened a bottle of Makra potion. He knew a little about potions. Moreover, he had the matrix to inspect it for him. The potion formula for this Makra potion was extremely complicated indeed, but it was still not a fatal potion. As a result, Merlin had nothing to worry about, so he immediately downed the Makra potion. It was different from Phantasmal Magic Potion. After consuming the Makra potion, he could only feel a slightly cool sensation, and there was no obvious increase in his mind power. Just as Merlin was about to feel disappointed in the effects of the Makra potion, a violent pain shot through his mind viciously. It was extreme pain, so strong that even Merlin's consciousness was beginning to blur. Could it be that there's something wrong with the potion? Merlin was stunned. He had clearly checked the potion earlier and had even used the matrix to test it. That was already him being extremely careful and diligent. After all, there was no conflict between Wizard Howl and himself, so why would he suddenly scheme against him? However, this pain was just too frightening. Merlin's mind power was somewhat unable to withstand it anymore as his consciousness slowly slipped into a blur. He could only vaguely feel an extremely warm feeling in his mind. 1 day, 2 days. Ever since Merlin had returned to the dark magic region, he had not gone outside. Feels really good. Finally, Merlin's voice rang out from the quiet room. He slowly opened his eyes and felt a vigor in his entire body that he had never felt before. It was as though he had rested for a long time, and his mind felt incredibly stimulated. Matrix, how many days have I slept for? Merlin asked the Matrix the moment he woke up. Merlin, sir, you've been in deep sleep for 5 days and 6 hours. The Matrix voice rang inside Merlin's mind. He had unconsciously slept soundly for 5 days. Ever since Merlin had become a spellcaster, this was his first time sleeping for such a long time. Makra potion truly mystical. Merlin already knew that this Makra potion was the best potion to increase mind power. It was not surprising that Wizard Howl had spent the efforts of a lifetime on perfecting this ancient potion formula. The moment the Makra potion was consumed, the body of the spellcaster would fall into a deep sleep. Even his mind would become subdued. There was complete stillness, causing the body and the mind to receive excellent rest during this period. Then, once he woke up, his mind power would have increased rapidly during his unconscious state. For example, Merlin had already been in a deep sleep for 5 days. After awakening, he had discovered that his mind power had increased greatly, and it seemed that it was not at all inferior to the mind power duplicate that had been fused in the Bell space. Such an effect could truly be called mystical. This was far better than the phantasmal magic potion Merlin had obtained previously. Only, too bad, it causes the body and the mind to fall completely into a deep sleep. That's too dangerous. I definitely can't do that unless I'm in an absolutely safe place. A light flashed through Merlin's eyes. The effects of the Makra potion may be good, but the side effects were also extremely obvious. The moment it was consumed, both the mind and body would fall into a deep sleep rapidly. This period was extremely dangerous for a spellcaster. He must only consume the Makra potion in an absolutely safe environment. There are 2 more bottles of Makra potion. I'll take them in the dark magic region first. If Emmer and Lorinker aren't back yet after 10 days, I'll pay Prakash City a visit. Merlin decided to consume the Makra potion first. It was only in the dark magic region that Merlin dared to fall into such a deep slumber. Furthermore, he could only construct a completely new spell model if his mind power had expanded. Merlin was far from being content as a second-level spellcaster. He needed to be a third or fourth-level spellcaster. Only by finally becoming a fourth-level spellcaster could those Pandora demon abilities in him unleash their greatest strength. By then, Merlin's power would increase explosively. However, all of that needed the support of a tremendous amount of mind power. Therefore, Merlin took out a bottle of Makra potion once more. He opened the bottle and downed the content quickly. 10 days passed by hurriedly. By the time Merlin had awakened for the second time, his mind power had almost doubled. Double of mind power. He would need a very long time even with a mind power duplicate in the bell space to accumulate that much mind power. After all, Merlin's mind power was already at the 4th level now. It was extremely difficult for him to increase it even by just a little. Increasing it by 2 folds would be akin to a miracle. Furthermore, such a change had occurred only because Merlin had consumed 3 bottles of Makra potion. Even more mysteriously, Merlin had discovered that the effects of the Makra potion did not lessen at all despite multiple consumptions. That was to say, if there had been more Makra potion, it was absolutely possible for him to continue consuming it and increase by 2 folds, 3 folds. Such effects of the Makra potion made Merlin overjoyed. However, before Wizard Howl had left, he had only given Merlin 3 bottles of Makra potion, and Merlin had consumed them all. Merlin frowned. The effects of this Makra potion were causing him to feel as though he was unable to stop. However, he knew that he should leave the dark magic region as soon as he possibly could. I wonder have Emmer and Lorinker returned. Merlin stood up and opened the door before walking toward Emmer and Lorinker's room. Chapter 306 Mass Exchange. Chapter 306 Mass Exchange. Emmer's and Lorinker's rooms were both in Wizard Leo's tower. Merlin tapped the door gently, but there was no response. Nevertheless, Merlin had expected it. If Emmer and Lorinker had returned, they'd have looked for him. Yet the Matrix said that in the 10 days or more of his slumber, no one had come to see him. 1.5 months, going back and forth to Prakash City. However much the delay is, they should be back by now. Merlin frowned. Back then, when he was departing from the dark magic region, he told Emmer and Lorinker that they should visit his family in Prakash City if time permitted it. However, they had been gone from the dark magic region for 1.5 months by now. This was unusual, especially for Lorinker, as she would not let the opportunity to learn in the dark magic region slip by. Even if she ventured outside, it would certainly not be for long. Therefore, there was a high possibility that they had encountered some sort of trouble. When Merlin thought about this, his emotions became somewhat unsettled. I've to hurry back to Prakash City, Merlin mumbled, but before returning to Prakash City, he still needed to go to the resource tower to exchange some Makra potion formulas. According to Wizard Howl, the potion materials for Makra potion were actually not very rare and could be exchanged even in the resource tower. Merlin was extremely satisfied with the effect of Makra potions. As long as he exchanged for the required potion materials, he could try to prepare them himself in the future. Wizard Merlin, what do you need? In the resource tower, a second-level gray-robed wizard stood in front of Merlin. After seeing that he was the dark magic region's renowned 6-elemental spellcaster, the gray-robed wizard did not dare to slack as he hurriedly inquired respectfully. Take me to see the potion materials." Merlin smiled gently and responded calmly. He was no longer a newbie wizard in the dark magic region. With his strength and status, he was no less inferior to Wizard Clay's reputation in the dark magic region back then. Wizard Merlin wishes to brew potions. This is the list. Merlin immediately drew out the formula of macro potion. This was just a list. The more important thing for brewing a potion was the proportion. This was made by a powerful apothecary who used a lot of trial data to record and improve it, bit by bit. Before Master Howl left, he gave Merlin the formula of macro potion, but it also recorded the detailed proportions on it, which was the most precious aspect. Now, Merlin only took out the potion formula, so he was naturally not afraid that people would discover the secret of macro potion. Seeing the list given by Merlin, the comprehensive list of potion materials on it alone had made the grey-robed wizard extremely shocked. Those capable of exchanging such a mass of potion materials in the resource tower were mostly 4th level or higher spellcasters. "Wizard Merlin, these potion materials are really too much. Please, Master Merlin, come and carefully choose them with us." Merlin nodded and followed the grey-robed wizard to the 2nd floor of the resource tower. There were some casting tools, potion materials, and many more things laid out. There was a myriad of stuff, and it looked like there was quite a variety too. The large number and wide variety of things did not come as a surprise, as this was a spellcaster's organization with a long history which was passed down for thousands of years. The dark magic region's heritage was very rich, and most of the potion materials could be found in the resource tower. As for spending of contribution points, it was subject to personal opinion. Some precious materials could not be bought even from the outside, so spending however much contribution points would still be worth it. Not to mention, Merlin's current contribution points were still left with more than several thousand points. If more time had passed, and it had been another year, Merlin would then earn another 10,000 contribution points from the dark magic region. Therefore, Merlin could exchange potion materials or some powerful spells in the resource tower without worrying about contribution points. This was also the devotion of the dark magic region in training a spellcaster. "Wizard Merlin, we have all the potion materials on the list in the resource tower. How much do you want?" "You have them all very well. How much are there in the inventory of the resource tower? How much potion materials can I exchange with all my remaining contribution points?" Merlin asked 2 questions in one shot, but the information revealed made this grey-robed wizard feel very excited instead. They knew very well that Merlin was a highly prioritized subject for training in the dark magic region, just like Clay's back then, who was also given a huge amount of contribution points yearly. In the entire dark magic region, the number of spellcasters who could have such treatment did not exceed the number of fingers on one hand, which showed how much the dark magic region valued Merlin. "Wizard Merlin, there are a lot of stocks for these potion materials in the resource tower. If you exchange them all with your remaining thousands of contribution points, you can exchange up to 100 sets of those potion materials." 100 sets of potion materials, that'll suffice. Merlin nodded secretly. Deep down, he was very happy. With so many potion materials, he could settle down in a safe place in the future and concentrate on brewing macro potions. Using the precise control of the Matrix, his brew would definitely not be worse than Master Howl's. At that time, his mind power would possibly grow wildly under the accumulation of a large number of macro potions. This was a way to quickly increase one's strength. Even spending all the contribution points now would still make it worthwhile. Then exchange for me 100 sets of the potion materials." Merlin replied affirmatively. "All right, please wait a moment." The gray-robed wizard left with a smile. Thus, the entire resource tower seemed to have become very busy as countless potion materials were being sorted out. About half an hour later, the gray-robed wizard came back to Merlin and said respectfully, "Wizard Merlin, the potion materials are ready. The contribution points in your dark magic ring are now left with only less than 100 points." As soon as he finished, Merlin took back the dark magic ring, and he had indeed noticed that the thousands of contributions points on it was now only left with less than 100 points. However, when he thought of the 100 copies of potion materials that were exchanged, spending those contribution points was really not a big deal. "Okay, give me the potion materials." Merlin stored the macro potion materials into the ring, then stood up and left the resource tower, leaving behind envious expressions on the faces of the gray-robed wizards in the resource tower. 100 sets of macro potion materials. As he left the resource tower, Merlin's heart could not help but stir up. Apart from him, no one else could realize what so many macro potions truly meant for Merlin. Once he had successfully brewed these macro potions and consumed them, even Merlin did not know for sure till what kind of horrific level would his mind power reach. Normally, those spellcasters would spend decades meditating in order to accumulate mind power, yet they would not be able to match the mind power that Merlin enhanced using so many macro potions. As long as the mind power was strong enough, Merlin could even try to construct a third-level spell right away. Unfortunately, there's no more contribution point left. The 10,000 contribution points given by the dark magic region are gone. Though, they'll only need to wait a few more months before getting another 10,000 contribution points. At that time, maybe my mind power would already be strong enough, and I can exchange third-level spells along with it. Although Merlin had just become a second-level spell caster, he had enough resources provided by the dark magic region. In addition to the matrix, as long as he had enough mind power, he would then be able to construct more, stronger spell models. However, the dark magic region only promised to give Merlin 10,000 contribution points every year. Originally, he thought about going to select a third-level spell too at the resource tower. However, it seemed that his contribution points were clearly insufficient. He could only wait a few more months until the dark magic region deposited the second batch of 10,000 contribution points into his dark magic ring. Then he'd be able to exchange for third-level spells. Teacher Leo, Emmer and Lorinker haven't come back yet, so I'm thinking of going back to have a look. Before Merlin left, he still notified Wizard Leo about it. Wizard Leo nodded. "Go ahead, Osmu hasn't been active now anyway. As long as you don't leave the territory of the dark magic region, you won't be in any danger." It seemed that Wizard Leo was also paying attention to the activity of Osmu. Later, Merlin bid farewell to the Wizard Leo and came to the front of the many runic magic circles of the dark magic region. Whoosh! A white ray of light flashed past. Merlin had just returned to the dark magic region for about half a month. Now he had left again. Master's back. In the small town, Wizard Bamu, who was accumulating magic power tirelessly at all times, lifted his head abruptly. He looked outside the house, and he had already sensed Merlin. After signing the slave contract, there was a very special connection between Bamu and Merlin. Unless the distance was too far away, otherwise it could be sensed. This was also the uniqueness of a slave contract. Wizard Bamu. Sure enough, When Master Bamu had just opened his eyes, a young man in a black robe walked straight from outside the door, staring calmly at Wizard Bamu in the room. Wizard Bamu hastily stood up in a respectful manner, and whispered, "Master, you've just returned to the dark magic region. I didn't expect you to come out so soon." Wizard Bamu knew that Merlin had returned to the dark magic region. He thought that Merlin would stay in the dark magic region for a year and a half before he would come out again. He could also take advantage of this time and slowly recover the almost exhausted magic power in the spell model in his awareness at the small town. Unexpectedly, Merlin actually came back so quickly, which made Wizard Bamu feel somewhat helpless deep down in his heart. As Merlin's slave now, he had lost even the time to restore the mind power in his spell model. Merlin was, however, able to know some of Bamu's thoughts through the slave contract, so it was indeed quite difficult for Wizard Bamu to arrange any plans. After all, Merlin was not a 4th level spellcaster yet, so he could only have one servant, and he could not possibly bring Wizard Bamu into the dark magic region. After returning to the dark magic region this time, he thought of Prakash City, so that had changed some of Merlin's initial plans. "I've encountered something this time, so I have to go and settle it. However, this time I'll take you to a place. If it's suitable, you'll stay there in the future, and you can replenish your magic power in peace." Wizard Bamu was delighted and quickly asked, "Where is it?" "Prakash City." Within Merlin's tone, there was a revelation of slight complexity. Chapter 307 Changes in the Clan I. Chapter 307 Changes in the Clan I. In the jade blue sky, flocks of white birds flew over from time to time, adding a touch of bright colors to the gorgeous sky. On a small tree by the river bank, green sprouts started budding too, painting the white river bank with shades of green, giving it a spring-like appearance. Swoosh! The two figures landed on an empty vegetable garden. There were some tattered fences around the garden too, where it seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. "Wizard Merlin, is this Prakash City?" The two figures that suddenly appeared were Merlin and Wizard Bamu. In comparison, Wizard Bamu's flying speed was skillful, and he appeared to be doing it so effortlessly. Meanwhile, Merlin's situation was not as good since he was reliant on the green belt. This kind of flying-type casting tool was consuming way too much magic power. Therefore, along the way, Merlin took intermittent stops almost all the time, constantly relying on the elemental crystal stones to replenish magic power, in which Wizard Bamu watched in admiration. If he had so many elemental crystal stones, he need not seize every second to replenish his magic power. Merlin glanced at that familiar wall in front and nodded with a complex expression on his face. "Yes, this is Prakash City. Let's go in." Prakash City did not seem to have changed. It was no different from the last time when Merlin had departed, but there were obviously more people on the street, revealing a thriving scene. Merlin was naturally very familiar with Prakash City, so it did not take long for him to find Wilson Castle. He saw that Wilson Castle had already expanded another circle outside, which looked majestic. The surrounding area was also filled with guards on duty, looking much more grandiose than when Merlin left back then. However, in Merlin's eyes, the entire Wilson Castle had transformed to a whole new look. Well, it seems that something has indeed happened to the castle. It's even warded by runic magic circles now. Merlin's eyes glimmered a little. With his mind power, he sensed that the entire Wilson Castle was protected by a huge runic magic circle. Any ordinary spellcaster would not have the ability to use such a large runic magic circle, much less those roaming wizards, who possibly could not even understand the wisdom of runology, let alone setting up runic magic circles. As for Emmer and Lorinker, both of them were only entrance-level spellcasters. Even if they had devoted their heart to studying runes in the dark magic region, it would also be impossible for them to set up such a huge runic magic circle. Moreover, Prakash City was only a small city, and there was no strategic location or resources, so it was a small inconspicuous place for the Black Moon Kingdom regardless. Although on the surface it belonged in the territory of the dark magic region, but in actuality, spellcasters of the dark magic region would rarely appear in Prakash City. Merlin could not wrap his mind around whoever else would spend so much effort, and specifically arranged such a large protective runic magic circle for Wilson Castle. Wizard Merlin, this runic magic circle serves an alerting function. As soon as we get close to it, the people inside would be notified. Do you want me to break it right away? Wizard Bamu, who was following behind Merlin, inquired softly. In front of outsiders, Merlin had also let Wizard Merlin call him Wizard Merlin, which could be considered leaving Wizard Bamu some decency. However, Wizard Bamu still held the conscience a slave should have. For a runic magic circle like this, the power within must be very much stronger. Though Wizard Bamu did not research much on runes, with his 7th level spellcaster strength, even if he was to forcibly break it, it would still be more than enough. Merlin paused, his eyes glimpsed the runic magic circle. He said in a calm voice, "Break it. This runic magic circle is obviously protecting Wilson Castle. Come on, let's just go in and see who it is." Thereafter, Merlin and Wizard Bamu slowly walked into Wilson Castle together. In the spacious yard, there were a few red recliners. Lying lazily on them were 2 elderly spellcasters, one male and one female. However, the 2 spellcasters had a peculiar look. Their faces were covered with strange tattoos, and they had huge earrings on their ears. The mere sight of them was rather eerie. These kind of days are really pleasant. A somewhat frail old wizard was swirling red wine in his thin hand, bathing in the warm sunshine on the large lounger, his expression appearing at ease. "Heh, old ugly freak, I know it's comfortable, but if we can't complete the task given by His Royal Highness the 8th Prince, we'll be dead." The ugly female wizard beside him, who looked like a witch, sneered and showed a mouthful of yellow teeth, which looked very ugly and disgusting. "Old witch, even you dare to say that I'm ugly? Even if I'm ugly, I'm still better looking than you. Just look at you. Which person in this castle is not afraid of that look?" The old ugly freak seemed to be quite furious, and he even looked around. Upon seeing the 2, the guards and attendants immediately ventured far away, obviously very fearful of them. The ugly female wizard was about to say something, but suddenly, a ripple had surprisingly appeared on the initially calm sky. The 2 elderly wizards' expressions changed slightly. "Who entered the castle? No matter who they are, capture them first and discuss later. Hey, old witch, this time you're not allowed to act. Watch my move." The 2 wizards looked at each other and showed a hint of excitement. Swish, swish. Thus the 2 stood up abruptly, and those thin, frail bodies disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye, just like specters. Merlin and Wizard Bamu sneakily circled around the guards and came to Wilson Castle. With their current strength, avoiding those ordinary guards was more than easy. After all, Merlin could easily confuse countless normal people with any simple illusion. As long as the person did not have strong mind power, he or she would fall into an illusion. "Wizard Merlin, someone's coming." It seems like we've been discovered. Wizard Bam's mind power was focused on the situation inside the runic magic circle all the time. From the moment they entered Wilson Castle, Wizard Bam knew that they could not fool the spellcaster who set up the runic magic circle. Heh, don't you guys know that this is Wilson Castle that's personally protected by His Royal Highness the 8th Prince? No matter who you are, since you're here, then stay behind and be interrogated. 2 hideous spellcasters quickly flew out from Wilson Castle. Rune, Glacial Suppression, go. Upon seeing Merlin and Wizard Bamu, one of the spellcasters was extremely excited. He did not even say anything as he reached out to the sky and pointed. Suddenly, the tranquil sky turned completely dark. Mysterious runes descended from the sky and turned into a huge ice sphere, about to envelop Merlin and Wizard Bamu. Merlin's eyes narrowed slightly, realizing that this was the power of the entire runic magic circle, capable of both offense and defense. It was definitely not possibly set up by any ordinary person. In addition, the 2 spellcasters seemed to have mentioned an 8th prince. However, since the other party had already taken action, Merlin had no intention to explain either. He reached out his arm straight away, the fair-skinned palm grabbing the huge ice sphere in the sky. You're just seeking death. This is the power of a runic magic circle, comparable to the peak power of a third-level spell. Seeing Merlin directly grabbing it with his hands, the 2 ugly spellcasters displayed a sneer on their faces. Earth Veil. Soon, traces of khaki light veils appeared on Merlin's hands, which had easily encased the ice sphere. Yet, the entire ice sphere was like a toy in the hands of Merlin, incapable of causing him any harm. Not bad, it's even comparable to the power of a third-level spell, and it doesn't consume much energy. This is the greatness of runic magic circles. Merlin felt it thoroughly. He naturally knew that the ice sphere was condensed from runic magic circle. A profound comprehension of runology knowledge, strictly speaking, was of equal importance with the construction of spells. In ancient times, during the most glorious era of spellcasters, runology had been developed to the peak. Even in the case of a weak spellcaster, as long as he or she was proficient in runology, he would be able to possess great power. It relied on what was a power of runic magic circles. However, regarding this kind of runic magic circle, which was capable of both attack and defense, besides in the dark magic region and the Kurdmensler Islands back then, Merlin had never seen it anywhere else, so he was very curious about it. Fire. After feeling the power of the ice sphere, Merlin felt that there was nothing much to study about it. After all, it was categorized under runology. Merlin had no energy at all to study runology now, so he secretly initiated the second-level fire-type spell in his body, Sea of Purgatory Fire. It even brought along the power of fiery collapse, flashing directly on his hand, wrapping the entire huge ice sphere. Kai. The pale flame wrapped the ice sphere. Surprisingly, the ice sphere turned into water vapor in the blink of an eye, dissipating in the air, and the 2 ugly casters were stunned as they watched that. Old witch, seems like we're dealing with strong enemies, now go. The 2 ugly spellcasters watched on while Merlin broke their attacks so casually. Hence, their expressions became serious. Their hands swiftly tapped out mysterious rune one after another. These runes were rapidly merged into the sky. Only by sensing using mind power would one be sure that these runes were the power that mobilized the runic magic circle which shrouded the entire Wilson Castle. Runic Fire, Suppress. The 2 spellcasters seemed to be utilizing the power of the entire runic magic circle. The aura fluctuation on their bodies was at most only the level of a third-level spellcaster, but now, with the runes they had created, the entire sky began to scorch. Glimmers of flame condensed powers which faintly resembled peak fourth-level spells. Boom! Along with a muffled sound in the sky, a huge wheel of red flame fell out of thin air, fiercely hurling toward Merlin and Wizard Bamu. Wizard Bamu was gripped with shock. Just as he was about to break the entire runic magic circle, Merlin reached out his hand instead and blocked him. It's only a fourth-level spell. Earth Veil. Merlin did not show the slightest sign of retreat. Seeing the huge fireball in the sky, a smile etched on his face instead. Thus, he mustered all his energy and cast the second-level Earth-type spell, Earth Veil. This was a spell fused with larvar soil. After cultivating the Pandora Demon ability Fuse Earth, it was the first time that Merlin had ever fully unleashed Earth Veil. Merlin also wanted to see that after the Pandora Demon ability, Fuse Earth, was integrated into the Earth-type spell, what kind of heights could it reach? Chapter 308 Changes in the Clan AI. Chapter 308 Changes in the Clan Roman 2. Boom! The huge fireball enveloped Merlin and drowned his figure in a blaze, leaving only burning flames. That's it. He died just like that. Seeing that Merlin had no resistance at all when facing the huge fireball, the two ugly spellcasters still found it hard to believe that it was the end of Merlin. Before this, they saw how Merlin handled things effortlessly and was full of confidence. So they thought he was surely a strong spellcaster and dared not take him lightly. Unexpectedly, Merlin had died so easily. There's one more left. Capture him for interrogation. Albeit rather surprised, the two ugly spellcasters turned to look at Wizard Bamu, displaying a cruel smile on their faces. Indeed, the Pandora Demon ability, Fuse Earth, has been completely integrated into the spell. The defensive power of Earth Veil can already match fifth-level spells. This little attack can't hurt me one bit. From within the burning inferno came a low voice, which also sounded regrettable. This made the two ugly wizards lock their gazes, staring deadly at the burning flames. This was already the strongest force that they could muster from the runic magic circle. They had clearly seen that Merlin was engulfed by the flames. How could he have survived? In addition, not only did Merlin survive, but he was also untouched by the flames. Merlin's figure gradually walked out of the flame. With only a gentle touch on the flame, his body had shockingly sucked in the flames which were all over the sky, making them disappear without a trace, as if his body possessed some manner of magical power. Sizzle! Even the two ugly wizards, who had seen many things in life, could not help but inhale sharply when they witnessed such an unearthly scene. Someone who was able to completely wipe out flames comparable to the peak of fourth-level spells and could even absorb the flames into his body was already beyond their comprehension. Meanwhile, Merlin gently closed his eyes. He was thoroughly indulging the feeling of the flames seeping into his awareness. If it was the past, he would certainly not dare to absorb such vigorous flames. However, things were different now. Inside his body was the most essential power of all flames, the Flame Maxim. Precisely because he possessed the Flame Maxim, Merlin could naturally suppress any flame that he faced. Playing with fire in front of Merlin was akin to a small sorcerer in the presence of a great one. Even if Merlin could not harness the full capabilities of this Flame Maxim yet, having it inside his body would still give him unimaginable benefits. Of course, the existence of the Flame Maxim was difficult to imagine for any spellcaster. which explained why the two ugly wizards were in an extreme shock after seeing Merlin absorb the flames. "All right, bring me to see your lord," Merlin said calmly while gradually opening his eyes, right after he absorbed the flames on the surface of his body. By relying on the flame Maxim's power, it had turned into magic power. Who are you?" The two ugly wizards had only reacted at that moment. That person in front of them, Merlin, paid no regard to them at all. He had allowed the attack and did not fight back at all. If Merlin had retaliated, they would have been dead long ago. Thinking of this, the two ugly wizards, who had always been conceited, did not feel very comfortable. "Who am I? You're in my castle, and you're asking who I am." A glimmer of aggression flashed across Merlin's calm gaze. A huge suppressive force loomed on his body intermittently, making the two ugly wizards feel petrified. Although they seemed to be aware that Merlin's wizardry level was not high, this kind of high-level oppressive aura, even if only a trace, was more terrifying than anyone they had ever seen. "You're Viscount Merlin." The two ugly wizards finally regained their senses. Was this not the person they had been waiting for, the master of the castle, the great wizard Merlin of the dark magic region? It was rumored that Merlin was a genius in the dark magic region. He had battled against two geniuses of Osmu and had killed them both. Originally, the two ugly wizards thought that the story was exaggerated and were not very concerned about it at all. If not for the order of the 8th prince, they would be too lazy to wait in this castle for such a long time. However, only through the battle earlier had they realized their outrageous mistake. The true strength of Wizard Merlin in front of their very eyes was already horrifying to a point beyond their imagination. Wizard Merlin were spellcasters in the service of His Majesty the 8th Prince. "Please, our lord is waiting for you inside." The ugly wizard, who wore huge earrings, replied Merlin respectfully. Merlin nodded. As he entered Wilson Castle, he found that everything was calm. There were even familiar faces around, so nothing major had happened. Hence, he was calm when battling with these two ugly wizards who were testing his strength. Otherwise, the two ugly wizards would have been killed. Hey, you two are very lucky. Wizard Merlin is not such a good-tempered person," Wizard Bamu said meaningfully when he walked past the two ugly wizards. He indeed knew Merlin's personality very well. As Merlin's slave, Wizard Bamu knew deeply that Merlin was not a kind-hearted person. He could even be described as incredibly ruthless. It was just that perhaps in Wilson Castle that Merlin would contain himself a little. Little did the two ugly spell-casters know that they had just danced with death itself. Watching Merlin and Wizard Bamu enter the castle, two ugly wizards looked at each other. "Old witch, do you think we would've died just now?" "Hee, old ugly freak, I don't know if we would've died, but even the follower of this wizard Merlin doesn't seem simple. He makes my skin crawl just from his stare itself. We can't afford to offend any of them." It's not surprising that His Royal Highness the 8th Prince valued this spellcaster from a small town so much. The two ugly wizards shrunk their necks. Their instincts from hundreds of battles made them feel as though what the follower wizard behind Merlin had just said was not exaggerated at all. A chill started creeping up their hearts at the thought of that. Creak. In the castle hall, two strange figures stood at the door, and the originally cheerful atmosphere in the hall suddenly halted. "Merlin, Lord Viscount." The shouts of one after another at that moment made Merlin's ears a little confused, but when he saw each face in the hall, Merlin's heart was full of warmth. His father, old Wilson's body had become more upright, giving off a dignified aura. Merlin also cultivated the mysterious relief sculpture, so he knew that old Wilson must have also succeeded in cultivating the fourth piece of the mysterious relief sculpture. Even if faced with some low-level spellcasters, old Wilson would be able to kill them. This was the difference between the first three pieces and the fourth piece of the mysterious relief sculpture, which was a qualitative improvement. Farther, Merlin cracked a smile at the edge of his lips and walked toward old Wilson. Although Merlin had grown quite a little through the times, in the face of old Wilson, who was about 2 meters tall with an almost mini-giant-like burly body, Merlin still seemed very small. However, this did not affect the loving relationship between the two. Old Wilson patted Merlin's shoulder. Though he was very happy, he appeared calm on the surface, only nodding slightly. "Merlin, it's nice that you're back. It's been a long time since you've left. Just look, both Conction and Cellier have grown so tall already." Merlin turned around and saw Avril and Karais. Both were fuller and more mature. They each held a child in their hands, who looked like they were 4 or 5 years old. "How old are they?" Merlin could not help but squat by their side, and softly pinched the cheeks of the 2 little ones, but they seemed afraid when seeing Merlin. The last time Merlin left Prakash City, he encountered many things. Even he had been close to forgetting how long had it been since he left. He only knew that it had been some time. He did not even know the specific age of his children, Conction and Cellier. When he thought of it, Merlin could not help but feel guilty. However, Karais was very sensible. With a sweet smile on her face, she said, "Merlin, both Conction and Cellier will turn 4 very soon. They're still just a little shy." "Okay." Merlin took a deep look at Karais and Avril. Compared to Karais's sensibility, Avril's gaze appeared to be relatively resentful. In addition to the 2 children Constance and Cellier, there was another dignified-looking child with short blonde hair, who was not afraid at all. He went directly to Merlin's feet, looked up at him, and asked, "Are you Uncle Merlin?" "Uncle." Merlin frowned, looking at the little guy who could not even reach his knees. His eyes glimpsed. Although the child was still young, he noticed something amiss. This courageous child had a slight anomaly of mind power fluctuations. This kind of fluctuation was very faint, but an ordinary spellcaster would be able to detect it. This represented that this bold child possessed spellcaster quality. He had a chance of becoming a spellcaster in the future. Cole let go. Just when Merlin wondered who the child was, a mettlesome voice broke out, and then, a beautiful woman donned in an aristocratic long dress came in. She raised an eyebrow, looking at Merlin somewhat reluctantly. Still, she lifted her skirt slightly, bowed and said, "Lord Viscount." "Macy, are you Macy?" Merlin could still vaguely see the past shadow of Macy from this lady's face. However, compared with the gritty Macy back then, the current Macy had matured and became a noble woman. She even began to call Merlin Lord Viscount, which was impossible in the past. The little guy must be Cole. Good, he and Yeags are alike. Merlin also previously heard from old Wilson that Macy was going to marry Yeags, but Merlin got delayed as he went to Floating City, so he did not come back for Macy's wedding. He did not expect that the next time he returned, he would be able to see Macy's kid, who had grown. Moreover, the appearance of little Cole was indeed similar to the young, faithful knight, Yeags. Merlin looked at the house full of both familiar faces and unfamiliar ones, and emotions stirred in his heart. The entire Wilson clan was truly prospering. The changes in the clan must be far more than this. Merlin would need to familiarize himself with all of them slowly in the future. Merlin, Snake Elder knows that you're back. Just go in. Snake Elder was sent by His Royal Highness the 8th Prince to protect Wilson Castle, and all this time it was also thanks to him. Merlin initially wanted to talk to the people he was familiar with like Macy, Avril, and Carise, but this time Wilson Castle seemed to have undergone some changes, and Merlin wanted to know the reason behind it. Naturally, he would need to go and see this mysterious Snake Elder. Chapter 309 Snake Elder. Chapter 309 Snake Elder. Old Wilson took Merlin to the castle's backyard, followed by the two ugly wizards and Wizard Bamu. However, along the way, the few people did not speak, and only Merlin scanned curiously at the changes of the castle. Farther, has the castle been expanded again? I remember that it wasn't so big here last time. Merlin's tone seemed calm. After returning to Wilson Castle, his mood was very relaxed. Old Wilson nodded too. Yes, the castle has been expanded, and the Wilson family is finally back on track, even more prosperous than in Blackwater City back then. Old Wilson paused. He knew that the changes in the Wilson family were all because of Merlin. Since Merlin became a spellcaster, especially after he entered the dark magic region, although he had not returned for a long time, things had changed. Just by looking at Count Sellen's attitude toward the Wilson family, one could see that they were extremely respected. Perhaps the others did not know about Merlin's situation, but as the supreme commander of the entire Prakash city, Count Sellen must have known something about Merlin. After a moment, old Wilson took Merlin and the others to a shack. It could be seen that the shack was built for a temporary basis. It was very simple, but the ambience was commendable, and there were glowing runes around it. It should be the residence of a spellcaster who was proficient in runology. Wizard Bamus' eyes narrowed as he moved in front of Merlin to slow him down, whispering, "Merlin, there are 3 spellcasters inside." 3. Merlin seemed rather astounded. With the shrouding of the runic magic circle, he could not check the situation in the shack either. Only Wizard Bamu, who had powerful mind power which could rival that of a great wizard, was able to see through the situation beyond the runic magic circle. On hearing the words of Wizard Bamu, astonishment showed on the faces of the 2 ugly wizards. They initially thought that Merlin was already scary enough, but now it seemed that this follower beside Merlin, Wizard Bamu, was even more unfathomable. Creak! At this moment, the door of the shack opened, and 2 figures emerged. Merlin lifted his head and looked up. When he saw the 2 figures, there was clearly a shocked expression on his face. A tall Lorinker, who was donned in a long dress, and Emmer, who exuded a delicate and elegant aura, had stepped out of the house. "Master, teacher." When Lorinker and Emmer saw Merlin, they could not hide the joy on their faces. Although both of them had not become forcible spellcasters, they certainly had some changes after such a long time in the dark magic region. Particularly Emmer, whose mind power was already enough to construct a 4th zeroval spell. However, she had not constructed it yet. It seemed that she was still contemplating whether to become a four-elemental spellcaster or a forcible spellcaster immediately. At this time, it portrayed the benefits of having Merlin as a teacher. Even though Merlin brought Emmer to the dark magic region, and had given some specific guidance, he had indeed left her for a long period of time without supervision. This was not much different from Wizard Leo, who left people to their own devices. The guidance for Emmer was really lacking. "I'm relieved that you both are here. Emmer, Lorinker, you've been in Prakash City for so long. Why have you not returned to the dark magic region?" One of the reasons for Merlin's return to Prakash City was to find out if something had happened to Emmer and Lorinker. Now that he saw both of them were fine, he could finally put down the worries in his heart completely. Initially, we intended to go back, but Snake Elder. Emmer blushed, seemingly very excited upon mentioning Snake Elder. Even Lorinker smiled and nodded as she continued, Master, Snake Elder is really not simple. His knowledge is very profound. He's very accomplished in spells, runology, alchemy, and so forth. He has even counseled us in constructing spell models. Throughout our lengthy stay in Prakash City, we've been given a lot of guidance by Snake Elder and benefited tremendously. Merlin seemed a little surprised. However, if he thought about it carefully, he could understand that the dark magic region was merely a spellcaster's organization. If you encounter a dedicated mentor like Wizard Nasher, for some young spellcasters, it would be undeniably lucky. However, if they were like Wizard Leo or Merlin, always leaving the dark magic region for a year or half, even if those young spellcasters had some talents, their progress would still be delayed for various reasons. Lorinker may not be a natural talent, but if he had done his best in guiding her back then, she could have possibly become a formidable spellcaster. Now that they encountered such a mysterious and powerful Snake Elder in Prakash City, it did not really matter anymore. They seemed satisfied, which was why they did not plan to return to the dark magic region for the time being. Whether it was old Wilson or the two ugly wizards, or Lorinker and Emmer, they were all constantly talking about this Snake Elder. It would not be hard to imagine that this Snake Elder was the spellcaster responsible for this huge runic magic circle, willingly helping the Wilson clan so selflessly, even having the time and heart to teach Emmer and Lorinker. For sure this Snake Elder had some ulterior motives. Yet, what was there to obtain from the Wilson clan? Definitely just Merlin himself, or rather, his identity as a genius spellcaster in the dark magic region. Wizard Merlin, Snake Elder invites you to go in and see him. The two ugly wizards said respectfully to Merlin as they came gently to Merlin's side. Merlin nodded and then walked into the shack. Whoosh! The moment Merlin stepped into the shack, he noticed a pungent fire smell. The interior decoration of the shack was very simple. On a long table, there were pieces of white paper scribbled with some runes or spell models. These spell models were so casually placed on the table. Merlin swept through them casually, and could not help but be amazed as these spell models were actually some first-level or zero-level spells, and were spell models constructed by various methods. Each of these spell models were very stable. Merlin roughly estimated that although it was not as good as the reconstructed spell models by the Matrix, it was much better than the spell models built by any general spellcaster. There were also some spell models that Emmer and Lorinker needed. Deep down, Merlin understood that it must be the mysterious Snake Elder in this shack who was mentoring Emmer and Lorinker all these while. At the thought of this, Merlin lifted his head, and the first thing he noticed was various kinds of weird hair which looked like hard thorns which twisted and turned on his head. The hair wiggled occasionally, looking like countless little snakes. Viewing from afar, it gave off a scary and weird vibe. Not only did this old man have strange hair but also purplish-green skin. From the neck down, and even on his thin arms, there were faint scales which gave off a glint of silvery brilliance, which would make anyone shudder with fear. He was clearly a half-human and half-snake monster. Snake Elder. Merlin's heart moved. When he saw the strange appearance of this old man, he had already guessed his identity. The weird-looking Snake Elder looked up. His face did not appear to be terrifying. Instead, there was a feeling of friendliness and kindness. He grinned and said, "You must be Wizard Merlin. It's not surprising that you're a genius spellcaster in the dark magic region. Except for His Royal Highness the 8th Prince, no one can still be so calm after seeing my face." Snake Elder's face looked very composed. He reached out and pointed, signaling Merlin to sit. He gave off an incomprehensible feeling, so he should be a very powerful spellcaster. However, Merlin had seen Wizard Leo, Wizard Bamu, and had felt the power of a legend for a period of time on the ship of Nicolar. Even a stronger spellcaster could no longer give Merlin a shock. Therefore, although he felt that Snake Elder was a bit weird, he was actually more curious about him. Merlin then sat on the small wooden bench in front of the Snake Elder. He did not speak, only looking down at the messy spell models on the white papers. Snake Elder also pointed his finger at the spell model on the white paper. "Apologies, in front of Wizard Merlin. I'm like teaching a fish how to swim. However, Emmer is indeed very talented. I used to have a student too, but unfortunately she encountered some mishap because she followed me, so I never had the chance to teach her again." The Snake Elder's tone revealed a deep sense of desolateness, which made Merlin feel that this was, after all, an ordinary lonely old man, and seemed no different than the old man Ether of Blackwater City. Tick! Suddenly, a ticking sound was heard from the white paper. Merlin looked up and found that a large piece of green scale on Snake Elder's neck had surprisingly begun to darken. Drops of fresh blood fell onto the white paper, painting it with a dark red hue. Snake Elder grinned. He was not bothered at all. He reached out his hand casually and directly pressed on the huge scale on his neck, and then tore it off with force. Skrark! The sound of cloth tearing rang out, and a trace of blood was turned into a string of water drops, which fell to the ground. A strange smell was already permeating the shack, and now there was an additional pungent bloody stench that made Merlin very uncomfortable. "Wizard Merlin, sorry to let you see that." Snake Elder held the bloody scale in his hand and threw it directly into the trash can in the distance. Merlin's sharp eyesight had already caught that there were many scales in the trash can. After losing the scale, Snake Elder's neck seemed to have quickly grown a dark red spot. This dark red spot quickly meshed into a scar, which looked very horrifying. Seeing the appearance of Snake Elder, Merlin faintly understood why there were so many rooms in Wilson Castle, but the mysterious Snake Elder still had to build a separate shack. The body of Snake Elder was indeed weird and different from ordinary people. Snake Elder had been observing Merlin, but no matter how he scrutinized him, Merlin displayed a calm look. Thus he put on a positive look too, and muttered, "Wizard Merlin, I believe that you've realized too that you and I aren't the same. I can't even be considered a human, but rather I am of the alpine snake people." Swish! The lights swayed, and when the words alpine snake people was mentioned, it seemed as if the atmosphere in the entire shack had turned gloomy. Chapter 310 Eve I. Chapter 310 Eve I. Alpine Snake People. Merlin whispered in a low voice and took a close look at the Snake Elder. It was not surprising that he had transformed into this appearance. He even suspected that the two ugly wizards outside were different from ordinary people too. Merlin used to be exposed to a part of the relevant general knowledge in the dark magic region. He knew that there were some very special people in this world. Among them were alpine critters. The alpine snake people were obviously a branch of the alpine critters. These people were half human and half beast, or all kinds of unique, strange creatures that were different from ordinary people. Rumors had it that in the most glorious era of spellcasters, those cruel spellcasters used ordinary people to conduct various experiments, attempting to create a person who could combine the advantages of various living things. It was a pity that most of them had failed. Some people became inexplicably ugly, and they had gradually continued their race. They could only live in the most treacherous mountains and swamps, with groups of wild beasts as their company. However, Snake Elder in front of him was not only an alpine snake people but also a powerful spellcaster. Although Merlin did not know his specific strength, he should be at least a 4th-level spellcaster. Such a spellcaster would for sure hold a very strong position among the alpine snake people. After all, 4th-level spellcasters were powerful wizards who could single-handedly build a tower in the dark magic region. Snake Elder's eyes glimpsed a little, then whispered, "Wizard Merlin seems to know something about the alpine snake people, so I believe a further explanation isn't necessary. I'm now a tribe leader of the alpine snake people. As to why I'm here, it's natural as His Royal Highness the 8th Prince had graced my tribe. Therefore, my alpine snake people tribe are the most loyal fighters of His Royal Highness the 8th Prince." The Snake Elder's tone seemed serious. Merlin's mind was filled with all kinds of thoughts as well. This 8th Prince seemed to be the key to all things, including Snake Elder, who was also sent by the 8th Prince to Wilson Castle. Merlin knew that he and the 8th Prince had never met each other before, but the other party seemed to be interested in the Wilson family that he sent Snake Elder here. Merlin thought that he must have a request. Hence, Merlin pondered for a short moment and then whispered, "Snake Elder, tell me, why does His Royal Highness the 8th Prince desire to see me?" To Merlin's surprise, Snake Elder shook his head instead and said, "Exactly what matter this is about, the 8th Prince did not say specifically. Nevertheless, he only sent me and 2 subordinates to Wilson Castle to protect Wizard Merlin's family, and not let Wizard Merlin's family suffer any unexpected complications. When Wizard Merlin returns to Wilson Castle, and when the 8th Prince catches wind of it, he'll naturally invite Wizard Merlin to the Imperial City." To the Imperial City. This mysterious His Royal Highness the 8th Prince had also piqued Merlin's interest. Regardless of the other party's motives, the kind gesture of sending people to protect Wilson Castle in return of nothing was to Merlin's liking. The Prince of the Kingdom of Black Moon was no more than the Prince of the Kingdom of Light. In the Kingdom of Black Moon, the royal family represented the strongest power. There were also countless masterful spellcasters. Every prince would establish a powerful faction. This Snake Elder that the 8th Prince had sent was obviously affiliated with one of his secret factions. Moreover, the fact that he had even recruited the Alpine Beast people could only mean that the prince's ambition was not ordinary. Hold on, the 8th Prince wasn't Count Longardi whom Count Selin had defeated last time sworn to His Royal Highness the 8th Prince. Merlin raised an eyebrow. He had finally figured out why the name 8th Prince seemed familiar. When he first returned to Prakash City from the Dark Magic region, he had helped Count Selin settle the war threat from Lebis City. Besides, he also helped Count Selin conquer Lebis City. Count Longardi of Lebis City fought under the name of the 8th Prince, exuding a faint shadow of the 8th Prince's influence. At that time, Merlin did not care as everything thereafter was the activities of Count Selin. Perhaps Count Selin had decided to swear allegiance to the 8th Prince after the annexation of Lebis City. Thinking of this, Merlin could not help but sigh. Snake Elder, has Count Selin already pledged his loyalty to the 8th Prince? Snake Elder was slightly stunned, but he quickly responded with a hint of a smile. Wizard Merlin, you're a spellcaster from the dark magic region, so naturally, you may not know the influence of His Royal Highness the 8th Prince in the Kingdom of Blackmoon. Back then, Count Longardi of Lebis City took the initiative to swear allegiance to the 8th Prince. Count Selin had annexed Lebis City, and if he didn't show his sincerity, will he still be able to continue being a count? Merlin understood it all when he gave it a thought. He was always in the dark magic region, and was also a spellcaster of the dark magic region, so the 8th Prince would not actually do anything to him. In contrast, things were different for Count Selin. He was only a little noble of the Kingdom of Blackmoon. His position was indeed too insignificant compared to the Kingdom of Blackmoon's royal family. If Count Selin did not pledge loyalty to the 8th Prince, the entire Prakash city may very well be toppled easily. All right, I've known all I need to know. I'm grateful for the help of His Royal Highness the 8th Prince. I'll remember it to heart now. Let's talk about what troubles Wilson Castle has encountered. Otherwise, His Royal Highness the 8th Prince would not have sent you, Snake Elder, to Wilson Castle. Since a certain someone dared to attack Wilson Castle, then some things are better if I handle it personally. Merlin took a deep breath and sharpened his gaze. The appearance of the Snake Elder and others was not by chance. To make the 8th Prince offer a favor as huge as this, his request for Merlin would certainly not be small. This time, Merlin indeed owed the 8th Prince a huge favor. Wilson Castle must have encountered a big danger. If his own departure had put the castle and his family in danger, Merlin would not allow, in any case, for this kind of thing to happen. Therefore, Merlin's body had inadvertently exuded a cold murderous aura at this point, and it seemed that even Snake Elder felt the chill in his heart. This matter is indeed a bit of a hassle. The 8th Prince just told us to protect Wilson Castle. With us here, those people won't dare to do anything. However, Wizard Merlin, you've left Prakash City for too long, and have always been in the dark magic region. Some of the roaming wizards were indeed a little moved. The Snake Elder responded wisely. It seemed that Wilson Castle really had encountered a crisis, and it sounded like it was not a small one. Tell me, who are they? Merlin gave the Snake Elder a strong stare, but his tone seemed very calm. Terran City, Gnome City, Fanner City. The Snake Elder closed his eyes and slowly said the names of these city-states. They've nothing to do with His Royal Highness the 8th Prince, right? Merlin gently stroked his dark magic ring as he said calmly. Anyone familiar with Merlin would know that every time he touched the dark magic ring, it was the moment where he had the most intense murderous intent in his heart. Snake Elder nodded and said, these city-states all had their certain strengths. They were temporarily neutral, not swearing allegiance to anyone. This time, it was only the intentions of some wizards in these city-states. Regarding their purpose, I believe that Wizard Merlin should also have some understanding. Pandora Demon Ability. Merlin smiled and looked indelibly cold. How could he not manage to guess it? Whether it was Weiss or Bluebird that he had killed, they were all geniuses in Osmu, and they all had Pandora Demon abilities. Merlin himself had many Pandora Demon abilities. With regards to the value of Pandora Demon abilities' power, Merlin was very clear himself. Even if it was Snake Elder in front of him, the tribe leader of the Alpine Snake people, Pandora Demon ability would be the only thing that he lacked. Even if it was His Highness the 8th Prince, holding the many resources of the royal family of Kingdom of Blackmoon, it would not be impossible for him to have more Pandora Demon abilities. Even if it was the dark magic region, Even a spellcaster who was as highly prioritized for training like Merlin, the process of obtaining Pandora Demon abilities would still be full of challenges. Therefore, Pandora Demon abilities can be very tempting for roaming wizards, especially the more powerful roaming wizards. This was a fact that Merlin was very clear of. Putting everything on the line for Pandora Demon abilities was not really a big deal. It was just that Merlin did not think thoroughly at first. He did not know that the nature of the problem was already so severe, which was why he could stay in the dark magic region. However, he had put his family in Prakash City in danger instead. All right, thank you, Snake Elder. Since these city-states have nothing to do with His Royal Highness the 8th Prince, I'll give His Royal Highness the 8th Prince some gifts then. Merlin stood up and prepared to leave. Snake Elder smiled and stared at Merlin's figure, then nodded and watched as Merlin left. Whoosh whoosh. As Merlin left, and the two ugly wizards outside entered the shack, standing in front of Snake Elder respectfully. Snake Elder, this Merlin really dares to do it. The spellcasters in those city-states may be roaming wizards, but they are not easy to deal with and are all 4th-level spellcasters with great influence. If we don't deter them with the fearsome name of His Royal Highness the 8th Prince, I'm afraid that they're really willing to go their own way and act upon Wilson Castle. The ugly male wizard voiced out rather doubtfully while looking at the back of Merlin's figure. Snake Elder did not look at the ugly male wizard, but asked the female wizard instead, "What do you think about the strength of this wizard Merlin?" Strength. The strength of wizard Merlin should be very strong. His self-confidence was emitted from the inside out as though he wasn't afraid of any kind of danger. I've only felt such aura from those extremely powerful spellcasters around the 8th Prince. Can it be that the 8th Prince precisely values this? The dark magic region is only a small spellcasters organization, a far cry away from those medium or large spellcasters organization. Even if he's a genius, how strong can he really be? Snake Elder shook his head slightly and said with a seemingly smile, "His Royal Highness the 8th Prince doesn't value Merlin, but instead, he values the dark magic region backing Merlin instead." You can also say that even the dark magic region isn't of value to the 8th Prince. The actual target that he wants to recruit is Merlin's mentor in the dark magic region, he who even killed a 7th-level spellcaster from Osmu, Wizard Leo. Wizard Leo. Upon hearing the name, the two ugly wizards could not help but feel a shiver in their hearts. Very well, tomorrow, y'all follow Wizard Merlin there, but don't act. Only in the most dangerous time can you give those people a warning, and then save Merlin in the name of His Royal Highness the 8th Prince. I believe that with this experience, Merlin will be more grateful to His Royal Highness the 8th Prince, and it'll be easier for His Royal Highness to gain a friendship with Wizard Leo. When Snake Elder had finished, he waved his hand and let the two ugly wizards leave the shack. Meanwhile, the few of them seemed to not realize that a mysterious mind power had shrouded the entire shack this whole time, watching every move in the shack. So stupid, how could they have underestimated Master? This mysterious mind power exuded a hint of vague fluctuation, and then disappeared silently. The entire Wilson Castle seemed to have returned to its previous calmness. Chapter 311 Eve I. Chapter 311 Eve Roman 2. Creak. The door was gently pushed open, and a cold wind poured in, blowing on Merlin's black robe, lifting it slightly. Merlin did not raise his head, but only squinted, his fingers gently tapping on the table. Master. The person who walked in was Wizard Bamu, who had always been mysterious. In front of Merlin, Wizard Bamu looked very respectful. "How's it going?" Merlin asked casually. "Master, I've already found out their motive. The old half-man half-snake guy was ordered by the 8th Prince to protect your family at Wilson Castle. As for the real purpose, it was to win over Master's mentor, Wizard Leo." Wizard Bamu reported some of the information that he had heard to Merlin in simpler terms, and only Wizard Bamu, a freak with the mind power of a great wizard, could hear everything so stealthily. "Sure enough, it's all for my mentor." In fact, Merlin had already guessed it. His Royal Highness held great power in the Kingdom of Blackmoon. Even an ordinary spellcaster's organization would not necessarily be in his mind. After all, the power of the royal family of the Kingdom of Blackmoon actually represented powerful intimidation, certainly not worse than a large spellcaster's organization. Otherwise, it would not be able to startle the entire Kingdom of Blackmoon. Back then, after Leo killed Osiris, he immediately became a household name. He also possessed the legendary Darkness Eye, which was capable of killing powerful 7th-level spellcasters. Merlin's heart was definitely very clear that this represented a huge meaning for powerful spellcasters. As for Merlin, he was only noticed by the 8th Prince because of his slight relation to Wizard Leo. He hoped to contact Wizard Leo through Merlin. After a long ponder, Merlin gradually stood up, and his narrow face showed a hint of coldness. He muttered with a low voice, "Whatever the reason, the 8th Prince saved Wilson Castle, so even if he wants to see Wizard Leo, it'll also help him. However, before this, some things must be prepared." Wilson Castle was already unsafe, and his identity was not the same as the past anymore. Even if there was the intimidation of the dark magic region, it was difficult to guarantee Wilson Castle's safety without any actual protection. Thinking of this, the coldness in Merlin's eyes intensified. This time, Merlin indeed had a faint plan in his mind when he brought Wizard Bamu back to Wilson Castle, and now his heart was even more determined. If he let Wizard Bamu remain in Wilson Castle, he would then be able to completely rid himself of any worries. Even then, Merlin had never thought of making the Wilson clan a spellcaster clan, but now the progress of the situation forced him to make this consideration. Moreover, most importantly, Conchen and Celia did not have the spellcaster quality, but Macy's child, Little Cole, had displayed spellcaster quality at a young age. This was precisely an opportunity for the Wilson clan to become a spellcaster clan. "I didn't expect that after killing Weiss and Bluebird, and becoming the key spellcaster prioritized for training in the dark magic region, yet in the eyes of other people, I'm still merely the most valued student of Teacher Leo." Merlin also felt somewhat regretful because he had indeed gone through many things ever since entering the dark magic region, and had gradually grown from a newbie wizard to a rather powerful spellcaster. Yet, in the eyes of those truly powerful spellcasters, he would always be a student of Wizard Leo, and the halo above his head would still be inseparable from the dark magic region and Wizard Leo. "Master, I've something to say, but I don't know if I should say it." Wizard Bamu, who had always been respectful, for whatever reason, looked to be uncertain and hesitant today. "What's wrong?" Merlin looked at Wizard Bamu in confusion. Wizard Bamu took a deep breath and then sighed. "Master, it's about your mentor, Wizard Leo. When I was spying for you about any news, I accidentally heard those people mentioning Darkness Eye. Is it true that Master's mentor really succeeded in cultivating Darkness Eye? So it was really regarding Darkness Eye." Merlin naturally knew what Darkness Eye meant. Even the spellcasters of Abyss Fort did not know the true use of Darkness Eye. Nevertheless, In this world, there were always some spellcasters who knew darkness eye, such as His Royal Highness the 8th Prince of the Kingdom of Blackmoon. It was highly likely that he knew what wizard Leo cultivated was the true darkness eye. Otherwise, he would not even pay much attention to the dark magic region, and to pay such a great deal to contact wizard Leo through Merlin. That's right, my mentor has indeed cultivated darkness eye. What about it, Wizard Bamu? Do you know about darkness eye? Merlin knew that Wizard Bamu was a powerful spellcaster from centuries ago, so some of the spellcaster knowledge that he acquired was far beyond himself. It would not be surprising if he knew about darkness eye. After all, Wizard Bamu even knew about the ship of Nicolar, the fire maxim, and so forth, let alone darkness eye. Upon hearing Merlin's affirmative answer, Wizard Bamu's expression was very odd. After a long pause, he inhaled deeply and sighed. Master, maybe you don't know, darkness eye was a Pandora demon ability created by the great legend of darkness, Wizard offers. Rumor has it that with darkness eye, the great legend of darkness led countless powerful spellcasters to conquer one great dimension after another, and exiled many great gods. He was one of the most powerful legends among all spellcasters thousands of years ago. Apart from the great legend of darkness, Master Offers himself, other people who tried cultivating darkness eye had not succeeded. There was even a rumor circulating around for thousands of years that this darkness eye actually carried a curse. Any spellcaster, whom once cultivated darkness eye, would eventually die in great suffering along with a perpetual curse. After listening to what Wizard Bamu had said, Merlin frowned. He only knew that darkness eye was very powerful. There were in total 7 forms, which was created by the great legend of darkness, Wizard Offers, throughout his entire life. However, he did not expect that such a powerful Pandora demon ability had actually carried a so-called curse. Merlin naturally did not believe in any curse whatsoever. In his viewpoint, the failure of cultivating darkness eye could only mean that the spellcasters who had cultivated darkness eye back then had made mistakes in their cultivation methods, or other aspects. Seeing Merlin's undecided look, Wizard Bamu shook his head slightly and continued. Master, darkness eye really is peculiar. Just because it was a Pandora demon ability created by the great legend of darkness, there are countless powerful spellcasters who will attempt to cultivate it as long as they have constructed darkness-type spells. Of course, among them will be some powerful great wizards who had even begun condensing maxims. However, even for those great wizards who started condensing maxims, once they begin to cultivate darkness eye, they'll eventually be engulfed by darkness elements inexplicably, and the state of their deaths would be bizarre. Some great wizards will even be swallowed up by darkness eye, which is why there's this rumor that darkness eye is a cursed Pandora demon ability. Except for the great legend of darkness Wizard Offers, no one can cultivate darkness eye. If Master's mentor cultivated darkness eye, then in the future, Master should never try to cultivate darkness eye. Wizard Bamu also felt rather helpless. He knew that Merlin would basically not give any regard to the things that he had said. In the face of a powerful Pandora demon ability, no one could resist the temptation. If he had not seen a powerful spellcaster who had cultivated darkness eye die a miserable death in front of him, Wizard Bamu would not resist but try to cultivate darkness eye too. You're afraid that he'll cultivate darkness eye and die before the 100-year period has reached, pulling you along to doom too. Merlin saw that Wizard Bamu's face was filled with anxiousness, and finally recovered his senses. It turned out that Wizard Bamu was worried about the slave contract. Merlin and Wizard Bamu had signed a slave contract, which was the most unfair of all contracts. Once Merlin died as the master of the contract, then Wizard Bamu as a slave would have no chance of surviving either. The powerful slave contract would also kill Wizard Bamu in a flash. After all, Merlin and Bamus' slave contract also incorporated a trace of the flame Maxim's power. Even if Wizard Bamu became a true great wizard, even when he condensed a Maxim and became a legend, it would still be impossible to resist the slave contract, which incorporated the power of Maxim. That was precisely why Wizard Bamu was worried about Merlin's mentor's cultivation of Darkness Eye, fearing that if Merlin also cultivated Darkness Eye, he would then be dragged into doom too. There was an embarrassment on Wizard Bamus' face. Although he had become Merlin's slave, it was still only for 100 years' time. 100 years was not really considered long for a 7th-level spellcaster like him. He did not want to get out of several hundred years of torture in the flame prison just to die without a clear reason. All right, Wizard Bamu, I'll keep the issue with Darkness Eye in mind and not simply cultivate it. Merlin nodded in the end. It was not that he really believed in the curse of Darkness Eye, but that Darkness Eye itself was a very powerful Pandora demon ability. In addition, Wizard Leo did not intend to pass down Darkness Eye to him. Therefore, even if Merlin wanted to cultivate it, he did not know how. One day, in the event that he had really become a 4th-level spellcaster, perhaps Merlin would consider it and study Darkness Eye carefully. Lord Viscount, it's already late. The two ladies hoped Lord Viscount would rest early. The voice of the old castle's maid was heard from outside the door. Merlin lifted his head and looked at the sky. It was indeed already quite late. When he was in the dark magic region, he did not pay much attention to the sky. Master Bamu shall take his leave then. Wizard Bamu also left in a timely manner, his figure silently vanishing into the nightlight. Only Merlin knew that with Bamus' current immense mind power, he was well aware of everything happening in the entire Wilson Castle. Nothing could escape Wizard Bamus' senses. Go ahead. Merlin pushed the door open and glanced at the maid who was looking downward. He could not make out her looks clearly in the dark, but he did not bother as he slowly lifted his feet and walked upstairs. Chapter 312 Eve AI. Chapter 312 Eve Roman 3. The room upstairs was still illuminated. The maid brought Merlin to the front of the house and bowed slightly, then turned and left respectfully. Merlin reached out and pushed the door open. A glimmer of fire caught his eye. The layout of the room was very simple, but it had a very warm feeling, especially on the large chair, where two graceful, beautiful women sat. Corais Avril, so you're both here. Merlin smiled, casually taking off his robe and hanging it on the shelf. Avril remained still. She seemed to be sulking, while Corais smiled generously as she stood up and walked toward Merlin. Merlin, how long will you stay this time? Corais gently patted off the dust on Merlin's robe and asked softly. Compared to Avril, Corais seemed to be more caring as a wife. Every time Merlin returned to Wilson Castle, he could feel a rare feeling of comfort from Corais. I'm not sure I've to deal with a lot of things this time. After all, many things have happened in Wilson Castle in this period of time, and I've let it scare you all. I'll spend as much time as I can, and wait until everything is arranged properly before I leave. Merlin did not know how long it would take. He estimated that it would perhaps take a few months to arrange the things in Wilson Castle. You still have to go. Avril, who was on the side, was a little unhappy. Although she had become a beautiful lady, the innocent temperament had still not disappeared. and it made Merlin feel like he was back to the time when he first arrived at Prakash City. Merlin smiled. He was not angry. The moment he embarked on the path of a spellcaster, he was destined to always be away from his family. Right, where's Selir and Kanchan? Merlin noticed that he did not see the two little ones in the room. Of course they've been taken downstairs to rest. Karais went close to Merlin, and her plump body clung tightly to Merlin, presenting a feeling of attachment. Merlin could understand Karais and Avril's feelings. This moment belonged to him and his two beautiful wives. Nobody knew how much time had passed. Merlin even began to feel somewhat tired. It was not known how many times Karais and Avril had tossed around on the big spacious bed. Gently stroking the smooth skin of the two, Merlin breathed a sigh of relief. There was a rare moment of peace in his mind. Merlin, I want a child. Karais, who had fallen asleep initially, opened her eyes again suddenly. Her blushed face showed a hint of lust, mixed with a different kind of temptation. However, Merlin's heart sank slightly. When he returned to Wilson Castle this time, he noticed the changes to Karais and Avril. It seemed that there were some differences. Avril was more straightforward, as there were not many hidden secrets in her heart. Although old Wilson tried to let Avril take over the matters of the Wilson clan, now it seemed that Avril was unable to control the entire proceedings of the Wilson clan in front of a former princess like Karais. Everyone could see that now, besides old Wilson, the real person in control of everything with regards to Wilson Castle was Karais. Luckily, the relationship between Karais and Avril was also quite harmonious, and no misunderstanding had occurred. Compared to Avril, Karais had many things hidden in her heart. Yet, she was also rather capable, able to take care of the entire Wilson clan, so she could be considered a very virtuous wife. Tell me, Karais, what happened? Merlin knew that Karais would never simply say that she wanted a child. It must have been because of the many things happening in the Wilson clan that she had such an idea. Karais gently stood up and brushed her messy long hair, then leaned in Merlin's embrace. In a passionate voice, she said, Merlin, indifferent from Avril, she doesn't know anything, and she only wishes that you can stay in Wilson Castle all the time. However, you're a spellcaster. You're destined to not be able to stay in the family forever. You've come a long way. The Wilson clan has encountered an unprecedented crisis. If it was not for the 8th prince, I'm afraid that the clan would've already suffered from the disaster. I've only realized that at this moment, the Wilson clan is no longer an ordinary clan. Even if we want to be ordinary, we can't stay being ordinary ever again. I've heard Snake Elder and his people mentioning before that the Wilson clan will eventually need to develop into a spellcaster clan. Otherwise, it'll never be peaceful. This is the destiny of the Wilson clan, and a spellcaster clan needs people with spellcaster quality. Both Selir and Kanchan don't possess a spellcaster quality. Speaking of this, Karais did not continue anymore, and Merlin finally understood why she was so desperate to have another child. The Wilson clan would eventually develop into a spellcaster clan, and even now, Merlin already had such an idea. However, this would require many people with spellcaster quality. Selir and Kanchan did not own such qualities, but Mace's son, Cole, had spellcaster quality. Presumably, the arrival of the Snake Elder and the other spellcasters during this period of time had finally made Karais realize that the Wilson clan can only become a spellcaster clan, while high hopes may have been placed on little Cole. Yet, Cole was Mace's son after all, not Merlin's. Karise, as the princess of the Kingdom of Light's royal family, had a natural sensitivity to this issue, so deep down she became rather impatient. After pondering for a moment, Merlin smiled and said, "I'm sorry this made you all worried. Wilson Castle will not be in trouble again in the future. This time, I'll handle the family affairs. I'll arrange everything, whether it is Conction or Celia. They're both my children." Merlin knew that he still could not make Karise feel at ease, but during this time in Wilson Castle, he did not mind if Karise and Avril worked harder. If they could really produce children with spellcaster quality, that would naturally be better, and also in line with Merlin's vision. At the inception of each spellcaster clan, their member count was very scarce. Sometimes, only one descendant with a spellcaster quality could appear in one generation. This required several generations of effort and accumulation, and only then, it would possibly develop into a prosperous spellcaster clan. Karise also nodded obediently, looking at the dark night sky outside the window. The emotions that had accumulated in her heart for many years also finally opened up abruptly. "Merlin, I'm a little homesick. Can we go back to the Kingdom of Light?" Go back. Merlin's thoughts also seemed to return to Blackwater City, and he thought of Anson, little Fatty Gut, the tall Miss Caris, and the ill-tempered old man Ether. There were too many people, and Merlin still remembered them very clearly. However, the former Kingdom of Light should have already transitioned into the Holy Light Empire by now. "Sure, we can go back. Well, definitely go back," Merlin said firmly. Karise was the princess of the Kingdom of Light royal family. It may not be possible for her to forget the Kingdom of Light in this lifetime, but as a princess of an extinct kingdom, she was powerless and just simply unable to return to the Kingdom of Light. "Merlin, maybe there's really a chance to go back in the past 6 months. I've heard Count Selin mention once that the border of the Kingdom of Blackmoon seemed to be somewhat unstable. After the Holy Light Empire had stabilized their influence, they began to stir trouble at the border, so it is very likely that this will ignite another crusade." Karise carefully described the news that she had heard to Merlin. "The Holy Light Empire is actually going to launch a crusade." Merlin frowned. The word crusade could not be used lightly. When the Kingdom of Light was still in existence, it was invoked by the Church of Light into launching several crusades against the Kingdom of Blackmoon, which was termed as the Eastern Heresy Crusade. The famous Slaughterhouse War was precisely one of the wars of previous crusades. Old Wilson was also granted the title of Baron because he survived the Slaughterhouse War and earned a great military honor. Therefore, every crusade was incomparably cruel. Whether it was ordinary people or spellcasters, none were willing to face the brutality of crusades. "This is just a rumor. I'll find out more about it when I have time." Merlin started pondering. If it was really a crusade, he was worried that the landscape of the entire Kingdom of Blackmoon would change, and it would even involve a big number of spellcasters' organizations. Karise had expressed some of her concerns to Merlin, so she was able to fall asleep pretty quickly, showing a look of tranquil sleep. No matter how strong Karise was, she was just an ordinary woman. Confiding in Merlin was what she needed more than ever. Wizard Hill. In the humble log cabin, Merlin once again saw the old man in a black robe. The black-robed old man was now a bag of bones, but he looked quite well and would be able to live for another few decades. Merlin's potion to stabilize spell models could only help the black-robed old man reach such a level. "Wizard Merlin, you're finally back. I'm pretty much useless now. I've promised you I'd take care of your clan, but in the end, an old man like me couldn't do anything when facing those powerful spellcasters. After seeing Merlin, the black-robed old man looked rather embarrassed. He was just an entrance-level spellcaster whose spell models were not even stable yet. He served no use at all when faced with those first-level, second-level, and even third-level powerful roaming wizards. Don't we have the 8th Prince Wilson Castle is no longer in danger, Wizard Hill. This time I'm here to cordially invite you, hoping that you'll join my Wilson clan. Merlin smiled. Since he had decided to make the Wilson clan a spellcaster clan, he would naturally need to make some preparations. Join the Wilson clan, Wizard Merlin. You're preparing to turn the Wilson clan into a spellcaster clan. The black-robed old man pieced things together quickly. It would not be easy to become a spellcaster clan, especially in current circumstances, where those people had their eyes set on the Wilson clan. If the 8 princes people left, the Wilson clan would truly be exposed to danger. Wizard Hill, does the Wilson clan still have a choice? A spellcaster clan? This is the only way. Otherwise, the Wilson clan's position will be even more precarious. As for those threats, since I'm back this time, I'll naturally have to settle them once and for all. Merlin's face showed a hint of cold-heartedness. After a long pause, the black-robed old man shook his head slightly and said, I think forget it. I'm already dying, so it'll be of no use. The knowledge you've learned in the dark magic region has surpassed me far more than 100 times. It'll not be useful even if I join the Wilson clan. I actually enjoy quietly recalling the past like now. It feels pretty good. Merlin nodded. The black-robed old man was now in a good state of mind. He was no longer a spellcaster. He just wanted to live the rest of his life quietly. After leaving the black-robed old man's residence, Wizard Bamu appeared mysteriously beside Merlin. Master, Snake Elder has sent a message to the 8th Prince. It shouldn't be long before the 8th Prince's response reaches Wilson Castle. Wizard Bamu had been closely watching Snake Elder's every move. Very well, it's our move now. The Wilson clan's affairs can only be handled by ourselves. We might as well give the 8th Prince some welcoming gifts this time. Inform Snake Elder that we're ready to go. Merlin casually replied a few words as he looked up to the sky. It sounded like there were no doubts in his tone. Chapter 313 Vanquishing 1. Chapter 313 Vanquishing 1. In the quiet Wilson Castle, the rustling sound of Snake Elder drawing on a white sheet of paper could be heard. Creak. 2 ugly wizards quickly walked in, and said in a respectful manner, Snake Elder, Merlin has informed us that he's about to make his move. His first target is Terran City. The large jade-green earrings on the ugly male wizard swayed slightly. In addition to the peculiar, intricate tattoo on his face, he appeared rather sinister and frightening. Terran City is right next to where Lebis City used to be. Count Terran has been running things for a few generations, gathering a formidable group of roaming wizards under his command. Particularly during recent years, there's a 4th-level spellcaster called Wizard Finalo who designed a gigantic runic magic circle in Terran City. Tusk, a roaming wizard who's capable of mastering runic magic circles is really hard to find. With this runic magic circle, most 4th-level spellcasters are of no threat to Terran City. After a pause, Snake Elder narrowed his eyes and lifted his head to look at the 2 ugly wizards, and cautioned them. If Merlin isn't in any danger, then you mustn't intervene no matter what happens. Do you understand? We're only responsible for Merlin's safety, and if Wizard Finalo of Terran City wants to kill Merlin, then you must rescue and bring him back at all costs. This is also what His Royal Highness the Eighth Prince requested. If both of you step in, Wizard Finalo of Terran City won't dare to act against you. Being a mere roaming wizard, he wouldn't dare go against the intimidating power of His Royal Highness the Eighth Prince. The two ugly wizards exchanged a glance. They understood what Snake Elder was asking of them. Their only task was to look after Merlin no matter how much trouble he stirred up, as long as they guaranteed his safety. Snake Elder, be rest assured. This Merlin thinks that he can act so superciliously just because he's a prodigy of the dark magic region. Very well, this time, he'll learn that it's not a good idea to provoke certain roaming wizards. The ugly wizard laughed coldly, apparently not looking kindly upon Merlin's madness this time around. All right, go on then. Report back to me at any time. I believe it won't be long before news of His Royal Highness the Eighth Prince will reach us. Then we can start on our journey back to the Imperial City as quickly as possible. With a wave of his hand, Snake Elder dismissed the two ugly wizards. Following that, he lowered his head and returned his attention to the paper on the table. On the spacious street, 4 figures walked at a leisurely pace. However, if one took a closer look, one would find that although this group seemed very slow, there were in fact traces of wind elemental fluctuations floating around their bodies. They were powerful spellcasters who had enveloped themselves in spells to quicken their journey. The most noticeable ones were the 2 wizards who followed behind, covered in brightly colored tattoos from head to toe and had hideous features. Old freak, so it's just Merlin and his mysterious aide who are going to Terran City. The ugly female wizard stared at the 2 figures in front, suspicion flashing in her eyes. Old hag, our job is to follow Merlin and protect him while we're at it. It's no concern of ours how many people he's bringing to Terran City or what he does. The group of travelers consisted of Merlin and Wizard Bamu, along with the 2 ugly wizards sent by Snake Elder who were acting as witnesses. Nonetheless, the 2 subgroups, whether it was Merlin and Wizard Bamu, or the 2 ugly wizards, did not talk to each other throughout the entire journey. Wizard Bamu, who was walking in front, would sweep his mind power over the 2 ugly wizards behind him from time to time. Wizard Bamu's mind power was comparable to a great wizard's, and he was able to prevent the 2 ugly wizards from realizing what he was doing. Master, it seems like the 2 behind us are quite concerned about Master's safety. Snake Elder had given them the order that no matter how much trouble Master causes, they wouldn't get involved as long as Master isn't in danger. However, once Master's safety is at risk, they'll protect Master at all costs. Wizard Bamu was conscientious in reporting to Merlin, even though he felt that these people were not worth mentioning and that they were underestimating Merlin. It should be known that although Wizard Bamu's master was not too strong, these 3rd and 4th level spellcasters were still no match for him by far. Any spellcaster who wanted to hurt Merlin had to be at least a 5th level spellcaster. Furthermore, not even Bamu knew what the true extent of Merlin's powers was. In short, from Wizard Bamu's perspective, Merlin was really a mystery, unfathomable and unpredictable, and was not the weak wizard Snake Elder and the rest thought he was. The one that matters to them is Teacher Leo. A smile tugged at the corner of Merlin's lips. The 8th Prince had really pulled out all stops in order to win Wizard Leo over and had even spent so much just on Merlin. Admittedly, it was widely rumored that Merlin was Wizard Leo's prized pupil. Still, even a mere rumor was enough to make the 8th Prince go to such lengths. To put it another way, this indicated how anxious the 8th prince was to win over Wizard Leo. Hold on. Merlin suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked toward the sky. At an unknown time, a few black crows had appeared in the bright sky, circling in the air. What bad luck to encounter crows. The 2 ugly wizards at the back also resentfully eyed the 2 crows in the air. In general, the circling of crows above signified an ill omen of things to come. Swoosh! A ball of flame quickly ascended into the sky and engulfed the crows, turning them into ashes in the blink of an eye. Merlin casually raised an arm. His gaze had already landed on the massive, white rampart in the distance. Terran City. It was Terran City, Merlin's first target. As he thought about the crows, Merlin's mouth pulled into a grim line. Perhaps they represented the turmoil that Terran City would face today. Come on, well, go straight in, Merlin said in a low voice. Still, he seemed to have thought of something and turned back to the 2 ugly wizards. If you guys can't keep up, you can reach Terran City later. After Merlin spoke, the 2 ugly wizards seemed to be at a loss, not understanding what Merlin meant. Just then, the figures of Merlin and Wizard Bamu suddenly rose into the air slowly, their bodies encircled in strong wind elements. They immediately flew toward the imposing Terran City. They've flown away. Wizard Merlin and his aide are able to fly. A 4th-level spellcaster. Merlin's aide must surely be a 4th-level spellcaster or even higher. Wizard Merlin seems to be wearing a flying casting tool as well. They've left us just like that, so they had been holding back for us before this. The 2 ugly wizards wore bitter expressions. They had been secretly comparing their magic power and speed to Merlin's, but now it appeared that Merlin and Wizard Bamu had just been waiting for them to hurry along at their slow pace. Otherwise, if Merlin and Wizard Bamu had flown the entire way, they would have reached Terran City long ago. The expressions on the wizards kept on shifting as they stared at the disappearing figures of Merlin and Wizard Bamu. The ugly male wizard clenched his jaw furiously and growled, "Let's hurry, we need to reach Terran City as soon as possible." To think that Wizard Merlin would enter Terran City with such swagger when it's protected by a runic magic circle. Not even Snake Elder would dare to barge into Terran City. If Wizard Merlin is killed by the people of Terran City, we won't dare to show our faces to Snake Elder and the 8th Prince. Terran City was protected by a runic magic circle as well as countless roaming wizards. Such a force could be considered tremendous and had made Terran City's position as a somewhat neutral city-state. The other princes would not force Terran City to pledge allegiance to any one side. As they thought about the possibility of Merlin running into danger, the 2 ugly wizards dared not treat the matter lightly. Snake Elder had repeatedly emphasized the importance of keeping Merlin safe. The mere thought of Snake Elder's rage if any harm came to Merlin was enough to scare the wits out of the 2 ugly wizards. The busy Terran City had unexpected visitors today. 2 small black dots suddenly appeared in the distant sky and were closing in fast. Perhaps the normies would not even be able to tell what was in the sky, but to those spellcasters who were monitoring every movement in Terran City at all times, this was a shocking development. Oh no, 2 spellcasters are flying toward Terran City. Identities unknown. A few spellcasters immediately began to report this to Terran City, and many powerful elemental swordsmen began to get ready as their bodies flickered with powerful elemental fluctuations. All of these elemental swordsmen were intermediate elemental swordsmen and were capable of injuring spellcasters. In great numbers, they were rather terrifying. Halt! This is Terran City. No matter who you are, If you don't halt, you'll be killed." On the tall ramparts, a man decked out in majestic silver armor yelled at the two small black dots in the sky. Boom! In response to the armored man, innumerable fireballs blocked the sky and rained down in a torrent, melting a hole in the rampart. Almost half of the rampart collapsed, and the shattered pieces tumbled down, causing a disturbance in the city-state. "It's an enemy attack, kill them." Terran City responded very quickly. Countless elemental swordsmen instantly bellowed at the sky, and a wide-ranging burst of firelight flared up into the air. This was the full-force attack of the intermediate elemental swordsmen, and it was even comparable to a third-level spell. This was the importance of numbers. One or two intermediate elemental swordsmen might not be a threat, but if hundreds and thousands of them gathered, their strength would be petrifying. Endless fire element transformed the sky into a fiery red hue as if it was caught in raging flames, and the two black dots in the sky were instantly engulfed. "Fire!" A cold voice suddenly came down from the sky. Bang! Thereafter, the flames which filled the sky burst open as innumerable sparks descended. The fiery red blaze turned a pale white. Even the solid ramparts were scorched and broken through. These ramparts, which had taken up so much labor and materials, were burned down in this short time by the white blaze. Feeble, they're really so feeble. Master, no matter how many normies there are, they're still normies at the end of the day. Wizard Bamu watched the struggling crowd of normies on the ramparts and shook his head forlornly. Normies were completely unable to intervene in a battle between spellcasters. Even the extremely terrifying war fort was totally useless in the face of powerful spellcasters. The only thing that could take on spellcasters was the power of other spellcasters. Wizard Finalo, who are these two people? At last, the chaos in Terran City caught the attention of Count Terran. Chapter 314 Vanquishing 2. Chapter 314 Vanquishing 2. Wizard Finalo was dressed in a blue wizard robe, and not a single strand of his gray-white hair was out of place. He wore two plain rings on his slender fingers, and his aged face looked rather rosy. He appeared to be full of life and vigor, making anyone who looked at him feel reassured. Honorable Count Terran, these two spellcasters are no more than unexpected visitors. Although we don't know who they really are, their boldness in assaulting our Terran city has sealed their fate. My lord, just watch what happens. Wizard Finalo's voice was steady, and he appeared to be completely confident without the slightest trace of panic, as if the chaos in Terran City was merely a minor disturbance. Count Terran looked gloomy, but he had always had the utmost faith in Wizard Finalo, so he slowly nodded. In that case, you have full authority to deal with this matter. These two wicked wizards have brazenly slaughtered the people of my Terran city and must be sentenced to death. As you wish. A smile appeared at the corner of Wizard Finalo's lips, following which he turned and fixed his gaze on the two tiny black dots in the sky, his eyes glittering brightly. Beth, go on, take your people and bring down those two. Remember, we want them alive. Wizard Finalo extended a pale finger and spoke to a thin, dark wizard behind him. The thin, dark wizard looked up and glanced at the two tiny dots in the sky before nodding wordlessly and quickly led a few mysterious spellcasters into the crowd. Terran City was now in utter disorder, especially the section near the rampart. The area was pervaded by black smoke, and the white flames were still burning at countless spots. No one dared to approach these flames. Once they came into contact, they would instantly be burned to ashes. Master, someone's coming. In midair, Wizard Bamus' tremendous mind power was focused on Terran City. There was not a single movement in the city-state that could be hidden from him. Swish, swish. There was no need for Wizard Bam's warning. Merlin had already spotted 5 or 6 spellcasters dressed in black robes on the rampart. Their gazes were fixed unwaveringly onto the sky. Fierce elemental fluctuations were shimmering all over these spellcasters. As they gathered and the runes on their bodies flickered, a powerful sensation could be felt. Although Merlin's direct breach into Terran City might seem impulsive and reckless, he had done his research long ago. Wizard Finalo of Terran City was a roaming wizard who specialized in runes. It was really rare to come across a roaming wizard who was a master in runology. It was because of this that Wizard Finalo had assembled a team of spellcasters under him. With a combination of various runic magic circles, they formed a powerful force. These 5 spellcasters, when gathered, had the strength of a 4th-level spellcaster. Activate the runic magic circle, Sky Blockade. Down below, a thin, dark spellcaster was leading a team of wizards. This was Wizard Beth, who was assigned by Wizard Finalo. Wizard Beth led the other spellcasters in activating the runic magic circle. In an instant, the entire Terran City was enveloped in a faint layer of white light. Moreover, mysterious runes constantly fluttered above Terran City. This was a runic magic circle that covered the entire Terran City. It was also the runic magic circle on which Wizard Finalo had spent several years of hard work, the runic magic circle of which he was proudest. Wizard Finalo raised his head and looked at the sky, his mind power sweeping across Terran City. A feeling of control sprang up within him. He had devoted so many years to the research of runology. What he had accomplished now was only a minor success. However, he was satisfied even so. Among the roaming wizards, many spellcasters did not even know what runes were, yet he was able to design such a colossal runic magic circle and was in no way inferior to those powerful wizards in spellcasters' organizations. Before my runic magic circle, even 4th-level wizards have no way of casting flying spells. Drop down. A fierce light glinted in Wizard Finalo's eyes. The runes that covered the entire sky transformed into a huge net as they intersected with each other. The dense rows of runes were cast toward Merlin and Wizard Bamu, who were still in the air. The wind element has been erased. Merlin immediately felt that something was out of the ordinary. The wind element surrounding him no longer seemed able to support the flight of the flying casting tool. He knew that he was restrained by the gigantic runic magic circle. After all, Merlin was only able to fly because he relied on a flying casting tool. As for Wizard Bamu, his expression remained unchanged. Despite the runic magic circle flickering over his body, the wind elemental fluctuations around his body did not diminish in the slightest. Instead, a disdainful light shone in his eyes. Master, this runic magic circle is rather troublesome indeed. Please allow me to destroy it straight away. Wizard Bamu was rather impatient. He was a 7th-level spellcaster and could destroy an entire large city with a single spell. He was considered to be someone frightening and dangerous. If he was placed in a spellcaster's organization, he would definitely be part of the core team of higher-ups. However, Merlin shook his head lightly. Bamu, don't attack. This matter can only be resolved by me, which is to say, Wilson Merlin. This is key to whether or not the Wilson clan will have influence and might in the future. Merlin knew clearly that he held many roles as a spellcaster of the dark magic region, as a student of Wizard Leo, and so on. These were all part of his privilege, yet no one ever associated him with the Wilson clan. If he wanted to turn the Wilson clan into a spellcaster clan, this was his chance. He must not rely on his advantages but instead display his own powerful capabilities in full. Even if he could not leave the shadow of the dark magic region or Wizard Leo, it must not be like how it used to be, when others would only know of Wizard Merlin from the dark magic region, and not know of Wizard Merlin from Prakash City's Wilson clan. Swoosh! In an instant, Merlin's figure fell from the sky and landed heavily onto the collapsed rampart. He stood facing the 5 spellcasters who were dressed in black robes. Kill! Seeing that Merlin had landed, the 5 spellcasters roared all at once as complex runes flickered over their bodies. Following that, the runes were accompanied by turbulent fire element, and a sea of fire flared up into the sky, transforming into a flame dragon that rushed toward Merlin to swallow him. The flame dragon snarled unceasingly, and Merlin sensed that this explosive strength was very unstable. This was only a spell forcibly cobbled together by a runic magic circle, thus its might was able to reach such a terrifying point in a short time. The 5 third-level spellcasters were able to erupt with a frightening strength of a 4th-level spellcaster in this manner. Fiery-type spell. Merlin stared at the ferocious flame dragon, yet a cold smirk tugged at his lips, and he allowed the wild flames to burn and gradually engulf his body. Sputter. However, these fierce flames did not turn Merlin into ashes. Instead, it became weaker and made strange noises. The wisps of flames were rapidly absorbed into Merlin's body. The surging magic power flowed within the spell models of Merlin's awareness. With a flame maxim, most fire-type spells would only serve to replenish Merlin's magic power. This strange spectacle would make anyone tremble with trepidation. Even spellcasters who were widely experienced did not know what to make of it. They had never encountered someone who was able to absorb spells. Since all of you like fire so much, I'll return it to you. Merlin's eyes turned cold and fiery collapse was unleashed with a single thought. Wisps of white flames followed the 2nd-level spell, Sea of Purgatory Fire, as it erupted. Boom, boom, boom. Sea of Purgatory Fire was merely a 2nd-level spell, but its sheer force was rather astonishing, especially now that Merlin's magic power was abundant. Once the raging flames erupted, they formed an actual sea of fire which burned everything it touched, turning all into ashes. Regardless of whether they were a 3rd-level spellcaster or another spellcaster, no one was able to withstand these white flames. After a moment where they struggled distressingly in the blaze, they did not move anymore. Pandora Demon Ability. This is a Pandora Demon ability. At a distance, Wizard Finalo saw the white flames that Merlin had unleashed, and he became agitated instantly. As the white flames reflected in his gaze, his eyes filled with a greedy light. Pandora Demon Ability was something he dreamed of day and night. Even though he had gained great powers through runology, he still had not obtained any Pandora Demon Ability to this day. Wizard Finalo desired it so much that he had even harbored plans to take advantage of Merlin from the dark magic region. But with the sudden appearance of His Royal Highness the 8th Prince, he no longer dared to threaten the Wilson clan. Initially, he thought that he would never obtain a Pandora Demon ability in this lifetime, but now an unexpected visitor had appeared, and this visitor possessed the Pandora Demon ability that he longed for. Wizard Finalo, think of a plan quickly. That wicked wizard is fast approaching. In contrast to Wizard Finalo's excitement toward Pandora Demon ability, Count Terran was rather worried. Wizard Finalo, whom he held in such high regard, was still not able to dispose of the 2 mysterious spellcasters even after activating the runic magic circle. Upon seeing the fearful expression on Count Terran's face, the eyes of Wizard Finalo still burned with a feverish passion, and he said hoarsely, "My honorable lord, please be rest assured. I've already surmised the identity of this person." "His identity, Wizard Finalo? Who is this evil wizard?" Count Terran turned blank and asked hurriedly. "Heh, my lord, do you still remember the Wilson clan of Prakash City? Someone who possesses Pandora demon ability, who arrives on our doorstep so boldly. Who else could it be other than that mysterious wizard Merlin? However, oh foolish Merlin, even if you're a spellcaster of the dark magic region, you're not allowed to run amok in a city-state of our kingdom. Doesn't he know that without the advantages of being in the dark magic region, he's not even worth a mention? Some prodigious spellcaster he is a dead prodigy is no longer a prodigy." A wild and frantic look washed over Wizard Finalo's face. This was a once-in-a-million chance for him, a chance to obtain Pandora demon ability. "Oh great Medoir, the designated spirit of runes, bless me with your strength." Wizard Finalo gave a roar. Instantly, the entire Terran city seemed to quake fiercely, and mysterious runes filled the sky and blanketed the ground enclosing Terran city. Streams of mysterious energy were frantically bestowed upon Wizard Finalo, and a fearsome burst of force gradually emerged. Chapter 315 Vanquishing 3. Chapter 315 Vanquishing 3. Blessed with a wild power, the force of Terran city swelled up frenziedly. Traces of mysterious energy were bestowed upon Wizard Finalo. From a distance, the entire Terran city seemed to have turned into an ocean of fire, flooded with a firestorm of horrifying force. Whoosh whoosh. Two figures sprinted from afar and stopped at Terran city. They were the two ugly wizards. However, when they saw the frightening state of Terran city, their faces revealed how aghast they were. "Damn it, Finalo has summoned the full strength of the Medoir magic circle." The Medoir magic circle is a runic magic circle that Finalo unexpectedly obtained. Setting it up is a complicated process, but once it's done, it'll gather the powers of all spellcasters within the runic magic circle and control all elements. All of these forces will be bestowed upon the user, and his powers will increase by many times over instantly. The two ugly wizards, who wore huge jade-green earrings, appeared very unhappy. In such a situation, entering Terran city would be heading to their own doom. Perhaps if they had appeared in Terran city earlier, Finalo would still have some reservations and not dare to attack Merlin. However, now that he had summoned the full force of the runic magic circle, it was inevitable that he would attack to kill. Even if the eighth prince became furious later, Finalo was capable of engaging the troops of other princes. Still, if Merlin died in this manner, the first ones to bear the brunt of his death would be the two ugly wizards. We can only wait and pray that Merlin won't die off so quickly. There may still be a chance for us to make it. We need to ask for Snake Elder's help now. The two ugly wizards were rather powerless now, so they quickly sent out a mysterious rune that sank into the air and flew off into the distance in the blink of an eye, carrying a message for Snake Elder in Wilson Castle. Whoosh! A rune twinkled slightly and turned into a beam of white light as it was caught by Snake Elder. The initially calm face of Snake Elder changed abruptly after he saw the white light. Crush! The tables and chairs around Snake Elder were suddenly ground to a fine powder by a violent gale. The entire room swayed and tottered as if it was on the verge of collapsing. Damn you, Finalo, damn you, ruining the plans of His Royal Highness the Eighth Prince. Not even 10,000 deaths would be enough for you. The pale face of Snake Elder was now flushed red. At first, there were only green scales on his neck, But now a green force emerged around him, and intricate scales rapidly wrapped around his entire face, making him look sinister and frightening. I hope I'm not too late. In a single step, Snake Elder disappeared from the room and quickly transformed into a green whirlwind, flying into the distant sky. In Terran City, Merlin watched calmly as Wizard Finalo's force continued to grow. From a 4th-level spellcaster's force, it kept growing, wildly growing, until it suddenly broke through to the 5th level and kept on increasing. The entire Terran City was covered in runes. Merlin could distinctly feel that Terran City had been under the control of Wizard Finalo through the establishment of the runic magic circle. Every spellcaster within the area was firmly controlled by Wizard Finalo regardless of whether they were willing. By now, their bodies no longer belonged to them, and all their magic power, elemental force, and the rest of it was completely stripped away and turned into runic force which was absorbed into Finalo's body. This was the power of the runic magic circle, a power that had never declined ever since the golden age of spellcasters. At one time, runology was something that powerful spellcasters must master. Haha, Merlin, I couldn't find you in the Wilson clan before this since you hid in the dark magic region, and no one could do anything. Now, it's too bad that you've shown yourself, and you've come to Terran City. This is the Medoir magic circle that I've studied for decades. What do you think? It's not bad, isn't it? How do I fare against the spellcasters of the dark magic region? Your dark magic region specializes in runology, but I'm afraid that no one is more accomplished in this field than me. Wizard Finalo was covered in dense lines of mysterious runes from head to toe and was enveloped in a layer of brilliant, colorful light. In a single step, he traversed a distance of several meters, and after a few quick steps, he was standing before Merlin, staring at him in a composed manner. A roaming wizard is only a roaming wizard in the end. Merlin shook his head lightly, and a mocking smirk appeared on his face. It was true that Wizard Finalo now appeared very powerful, having designed such a formidable Medoir magic circle, but his technique of setting up the runic magic circle was passable at best. The lofty towers in the dark magic region, in truth, represented a spellcaster's deepest understanding of runes. For instance, even though Wizard Leo's tower did not seem to contain any sort of power, Merlin knew very well that it would be impossible for even a 7th-level spellcaster to break in. The towers of the dark magic region were the truly scary parts of the organization. Being the dark magic region that specializes in runology, they had practically channeled the strongest powers of runes into the construction of those towers. Merlin even had the idea that, if the Wilson clan became a spellcaster clan sometime in the future, he could build a runic tower in Wilson Castle using the tower-building method of the dark magic region. Nonetheless, it was only a vague plan for now. There were many other factors to consider, and the dark magic region might not necessarily agree to reveal their method of building towers. Therefore, as he looked at Wizard Finalo trying to make a big show of his runes, Merlin did not know whether to laugh or cry. A roaming wizard could only know so much. Wizard Finalo thought that just because he had spent his life studying runes, he had achieved some amazing accomplishment, but in fact, it had not a single redeeming feature. Merlin, you're so stubborn. I've heard that you've killed Weiss and Bluebird of Osmu and obtained their Pandora demon abilities. Heh, so, now you're under the delusion that you're some bona fide prodigy, that you can look down upon everyone. That's where you're greatly mistaken, for they were no more than 3rd-level spellcasters. I'm a powerful 4th-level wizard, now blessed with a Medoir magic circle which combines the powers of over 100 spellcasters in Terran City. now incomparable to a 5th level spellcaster. Har, do you know how strong a 5th level spellcaster truly is? Finalo's face was ashen. Merlin's contemptuous look a moment ago had made him feel a flash of humiliation. At this moment, the force surrounding him became even more ferocious. With a simple lift of his hand, violent gusts of wind spun into storm giants that whistled as they thundered toward Merlin. Earth Veil. A dirty yellow light instantly materialized over Merlin, wrapping around him securely. The defensive strength of Earth Veil, after being combined with a Pandora demon ability, Fuse Earth, reached the standard of a 5th level spell. Thus, Merlin was not fearful at all. Crash, 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 crash. Mysterious runes, which carried the force of a storm within them, crashed into Merlin noisily, but Merlin did not even take a single step back and appeared very calm. Is this all you've got? Merlin shook his head and then lifted his head abruptly and extended his hands in a clap. Pandora Demon Ability, Fiery Collapse. The white flames quickly surged from Merlin and flew toward each of the storm giants. All of the storm giants, upon encountering the white blaze, shattered instantly and were completely scattered in the wind. Weak, far too weak. Merlin's fiery collapse destroyed everything in its path. None of the runes were able to hold it back. The flames rapidly gathered and began to speed toward Wizard Finalo, who was in midair. Wizard Finalo's face shifted slightly as he saw the white flames. He drew in a deep breath and runes began to emerge over his body and quickly solidified in midair. Spirit of Mudoir, I summon your image. Most of the runes on Finalo quickly vanished, and the force around his body was greatly diminished, but those runes began to burn and transform into a raging blaze. These flames gradually converged in midair and formed a golden flame giant. The golden flame giant was faceless, and its entire body burned with a fiery blaze. As it faced Merlin's fiery collapse, the golden flame giant simply reached out a large hand and smacked it down heavily. The surrounding flame element was erased suddenly and a high whistling sound could be heard. Sputter, sputter. Merlin's white flames, under the furious hit of the golden flame giant, quickly vanished. Fiery collapse was no longer of any use. Merlin narrowed his eyes slightly. Ever since he had cultivated fiery collapse, it had never failed him despite only reaching the first form. In particular, after the flame maxim was forcibly combined into the spell, the might of fiery collapse became even greater and was even a threat to a 5th level spellcaster. Since fiery collapse was no longer effective, Merlin took a step back, and an icy chill appeared in his hand. Pandora Demon Ability, Glacial Finger. An icy blast of air quickly flew toward the flame giant, but before it could reach the flame giant, it was evaporated due to the high temperature. It was useless as well. Currently, among Merlin's Pandora Demon abilities, Glacial Finger was comparatively weaker and could only be used against 4th level spellcasters. Glacial Finger became useless against an opponent stronger than that. After all, it was not combined with any other spells. Har, Merlin, now that you're trapped in my runic magic circle, there's nothing for you to do but die. Finalo saw that the golden flame giant was effective, so he cast more flame giants one after another. His powers seemed to be limitless, and he unleashed 5 golden flame giants in a row. In an instant, the flame giants were everywhere, trapping Merlin in the middle. These flame giants were comparable to a 5th level spellcaster and possessed terrifying strength. So even though Merlin had the Pandora Demon ability, Fuse Earth, he dared not lower his guard. As he looked at the approaching flame giants, Merlin drew in a deep breath, and the black robe he was wearing fluttered lightly. He stared at Wizard Finalo, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Enough of playing around. It's time to end this. Even after Merlin spoke, Wizard Finalo still wore an unabashed smile on his face. Whoosh! Suddenly, everyone could not help but look toward the sky. Peculiar darkness that looked like a tidal wave was descending. Chapter 316 Vanquishing 4. Chapter 316 Vanquishing 4. In the afternoon, Terran City had been lit up in dazzling sunlight, but now this sunlight was nowhere to be seen. The light itself seemed to be distorted, and it was so dark that one would not even be able to see their own hand. What intense darkness element, what spell is this? The two ugly wizards were still waiting outside Terran City. A moment ago, they saw firelight soar into the skies of Terran City as a few exceptionally large flame giants attacked wildly and shrilly. Every movement packed an astounding force. However, the flame giants seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden, and Terran City had descended into pitch-black darkness. Not even their mind power were able to probe into the situation. As such, the two ugly wizards were apprehensive, and they did not dare to enter Terran City rashly. All they could do was wait outside anxiously, occasionally peering into the distance, hoping to see the figure of Snake Elber. Darkness tide. Merlin stood in the midst of the darkness. Everyone who was in the area was enveloped by the darkness and was caught in the illusion, except for him and Wizard Bamu. The strengthened version of Darkness Tide in addition to the enhancement of Darkness Heart was currently Merlin's greatest strength. No matter how many spellcasters he was facing, as long as their mind power was insufficient, they would be trapped in the illusion. Rumble, rumble. Although Darkness Tide had sunk everyone into an illusion, the 5 golden flame giants were not really affected. They were transformed from the runic magic circle, and possessed no consciousness, so as long as the runic magic circle was not broken, they would still have their formidable fighting powers. Merlin furrowed his brows. These flame giants were rather troublesome. It was a good thing that even Wizard Finalo was caught in the illusion of Darkness Tide, thus the flame giants were no longer controlled by anyone. Now they were simply making their attacks instinctively due to the runic magic circle and posed a much smaller threat. Fiery collapse. Merlin aimed at one flame giant and unleashed fiery collapse all while he frantically simulated the flame maxim, emitting traces of the maxim's force. Although it was only a trace of the flame maxim's force, the maxim itself was made to suppress all flames, being at the core of all flames. Therefore, this trace of the flame maxim's force was enough to slow down the golden flame giant. Merlin took this opportunity to unleash fiery collapse in full. The white flames wrapped around the flame giant and began to burn furiously, constantly consuming the flames on the flame giant's body. After all, the flame giant was like a 5th-level spellcaster. Even though Merlin's fiery collapse had been forcefully combined with his spells, its might was barely at the standard of the 5th level. As a result, when it encountered the flame giant, it was at a slight disadvantage and needed a long time of attack to defeat the flame giant. Bang! At last, one of the flame giants exploded with a loud bang, and was quickly dispersed into the air. Following that, Merlin took a deep breath. The force of the flame maxim was subtly emanated, and the dispersed flames seemed to have found their target. They frantically burrowed into Merlin's body and was turned into magic power by the flame maxim. It's a shame that the flame maxim couldn't be changed. Otherwise, it could be strengthened further, and my control over fire-type spells would be even greater. Merlin observed the flame maxim in his awareness regretfully. Ever since he obtained the flame maxim on the ship of Nicolar, he had been unable to gain full control of this flame maxim. Moreover, when he utilized the flame maxim to move the ship of Nicolar, a third of the flame maxim was used up and was not restored in the slightest up until now. Only legendary wizards were able to consolidate a flame maxim. With each use, it was diminished further, and currently, Merlin had no way of replenishing the flame maxim. He could only rely on the flame maxim's force to suppress fire-type spells. Of course, the flame maxim was not all-powerful. Merlin had always been able to sense the flame maxim. In this manner, he could gradually deepen his understanding and perception of the maxim. Who knew, maybe one day, after he had become a 7th-level spellcaster, the fire-type spells that he created would have terrifying strength. Nevertheless, for now, Merlin only had limited use of the flame maxim's powers. It was able to suppress most fire-type spells, but if it encountered a 7th-level fire-type spell, it was likely that a small wisp of force emitted by the flame maxim wouldn't have much of a suppressive effect. Even now, as he faced the 5 flame giants, Merlin was cautious and prudent, needing to take them on one by one. After one flame giant had been destroyed, Merlin stuck to the same method and demolished the other 4 flame giants. The dispersed flames were used by Merlin to replenish the spell models in his awareness. Fiery collapse. After he had resolved the matter of the flame giants, Merlin's gaze landed once more on the spellcasters of Terran City. These spellcasters were more or less all acting under Wizard Finalo. It was also because of these spellcasters that Wizard Finalo, after activating the runic magic circle, was able to turn into a powerful wizard, comparable to a 5th-level spellcaster, in one move. Therefore, without the slightest bit of mercy, Merlin waved his hand gently. Flames covered the sky and turned into sparks of firelight as they descended, darting in all directions as they ceaselessly claimed the lives of spellcasters. These spellcasters were all trapped in the illusion of darkness tide and could put up no resistance at all. A small flicker of flame was enough to turn each of them into ashes. There were no pitiful wails, no noisy cries, not even the stench of blood. Everything appeared calm and tranquil, but in the pitch darkness of Terran City, those wisps of white firelight were enough to make anyone shake in terror. Wherever the firelight appeared, it was sure to leave behind the ashes of some spellcaster. In the blink of an eye, over 100 spellcasters were wordlessly burned to ashes by the blaze. Their lives were all harvested by Merlin. As expected, after losing such a great number of spellcaster, the power of the Medoir magic circle is much weaker. Merlin saw that upon Wizard Finalo's body, the flickering light of the mysterious runes was no longer as bright, and his force was clearly diminished. Before this, Wizard Finalo's force was comparable to a powerful 5th-level spellcaster's, but now, even when blessed by the power of the runes, his force was merely at the peak of the 4th level. A 4th-level spellcaster was nothing much to Merlin. Wizard Finalo was no longer a threat to Merlin. This robe isn't too shabby. Merlin reached out and snatched the robe that Wizard Finalo was wearing. This was a robe which was inscribed with many runes and was comparable to the robe that Merlin had exchanged for in the resource tower. Naturally, Merlin would want to keep a robe like this. Now that he wanted to turn the Wilson clan into a spellcaster clan, he could not do without various spells, casting tools, and the like. Therefore, he had even collected all the rings worn by the spellcasters, more than 100 of them, whose lives he had harvested. The ring too. Wizard Finalo was like a completely unresisting lamb. He was stripped of his robe and ring by Merlin. There's more good stuff. After Merlin had taken Wizard Finalo's robe, he noticed that at Wizard Finalo's chest, there was a sort of disc which was the size of a palm. It was engraved with dense lines of runes and was implanted into the skin. Rip! Without the slightest bit of mercy, Merlin immediately ripped apart the flesh at Wizard Finalo's chest. Instantly, blood sprayed out, and the palm-sized disc was in Merlin's hand. At the moment when the disc was ripped out, Merlin clearly sensed that the runic magic circle of Terran City was rocking fiercely as if it would collapse at any moment. Could this be the legendary runic magic disc? Merlin's eyes gleamed. This was a treasure indeed. Only great spellcasters who had mastered runology and alchemy were able to transfigure a runic magic disc. Some powerful spellcasters were able to engrave a runic magic circle into a casting tool, which could be used by any spellcaster who was adept in runology. The powerful magic circle within the runic magic disc could be activated without having to waste effort in setting it up, and it could be carried away at any time, making it convenient to use. This was also the main reason those powerful spellcasters were willing to study runology. With the runic magic disc, one's power could be substantially increased, and it was much better than many casting tools. For instance, Wizard Finalo was able to exhibit the strength of a 5th-level spellcaster immediately after he activated the runic magic circle. Through this, Merlin could tell how powerful the runic magic circle was when it was engraved into a runic magic disc. After he had harvested all he wanted from Finalo, Merlin dispelled the darkness element that filled up the sky with a great wave of his hand. A ray of light gradually began to shine through the sky, which was initially pitch black. The entire Terran City slowly began to come alive once more. The normies who were caught in the illusion did not even know what had happened. They only felt like they had just experienced a peculiar dream. There was only Wizard Finalo left. He was only wearing thin clothes now, and his wizened frame was exposed in front of everyone. His appearance was so pitiful, his face was drained, and he looked just like a normal, derelict old man. My robe, my ring, and my runic magic disc. Wizard Finalo fixed his gaze on Merlin. He instantly understood his situation. He did not even have his runic magic disc, so the runic magic circle that he had so painstakingly set up was useless now. The only thing that was waiting for him was a miserable ending. However, Wizard Finalo drew in a deep breath and said meekly, "Wizard Merlin, I'm defeated, but I'm still a 4th-level spellcaster and a master of runology. I'm willing to sign a contract and become Wizard Merlin's most loyal slave." Now that Wizard Finalo had fallen to such a stage, he could not be bothered with much else. He was even willing to sign a slave contract with Merlin. "Slave!" Merlin barked out a cold laugh, and was about to say something when suddenly, in the distant sky, a burst of green light appeared rapidly. Within that enormous, horrifying green glow was the faint silhouette of a giant snake. "Finalo, if you dare to harm Wizard Merlin, no one would be able to save you." Along with that enraged voice, a giant snake rose up above Terran City in a violent, whistling gale. The snake's tremendous size was unequaled, and it was covered entirely in intricate green scales. Its massive, sinister head poked through the clouds, and its prying eyes fixed onto Terran City down below. Chapter 317 A Demonstration of Power 1. Chapter 317 A Demonstration of Power 1. The giant python circled above in the clouds, its eyes glittering with a horrifying light of red blood color, making everyone tremble in fear. At the moment, almost everyone in Terran City had looked up toward the sky, their mouths agape, and their faces full of a terror they could not conceal. Whoosh whoosh. Two figures quickly entered Terran City. It was the two ugly wizards who had been waiting outside the city-state this entire time. Upon seeing the giant python in the sky, their faces darkened, and they called out softly, "Snake Elder, you're finally here. We're not strong enough to handle this matter, so please punish us." "Humph for you guys, I'll punish you myself when we get back." The giant python in the air was Snake Elder of Wilson Castle. Merlin knew that Snake Elder came from a tribe of alpine snake people, but he had no understanding of what special powers they possessed. Even the records of the dark magic region only mentioned them in passing. Now it appeared that these alpine snake people were not merely spellcasters. Their way of living, their anatomy, and so on, were different from most people. As soon as Snake Elder spoke, he fixed his huge eyes on the runic magic circle which sprawled across Terran City. Following that, he extended his long body slightly from the clouds. Bang! The snake's body, which was as wide as a bucket, whipped ruthlessly toward the runic magic circle in Terran City down below. The blow that carried inconceivable force landed squarely on the runic magic circle. The runic magic circle, which had just suffered Merlin's attack, was defenseless by now and was smashed to pieces. The light of the runic magic disc that Merlin had obtained seemed to dim as well. With a single attack, Snake Elder had destroyed the runic magic circle that Finalo had designed. His powers went far beyond the fourth-level spellcaster persona that he had displayed. Perhaps Snake Elder was really just a fourth-level spellcaster, but once he transformed into his enormous python form, his strength was increased many times over and reached the stage of a fifth-level spellcaster, or even higher. It was not surprising that the Alpine tribe of snake people was so valued by His Royal Highness the Eighth Prince, for they had such extraordinary capabilities. Merlin was secretly on his guard as well due to this. Following the destruction of the runic magic circle, Snake Elder seemed to notice Merlin and Wizard Finalo down below. Thereafter, the gigantic python vanished without a trace, and he transformed once more into an eccentric old man dressed in a black robe. "Wizard Merlin, are you all right?" Snake Elder came down from the clouds and immediately went to Merlin. He swept his mind power hastily over Merlin and saw that he was unharmed. At this, he heaved a small sigh of relief. He had hurried so frantically because he was afraid that he would be too late. Wizard Finalo, how kind of you. You know that Wizard Merlin is an honored guest of His Royal Highness the Eighth Prince. Yet you still dared to activate the Medoir magic circle. Did you think that you can run to the other princes and disregard His Royal Highness the Eighth Prince just like that? Snake Elder's gaze was incomparably severe as it fixed firmly onto Wizard Finalo. The admonishment in his eyes was obvious. However, Wizard Finalo only opened his mouth without speaking, his face gray as ash and filled with a powerless expression. By this point, Snake Elder felt that something was wrong. He looked around him and saw that Terran City was reduced to crumbling walls and destroyed buildings. Even the gigantic solid ramparts were collapsed completely. Moreover, there used to be many spellcasters in Terran City. But now, besides Wizard Finalo, there were no other spellcasters. Wizard Finalo currently was not even wearing his robe. He stood in place like a skinny sack of bones with a forlorn and abject expression. This was a shocking difference from the strong, proud Wizard Finalo of the past. Snake Elder. Finally, it was Merlin who spoke. He fixed his calm gaze upon Wizard Finalo and said, "Snake Elder, you've come just in time. I'm about to present the Eighth Prince with a generous gift." "A generous gift?" Snake Elder frowned in doubt. "The entire Terran City." Merlin pointed toward the massive Terran city, including Count Terran, who was huddled in the corner. When Count Terran witnessed the battle between Merlin and Wizard Finalo earlier, he felt an unparalleled burst of regret. With Finalo defeated, what hope did he have left? Nonetheless, after the arrival of Snake Elder, Count Terran seemed to have regained some hope, and hastily said to Snake Elder, Terran City is willing to pledge allegiance to His Royal Highness the 8th Prince. TSSS. By now, no matter how slow Snake Elder was, he must have finally caught on. As it turned out, he had come too late indeed, except that the ending was not what he had expected but was instead Merlin's easy conquest of Terran City. Based on Wizard Finalo's exceptionally pathetic state, he had no will left to fight anymore and had surrendered everything to Merlin. Merlin had relied on his own strength to settle the matter of Terran City. Snake Elder, am also willing to pledge allegiance to His Royal Highness the 8th Prince. Wizard Finalo, upon seeing Snake Elder, said this hurriedly as well. He could feel Merlin's intention to kill him, so defecting to the 8th Prince was naturally his best fate. Burn. Before Snake Elder could speak, Merlin pointed at Wizard Finalo from a distance. Streams of white flames instantly engulfed Wizard Finalo, burning him furiously. At the moment, Wizard Finalo did not even have a robe or the runic magic disc. At best, he was at the standard of a 4th-level spellcaster. How would he be able to withstand Merlin's fiery collapse? As such, under the blaze of the white flames, Wizard Finalo's body was quickly reduced to ashes at a visible speed. Snake Elder looked toward Merlin with a complicated expression, and said nothing. Who knew what he was thinking? After a long moment, Merlin gave a slight smile, and said to Snake Elder, Terran City is the first gift that I shall present to His Royal Highness the 8th Prince. Following this, there'll be more gifts, but I'll need your help to send over someone to receive these gifts. Otherwise, I'm afraid that things will descend into inevitable chaos. After a pause, wisps of wind elemental fluctuations emerged around Merlin. Swish! Merlin immediately flew into the air, his figure twinkling as it disappeared into the distance. All that was left behind was his indifferent voice, saying, "Next, Gnome City." Wizard Bamu followed after Merlin respectfully and was gone from Terran City in the blink of an eye. After waiting for Merlin to leave, the two ugly wizards asked Snake Elder carefully, "Snake Elder, Merlin has gone on to Gnome City. His abilities are far beyond our expectations. Do we follow him?" Snake Elder cast a deep look at Merlin's disappearing figure and pondered for a moment before he gradually spoke. "It seems like even His Royal Highness the 8th Prince was mistaken. A 6th elemental spellcaster, whom the dark magic region fostered with special attention, who is known to be even more of a prodigy than Clays. How could someone like this possibly be that simple? What's more, even a spellcaster like Wizard Leo, who is well regarded by His Royal Highness the 8th Prince, has his eye on Merlin." After a pause, Snake Elder seemed to have arrived at a decision. He said in a low voice, "The both of you stay on in Terran City and take over its operations. Don't make any more mistakes. Otherwise, when you return to the clan, you'll never be allowed out again." Heh. What an unexpected bonus this is. Perhaps Wizard Merlin himself is worth our efforts of enticement. I want to head there and see how strong Merlin really is so that I can provide His Royal Highness the 8th Prince with more information to help him make a decision. A strange light twinkled in Snake Elder's eyes, and a strange monstrous force could be felt. Thereafter, he soared into the air and headed toward where Merlin had gone. "Master, Snake Elder is following behind us." Beside Merlin, Wizard Bamu spoke softly. They were currently on their way to Gnome City, which could be considered to be relatively far away. Even if they flew, they would need a good period of time. Ignore him. Merlin had already guessed that Snake Elder would follow them closely. His Royal Highness the Eighth Prince only wanted to win Wizard Leo over through Merlin, but now that Merlin had displayed his true strength, which far surpassed the estimation of His Royal Highness the Eighth Prince, Snake Elder would naturally follow behind to ascertain the truth. Nevertheless, this was also what Merlin needed. He wanted the Wilson clan to become a spellcaster clan without a hitch, a clan that had a degree of influence. Other than relying on the advantages of being in the dark magic region, it was more important that his own abilities were recognized by a majority of other spellcasters. When he had killed Weiss and Bluebird, his influence had only grown within a small circle of spellcasters. After all, only those wizards within the spellcasters' organizations who kept tabs on Ozmu would know who Bluebird and Weiss were. There were even some spellcasters who gave the credit to the dark magic region. To them, Merlin was merely a lucky one who had benefited from the privileges of being in the dark magic region and under Wizard Leo. This time, Merlin wanted to act as a dominating force, sweeping all obstacles out of the way, in order to establish his reputation and make the name of the Wilson clan one that was well known in the spellcasters' world. How far away are we from Gnome City? After flying for a long moment, Merlin felt that the Wintep magic power was almost about to give out. After all, he was flying thanks to the flying casting tool and was using up a tremendous amount of magic power. His store of magic power as a mere second-level spellcaster, of course, was no match for those spellcasters above the fourth level. Wizard Bamu thought about it for a short moment before he said, "We would still need about 1 or 2 hours before reaching Gnome City." Merlin nodded. With such a long journey ahead, he was no longer in a rush to get there. Instead, he slackened his pace and began to sort out his harvest from Terran City. His biggest harvest was undoubtedly Wizard Finalo's runic magic disc. He would just need to be adept in runes to bring out the power of the runic magic disc, and his abilities would be significantly boosted. Of course, this runic magic disc required the assistance of many spellcasters, failing which its powers would be lessened by a great degree. Bamu, how much do you understand about runes? Merlin was not adept in runes, and naturally he thought of Wizard Bamu. Wizard Bamu shook his head with a dismal expression. Master, the field of runology is deep and extensive. Most spellcasters can become very powerful simply by focusing on one field. I'm no genius, so I don't have much understanding of runology. Merlin felt rather frustrated. He wanted to give the runic magic disc to the Wilson clan as a sort of trump card so that if they encountered a strong enemy, the runic magic disc could be activated to protect the clan. However, not even Wizard Bamu was proficient in runology. Even if Merlin had the runic magic disc, he was not able to unlock its powers. It seems like in the future, when I'm selecting people with spellcaster quality in the clan, I'd have to keep an eye out for any talents in runology or alchemy. Many thoughts flashed across Merlin's mind. In order for a spellcaster clan to enjoy long-term peace and stability as well as prosper constantly, it would need the support of all sorts of talents. Who knew how long it was before Merlin lifted his head to see an immense city that had a distinct design. It looked more like a fortified stronghold. A wide stone pillar slanted into the skies, looking as if it would topple over at any time. It was a strange sight, but this was a landmark of Gnome City, something completely unique and easy to recognize. Master, we've arrived at Gnome City. Wizard Bamu looked at the peculiar city-state before him as he said in a calm tone. Chapter 318 A Demonstration of Power 2. Chapter 318 A Demonstration of Power 2. Gnome City. Merlin glanced at the strange ramparts of Gnome City. There was a world of difference between this outlandish design and the other city-states in the kingdom of Blackmoon. Snake Elder had not caught up to them yet, but Merlin knew very well that it was not because Snake Elder could not keep up with their speed. Conversely, he was hanging back on purpose, maintaining a distance far behind. It was clear that he wanted to observe Merlin's capabilities without confronting the people of Gnome City. After all, those spellcasters would recognize Snake Elder. If he recklessly showed himself, it might not bode well for the 8th prince. Well, go straight in. Anyone who is a spellcaster must die. Merlin's expression was calm, but his voice revealed a cold hard edge that would make anyone tremble in fear. Swish swish. With that, Merlin and Bamu quickly flew into Gnome City. In the luxurious house of Counts, a banquet was going on, celebrating the 60th birthday of Count Gnome. Guests came from different ranks of the aristocracy, and there were also some spellcasters dressed in their finery. My honorable lord, Wizard Toblin has arrived. A pretty female guard dressed in silver armor said to Count Gnome. There was not a single male guard in the entire banquet, only young pretty female guards with full figures. This was one of Count Gnome's greatest pleasures. He liked young pretty girls. Besides his guards, even the servants in his home, his carriage driver, and so on, consisted of beautiful maidens. Moreover, once these girls exceeded the age of 25 years, they would be fired by Count Gnome. For Count Gnome, this lewd and depraved life was his daily existence. If a day went by without any woman, he would go mad. It was also due to this that Count Gnome did not, in fact, have the people's support in Gnome City. On the contrary, many normies despised him to the core. However, no one could do anything as Count Gnome seemed to be well aware of this. He was smart enough to bring along powerful spellcasters who secretly protected him. He was adept at winning over and recruiting roaming wizards with powerful abilities, providing them with all they desired. One of these was Wizard Toblin. This 4th-level spellcaster was cruel and vicious. For the sake of his research in alchemy, he had slaughtered over 100 normies, using various inhumane methods of experimentation on them. He was even hunted down by some spellcasters, but narrowly escaped to Gnome City and was enlisted under Count Gnome's command. He became Gnome City's strongest spellcaster, and also served as the Count's right-hand man. Har, quick, invite Wizard Toblin to come in. Count Gnome quickly said to the guard. Following that, Wizard Toblin, who was dressed in a black and gray robe, came into the hall and bowed slightly before Count Gnome. My honorable lord, I've arrived late today, but it was to prepare some potions. This potion would boost one's physique, and would even work well with normies. As he spoke, Wizard Toblin brought out a small vial of black potion and handed it to Count Gnome. Count Gnome's eyes brightened. Of course, he understood what Wizard Toblin meant when he said boost one's physique. Count Gnome was not a spellcaster. He was only a normal elemental swordsman. His long years of a lewd and depraved existence had weakened his body. A large majority of the powerful spellcasters he recruited were apothecaries who were skilled in brewing potions. It was by relying on the potions frequently made by these spellcasters that he was able to live unhealthily until now. Har, how considerate of you, Wizard Toblin. Please have a seat. I'll show everyone how it's done today at this banquet. Count Gnome appeared to be in good spirits. After he accepted the potion, he consumed it impatiently with the help of a female guard. After he had taken the potion, the eyes of Count Gnome glazed over and he seemed to be completely at ease. Ignoring the presence of others, he pulled a tall and slim female guard who was standing beside him onto his lap. The guard's face did not change, as if this was not the first time something like this had happened. Yet, as she stared at Count Gnome and Wizard Toblin, she could not conceal the glint of disgust and loathing in her eyes. Not bad, not bad. Wizard Toblin, your potions are getting better and better. Soon enough, Count Gnome clapped his hands and stood up once more. His face, which was somewhat pale before, was now rose-colored, and he was also in vigorous spirits. It was obviously the effects of the potion that he took. Wizard Toblin gave a faint smile and was about to say something when he suddenly seemed to notice something. Wind shackles. Swish! In the split second that Wizard Toblin raised his hand, the female guard, who was initially meek and resigned next to Count Gnome, suddenly drew out a white dagger and thrust it straight toward Count Gnome. Slash! The female guard was quick, and the dagger viciously cut across Count Gnome's chest. However, it was merely a scratch, for the blade of the dagger only broke the skin of Count Gnome's chest, after which a strong gust of wind element restricted the movements of the female guard. This was the spell cast by Wizard Toblin, saving Count Gnome's life once again. The entire banquet became incomparably silent. Everyone stared at the sullen face of Count Gnome in fear and dread. It was not the first time something like this had happened, but every time it did, it meant that some people in Gnome City would be killed off by the heartless Count Gnome. Damn it, Philander, why did you try to kill me? Count Gnome roared at the female guard in rage. The female guard glared at Count Gnome spitefully with a cold smile. Heh, Count Gnome, I've wanted to kill you long ago. Look at everyone around you. Is there no one who would not want to kill you? Fate is unkind, you're not dead yet. Har har, kill me then, at least I'll be free at last. Count Gnome's chest was heaving unsteadily, and he appeared to be furious. He pointed at the female guard and said darkly, heh heh, it's not that easy to die. However, your clan will suffer along with you for your foolish action. Go, capture everyone in Philinder's clan, and let no one go free. Many guards came in from the outside and ruthlessly dragged the female guard away. I'm willing to pay any price, and I pray for the devil to appear now and kill the heartless Gnome, saving the entire Gnome City. Her anguished cries echoed in the castle, but there was no devil in this world. Even if there was, no devil would be able to fulfill her wish. That's enough. Carry on with the celebration. The female guard's expulsion from the banquet was only a small snag in the evening. Soon enough, Count Gnome had recovered his good spirits and had summoned another pretty female guard, carrying on with the banquet within the castle. Bang! Just as the banquet had resumed its festivities, it was interrupted abruptly by a loud sound. Furthermore, this time, the large doors of the castle was shattered instantly. Solid rock pieces scattered everywhere and fell to the ground. The aristocrats in the hall were frightened out of their wits and retreated to the back, their eyes fixed upon the doorway. There, two unfamiliar figures appeared, and one of them was holding onto the female guard who had been dragged out. "I'm no devil, but I can fulfill your wish." The young man who held the female guard gave a strange smirk as he said softly to the female guard, "Swoosh." As soon as the young man spoke, Wizard Toblin immediately stood up and appeared beside Count Ginomi in a flash. He said in a low voice, "My lord, these are powerful spellcasters. You should withdraw for now." Wizard Toblin was evidently able to perceive the threat that the two newcomers posed, and his face appeared very solemn. Count Ginomi was somewhat distressed, but he remained relatively calm, having faith in Wizard Toblin's capabilities. Therefore, he gave a slight nod. "Wizard Toblin, you should be careful as well. I'll go and summon all the spellcasters within the castle now." "Humph, they dare to break into my castle. No matter who they are, they must pay a heavy price." With that, Count Ginomi began to evacuate from the castle under the protection of some guards and spellcasters. "Do you think you can leave?" The calm gaze of the young man fixed upon Count Ginomi, his face full of mockery. Following that, he began to walk toward Count Ginomi step by step in a leisurely manner. "I don't know which spellcaster you are, but I'm Wizard Toblin. Perhaps there's some misunderstanding between you and Count Ginomi. Whatever request you have, my lord will surely fulfill them." Wizard Toblin also walked forward a few steps and stood in front of Count Ginomi. His comfortable life in Ginomi City was inseparable from Count Ginomi's trust in him. Thus, no matter what, he would first need to ensure that Count Ginomi would live. "Toblin, that's right. Yeah, I'll be the first to die. Remember my name, Wilson Merlin." This young man was Merlin, who had hurried from Terran City to Ginomi City. Realizing that the spellcaster before him was Toblin, the smile tugging at his lips turned icy. During Merlin's investigation, he discovered that Wizard Toblin of Ginomi City was one of those who went to Wilson Castle back then. If Snake Elder and the rest, who were sent by His Royal Highness the 8th Prince, had not made it in time, Wilson Castle might no longer exist. Merlin of the dark magic region, so, it's you, so, what if you've come back?" Upon hearing that the young spellcaster before him was Merlin, Wizard Toblin's eyes flashed with a malicious light. He knew that Merlin, having come all the way back, would not just let the matter rest. Perhaps it would be troublesome to kill Merlin, but not killing him would lead to even greater trouble. Therefore, even if Toblin was apprehensive about the dark magic region's retaliation, he would not hesitate now that Merlin had come here. Boom! A violent gale whistled as it swept toward Merlin. This was a 4th-level spell which was strong enough to crush any defensive powers into dust. Merlin could not even be bothered to look at the blustering gale. Instead, he extended a hand, pressing forward slightly with his fingers. Fiery collapse. The white flames began burning furiously right away. Any defensive forces in the path of these flames were swept aside. Wizard Toblin did not even have time to cast a spell before his body was engulfed in the white flames. The blaze vanished quickly, but Wizard Toblin's figure had also completely disappeared without a trace. Wizard Toblin, whom Count Ginomi had seen as his support, who was a powerful 4th-level spellcaster, could not even withstand one attack from Merlin. "As for all of you, die as well." Merlin looked toward the aristocrats in the hall. Everything these people did filled Merlin with loathing. He was not someone who would kill normies, but Count Ginomi's behavior earlier had disgusted him to the core, and there was a tyrannical mood within him that he needed to unleash. Whiz whiz whiz. Endless flames flew from Merlin and swallowed the entire castle. Regardless of whether they were aristocrats or spellcasters, they were rapidly turned to ashes upon the lightest touch of the white flames. There were no pitiful cries, no stench of blood, and there was not even an atmosphere of chaos and disorder. Yet anyone who witnessed this scene with their own eyes would feel a throbbing in their chest. Even the female guard, who had earlier descended into despair and did not hesitate to pray for the devil, could only stare blankly at the raging flames before her eyes without uttering a word. "Wizard Merlin, stop this right now." At this moment, a rather anxious voice rang in Merlin's ear. Chapter 319 Conclusion and a Moment of Peace. Chapter 319 Conclusion and a Moment of Peace. At last, Snake Elder had appeared, yet when he saw the empty castle before his eyes, he was slightly bewildered. He wore a complicated expression, and wanted to speak but hesitated to do so. "Wizard Merlin, kill those spellcasters if you like. A spellcaster like Toblin should be killed off anyway, but as for normies, especially Count Gnome, His Royal Highness the 8th Prince still needs them to oversee the affairs of Gnome City. Now that he's dead, I'm afraid that Gnome City will descend into momentary chaos." Snake Elder did not think that Merlin would act so fast, alongside having such an appetite for murder. He did not even let a normie like Count Gnome get away. "Snake Elder, you're too late. As for Gnome City, I believe that you'll take care of it. This is the second gift. Following this, there's still a third gift." With that, Merlin prepared to leave. Just then, the female guard who had been in a daze finally recovered from her shock and quickly stepped forward to kneel before Merlin. "Honorable Sir Wizard, please take me on." "Take you on? Aren't you from Gnome City? Why not go back to your clan?" Merlin stared at the female guard and questioned doubtfully. He had overheard her words earlier and gained a vague understanding of the situation here, which was why he was intent on killing Count Gnome. A dismal look appeared on the female guard's face as she said softly, "Honorable Sir Wizard, my name is Philander. It's true that I'm from Gnome City, but I can't go back to my clan. What's more, you'll never want to come back to Gnome City. Please take me on, sir. I'm even willing serve as an ordinary servant." Philander was not reluctant to leave Gnome City at all. The most unfortunate part of her past happened here, and it was her desperation toward her reality that drove her to make an attempt on Count Gnome's life despite risking everything. Although she had failed, Merlin's appearance had allowed her to live on. It was natural that she did not want to stay in Gnome City. Snake Elder carefully sized up Philander. After a long moment, he spoke suddenly, "Wizard Merlin, you should take her on. Aren't you planning to establish the Wilson clan as a spellcaster clan? She has some spellcaster quality. Although it's nothing to shout about, it shouldn't be a problem for her to become an entrance-level spellcaster if you're willing to nurture her. Moreover, spellcasters who are brought up in this manner would be most loyal to the clan." Merlin felt a slight jolt in his heart. He had not paid close attention before this. Now, after Snake Elder's reminder, he noticed upon a closer observation that Philander had spellcaster quality. People who had spellcaster quality were far too rare. Even Merlin's children, Celier and Conction, did not have spellcaster quality. Just as Snake Elder had said, now was merely the beginning for the Wilson clan to become a spellcaster clan. It was at this time that they would need a large number of spellcasters. Spellcasters who were slowly cultivated by the clan would be the most loyal ones. In front of him, Philander, who had no affection left for Gnome City, was a suitable candidate. Perhaps he would need to spend some resources on Philander to turn her into an entrance-level spellcaster, but Merlin had spent the past few days killing countless spellcasters and had obtained endless resources. Spending a little of that to cultivate Philander was really nothing much. "Philander, I agree to take you on, but not as a servant. As for the specific details, I'll find you and let you know after I've returned to Wilson Castle." After a pause, Merlin turned his gaze toward Snake Elder, and said in a low voice, "Snake Elder, if I could trouble you to arrange for someone to send Philander back to Wilson Castle." "Har, not a problem. I'll do my best to find someone to send her back," Snake Elder promised lightheartedly. Merlin did not say much else and quickly flew away from Gnome City with Wizard Bamu. Besides Terran City and Gnome City, Merlin had a third target, Fanner City, which was also the third gift that Merlin was about to present to His Royal Highness the 8th Prince. Fanner City was not far away from Gnome City. Therefore, when Gnome City fell under a single attack by Merlin, Fanner City soon received news of the incident. Furthermore, they had heard that even Terran City, which was the strongest of them all, was successfully invaded by Merlin. Thus, the spellcasters of Fanner City had no way of remaining calm. Even Count Fanner was burning with anxiety as he tried incessantly to formulate a countermeasure. In the end, Fanner City decided to put up no resistance and go along with whatever Merlin asked of them. No matter how demanding his requests were, Fanner City would be willing to accept them. At this point, Count Fanner was full of immeasurable regret. If only he had pledged allegiance to any one of their royal highnesses the princes in the beginning, he would not end up like this today. One of the consequences of maintaining neutrality was that he would receive no powerful protection. Swish, swish. Two figures quickly descended from above Fanner City. It was Merlin and Wizard Bamu. "Wizard Merlin, I've been waiting here for a long time. These are all the spellcasters of Fanner City who attacked Wilson Castle in the past. Other than 4th-level spellcaster Wizard Sternine, who had escaped and vanished without a trace the moment he heard of the rumors. The rest of these spellcasters are under my control, and will do whatever you say." Count Fanner waved a hand, and 5 of 6 spellcasters were pushed forward. They appeared to be under some sort of control so they could not cast any spells. An expression of dread hung over their faces. Thereafter, Count Fanner said nothing else. He felt powerless as well. He had handed over these spellcasters without resistance and lowered his own status only because he was afraid. Merlin's previous action in Gnome City had made Count Fanner afraid. Countless spellcasters, even Count Gnome, were burned to ashes. It could be said that Gnome City was completely done for. What would happen next to the city-state had been determined. It would fall under the 8th Prince and be firmly controlled by him. No longer would it be linked to the Gnome clan. Merlin's violent ferocity throughout his journey had induced a chill in Count Fanner's heart. He would not dare to resist, and could only lower his own status, allowing Merlin to do as he liked. Perhaps he had a chance of surviving in this manner. Looking at Count Fanner standing before him, Merlin's intent to kill diminished substantially. Throughout this whole process, he had slaughtered far too many people. Nonetheless, there was a reason for this, which was to establish the name of the Wilson clan, as well as Merlin's position as a powerful spellcaster, so he was not merely known as a prodigious spellcaster from the dark magic region. Now, Fanner City had given up on resisting him even before he had arrived. This meant that Merlin's objective of establishing reputation had been achieved. Merlin's current reputation was terrifying and impressive. After this, anyone who bothered with the Wilson clan would have to carefully consider Merlin's furious retaliation instead of the dark magic region's stance. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Merlin splayed his fingers, and streams of white flames flew out rapidly, turning the spellcasters under Count Fanner's control into ashes. Merlin would not be merciful in the slightest toward these spellcasters who had attacked Wilson Castle before. Seeing that Merlin had burned these spellcasters just like that, Count Fanyar could not help but begin trembling all over. Merlin's decision was still unclear, so he did not know what was in store for him. Swish! Another figure flew in from the distance. It was Snake Elder, who had been following behind Merlin. Upon seeing Count Fanyar, Snake Elder nodded approvingly. Nevertheless, he did not say anything. Only Merlin could decide how this would be handled. After a few rounds of close observation, Snake Elder now saw Merlin as a powerful spellcaster who was on the same level as him. Therefore, there was naturally a shift in his attitude. Perhaps Wizard Leo was the main target of the Eighth Prince's enticement, but Merlin's current capabilities meant that he was worthy of enticement as well, instead of merely being a means by which the Eighth Prince could approach Wizard Leo. This was the most direct change in Snake Elder's attitude toward Merlin. After a long moment of consideration, Merlin gradually raised his head and said to Snake Elder, Fanyar City is the third gift that I present to His Royal Highness the Eighth Prince Count Fanyar. What do you think? Seeing that Merlin was looking at him, Count Fanyar felt a jolt in his heart and nodded hurriedly. Wizard Merlin is right. From this day onward, the entire Fanyar City will accept the orders and assignments of His Royal Highness the Eighth Prince. Har, Wizard Merlin, your third gift is not a small one. I shall report this faithfully to His Royal Highness the Eighth Prince. I believe that His Royal Highness the Eighth Prince would be very grateful toward Wizard Merlin. A burst of glee sprang up in Snake Elder's heart. The Eighth Prince's influence in the south was not that strong, but now he had obtained Terran City, Gnome City, in addition to the undamaged Fanyar City. These three city-states were closely linked to each other and could be combined into one along with Prakash City and Lebis City. With this, His Royal Highness the Eighth Prince's influence in the south would have swelled many times over in a short period of time. This was indeed a gargantuan gift. Snake Elder, the three gifts have been delivered. I'll head back to Wilson Castle first. Merlin's three main targets had been achieved, and his objective was accomplished as well. The name of Wilson Merlin would spread rapidly among the roaming wizards, setting up a solid foundation for when he would develop the Wilson clan into a spellcaster clan in the future. Snake Elder nodded. You might not have to wait much longer before news from His Royal Highness the Eighth Prince would arrive. Merlin understood Snake Elder's implicit meaning. This was so that he would not be in a hurry to leave Wilson Castle, for the Eighth Prince still wanted to meet with Merlin regarding important matters. For at least half a year, I'll be in Wilson Castle. After giving it some thought, Merlin replied softly. He needed to develop the Wilson clan into a spellcaster clan. This effort would require a great amount of his time and energy. Even with Wizard Bamu's assistance, Merlin's presence was needed in Wilson Castle. Bamu, let's go back to Wilson Castle. Merlin bid Snake Elder farewell and quickly hurried toward Wilson Castle along with Wizard Bamu. Chapter 320 Conclusion and a Moment of Peace. Chapter 320 Conclusion and a Moment of Peace. Roman 2. Croak, 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 croak. It had just drizzled. A few frogs leaped out from the pond, taking turns to croak, disturbing the tranquility of Wilson Castle. Karais, dressed in a long, pure white skirt, was playing with Celia in the hall, but her mind seemed to be somewhere else. Occasionally, she would look out from the hall. It's been so many days. Why isn't Merlin back yet? Has something happened to him? Karais was somewhat concerned. Avril had gone to rest, leaving Karais alone waiting in the hall. As more time passed, she became more and more anxious. This time, Merlin had left suddenly. Although he explained briefly that it was to resolve some matter of the Wilson clan, he did not specify what the matter was. Not even old Wilson knew what it was. Avril was still her same old innocent and carefree self, not worried about anything. Still, Karais kept on worrying deep down. She remembered that the last time Wilson Castle was threatened, the attackers were not normies, but were instead powerful spellcasters. If Snake Elder had not hurried over, Wilson Castle would have been in grave danger. Therefore, Karais guessed that Merlin's current departure from Wilson Castle had something to do with the spellcasters who had invaded Wilson Castle previously. Karais's understanding of spellcasters was even better than old Wilson's. After all, she was from the royal family of light, so she knew exactly how terrifying spellcasters could be. Rumble. In the skies outside the castle, a thunderclap crashed fiercely, scaring Celia until she howled in tears. Following the rumbling of the thunder, it began to rain heavily outside. As she saw how dark it was getting, Karais estimated that it was too late and that Merlin would not be coming back today. Thus she brought Celia along as she prepared to retire for the night. Creak! The large doors of the castle were slowly pushed open, and a figure rushed in from outside, still dripping with rain and looking rather fallen. Karais, you're not yet asleep at this hour. This figure was Merlin, who had rushed back to the castle. Although he and Wizard Bam were both very quick, they only made it back to the castle by late night. Moreover, they had encountered the rain, and their robes were soaked through. Merlin, are you all right? Upon seeing Merlin drenched in rain, a smile spread across Karais's face. Thereafter, she hastily called for a servant girl to bring a set of clean, dry clothes for Merlin. Celia, greet your father. When Merlin was not paying attention, Karais quietly told Celia. Celia blinked her wide eyes lightly and looked at Merlin somewhat shyly. Nonetheless, after Karais's urging, Celia cried out in a soft voice, Father, I hear that you're a great spellcaster. Can you also create fireballs like Grandpa Hill? Merlin was slightly taken aback. It was the first time he had heard Celia call him father, and an indescribable warmth spread in his chest. Without realizing it, he had come into this world with a wife and a kid. He now belonged completely to this world. The Grandpa Hill that Celia spoke of must be that black-robed old man. During these few years that Merlin was not around, the black-robed old man would come to the castle when he had time and had become familiar with Celia and Conchin. It might be that, in Celia's eyes, being able to create fireballs was enough to become a great spellcaster. Of course, I can create not only one, but many fireballs. Merlin knelt down and looked deeply at Celia. Following that, he pointed lightly with one finger, and 5 small fireballs instantly appeared in the surrounding air. The 5 fireballs floated quietly in midair, burning with a scorching temperature. However, under Merlin's control, they would not hurt Celia and Karais in the slightest. It's really fireballs, and these are bigger than the ones Grandpa Hill created, and prettier too. Farther, I want to become a great spellcaster too in the future and create these pretty fireballs. Celia longed for the future when she would become a great spellcaster and create these pretty fireballs. Merlin gently pinched Celia's smooth cheeks. At this moment, there was only a warm, fuzzy feeling left in his heart. The tyrannical mood induced in him by the repeated slaughtering of the past few days vanished without a trace. All right, clever Celia. In the future, you're sure to become a great spellcaster. Merlin gave a rare smile, yet Karais looked on with a complicated expression. Celia had no spellcaster quality at all, so she was destined to never become a spellcaster. Karais, has my father gone to rest? Merlin stood up and looked toward the second floor of the castle as he asked softly. Karais shook her head slightly. Although he doesn't say it, your father is in fact worried about you as well. Every day he would stay up very late. He should still be awake now. Take Celia to bed first. I have something to discuss with father. With that, Merlin headed toward old Wilson's room. Father. Merlin came to old Wilson's room. As expected, he saw that the room was still bright with candlelight. Merlin. Old Wilson opened the door in a hurry. Upon seeing Merlin outside, his face finally relaxed as he sighed in relief. It was just as Karais said. Although old Wilson did not display his anxiety openly, he was in fact worried about Merlin deep down. How was it, those spellcasters? Old Wilson could not wait any longer to inquire about this. Although he did not know exactly why Merlin had left the castle, he could make a rough guess. Merlin laughed. Everything's fine now. From today onward, no one will look down on the Wilson clan. Even though Merlin spoke calmly, his voice revealed his obvious confidence. Old Wilson knew that based on Merlin's expression, he had properly dealt with the matter. The previous crisis faced by Wilson Castle would not happen again. Nonetheless, old Wilson still had some concerns, but he could not bring himself to voice them as he looked at Merlin. Old Wilson was no longer the overbearing person he used to be in Blackwater City. Perhaps it was because old Wilson had seen many spellcasters in the kingdom of Blackman. Perhaps, after experiencing the crisis faced by Wilson Castle, he learned that despite having cultivated the postures on the mysterious relief sculptures and becoming a powerful intermediate elemental swordsman, he was still comparatively weak and puny. Merlin, what happened before was too dangerous. Thus only you in the Wilson clan who's a spellcaster. Old Wilson was also thinking about the Wilson clan's future. If they were an average clan, the Wilson clan could continue to prosper by relying on old Wilson's formidable strength, in addition to the heavy armored knights he trained by himself. However, Merlin was now a spellcaster, so the Wilson clan was burdened with a label of spellcaster. It was impossible to be an ordinary clan even if that was what they wanted. Merlin gradually turned solemn, and he said seriously, "Father, I've come back to discuss the Wilson clan with you. You might have noticed that the Wilson clan is no longer a common clan. Therefore, I've decided to develop the Wilson clan into a spellcaster clan." Spellcaster clan. Old Wilson pondered about this for a moment before he said delightedly, "Merlin, you're the one who holds the highest title in the Wilson clan. You're not just a spellcaster, you're also Viscount Merlin. You have full authority to take charge of the clan. Since you've come up with this plan, I'll support it wholeheartedly. Although I don't have much of an understanding of spellcasters, I know that it's rare to find someone with spellcaster quality. Without spellcaster quality, it's impossible to become a spellcaster. So far, in the Wilson clan, only young Cole has spellcaster quality. How do we develop into a spellcaster clan like this?" Spellcaster quality was a huge problem. The Wilson clan's population was far too small. In particular, there were only 3 direct descendants: Celia, Conction, and Cole. Still, a spellcaster clan did not need to rely absolutely on blood relations for its members. Many spellcaster clans, in their beginning stages, had to recruit outsiders who had spellcaster quality in order to build up their clan. If they could nurture a few powerful spellcasters, Then, with the passage of time, a clan would gradually become a spellcaster clan as it slowly stabilized. In the end, it would be passed down to future generations in an unbroken cycle. This was what Merlin had decided to do. He had taken in the female guard Philander in Gnome City with this plan in mind. However, there was also a hidden risk. Perhaps, after investing a huge amount of resources in them, the spellcasters who were nurtured might decide to leave the clan without any intention of returning. Instances of this could be found anywhere. Therefore, in order to recruit outsiders with spellcaster quality, one must have some sort of binding power. Signing a contract would be the best choice. Our contract paper, that's no small amount of expenditure. Merlin was somewhat troubled. Before this, when he was alone, he even thought that elemental crystal stones were not that useful. However, once he planned on developing the Wilson clan into a spellcaster clan, all sort of problems began to crop up. Recruiting outsiders with spellcaster quality was quite a feasible plan. And once they signed a contract, there was no need to fear that they would betray the clan after becoming a spellcaster. Nonetheless, contract paper was extremely expensive. Merlin dimly recalled that in the resource tower, one could exchange for contract paper. It was just that the number of contribution points required was far too many. One cheat cost at least over 100 contribution points. Furthermore, this was merely an average contract paper. If Merlin wanted to sign a contract paper of the highest grade, it would be more expensive. Even if he decided to recruit only 10 people with spellcaster quality, this meant that he would need at least 10 sheets of contract paper if he wanted them to sign one. If he exchanged for it in the resource tower, it would cost him 1,000 contribution points. Not even a 4th-level spellcaster, who could build an individual tower in the dark magic region, might necessarily be able to hand over so many contribution points. Merlin gave the matter some thought. Even though it was expensive, contract paper was something necessary. It seemed like he would need to find some time to return to the dark magic region to exchange for some contract paper. It was already dark outside, for it was midnight. Thus, Merlin did not further discuss the matter with old Wilson, but took his leave. At first, Merlin thought about checking in on Philander. Ever since he requested Snake Elder to send her back here, Merlin had not known if she was doing well in Wilson Castle. She was an important step in Merlin's plans. In the starting phase of the Wilson clan's development into a spellcaster clan, Merlin would need to focus his efforts in nurturing anyone who had spellcaster quality. "I'll take a look tomorrow." After he thought about it, Merlin decided to head back to his room. Chapter 321 The Process of Data Integration I. Chapter 321 The Process of Data Integration I. Karais. Merlin returned to his room and saw that Karais was still waking up for him. Although she forced a smile, she seemed to have a load on her mind. "Celia's sleeping now, Merlin." Karais wanted to say more but did not say anything else ultimately. Merlin had a vague idea of what she wanted to say. It was likely that when they were in the hall, Celia's naive dream of becoming a spellcaster had stirred up her worries. Merlin came before Karais, his sharp eyes fixing upon her as he said softly, "Karais, you worry too much about things. So, what if Celia has no way of becoming a spellcaster when she grows up? She'll have children, perhaps her descendants will have spellcaster quality. What's more, I'm a powerful spellcaster now. Barring anything unexpected, I shall be able to protect the Wilson clan for hundreds of years." With me around, Celia can live a good life in her short, decades-long lifespan. Karise could sense how caring Merlin was from his manner of speaking. She gently grasped his large hand and felt her heart settled down quietly. It was true, Merlin was now a powerful spellcaster and could live for hundreds of years. Even when Celia or Conch's children had passed away, Merlin would still be alive. With Merlin around, the Wilson clan would have enough time to expand slowly. Nevertheless, Karise was just a normie woman, so her child was still her priority. Seeing that Karise did not utter a word and remained reticent, Merlin felt rather helpless. He was no longer a normie, so he had no way of understanding Karise's way of thinking. It could be said that Merlin's thinking was now worlds apart from the mindsets of Karise, Avril, and old Wilson. Merlin could take more than a century to think deeply about a matter, but normies were unlikely to live over 100 years. After a moment of thinking, Merlin shook his head powerlessly and lightly stroked Karise's long, soft hair. He said softly, "We still have a long time together. Haven't you always wanted another child?" Karise's breathing became heavy, and their figures quickly rolled over and became entangled. There was no sound save for their intermittent moans and pants. The next day, Merlin asked around and discovered that Philander had been sent to Wilson Castle 2 days ago. At the moment, she was staying alone in a guest room. Philander. Merlin had found her. Gone were the sorrows that had haunted this pretty female guard back when she was in Gnome City. Now, she seemed to burst with vigor. It looked like she was suited for life in Wilson Castle. "Oh, it's Sir Viscount." Philander had a book in her hand and was reading with keen interest. Upon seeing that it was Merlin, she stood up hurriedly and bowed respectfully. By now, she had learned of Merlin's identity as the Viscount of Prakash City. "No need to be nervous. I've come today to see how you find life in Wilson Castle. Have you gotten used to it?" Upon seeing Philander's stiff movements, Merlin broke out into a knowing smile. "Sir Viscount, life in Wilson Castle is good, and there's nothing that I can't get used to. Still, Sir Viscount, I would like to learn some spellcaster knowledge as soon as I can." After Philander finished speaking, she looked at Merlin, full of hope and expectation. From the corner of his eye, Merlin saw that the book which Philander was so engrossed in was an introductory book on spellcasters. He did not know where she found it. In the kingdom of Black Moon, spellcasters were many and commonly seen, but books on spellcasters were relatively rare. He saw that Philander could wait no longer to become a spellcaster. However, her spellcaster quality and even her mind power were lacking, being even less than Merlin's mind power when he was starting out. Furthermore, creating a spell model was not something that could be done in a short time. Philander did not have the knowledge of spellcasters, and it would take a long time to impart knowledge about creating spells to her. You can construct a spell model for now. It's not realistic for you to become a spellcaster yet, but you can start learning some spellcaster knowledge. How's this? I'll ask Wizard Bamu to teach you. Merlin thought of Wizard Bamu. Most spellcasters' organizations would not be so extravagant as to send a magnificent and powerful 7th-level spellcaster to teach the basic knowledge of spellcasters. However, to Merlin, Wizard Bamu was the best candidate. Moreover, as of now, Wizard Bamu was the only spellcaster in the Wilson clan besides Merlin. Swish! Soon enough, Wizard Bamu arrived at Merlin's side, asking respectfully, "Master, what are your orders?" Merlin pointed at Philander. "Bamu, Philander has spellcaster quality. Although she can't construct spells for now, you can teach her some spellcaster knowledge so that she has a foundation. Bam's face shifted slightly, and he felt unwilling. Although it was rather dismal that her 7th-level spellcaster had to do something like this, Wizard Bam was now Merlin's slave. Even if he was unwilling, he could only agree. Master, I shall devote myself to teaching Philander. What field of knowledge should I start with? It seemed like Wizard Bamu had never had a student before. Although he had deep and extensive knowledge, he did not know where to begin to teach. After all, spellcasters had inherited a large amount of knowledge which encompassed all the fields. Constructing spells was only a small part of it. Teach Philander the fundamentals first, then you may explain to her using your own judgment some knowledge on runology, potions, or alchemy. See which field she has an affinity for, after which we can focus on that in her learning. Merlin thought about it for a moment before deciding to see which field Philander was skilled at. With Philander's spellcaster quality, it was difficult for her to become a first-level spellcaster. However, if she had a gift in some other field, like runology, potions, or alchemy, then they could prioritize that in her education. The Wilson clan was just starting out and would need all sorts of spellcasters. For instance, in runology, Merlin had just obtained Wizard Finalo's runic magic disc in Terran City, which only a spellcaster who was proficient in runology could use. Neither Merlin nor Wizard Bamu was proficient in runology. Thus, even if he had the runic magic disc, he had no way of using it. Thus, a spellcaster clan should expand in a comprehensive manner, with spellcasters in all fields. Letting Wizard Bamu teach Philander was merely the first step. Bamu knew a little of runology and potions, so teaching an entrance-level spellcaster was not her problem. If they were to go deeper, they would need someone with a systematic knowledge of the field. The Wilson clan had just started out, yet it was already so challenging. At times, Merlin felt like he did not have enough energy. Would it not be even more taxing on him in the future? As he thought about this, Merlin left Philander to Wizard Bamu and went to find a quiet room. He began to sort out his harvest from his period of repeated massacres. First, it was the rings. Merlin had obtained too many rings that might serve as the Wilson clan's reserves. Merlin had not meticulously looked through the contents of all the rings. The owners of these rings were mostly roaming wizards who were not wealthy. Thus, there were not many elemental crystal stones in the rings. Mostly, there were only 0th-level and 1st-level spells, with the occasional 2nd-level and 3rd-level spells. As for spells above the 4th level, there were far too few of those. Merlin did not care much for these spells. The complete spells passed on to him in the dark magic region, and even the spells within the never-ending book were far superior to the spells of these roaming wizards. Merlin even decided not to keep these spells in the Wilson clan. Spells were a fundamental aspect. However, some of the roaming wizards' spells were totally flawed, created through the careless derivations and repeated repairs of these roaming wizards. In truth, these spells harbored great defects within them, and if one constructed them by force, one would end up like the black-robed old man. Even if the spells were successfully constructed, it would cause the spell models to be destabilized, and one would have to suffer from an unstable spell model for the rest of their lives. Therefore, Merlin had decided on a few first-rate spells. Although certain spells of the dark magic region must not be divulged so easily, the spells in the never-ending book were relatively decent and could be used as the Wilson clan's reserve of spells. As for the many spells belonging to these roaming wizards, Merlin did not plan on wasting them. For Merlin, All these numerous spells only had one function, which was to populate the matrix database. Matrix, record all these spell models. Merlin immediately started up the matrix. Instantly, the matrix began to scan and record each of the spell models. The high number of spells was enough to populate the matrix database. Merlin had always had a plan for when the matrix database was populated. When the number and types of spells were sufficient, he would use the matrix process of data integration in hopes that it would be able to derive new spells, just like those 7th-level spellcasters who derived new spells which were suitable for spellcasters. Once a spellcaster reached the 7th level, they would need to derive and construct a new spell model themselves, one that no one had ever used before. Only by doing so could they become a 7th-level spellcaster. Wizard Leo was hindered at this step, thus he was unable to become a 7th-level spellcaster no matter what. However, it was not just 7th-level spellcasters who were able to derive new spells. During the spellcasters' most glorious era, a few genuinely genius spellcasters were already using spells they constructed themselves as they constructed 4th-level spells. That was what true genius was, to be able to shine brightly even in the golden age of spellcasters. It was just like the Master of the Flame maxim that Merlin had obtained, the legend Nicolar. When he was a 4th-level spellcaster, he was able to kill a 7th-level spellcaster. Merlin suspected that it might be possible that the legend Nicolar was long able to derive his own spells. Thus, Merlin had in fact been hard at work, trying to populate the matrix database. It was only a shame that, after so many years, the database was still lacking. Perhaps to most spellcasters, this number of spells was already a considerable harvest. However, if he wanted to carry out the process of data integration, he would need thousands or even tens of thousands of data to act as the foundation, and in order to carry out the most basic functions of operation and derivation. At the moment, the database of the matrix consisted of not more than 200 spells, and most of these were 0-level spells. These were the many spells that Merlin had obtained after he had killed innumerable spellcasters. Actually, I could give it a shot and see if the matrix is able to carry out the process of data integration and derive a new spell. After Merlin had populated the matrix database with all the spells, he felt some anticipation. Although a few hundred spells were still a long way from thousands of spells, perhaps he might gain something unexpected. Trying his luck, Merlin gave the order to the matrix. Following that, he stayed in the room, silently waiting for the results from the matrix. Chapter 322 Data Integration Process A. Chapter 322 Data Integration Process Roman 2. The data integration process was an extremely complex operation. With the computing power of the matrix, it would be able to complete even the most complex operations in an instant. However, besides calculation, the data integration process included the derivation of new spells. Even with the foundation of a large database, a long time was required to complete the process. 1 hour, 2 hours. Merlin had been looking out for any changes in the matrix. However, a few hours had passed, yet the matrix did not change in the slightest. This meant that the data integration process was still ongoing. Beep. Task failed. The data in the database is severely lacking. Please continue after the database is populated. At last, after 5 hours, the matrix produced a result. However, it was a failure. A mere 200 or so spells were far too few to act as a database. It has failed again. Merlin shook his head forlornly. Even if he had been expecting this, he was still feeling sorry that it had failed. The Matrix needed its database to be populated with a minimum of more than 1,000 spells in order to derive new spells. Furthermore, this was merely a possibility. At that point, the outcome would differ significantly based on the level, type, and so on, of the newly derived spells. The more powerful a spell was, the larger the database that was needed. Merlin had come into this world for so long and had used various methods to obtain the spells of roaming wizards, and some from the dark magic region, in addition to the spells from the never-ending book. Yet, in total, he had only 200 or so spells. It was far too difficult to obtain over 1,000 spells. The resource tower must have countless spells, but it would need to be exchanged with contribution points. Even if Merlin had over 10,000 contribution points each year, using them solely to exchange for spells would be far too costly and extravagant. He would need to stick to beginner spells in order to save on the cost. Besides, the ability of the Matrix to derive new spells through the data integration process was merely Merlin's assumption. Whether or not it would succeed or could derive new spells, and what would those spells be, questions like these, and more, were still unresolved. As long as the database was not populated, not even Merlin would know the answers. Merlin did not want to think about the problem of populating the Matrix database. It was impossible to complete it in a short time. He would slowly accumulate spells, and if there was no other way, Merlin could use his contribution points to exchange for spells in the resource tower. This was the worst-case scenario, used only as a last resort. Merlin did not want to use his precious contribution points to exchange for some spells just to populate the Matrix database. After he shut down the Matrix, Merlin began to examine his own condition. The flame maxim in his awareness was still unchanged as it continued to suppress fiery collapse. As for fiery collapse, although it was forcibly combined with spells, as of now no aberrations had occurred yet. Conversely, Merlin was very satisfied with its strength. As he slaughtered his way from Terran City to Fanner City, he was nearly invincible. Even the strongest of them, Wizard Finalo, was no match for Merlin. Merlin's strongest spell was Darkness Heart merged with a Darkness-type spell. However, if his opponent had powerful mind power and avoided being caught in the illusion of the Darkness-type spell, he would still need to attack with his formidable Pandora Demon ability. Fiery Collapse, when forcibly combined with spells using the Flame Maxim, rapidly grew in might, and was comparable to a powerful 5th-level spell. At the moment, Merlin's greatest strength was the spells which had been merged with Fiery Collapse and Darkness Heart. They were almost a match for a powerful spell caster at the 5th level. If his opponent did not have powerful mind power, Merlin would be able to easily kill off a 5th level spell caster. This was the unique advantage of Darkness-type spell casters. As long as one had insufficient mind power, one should never battle with a Darkness-type spell caster. Otherwise, one would essentially have no chance of victory. Of course, each type of spell caster had their own unique advantages. For instance, a spell caster complemented by a powerful Pandora Demon ability with an affinity for Earth-type spells would come to no harm even if the spell caster was a few levels above them. Merlin possessed Pandora Demon ability, Fuse Earth, which had been combined with his Earth-type spells. It was difficult for 5th-level spells to injure Merlin anymore. This was the aggregate of Merlin's abilities, which was comparable to a 5th-level spell caster. For now, this was Merlin's limit. Lately, he felt that his powers had reached a bottleneck. Without any significant breakthrough, it would be difficult for him to grow stronger. Regardless of whether it was Fiery Collapse or other Pandora Demon abilities, Merlin would need to become a 4th-level spell caster to undergo a substantial boost. If Merlin became a 4th-level spellcaster, his powers would grow by leaps and bounds. However, Merlin was only a 2nd-level spellcaster now. He was not even a 3rd-level spellcaster and had not constructed any 3rd-level spells. Even if he became a 3rd-level spellcaster and merged Darkness Heart with a 3rd-level spell, his powers would only increase moderately. Perhaps the other spells that could be combined with a Pandora Demon ability would also be slightly improved. Still, Merlin had essentially reached a limit. As of now, all he could do was to improve his mind power and become a 3rd-level spellcaster, preparing for the eventual day he would become a 4th-level spellcaster. The 4th level was a watershed level. In the dark magic region, only 4th-level spellcasters were able to build their individual towers. Only then were they considered masters. Furthermore, only 4th-level spells would allow the cultivation of various Pandora Demon abilities to their 2nd stage. At that point, a spellcaster's abilities would undergo an all-around upgrade. Merlin was somewhat looking forward to the moment he became a 4th-level spellcaster and his many Pandora Demon abilities could be cultivated to the 2nd stage. How terrifying would his powers be? It's a shame that Glacial Finger couldn't be merged with any spells. Even if it was cultivated to the 2nd stage, it would be far inferior to Darkness Heart and Fiery Collapse. It can't even compare to Pandora Demon ability, Fuse Earth. Presently, Merlin would rarely make use of Glacial Finger in general. Glacial Finger could not combine with a spell, and its might was not that strong. It could only compare to a 4th-level spell, which was of not much use to Merlin at the moment. In the beginning, Glacial Finger had been Merlin's first Pandora Demon ability and had helped Merlin tremendously. Still, it was innately lacking after all, since it was not very powerful and could not be merged with spells. Now, it was good for nothing. Unfortunately, Merlin did not know how to get rid of Glacial Finger. Moreover, he did not have a better Pandora Demon ability that could replace it. Otherwise, he would have removed it long ago. Currently, Merlin had Fiery Collapse, Darkness Heart, Flash Wind, Fuse Earth, and Glacial Finger, 5 types of Pandora Demon abilities. He was only missing one Thunder-type Pandora Demon ability. Still, Merlin would not force it. The strength of Fiery Collapse was great enough, and it had 3 stages, meaning it had sufficient attack power. Among the 5 types of Pandora Demon abilities, all of them, besides Glacial Finger, could be merged with spells. This was rather terrifying. In the past, amongst the spellcasters who had made it to the 3rd obstacle on the ship of Nicolar, there was a spellcaster who possessed 5 Pandora Demon abilities, all of which could be combined with spells. A spellcaster like that was known as a freak wizard and was very powerful. Even the spirit of the Flame Maxim had nothing but praise for him. Now, Merlin had 5 Pandora Demon abilities, 4 of which could be combined with spells. He would be relatively powerful even if he was in the spellcaster's most glorious era. Pandora Demon abilities that could be merged with spells were not easy to find. In order to have 4 such Pandora Demon abilities, Merlin had to go through countless chance encounters and even risk his life just to obtain them. Glacial Finger. If I become a 4th-level spellcaster, I can hold off cultivating the 2nd stage of Glacial Finger. Innumerable thoughts flashed across Merlin's mind. The power of Glacial Finger could no longer keep up with Merlin's increase in strength. He could not remove Glacial Finger, but if he was able to find another Pandora Demon ability which required only a 4th-level spell for its cultivation, Merlin might even consider cultivating it right away at that point. As for Glacial Finger, he would not cultivate its 2nd stage. Otherwise, it would take up the space of a precious 4th-level Ice Step spell, resulting in him being unable to cultivate another Pandora demon ability. However, all of these were still far away in the future. First of all, it was difficult enough to find an I-step Pandora demon ability which would only need a 4th level spell for its cultivation. One that could be merged with spells would be even more difficult to find. As of now, these were all just Merlin's ideas. He needed to sort out the spells and Pandora demon abilities that he had. Merlin had many spells because he was a 6-elemental spellcaster. When all this was added to his various types of Pandora demon abilities, Merlin was somewhat confused about his own abilities. Now, having carefully analyzed and organized his powers, he had a clear and definite goal in order to improve his capabilities. His current focus was on boosting his mind power and constructing a 3rd level spell as soon as he could so that he might become a 3rd level spellcaster. After becoming a 3rd level spellcaster, he would need to prepare to become a 4th level spellcaster. For instance, some Pandora demon abilities required some mystical treasures for the cultivation of the 2nd stage. He would need to be ready with these treasures. Moreover, there was Darkness Eye promised by Wizard Leo. After Merlin had become a 4th level spellcaster, Wizard Leo would consider passing on the cultivation method of Darkness Eye to Merlin. Although Merlin had learned of the various marvelous traits of Darkness Eye from Wizard Bamu, he would still need to ponder the matter seriously before deciding to cultivate it or not. After this bout of consideration, Merlin let out a long sigh. With a definite goal in his mind, things were much more manageable. Improving his mind power was Merlin's utmost priority. The mind power duplicate within the bell space was meditating automatically, so his mind power was increasing all the time. Thus, Merlin did not need to worry about that. What Merlin had to do now was to start preparing the macro potion, given to him by Wizard Hal. He had obtained just enough materials for 100 sets of macro potion in the resource tower, only he did not have time to make it so far. Now that he was back in Wilson Castle, it was time for him to prepare the macro potion. Chapter 323 Visitors from the Imperial City. Chapter 323 Visitors from the Imperial City. It was Merlin's first time preparing macro potion. There was a wide variety of potion materials required, and the process was extremely complicated. However, with the help of the matrix, the portions could be controlled precisely, so his efficiency in the preparation of the macro potion would not be any less compared to Wizard Hal's. If the success rate can be maintained at more than 30%, then I can yield at least 30 portions of macro potions. Merlin thought as he looked at the macro potion in front of him. He was not worried about not being able to prepare macro potion, but about the success rate of the potion. By relying on the matrix, Merlin could achieve a success rate of more than 30% in preparing any ordinary potions. However, it was his first preparation of macro potion, so he had to wait until he actually made it before the approximate success rate could be known. Matrix, start preparing the macro potion. Beep. Checking potion materials. Merlin was already familiar with potion making, so he quickly started indulging in the preparation, precisely controlling each step of the process according to the instructions from the matrix. As the potion materials were too many, and the process was too complicated, even the preparation of a single potion would not be completed in a short time. 1 hour, 2 hours finally, after 8 hours when the sky had completely darkened, Merlin completed the final step of making the potion. TSS. Suddenly, black smoke started emerging from the transparent glassware, which was a change that occurred after Merlin added the final potion material called the Black Stone. In the end, As the black smoke grew thicker, Merlin saw that there was only a black scum of potion residue in the transparent glassware. It did not produce any effect at all. Merlin had failed in making the Makra potion on his first try. Looking at the failed Makra potion, Merlin shook his head helplessly and whispered, "Forget it, I'll get back to rest first. Otherwise, Karais will come here and look for me again." If it was the past, Merlin would stay in the house until he had successfully prepared the Makra potion before he would leave the house. This time back at Wilson Castle, it obviously could not be done as the past, as Merlin had to take care of his clan's affairs too. This is especially so in the baby-making process with Karais. Merlin would feel very helpless when he thought of baby-making every night. He did not expect that after becoming a prestigious spellcaster and a genius of the dark magic region, especially after having made a notorious reputation among the roaming wizards, currently, he still had to be dragged back every day for baby-making. Yet, this was the life of ordinary people. Sometimes, Merlin wondered too that if he had not become a spellcaster, he could not imagine how many kids he would have had by now. The lives of ordinary people were both helpless and peaceful. However, when he thought about how short his time back at Wilson Castle would be in the future, Merlin gave in to Karais' torture. Whatever his clan needed, he would try his best to satisfy them. Time passed by day. In Wilson Castle, Merlin had a regular everyday life. During the day, he would prepare Makra potions, while during the night, he would try to spend time with his family. Occasionally, he would also go and watch Bamu teach Philinder. Recently, there were many tasks for Bamu, including teaching Little Cole, who possessed spellcaster quality, as requested by Merlin. In this regard, Wizard Bamu wore a bitter expression every day, resenting his troubles deep down. However, as Merlin's slave, he did not dare to have any complaints. TSS. In the room laid with simple deco, a puff of black smoke started billowing from the transparent glassware again. However, this time, the black smoke only persisted for a short time. Then, it gradually disappeared and was replaced with a translucent white mist. Success! Merlin looked at the white mist floating from the glassware, and a smile finally appeared on his face. For 5 consecutive days, he could only prepare a Makra potion each day. However, as for the previous 4 days, the Makra potion that he made had failed. It took him 5 tries this time, and after mastering the control of heat of the various preparation processes, he had finally made a successful potion. Merlin gently picked up the glassware and looked at the Makra potion with a tranquil gaze. There was only such a small amount of potion. Who would know that it had such a huge effect of enhancing one's mind power? Although the potion was successful, Merlin was still somewhat dissatisfied as the success rate of the potion was much lower than he had previously anticipated. Merlin had predicted a success rate of 30% so that at least 30 portions of Makra potions could be prepared from the 100 portions of potion ingredients. Now, 5 sets of potion materials could only successfully produce 1 portion, and the success rate could only reach a mere 20%. It also meant that if the success rate of 20% was maintained, Merlin could only obtain 20 or more Makra potions when he finally used all 100 portions of potion materials. This amount was more than 10 portions less compared to his original expectation. It seems that in the future, I can only carefully grasp the heat handling and hope to improve the success rate. Merlin also seemed very helpless. He had already executed the steps of potion making accurately by relying on the matrix, but it could only yield a success rate of 20%. It was because he had not mastered the handling of the fire, so the success rate was too low. After obtaining his first macro potion, Merlin did not consume it immediately, as once taken, he would fall into a deep slumber. Hence, Merlin must have gotten everything prepared before he could consume the macro potion. As time went by, Merlin concentrated his energy in preparing the potion in an effort to grasp the heat handling, and to improve the success rate of the macro potion. During this period, Wizard Bamu also brought some good news. Although Philinder's and Little Cole's spellcaster qualities were ordinary, Philinder had developed a fondness for runology, and also had a certain talent in it. Therefore, Wizard Bamu focused on passing some of his runology wisdom to Philinder. This was indeed good news. Even if Philinder was only an entrance-level spellcaster, by studying runology, Merlin would perhaps even let her use the runic magic disc that he had gotten in the future. By that time, the Wilson clan could also set up runic magic circles to safeguard the entire Wilson castle. In order to let Philinder study runology better, Merlin also pulled out some runology books that he unexpectedly found from his ring for Philinder so she could focus her energy in her study. Besides Philinder's matters, there was another thing that Merlin also put to heart in order for the Wilson clan to become a spellcaster clan. Hence he went to look for the black-robed old man and requested his help to look for some people who possess spellcaster quality in Prakash City, and recruit them into the Wilson clan. The black-robed old man eagerly agreed. Moreover, the black-robed old man was very efficient. In just over a month, he found more than a dozen children with spellcaster quality. These children were all no more than 10 years old, which was the exact age at which they could be trained greatly. Merlin recruited these dozen children into the Wilson clan, and had granted them the Wilson name, cutting off any relationship with their former family and relatives. The basic teachings of these children were directly handed by Merlin to Wizard Bamu, which made Wizard Bamu extremely miserable. At first, he thought that he could have some time to replenish his depleted magic power in his awareness after arriving at Wilson Castle. However, it seemed that he was obviously used by Merlin as a labor. That's the final portion of potion material for macro potion. I can't believe I've made it successfully. Merlin held a freshly made macro potion in his hand. This was already the final portion of potion material. After more than 3 months, he had only prepared a potion every day and had finally exhausted the 100 portions of macro potion materials that he exchanged from the resource tower. Moreover, along with his proficiency in heat handling, the success rate of Merlin's macro potion making had also significantly improved. During the final few potions, he could even achieve a success rate of 40%. After exhausting the potion materials, Merlin began counting the number of macro potions that he had successfully prepared. 28 portions of macro potions. Not bad, more than 20% success rate, almost reaching 30%. Merlin had counted 28 portions of macro potions, which was close to 30% success rate. If it was not for the wastage of potion materials in the beginning stages of his potion making, Merlin may even reach a success rate of more than 30%. Just like in the preparation of the final few portions, Merlin's success rate had reached a frightening 40%. Phew! Merlin breathed a long sigh of relief. He had finally completed preparing the macro potions. Next, he would start to consume these potions, but taking the macro potions would induce deep sleep. Hence, during this period, Merlin would be put in a very dangerous position, so he had to be thoroughly prepared for anything. Fortunately, both Karais and Avril had good news. A month ago, they had announced their pregnancy, so Merlin could safely take the Makra potions. Bamu. Merlin contacted Wizard Bamu in an instant through the slave contract. After a moment, Wizard Bamu's figure appeared in front of Merlin. As Bamu was used as a labor by Merlin, he always had a bitter expression on his face. "Master, is there any order for me?" Although his face expressed bitterness, Bamu did not dare to be disrespectful to Merlin. Merlin glanced at Bamu, then said in a deep voice, "This time, you can be at peace for a long while. I need to take some potions, and I'll fall into a deep slumber, so you'll need to stay around and be responsible for my safety. Remember, no one can get close to this room." When he heard that Merlin needed protection, and it was an inseparable kind of protection, Wizard Bamu was overjoyed. During this period of time, he could finally recover some magic power quietly. "Master, be rest assured that I'll not let anyone come close to this room to disturb you." Merlin nodded. Bamu was a 7th-level spellcaster, and he was not any ordinary 7th-level spellcaster. He possessed mind power comparable to a great wizard, and he had also constructed an 8th-level fire-type spell. This 8th-level spell was able to withstand the flame prison's scorching flames, which were embedded with a slight force of the flame maxim. Therefore, even Merlin was not entirely clear of Wizard Bamu's strength. It was surely not comparable to any average 7th-level spellcaster. With Bamu's protection by his side, Merlin would be at ease. After he finished speaking, Merlin closed the door with a peace of mind, leaving only Wizard Bamu hiding in the surrounding to safeguard the room. Creak. In Wilson Castle, the plain wooden door of Snake Elder's room was suddenly pushed open, and 2 unfamiliar figures appeared in the room. Snake Elder lifted his head abruptly, his eyes turned infinitely sharp. Surprisingly, he did not realize that these 2 unfamiliar figures had approached his room earlier. Snake Elder were sent by the 8th Prince. These 2 figures had their entire bodies covered in wide wizard robes. Their looks could not be seen clearly. There was a hint of astonishment on Snake Elder's face, but there were more elements of doubts in his expression. He was indeed too familiar with these 2 spellcasters. They were the closest confidants by the side of His Royal Highness the 8th Prince. Their strengths were also comparable to him, as 5th-level spellcasters. "Wizard Hasbro, Wizard Sakrar, what's the instruction of His Royal Highness the 8th Prince?" Snake Elder was somewhat jealous of these 2 spellcasters. Although they were all spellcasters serving under His Majesty the 8th Prince, they personally belonged to different divisions and would sometimes compete with each other to gain the 8th Prince's trust. "This is the order of His Royal Highness. You can see it for yourself." The slightly larger built Wizard Hasbro pulled out a white letter and handed it to the Snake Elder. Snake Elder looked at the 8th Prince's letter carefully, and his expression turned grim. Then, he said with a deep voice, "His Royal Highness the 8th Prince was delayed by several other highnesses, so he can't personally come to Wilson Castle. I'm afraid the situation isn't really optimistic." "That's right, precisely because the situation is unsatisfactory. His Royal Highness can't wait to ask Merlin to the Imperial City. By that time, His Royal Highness will naturally have a way to recruit Wizard Leo of the Dark Magic region. These things aren't what we should be concerned about. Our mission is to safely escort Merlin to the Imperial City." "Escort Merlin?" Snake Elder shook his head helplessly as the Imperial City was too far away from Wilson Castle. It was too inconvenient to exchange messages, so he did not report the recent incidents in the city-states of Terran, Gnome, and Fanir to His Royal Highness the 8th Prince. He planned to inform the 8th Prince in person when he returned to the Imperial City himself. However, the 8th Prince sent Wizard Hasbro and Wizard Sakura to escort Merlin, which also reflected the importance that the 8th Prince had put on Merlin, or rather, the importance of Wizard Leo. "Why, what's the problem?" Wizard Hasbro noticed the strange look on Snake Elder, so he asked softly. Snake Elder shook his head and said, "There's not really a problem. Since the situation of His Royal Highness the 8th Prince in the Imperial City wasn't optimistic, let's not delay any more then. I'll take you two to Merlin." Thereafter, Snake Elder led the two unfamiliar spellcasters and headed towards the place where Merlin was. Chapter 324 The Departure Chapter 324 The Departure Someone's here. Wizard Bamu, who was quietly absorbing elements and transforming them into magic power in his spell models, abruptly opened his eyes. He had already noticed that there were 3 figures in front, moving quickly toward where Merlin was. HMPH, Master ordered that nobody can bother him. Wizard Bamu stood up, a bright flash glinted across his eyes. Then, his figure disappeared from where he was. Merlin is just up front. There were 2 unfamiliar spellcasters with Snake Elder behind him, hurrying to the place where Merlin was. However, they did not seem to notice that a figure had appeared silently in front of them. "Stop!" a cold voice rang out. Snake Elder and the others were slightly shocked. They hastily looked in front and found a strange spellcaster who was blocking them. Snake Elder shuddered. He knew this person. He was Merlin's aide, Wizard Bamu. As he had always been acting mysteriously, Snake Elder was still not used to Wizard Bamu. Therefore, even the snakes on Snake Elder's head do not know the strength of Wizard Bamu. Now, Wizard Bamu had emerged silently in front of the few of them. Even though all 3 of them were comparable to 5th-level spellcasters and had powerful senses, they could not sense Wizard Bamu, who had appeared out of the blue. This made them feel a little confused about Wizard Bamu's strength. Wizard Bamu, these 2 are Wizard Hasbro and Wizard Sakura from the Imperial City. They've been sent by the orders of His Royal Highness the 8th Prince. We have something urgent to notify Wizard Merlin. Snake Elder gave a brief explanation to Wizard Bamu. However, Wizard Bamu remained expressionless and said coldly, "No matter what important things that you have, Wizard Merlin has instructed that no one is allowed to disturb him. You guys should go back. Come back again in a few days, perhaps Wizard Merlin will meet you then." Bamu did not care about what important things that Snake Elder had. Merlin's prudent command before this must be very important, and he could not be disturbed. Bamu did not dare to disobey Merlin's orders and allow Snake Elder and the others enter. HMPH, he's merely a Viscount, and he dares to do this. Snake Elder, we're going in. What can he do about it? Wizard Hasbro, who was behind Snake Elder, spoke with a hint of anger in his tone. He had decided to force his way into the house. You can try. An intense elemental fluctuation suddenly emerged on Wizard Bamu's body. It formed a powerful force, pressing violently against Snake Elder and the others. As a 7th-level spellcaster, especially when his mind power had reached the level of a great wizard, Wizard Bamu had not revealed his mind power before because it was far too strong. Now that Snake Elder's people wanted to force their way in, Wizard Bamu would naturally not show any mercy. Nevertheless, Snake Elder and Merlin knew each other, so Bamu only pressed with his life force to scare them off and let them retreat. Facts had proven that the terrifying mind power that Wizard Bamu suddenly broke out was indeed very effective. Wizard Hasbro, who wanted to force his way in just moments earlier, changed his facial expression, and his footsteps stiffened. He did not continue moving forward. Snake Elder's expression changed drastically too as he hurried a step forward and said to Wizard Bamu, "Since Wizard Merlin is indeed not available, then we shall wait a few more days." As soon as he finished, under the Snake Elder's lead, Wizard Hasbro and Wizard Sakura turned around and walked away. There was a sneer between the lips of Wizard Bamu, and then he disappeared again, just like a ghost. Snake Elder, who's that spellcaster earlier? How is the life force on his body so petrifying? You're right, at that moment, I couldn't even muster any thoughts of resisting it. It's shocking that there's such a terrifying spellcaster hiding in a small place like Wilson Castle. Wizard Hasbro and Wizard Sakura were powerful wizards who could match 5th-level spellcasters, so they naturally knew how powerful the terrifying mind power on Wizard Bamu was. If they dared to go any further earlier, it was feared that what awaited them would be an unstoppable spell attack. Snake Elder's expression looked shaken too. He had seen Wizard Bamu previously. He had always been alongside Merlin and had always been respectful toward Merlin. Although he felt that Wizard Bamu may possibly not be ordinary too, he did not give him high regard because, after all, he was just Merlin's aide. However, it seemed that Wizard Bamu was far from being as simple as he imagined. Bamu's body seemed to be shrouded by a mist, making it impossible for people to uncover his mystery. It seems that we're too ignorant of Wizard Merlin. There is still some other things that I've not told you before. Although Merlin is merely a 2nd-level spellcaster, his strength is in fact comparable to a powerful 5th-level spellcaster. Shortly after, Snake Elder resumed his explanation in detail to Wizard Hasbro and Wizard Sakura about how Merlin shuffled between 3 cities, killed countless spellcasters, and gave the 8th prince 3 big gifts. It seems that Wizard Merlin is really not simple before coming here. His Royal Highness the 8th Prince had told us that we must invite Wizard Merlin cordially. His Royal Highness the 8th Prince also seemed to highly respect Wizard Leo. We don't understand. Regardless of how strong Leo is, he's still only a 6th-level spellcaster. Is it really necessary to garner him so much attention now that we've seen Merlin and his aide, who are both not simple at all? It would explain the attention His Royal Highness the 8th Prince has for Wizard Leo. It certainly contains hidden secrets that are difficult for us to fathom. From Wizard Merlin and Wizard Bamu's powers, these 2 spellcasters could associate it with Wizard Leo. From their viewpoint, no matter how strong Wizard Leo was, he was only a 6th-level spellcaster. So, how can he be worthy of this much attention from His Royal Highness the 8th Prince? Now, it seemed that Wizard Leo was not as simple as it looked on the surface. There must be a reason why the 8th Prince regarded him so highly. Snake Elder only resumed his speech after a long moment. The situation of His Royal Highness the 8th Prince isn't really optimistic, but Wizard Merlin doesn't allow anyone to disturb him now. So, we can only wait. Snake Elder and the others could not come up with any ideas, hence they could only wait silently. Phew. Merlin slowly opened his eyes. A beam of sunlight seeped through from outside the house, filling the room with warmth. It's been 3 days. Tusk, this Makra potion's effects are really good. Merlin just woke up from a deep slumber. 3 days ago, he consumed the first portion of Makra potion, and he immediately fell into a deep sleep. Within these 3 days, Merlin's mind power had also improved significantly, and it was even more than the mind power increase from the integration of several mind power duplicates in the bell space. In the past, Merlin had consumed Makra potion before, and the additional mind power was quite similar to this time. That was to say, the effect of the Makra potion was still not reduced, which was very rare. Whether it was phantasmal magic potion or blueberry potion, as long as you took a few more portions, the effect would be reduced. Bamu. Merlin immediately called out to Wizard Bamu. My honorable master, what order do you have for me? Wizard Bamu's figure swiftly appeared at Merlin's side. He could not help but check on Merlin too, only to find that there was not really any change on Merlin. He had no idea what Merlin was doing in the house for these past few days. Is there anyone who came to look for me in these past few days? After Merlin took the Makra potion, he had been asleep all the time, and he had lost any sense of the outside world. So, he naturally would not be clear of what had happened in these past few days. Wizard Bamu thought of Snake Elder 3 days ago and replied, Master, 3 days ago, Snake Elder came with 2 unfamiliar spellcasters, claiming that they were sent by His Royal Highness the 8th Prince. They said they had something very important, but I've stopped them. They should still be waiting for your reply, Master. Oh, did the 8th Prince finally send someone? In Wilson Castle, in addition to being busy with turning the Wilson clan into a spellcaster clan, Merlin was actually waiting for news from the 8th Prince. Unexpectedly, it took so long for the 8th Prince to reply. Master, do you want to see them now? Wizard Bamu asked softly. Merlin pondered for a moment, but shook his head instead and said, Since they've waited for so many days, I'm sure they won't mind waiting a few more days. You should go out first, don't let anyone bother me. Wizard Bamu nodded, and then his figure disappeared from the house like a ghost. Merlin only started mumbling when Wizard Bamu had left. It could be something troublesome again. I'll put you guys on hold then. There were some speculations in Merlin's mind. The 8th Prince had sent people again, so it should not be a simple matter. He decided that he should seize this period of time to consume more Makra potions to increase his mind power. Then he could strive to construct a 3rd-level darkness-type spell in order to improve his strength. Otherwise, in the distant future, there would no longer be such a safe place for Merlin to consume the Makra potions. Thus, Merlin decided not to meet Snake Elder and the others first, but continued to consume the Makra potions. Every time he took a Makra potion, Merlin would need to sleep for at least 3 days, and his mind power would also grow wildly. Each time he took a Makra potion, Merlin's mind power would almost double from its original state. Hence, after a month's time, Merlin consumed another 10 portions of Makra potions, making it a total of 11 portions of Makra potions. For an entire month, the 11 portions of potions had enhanced Merlin's mind power by 3-folds. Merlin's mind power had already reached the level of a 4th-level spellcaster. It had tripled in just 1 month. This kind of speed was quite scary. The effects of the Makra potions seemed to have really surpassed Merlin's expectations. Even with the addition of such huge mind power, the effect of the Makra potion had not diminished one bit. If he continued taking it, Merlin had the confidence that his mind power would even surpass that of a 5th-level spellcaster. During this period, Merlin knew that Snake Elder and the others had come back to look for him several times. Each time they came, they looked anxious, but they were blocked by Wizard Bamu every time. It seemed that they were really worried to death throughout the month. However, Merlin still had no plans to see them. Now that his mind power had increased immensely, there were still 17 potions left. Merlin did not continue taking them, only because the time needed was too long. Instead, he decided to construct a third-level spell. With Merlin's current situation, the growth of his mind power had reached a bottleneck state. The only thing that could increase some of his strength was undoubtedly the construction of new darkness-type spells. Once the construction was successful, and with some enhancement from Darkness Heart, it was likely that even a 6th-level spellcaster would be plunged into a temporary realm of illusion. Matrix. Analyze the spell model of the third-level darkness-type spell, Darkness Vortex. Merlin quickly launched the Matrix and began constructing the spell model. Chapter 325 The Departure A. Chapter 325 The Departure Roman 2. Darkness Vortex was said to be able to devour all mind power, including a spellcaster with strong mind power. Once caught in Darkness Vortex, one's mind power would be engulfed, thus falling into an illusion. This was only a third-level darkness-type spell, and its main role was to induce hallucinations. There was also the 4th-level darkness-type spell Darkness Nightmare, known as the ultimate hallucinating spell, capable of making people delirious, plunging them into an incomparably realistic fantasy realm. In addition, the multiple layers of illusions would cause opponents to be unable to distinguish between reality and imagination, just like a nightmare, frightening people out of their wits. Whether it was a third-level darkness-type spell or a 4th-level darkness-type spell, both worked to induce hallucinations. However, Merlin knew that even if he constructed the third-level spell, Darkness Vortex, with the enhancement from Darkness Heart, it could perhaps drag any ordinary 6th-level spellcaster into an illusion. However, for 7th-level spellcasters, it was impossible to make them fall into the illusion. The mind power of a 7th-level spellcaster was leaps and bounds ahead of a 6th-level spellcasting, so it was no surprise that they'd be able to resist the illusion effect. Therefore, 3rd-level spell, Darkness Vortex, was basically the limit of illusions. In the future, if Merlin wanted to construct 4th-level spell, Darkness Nightmare, there would not be much improvement anyway. This was what Merlin was concerned about. If the Matrix was not able to deduce a new spell in time, he would be forced to choose the 4th-level spell Darkness Nightmare. Even if there was the fusion with Darkness Heart, it could not affect a 7th-level spellcasters because of its hallucination limits. By then, the construction of the 4th-level darkness-type spell did not really have that much of a use for Merlin. Beep. A total of 128,645 spells have been analyzed. After just a brief moment, the Matrix had reconstructed over 120,000 Darkness Vortex spell models. Based on stability, compatibility, and power, Merlin combined the data of these 3 aspects and finally selected the most fitting spell model. This spell model was complex, but Merlin's mind power had far exceeded the standard for constructing Darkness Vortex. Therefore, it was not difficult to simulate Darkness Vortex spell model. The immense mind power was mobilized by Merlin, and he began to slowly simulate Darkness Vortex spell model. 1 hour, 2 hours. For 6 hours, Merlin had fully concentrated on simulating the Darkness Vortex spell model with his mind power. When darkness almost descended, Merlin's entire body shuddered, and traces of ominous darkness elements rapidly converged toward him, just like a storm. "I've finally succeeded." Merlin opened his eyes and breathed a long sigh of relief. In his awareness, Darkness Vortex spell model was constantly absorbing and transforming the darkness elements of the outside world. However, by solely depending on the mind power that was transformed by the spell model itself, the process was indeed too slow. Merlin saw that the sky was starting to get dark outside, So he took out some darkness-type elemental crystal stones from the ring to quickly increase the mind power within the darkness vortex spell model. Since darkness vortex had been condensed, Merlin seemed to have felt some changes in his darkness heart. However, these changes were not obvious. Darkness heart must be incorporated into 4th level spells in order to unleash its full potential. Merlin's darkness heart was of the 3rd type. If it was integrated into a 4th level spell, it could increase the power of the spell by 5 to 10 times. This increase was absolutely frightening, and it was larger than the increase garnered by the Pandora demon ability, Fuse Earth. However, it was a pity that the 4th level spell, Darkness Nightmare, was a hallucinating spell. Though it was powerful enough to make any 6th level spell caster fall into an illusion, there was already a qualitative leap of change for the mind power of 7th level spell casters. Hence, illusions were no longer an issue for 7th level spell casters because even a stronger spell would not be able to plunge them into illusion. After Merlin had successfully constructed Darkness Vortex, he kept thinking about the problem of the 4th level darkness type spell, but he could never figure a solution. Perhaps there was a way, which was to quickly enrich the database of the Matrix, so he could perhaps derive new spells. The night passed by quickly. When the first ray of daylight cracked through the clouds, Merlin had already woken. After a night of transforming mind power with elemental crystal stones, it was already enough to release Darkness Vortex for quite some time. It's time to go meet Snake Elder. Merlin stood up and thought about how Snake Elder had waited for a month. It was about time to know what message had the 8th Prince sent. Bamu, Master, is there anything I can do for you? Go and inform Snake Elder that I'll meet him now. Wizard Bamu nodded, but his gaze stayed on Merlin for a brief moment. His eyes glimpsed. With the mind power of a great wizard in addition to his unique vision, how could he not realize the changes in Merlin? In a short period of time, Merlin had reconstructed another 3rd level darkness type spell. Wizard Bamu, who knew everything about Merlin, was also shocked. Regardless of how shocked Wizard Bamu was, he would not inquire further either, and soon, he followed Merlin's instructions and went to inform Snake Elder. Snake Elder, it's been a month, and Merlin hasn't shown up yet. We can't just go back like this and return to His Royal Highness the 8th Prince. There was a hint of anger in Wizard Hasbro's voice. They had always been treated generously all the while they had been following the 8th Prince. Any spellcaster would act respectfully when they saw them, so they did not expect to be ignored by Merlin for an entire month in Wilson Castle. Moreover, there was also that annoying Wizard Bamu who liked to appear and disappear out of nowhere, not to mention his unfathomable power. Even if they wanted to force a way in, they must also carefully consider the consequences. Snake Elder's expression was extremely gloomy too. When he was about to say something, a faint voice suddenly came from outside the door. Snake Elder, Wizard Merlin wants to see you. Swoosh! Snake Elder and the others immediately stood up and pushed the door open. It was Wizard Bamu who stood outside the door. Wizard Merlin wants to see us. Bamu nodded with an emotionless face and answered, yes, come with me. As the voice landed, Wizard Bamu abruptly turned around and left. Snake Elder and the others looked at each other and nodded too, then swiftly followed behind Wizard Bamu. In the small house, Merlin's eyes were constantly scrutinizing Snake Elder, Wizard Hasbro, and Wizard Sakura. Both parties did not speak and the atmosphere seemed tense. After a long moment, Snake Elder could not help but speak. Wizard Merlin, you've let us wait for a good whole month. I'm truly sorry. I was preparing a potion. It was very important, so I've delayed some time. By the way, these 2 wizards must be sent by His Royal Highness the 8th Prince. So is there any news from His Royal Highness? Merlin half-heartedly brushed aside the part where he had made Snake Elder and the others waited for an entire month. Although Snake Elder and the others held some grudges about it in their hearts, the mission that the 8th Prince had asked them to accomplish still required Merlin's cooperation, so they could only endure it without further complaints. Snake Elder took in a deep breath and then muttered, "Wizard Merlin, His Royal Highness the 8th Prince originally intended to personally come to Wilson Castle. However, he was riddled with something at the Imperial City, hence he couldn't show up in person. Thus, we'd like to ask Wizard Merlin to pay a visit to His Royal Highness the 8th Prince at the Imperial City, as he has an urgent matter to discuss with Wizard Merlin." "Go to the Imperial City? Do you know what's this matter that His Royal Highness the 8th Prince speaks of, Snake Elder?" Merlin's expression did not change at all as he continued asking in a calm manner. Snake Elder shook his head and replied, "His Royal Highness the 8th Prince had only invited Wizard Merlin to the Imperial City. We're not aware of the specific reason why." Although Snake Elder refused to reveal the reason, Merlin could have guessed that it should be related to Wizard Leo. Merlin started pondering, while Snake Elder and the others stared at him anxiously. Wizard Hasbro and Wizard Sakura were both arrogant spellcasters, so before this, they did not think that they would face any difficulty convincing Merlin. With the prestige of His Royal Highness the 8th Prince, and with a personal escort of 2 spellcasters comparable to 5th-level spellcasters like them, no one would refuse such an invitation. However, after the previous warning from Wizard Bamu, and the fact that Snake Elder had told them that Merlin was not any ordinary spellcaster, it made Wizard Hasbro and Wizard Sakura perturbed. If Merlin had indeed refused to go to the Imperial City, they would not know what to do either. However, one thing they surely could not do was to go back to the 8th Prince empty-handed. On the thought of this, Wizard Hasbro took a step forward and said sincerely, "Wizard Merlin, His Royal Highness the 8th Prince values you greatly." Before this, he specifically sent Snake Elder and the others here to protect the safety of the Wilson clan. Now, he has again sent us to personally escort you, Wizard Merlin. Once you arrive at the Imperial City, His Royal Highness the 8th Prince will personally give Wizard Merlin a grand welcome. Suddenly, Merlin looked up and asked Wizard Hasbro, "I've heard that the royal family of the Kingdom of Black Moon owns a spell library that was deemed the most complete. I wonder if it's true." Snake Elder and the others were slightly stunned, not knowing why Merlin would ask this question. Nonetheless, Wizard Hasbro still nodded and answered, "That's right, the royal family has one of the largest spell libraries. The many different types of spells curated there are the most complete, which no other spellcasters' organization could compare." Merlin continued to ask, "Then, does the 8th Prince have the right to enter the spell library?" "His Royal Highness the 8th Prince certainly has the right to enter the spell library. It's possible that Wizard Merlin may not be aware, but His Royal Highness the 8th Prince has the utmost trust of His Majesty the King. He's in charge of half of the Imperial City Royal Guards, and he holds great position and power. He's the most hopeful candidate for becoming the new Black Moon King in the future." Merlin had no interest in listening to the rest of what Wizard Hasbro had to say. He was only most concerned about the spell collection of the royal family of the Kingdom of Black Moon, which had a variety of spells that were far more complete than that of the dark magic region. After all, the royal family of the Kingdom of Black Moon was very different from the Kingdom of Light. The royal family of the Kingdom of Black Moon itself was equivalent to a large spellcasters organization, and could even be the most powerful force among large spellcasters organizations. If you add some factions which were loyal to the royal family, it would be even more terrifying. Precisely because of this that although the Kingdom of Black Moon was composed of individual city-states, which seemed to be disintegrated, no city-state dared to defy the royal family's orders. Moreover, the royal family was also inextricably linked with some large spellcasters organizations, so there were no spellcasters organizations which dared to provoke the royal family. Which was exactly why the royal family of the Kingdom of Black Moon still looked rather formidable, as it was able to control the situation in the kingdom and maintain basic stability. All right, I agree to go to the imperial city. Merlin accepted it straightforwardly. A large part of the reason was the topic he had mentioned earlier. The royal family held the most complete and largest number of spells in the spell library. In addition to meeting with the 8th prince, the reason that Merlin promised to go to the imperial city was also to personally thank the 8th prince for protecting the Wilson clan. The more important reason was to rely on the 8th prince to enter the royal family's spell library in order to enrich the database of the matrix. Merlin did not worry about the database of the matrix, but as his strength became stronger, he would soon consider building a 4th-level spell. By that time, if he continued constructing common spells step by step, there would not be a big improvement to his strength. Therefore, it was necessary to augment the database of the matrix as soon as possible and then integrate the data to derive new spells. The earlier the better. This was Merlin's real goal. When Snake Elder and the others saw that Merlin had agreed, they were naturally delighted, so they hurriedly asked, "When will Wizard Merlin be ready to leave then? This shan't be delayed any further. I think the sooner the better." After done informing the necessary people of the clan, "I'll leave immediately." Snake Elder and the others nodded too. They began to prepare themselves, while they silently waited for Merlin to complete his clan's affairs. Chapter 326 The Departure AI. Chapter 326 The Departure Roman 3. Merlin first explained it briefly to old Wilson. On hearing that Merlin was going to the imperial city, old Wilson did not inquire further, only exhorting him to stay safe in the imperial city. Thereafter, Merlin went to see Corise and Avril. They had only been pregnant for more than a month, hence no baby bumps were visible yet. However, they had already paid extra attention as both were wearing loose clothing. Unlike old Wilson, after hearing that Merlin had to leave Wilson Castle, Avril was extremely upset, so she pouted her mouth and sulked, while Corise was silent. Perhaps, with Merlin's departure this time, he would not be able to see the birth of the children in their wombs. In this regard, Merlin also felt very helpless. He could only assure them again and again that he would try to return to Wilson Castle after a few months. After comforting Avril and Corise, Merlin called Wizard Bamu to the room and explained some things to him carefully. "Bamu, you don't have to go to the imperial city with me this time. You'll settle down in Wilson Castle instead. Give no mercy to anyone who dares to threaten the Wilson clan and kill them." A hint of coldness flashed across Merlin's eyes. Wizard Bamu was delighted, but at the same time, he could not help but feel a little shudder. It seemed that the Wilson clan was of the utmost importance to Merlin. He must ensure that nothing happened to the Wilson clan. "Master, please be rest assured that with me, the Wilson clan's safety won't be jeopardized in any way." Wizard Bamu also had absolute confidence in his strength. However, Master Philinder's understanding of runology is extremely good. With my shallow understanding of runology, I'm afraid that it'll soon be evident that I'm not able to teach her more knowledge about runology. Wizard Bamu appeared to be a bit sullen. He acted that way because as a 7th level spellcaster himself, he was not capable of teaching Philinder, someone who could not even be considered as an entrance level spellcaster. However, runology, potion brewing, and alchemy were all comparable to spell construction. Without adequate study, any typical spellcaster would not be able to comprehend them. This issue did not actually cross Merlin's mind. After all, runology was a complex, profound field of study. It was simply not possible to teach Philinder by relying on Wizard Bamu alone. It seemed that he could only exchange some systematic knowledge of runology from the dark magic region, then hand them over to Philinder for her studies. This would still fare better than Wizard Bamu's teaching. Thinking of the exchange of runology knowledge, Merlin thought of the children who had spellcaster qualities, whom the black-robed old man had recruited. To ensure that they would not betray the Wilson clan, they had to be constrained using contract papers. He needed to redeem some contract papers from the dark magic region. I'll put this matter to heart. This time, after I come back from the Imperial City, I'll return to the dark magic region and exchange for some runology knowledge. Wizard Bamu nodded. Merlin thought carefully, and there was nothing to explain anymore. With Wizard Bamu in Wilson Castle, he was also very relieved. Thus, he headed directly to Snake Elder's house. Wizard Merlin, have you arranged everything? Snake Elder was already ready. Following behind him were the 2 ugly wizards in addition to Wizard Hasbro and Wizard Sakura, who were sent by the 8th prince. All 5 of them were waiting for Merlin. Seeing that Snake Elder was all ready, Merlin also nodded. Yes, all has been arranged. Let's go now. Hence, the group of 6 went into 3 carriages and slowly departed from Prakash City. It was a quiet night. Only the sizzling sound of the bonfire could be heard. The summer nights were very cooling. On a spacious rocky field, several spellcasters were lying on the ground casually, enjoying the hard-won moment of silence. Snake Elder, how far are we from the Imperial City? Merlin, who leaned on a boulder, asked with a slight squint. He had already rushed for 10 consecutive days with Snake Elder and the others, yet it still seemed far away from the Imperial City. Snake Elder gently moved a few dry firewood into the bonfire and responded softly, approximately 10 or more days of journey. The Imperial City is too far away from Prakash City. Even by rushing all day and night, it'll still take a long time. Merlin, Snake Elder, and the others had been rushing all day and night for the past 10 days. Only today had they taken a night's rest, and would resume the journey tomorrow. Merlin glanced at Wizard Hasbro and Wizard Sakura. Both of them were silent on the road, not uttering a single word. Only Snake Elder occasionally answered Merlin's questions, otherwise, he too was also very silent. However, Merlin wanted to know more about the current situation of the 8th prince, so he could only beat around the bush. Snake Elder, are there many princes in the royal family? Snake Elder stared at Merlin. Firelight glinted on Snake Elder's face, especially the greenish scales on his neck, which made Snake Elder's appearance a little terrifying. Snake Elder replied, there are many princes in the royal family, but only a few princes can compete for the throne. His Royal Highness the 8th Prince is one of the most qualified princes. In these few days, Merlin had learned that in the royal family of the Kingdom of Blackmoon, only those with spellcaster quality can qualify to inherit the throne. After one was crowned the king, one could only remain on the throne for 30 years before one had to be abdicated. The elders in the royal family would choose the best from the many princes to become the new king. The purpose of this was to prevent power corruption, so the king would not consider himself a world above others due to the accumulation of power and resources. It should be known that the Black Moon King himself was a powerful spellcaster. If he was given infinite resources and power, he would then be even stronger. Without additional control and restriction, even a powerful spellcaster may lose oneself and indulge in the great power, which would then lead to the decline of the entire kingdom. Hence, the rule for changing the throne every 30 years was established. As for the selection of the best prince among the many princes, there were no fixed perfect standards. However, most of the time, princes who were strong in their own strengths and held great forces would eventually inherit the throne. As for the 8th prince, he was obviously contending for the throne as it was less than 5 years before the abdication of the incumbent king. It was not surprising that all the princes were expanding their forces wildly. The 8th prince had even conscripted the Alpine Snake people to his services. So, which other prince is the most threatening competitor to the 8th prince now? Merlin simply asked directly. He knew that the 8th prince must also have other threats. Otherwise, it was impossible to pay so much attention to Wizard Leo, seeking his allegiance so anxiously. Merlin even guessed that the situation of the 8th prince was not very optimistic. Surely, there must be no spellcasters who can help him in suppressing his worries and turn the tide by his side. Thus, the 8th prince secretly hoped that Wizard Leo could become the powerful spellcaster by his side who could turn the tide and suppress everything. Snake Elder pondered for a moment, then said with a low voice, "By the time we arrive at the Imperial City, Merlin's questions would naturally be answered. Hence, there is nothing to hide. At present, there are only 3 princes who pose the most threat to His Royal Highness the 8th Prince. Namely the 4th Prince, the 9th Prince, and the 13th Prince." Merlin secretly memorized this information in his mind. When he reached the Imperial City, this information could prove to be useful. Swish! A cool breeze blew past, dissipating the bonfire. Some grasses on the ground also gave out a rustling sound. "Who is it?" Suddenly, a loud yell broke the silence of the night. It was the sound of the 2 ugly wizards, Snake Elder's subordinates. Throughout the night, they had been hiding in a secluded place, keeping a watchful eye over the rest of the camp. Upon hearing the voices of the ugly wizards, Snake Elder and the others immediately became vigilant. Merlin also narrowed his eyes and silently released his mind power. Thud, thud. 2 muffled sounds, followed by 2 bodies landing heavily in front of Merlin and the others. Shockingly, it was the 2 ugly subordinates of Snake Elder. The facial expressions of the 2 ugly wizards were extremely astonished. Even the reason for their deaths was obvious. They were killed by a pure force that shattered their internal organs, not hurt by a spell. Merlin and the others immediately went on alert. The 2 ugly wizards were not powerful spellcasters. At best, they were only third-level wizards, but they were stealthily killed by a powerful force. It was indeed a puzzling incident. "Be careful, we don't know who it is." Snake Elder immediately shouted loudly, reminding Merlin and the others. Thus, the 4 of them immediately huddled into a circle, watching the surrounding vigilantly. Mind power was scanning the area the whole time. Not a single movement could escape their senses. Swish! Another breeze blew, and the branches and leaves on the tree pranced constantly, letting out a soft noise. At this moment, Merlin's eyes suddenly widened as he muttered, "Someone's here." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When Merlin's voice fell, 4 figures fiercely emerged from the darkness of the night. The 4 figures were 3 males and 1 female. The 3 men were tall with grim expressions and wore gray wizard robes. The female looked rather strange. Her appearance looked immature, just like an 11 or 12-year-old girl. Her body was petite too, and she was wearing a red tight-fitting leather outfit, looking very adorable and likable. However, Merlin felt a fierce and dangerous aura from this cute little girl who had been smiling all the time, especially her eyes, which flashed an occasional hint of coldness which made Merlin all the more vigilant. It's not easy to find you, but I've finally found you." In the hands of the cute little girl, there was a huge hammer that did not match her figure, and it looked extremely comical. Looking at the hammer, Merlin glanced at the 2 ugly wizards on the ground with slightly sunken chests. Suddenly, things had become clear in his mind. "Did you kill them?" Merlin squinted and asked calmly. Swoosh! The little girl's gaze instantly turned to Merlin. Indeed it is I who killed them. The 2 of them were too feeble. I only touched them a little and they're dead. How weak." The little girl looked at Merlin innocently, pouted her lips, and cocked her head slightly. If not for the 2 dead bodies on the ground, no one would believe that this lovely little girl would be so cruel and dangerous. Chapter 327 The Ninth Wizard. Chapter 327 The Ninth Wizard. Wolf Girl Jelena, you're the 4th prince's people. Snake Elder's expression was gloomy. He was giving the petite little girl a death stare, which looked extremely hateful. Is the 4th prince so desperate, brazenly acting upon the 8th prince's people? Snake Elder's eyes scanned the surrounding behind Wolf Girl Jelena as though there was still someone hiding in the darkness of the night. Snake Elder, you're the tribe leader of the Alpine Snake people. Unfortunately, you seem to have chosen the wrong side when you decided to align with the 8th prince. This time, I'm afraid it'd only be a matter of time before the extinction of your Alpine Snake people tribe. What a shame. Wolf Girl Jelena kept laughing. She had an innocent look, but the words that came from her mouth was truly astonishing. Although Wolf Girl Jelena did not directly admit that she was sent by the 4th prince, from the way she acted and expressed her thoughts, it could also be considered a silent admission. Now, the battle within the royal family of the Kingdom of Black Moon had actually escalated. Wizard Hasbro and Wizard Sakra's faces turned pale. They each looked at Snake Elder and said with a low voice, "Snake Elder, there's also 4 of us. It's not necessary that they can hold us here." Indeed, there were also 4 of them on the other side. Though Jelena may be a bit eerie, at best, she should only be comparable to a 5th-level spellcaster. Snake Elder and the others were not weak spellcasters either, so they would not be afraid of them. However, Snake Elder shook his head gently and said with a heavy tone, "Since the 4th prince sent his people, then he must have absolute confidence to have us all killed. This is the real style of the 4th prince. He'll never do anything that he's unsure of. In addition to these 4 here, there must be another powerful spellcaster hidden in the dark, and you can guess who that is." Upon hearing what Snake Elder had said, the faces of Wizard Hasbro and Wizard Sakra changed altogether, and they turned around abruptly, looking at the darkness of the night. "Ninth Wizard Odin, show yourself," Snake Elder's hoarse voice called out, his gaze transfixed towards the darkness. Rustle. As Snake Elder's voice fell, a soft noise was heard from the silent night. Then, a tall and slender figure gradually walked out from the darkness. The fiery red bonfire reflected on the face of this slender figure, making the original white face glimmer with a shade of red. The slender figure had long purple hair, gently tied behind his head. A loose fur coat wrapped his entire body, and a pair of long black leather boots covered his feet. His appearance looked rather devilish. Snake Elder, before this, I personally advised you to let your snake people tribe align with the fourth prince. Unfortunately, it's a pity that you insisted on following the eighth prince. No one can save you now, and even your snake people tribe will be implicated. From now on, there'll be no more snake people in the alpine beast people race. This slender figure was ninth wizard Odin. Snake Elder was very clear that there were 9 most trusted wizards under the fourth prince. From the first to the 9th wizard, every wizard was powerful with unique abilities. They were all outstanding wizards of their respective ranks. 9th wizard Odin, although ranked 9th, was exceptionally powerful and had once defeated 3 6th-level spellcasters. This time, the fact that the fourth prince sent 9th wizard Odin here meant that he had made up his mind to kill Snake Elder and the rest. Snake Elder reddened and muttered, "Odin, is the fourth prince really planning to strike the 8th prince? Strike Snake Elder, you're such a fool. Originally, among all alpine beast people, your snake people may not be the strongest, but they aren't dumb. Unfortunately, you've made the wrong choice. You've actually become so dumb. Of course His Royal Highness the fourth prince would not strike in the Imperial City. The battles between the princes are all carried out in private, especially in the fight for the support of the city-states. At present, the fourth prince is miles ahead. However, in recent times, your 8th prince has become way too anxious, expanding his power way too fast. If we don't cut off some of his influence, I'm afraid he'd really pose a threat to the fourth prince. Unfortunately, you guys left the Imperial City alone. Tusk, right here, we have Snake Elder, Wizard Hasbro, and Wizard Sakura, in total 3 powerful wizards who can match 5th-level spellcasters. All of you are powerful spellcasters under the command of His Royal Highness the 8th Prince. So killing all of you will also be a major blow to the 8th Prince with such a good opportunity presented to the 4th Prince. Do you think His Highness will let it pass? A cold flash glinted in 9th Wizard Odin's eyes. Suddenly, intense fire-type elemental fluctuations emerged on his body. Forbidden fire. A cloud of fire rose among the dark night ferociously. It seemed like it was burning, then fell from the sky, illuminating the surrounding with a blinding light as bright as daylight. This was a 6th-level spell. Odin's first strike was his most powerful attack, which shrouded Snake Elder, Wizard Hasbro, and Wizard Sakura. Whoosh! Yet, it missed one person. A gust of wind elements gently fluctuated, and immediately after, Merlin's figure appeared in the distance in the blink of an eye. Merlin looked indifferent, watching Odin releasing his spell from afar. He could still feel the horrific suppressing force of the spell, even when he had moved a distance away. With his current Earth Veil, even if Pandora Demon ability, Fuse Earth, could be integrated into the spell, it could still only resist the attack of a 5th-level spell. It could do nothing toward a 6th-level spell. Fortunately, Merlin still had Pandora Demon ability, Flash Wind. This 3-stage Pandora Demon ability was extraordinary. Although it possessed no attacking power and could only be used for fleeing, only a handful of people would be able to catch the user. There's still someone who can avoid it. Jelena, he's yours now. 9th Wizard Odin narrowed his eyes. With a gaze like a viper's, he stared at Merlin, then waved to Wolf Girl Jelena who was beside him. Hee, another tasty meal. Wolf Girl Jelena hoisted the huge hammer, which looked extremely disproportionate to her body size. Then, she slowly walked toward Merlin. Whoosh! Wolf Girl Jelina's speed suddenly accelerated. In an almost residual figure, she went straight for Merlin. Her petite body seemed to contain infinite power as she viciously battered down on Merlin. Flash wind. Merlin's body gently fluctuated with wind elements. Then his figure reappeared on the other side, and his cold stare landed on Wolf Girl Jelina. Earlier, Merlin had also discovered that wind elements emerged on Wolf Girl Jelina's body. That was to say, she was also a spellcaster, one who liked using the hammer. Odin, it's not that easy to kill me. In the towering inferno, Snake Elder furiously yelled. At the same time, numerous runes started rising rapidly, forming a compact protective cover shrouding Snake Elder and the others. It was no secret that Snake Elder was proficient in runology. Snake Elder had not only drawn runes, but his expression also started to become atrocious. His long wizard robe began to tear bit by bit as his body swelled intensely. Finally, in bursts of raws, Snake Elder transformed into a huge python. His huge body occupied the flames, his cold eyes gave off a deathly stare directed at Wizard Odin. This was the unique ability of the Alpine Snake people. They were able to transform into vicious monsters, increasing in strength rapidly. The Alpine Beast people had all kinds of abilities. They were not only spellcasters, but could also take the form of monsters, which enabled them to become much stronger. In a sense, the Alpine Beast people should have been successful too, but this involved secrets from thousands of years ago. No one can say for sure whether the Alpine Beast people had gained more or lost more. HMPH, it's just the last struggle. Snake Elder, how long do you think you're able to hold on? Ninth Wizard Odin was not in a hurry. This time, he came forth personally with a few powerful spellcasters, so he was full of confidence. He was determined to kill Snake Elder and the others to cripple the 8th Prince's forces. The competition and battle between the princes of the Kingdom of Black Moon had almost reached the peak of the critical moment. Even the 4th Prince could not wait to blatantly cut off the forces of the 8th Prince. This also indirectly proved that the 8th Prince's situation in Imperial City was not very optimistic. Merlin withdrew his gaze. It seemed that Snake Elder and the others could still hold on for a moment. After witnessing the peculiar power of the Alpine Snake people, Merlin now had a better understanding of the Alpine Beast people. Wolf Girl Jelina, who was in front of him, was clearly also of Alpine Beast people origin. When Merlin repeatedly showcased Flash Wind and easily escaped Wolf Girl Jelina, this lovely little girl had finally transformed too. SKR. There was a tearing sound of the tight-fitting leather outfit on Wolf Girl Jelina's body. The fair skin on her body could now be seen, which then immediately turned dark and black fur grew out swiftly. The originally petite body was now inflating madly, turning into a 2-meter-high big wolf with menacing sharp teeth. This was the real Wolf Girl Jelina. Swish swish. The speed of the terrifying big wolf Jelina had greatly increased after the transformation. This was obvious as the emergence of wind element fluctuations around her body had concentrated, which meant that the big wolf was still a spellcaster and could cast spells. Moreover, the Alpine Beast people could also use spells to complement their strong beast bodies to exert even greater strength. For Alpine Beast people, spells were merely used as an aid. The speed of the big wolf was extremely fast. In addition to the complement of wind-type spells, her speed became faster. Before this, Merlin relied on Flash Wind to dodge easily, but now it became difficult for him to avoid Wolf Girl Jelina's attacks. Bam! A huge hammer was still within the grasp of Wolf-Girl Jelena's giant wolf claws. It directly struck downward with its powerful force-smashing earth veil, which was integrated with the Pandora demon ability, Fuse Earth, into pieces. Although Merlin escaped with flash wind, his body was still affected by the quake. He faintly sustained some injuries. This time, Merlin also felt a little enraged. It was the first time he was humiliated. Damn, wolf, girl, let's see who dies first. Merlin stopped evading. In an instant, a black mist appeared on his body, which instantly shrouded wolf-girl Jelena. At the same time, fiery collapse also appeared in front of Merlin, the pale flame exuding a force which made people shudder. Chapter 328 Forced Retreat. Chapter 328 Forced Retreat. Jelena's entire body exuded a violent and bloody life force. After being shrouded in darkness, she even let out a loud roar, but the voice soon stopped. Whoosh! Merlin's figure instantly entered the darkness. No matter how strong Jelena was, her mind power was only comparable to a 5th-level spellcaster. There was no way she could resist Merlin's darkness tide. Fire! The pale flame burned intensely in the darkness of the night, and it drowned the horrifying big wolf in the blink of an eye. Jelena, what's wrong with you? Ninth Wizard Odin, who was suppressing Snake Elder and the others, saw that wolf-girl Jelena's figure was shrouded in darkness, and petrifying pale flames blazed on intensely. Odin had a bad feeling about it. Who? The darkness gradually dissipated, and a figure slowly walked out from it. However, it was not wolf-girl Jelena, but Merlin. Beneath Merlin's foot was a dead body which was black as charcoal, and it was wolf-girl Jelena. Merlin's fiery collapse had actually failed to burn Jelena's body to ashes, showing how strong her body was. If he did not rely on darkness tide to drag her into an illusion, it would certainly be very difficult to kill wolf-girl Jelena. Ninth Wizard Odin noticed Jelena's body at Merlin's foot and his gaze froze. This unpredicted change was beyond even Odin's expectation. Wolf-girl Jelena had fought for the 4th prince through countless battles. She had also encountered countless dangers, but she had always managed to come back in one piece. It was certainly not expected that she would die in such a desolate place today, and to add to that, she was killed by an unknown figure. You're the genius spellcaster from the dark magic region, Wizard Leo's student, Merlin. Before Odin embarked on his mission to kill Snake Elder and the others, he had naturally inquired clearly that Snake Elder and the others went to Prakash City to pick up Merlin. Perhaps Merlin became a one-time sensation after killing Weiss and Bluebird, but it was only for those spellcasters below the 4th level. For a 6th-level spellcaster like Odin, he was a powerful spellcaster wherever he went, so he would naturally not take Merlin's so-called achievements to heart. Even his Snake Elder assassination plot this time did not take Merlin into consideration. Yet, it was precisely Merlin, the one person disregarded by Odin, who had killed wolf-girl Jelena. You 3, stop him. Odin's face turned blue. He brought 4 people with him, but now wolf-girl Jelena was dead. Not only was Jelena powerful, but she was also a girl favored by the 4th prince. Now, she had died under Odin's command. So, even if the mission was successful upon their return, Odin would still not escape punishment. Thinking of this, Odin was extremely annoyed deep down. His murderous rage had now been stimulated, and the spells he unleashed onto Snake Elder and the others intensified with overwhelming strength. Jelena was already dead. She could not be recovered, but the task at hand must be accomplished. The only thing Odin could do now was to successfully complete the mission in order to alleviate his punishment from the fourth prince. Snake Elder had already revealed his true form, and the top of the head was full of intricate runes. However, in the face of Odin's overwhelming spell attacks, he began to lose his drive. The runes had begun to flash and he seemed unable to persist any longer. Swish, swish, swish. 3 figures quickly formed a circle, surrounding Merlin in the middle. These 3 spellcasters were all of the 5th level. They glared at Merlin covetously. After all, it was Jelena's body on the ground. They did not think they were a match for Jelena's strength, so naturally they would not take Merlin lightly. Merlin glanced at Snake Elder and the others. He found that their situation was already extremely perilous. If Merlin waited until Odin finished off Snake Elder and then went back to deal with him, he would have a hard time too. Flash wind. Merlin took a deep breath, and then his figure quivered a little. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the encirclement of the 3 spellcasters. The speed of Flash Wind was ridiculously fast that even after revealing her wolf form coupled with the help of wind-type spells, Wolf Girl Jelena could barely keep up with Merlin's speed. As for the others, they could not even lay a finger on Merlin's figure. Merlin also did not want to be held by the 3 spellcasters, so he rushed to 9th Wizard Odin directly. HMPH, you're all useless. Seeing that Merlin had rushed out of the encirclement and went straight toward him, Odin's face showed a hint of coldness. He then spread his fingers, a trace of chill drifted out and began to spread rapidly. Kachak, kachak. Everything around Wizard Odin was frozen by the ice crystals, and the cold kept on spreading. This was a 6th level spell. Even Merlin's Pandora Demon ability, Fuse Earth and Wizard Robe, would not spare him. Yet Merlin could not go back. Once he retreated, Snake Elder and the others would be utterly finished. Come on, 6th level spellcaster Darkness Vortex. Merlin fixed his gaze on Odin, then waved his hand. A huge vortex immediately appeared above Odin's head, just like a black hole. It was indefinitely deep, consuming all darkness elements. This was the 3rd level spell, Darkness Vortex, deemed to be able to devour all mind power. Even for those spellcasters with immense mind power, once caught in Darkness Vortex, their mind power would be engulfed, thus falling into an illusion. In particular, Merlin's Darkness Vortex was also fused with Darkness Heart, bringing the hallucination to greater heights. However, whether or not Wizard Odin could be dragged into the illusion, Merlin was not really sure. Darkness Vortex itself was one of the most powerful and bizarre darkness-type spells among all 3rd level spells. If Merlin did not have the help of the Matrix, he would never consider constructing Darkness Vortex. However, once Darkness Vortex was constructed, its power was terrifying too, especially after fusing with Merlin's Darkness Heart, where it would become much more terrifying. As soon as Darkness Vortex appeared, it began devouring the darkness elements around it wildly, more importantly, the mind power of spellcasters. Even though mind power was invisible, Darkness Vortex could still devour it. Snake Elder and the others, as well as 9th Wizard Odin, who was positioned the nearest, were all affected by Darkness Vortex. They felt that their mind power was forcibly extracted from their bodies, and the feeling was extremely painful. Hum. Along with the devouring of Darkness Vortex, the original Darkness Vortex, which was only 1 meter in diameter, began to expand frantically. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to a diameter of 10 meters, even shrouding 9th Wizard Odin within. Good opportunity, fiery collapse. Merlin did not hesitate at all, violently igniting fiery collapse. Suddenly, the pale flame instantly turned into a rain of fire, flying toward darkness vortex, and swiftly tinting it into a white hue. This was the first time Merlin had fought with a 6th level spellcaster, and a powerful 6th level spellcaster at that. 9th Wizard Odin could not be matched by any average 6th level spellcasters. Kachak kachak. Suddenly, the initially pale flame was frozen by a chill in the blink of an eye. Then, a figure stumbled out of that huge darkness vortex, and it was 9th Wizard Odin, whose mind power was constantly devoured by darkness vortex. After all, Wizard Odin was a 6th level spellcaster, and his mind power was strong. Merlin's darkness vortex could only make him fall into an illusion. However, all the while 9th Wizard Odin was plunged into the illusion, he was able to resist the scorch of fiery collapse. How frightening! Whoosh whoosh! Snake Elder and the others quickly approached Merlin. Snake Elder was the most familiar with Odin. He whispered to Merlin, "Wizard Merlin, I didn't expect your darkness-type spells to have already reached the point that even Odin could be dragged into the illusion for a brief moment. However, it's not easy to kill Odin. Maybe you don't know that 9th Wizard Odin's most powerful trick was his defensive spells. He has a Pandora Demon ability too, which has been integrated into his spells. Hence, he's protected by defensive spells all the time. There was a 7th level spellcaster who battled with Odin. In the end, he couldn't even harm him. We want to kill him, but it's really difficult." It turned out that Odin had such a brilliant record. He was indeed one of the most powerful wizards around the 4th Prince. Perhaps as the 9th wizard, Odin's own strength was not really great, but he was the most difficult to kill, and not to mention the most annoying one. Is that so? The most annoying, and the most difficult to kill wizard? That may not be true. There was a smile at the edge of Merlin's lips with his eyes staring at Odin without the slightest scruple. It might be arduous for the others to kill Odin because he always had protection from spells. However, Merlin was a dark wizard, proficient in darkness-type spells. Darkness Vortex earlier had already plunged Odin into an illusion. Although it was only for a brief moment, it was enough for Odin to consider it a huge threat. In the moment he fell into the illusion, he could no longer cast spells. If the illusion lasted a little longer, how long could the spell he cast be maintained? Odin did not suffer any damage earlier because he had cast defensive spells and a Pandora Demon ability. In addition, the time spent in the illusion was very brief, so Merlin's fiery collapse could not blast through Wizard Odin's defensive spells and Pandora Demon ability. However, Odin was not sure about Merlin's capabilities. If he was stuck in the illusion for a longer time, it would be very dangerous. Therefore, Odin had an indescribable expression on his face. He could not make up his mind. Merlin's expression looked solemn as he said to Snake Elder, "Snake Elder, the moment I say charge later, you guys will charge together. We'll gather our most powerful hit and kill Odin." Merlin did not conceal his words as Odin heard them too. Odin's expression suddenly changed. He had already experienced Darkness Vortex earlier. That feeling when his mind power was being devoured and being plunged into an illusion made him extremely wary. "Very well, Wizard Merlin. We shall meet again in the Imperial City." Odin stared deeply into Merlin's eyes. He then led the 3 other spellcasters and quickly turned away, fleeing the scene. It did not take long before they vanished entirely into the night. Chapter 329 Black Moon Tower. Chapter 329 Black Moon Tower. The 9th wizard Odin left, leaving behind only traces of scorched battle marks on the ground. Merlin's expression was pensive as he stared in the direction that Wizard Odin and his men had disappeared towards. Truth to be told, he was actually at a disadvantage in the last battle. If they had continued to battle, he probably may not have gained an upper hand at all. Looks like my abilities are still not enough. Even at my best, I can barely compete with a 6th-level spellcaster. Merlin had initially thought that once he constructed his Darkness Vortex Darkness-type spell, then most of the 6th-level spellcasters would no longer be worthy opponents. It now seemed like this was not completely true. The Darkness Vortex was indeed strong, especially in cases where Merlin was strengthened by the Darkness Heart. It could engulf the spellcaster's spirit, causing them to fall into an illusion. Nevertheless, the Darkness Vortex was still a type of hallucinating dark spell, and many spellcasters once they reached the 6th level would have attained an immense level of mind power. Thus it was difficult to entrap them in an illusion. Moreover, even if one were so lucky to break through the 7 levels of mind power, the casted illusion would have been severely weakened. This was the reason that Merlin's Darkness Vortex only managed to trap Wizard Odin in the illusion for a very short time. In addition, Merlin's Fiery Collapse completely failed to defeat the 6th-level spells. He was unable to overcome even the general 6th-level defensive spells, not to mention inflict damage on Wizard Odin, who had mastered defensive type spells. This time, it was lucky that Wizard Odin was being cautious of Merlin and dared not face him properly. Merlin could not guarantee that he would be as lucky as this every single time. The Snake Elder resumed his human form, but his face was extremely pale. It appeared that he must have used up a lot of elemental power and sustained heavy damage. After all, in the beginning, he was fending off Wizard Odin's attacks alone. Wizard Merlin, thank you very much for your help this time. Otherwise, we fear it would have been for the worse. The Snake Elder shot a complicated look at Merlin. Originally, he thought that he had understood Merlin sufficiently and knew his powers well enough. However, it seemed that he was still far from fully comprehending the force that was Merlin. He was amazed that Merlin was able to not only resist but also scare away Wizard Odin. Needless to say, that was not a feat easily achievable by an average wizard. Even though Odin had left, Merlin still dared not lower his guard. He said with a low voice, "They may have departed temporarily, but no one knows if they would change their mind. We better hurry and be on our way." The Snake Elder and the others nodded in agreement. If the 4th prince had sent Odin to them, then the conflict between the princes must have escalated beyond boiling point. In fact, the situation might be even worse in the Imperial City. This trip the Imperial City, what would happen next no one knew. Over the next few days, Merlin and the Snake People focused all their energy on their journey. Since they no longer had to put up with the 2 ugly wizards, the Snake Elder and his people could put their flying spells to work. Merlin, too, had a flying casting tool that allowed him to keep up with them, but it consumed large amounts of elemental crystal stones. Along the way, Merlin gained a better understanding of the Alpine Beast people. The speed and strength of the wolf girl Jelena, in particular, left a very strong impression on him. If Jelena's mind power had been a little stronger, Merlin may not have been able to conquer her. On the contrary, she may have been able to harm him. Once the Alpine Beast people transformed into their true forms, they each possessed unique strengths. However, the number of Alpine Beast people was simply too small. The Snake people, for instance, only had approximately 3,000 people, barely enough to maintain a small tribe. They were very rare indeed. Even the Alpine Beast people, altogether, only had a few tens of thousands in population. Despite being so strong and capable, they faced problems raising offspring like normal people. Every alpine beast couple who wanted to procreate would have to experience various difficulties, sometimes even life-threatening ones, in order to produce offspring. This was also the greatest weakness of the alpine beast people. The ancient spell-casters might have used the most advanced spell-casting methods to create the alpine beast people, but ultimately they were a failed product, a race with irreparable defects. Once upon a time, the alpine beast people had a population of a few million. However, following the difficulties in reproduction, there were only tens of thousands of their people left today. They also tended to live in extremely remote places and within relatively bad environments. Many alpine beast people could not help but escape the perilous mountains, but as they looked different from normal people, they easily stirred up panic among the masses and as a result, faced dangerous situations. Therefore, the alpine beast people retreated back into their respective tribes and began to approach specific forces. The snake elder chose to support the eighth prince, in hopes that if the eighth prince became the king of Black Moon, then the snake people tribe would gain a big enough piece of land for themselves to live out a quiet life. The wolf girl Jelena was from the alpine wolf people tribe. Most probably, she had the same thought as the snake elder as well, to support one of the princes so that if he became the king, they would be able to obtain a piece of land and live a quiet life. The only misfortune was that the different camps that they chose ended up pitting the snake elder and the wolf girl Jelena against each other, even though both of them had originated from the same alpine beast people group. "This world is getting more and more interesting," Merlin murmured under his breath. From a spellcaster's world, he already thought it was beyond comprehension when the mysterious relief sculpture appeared, but now there were also the strange alpine beast people as well. The alpine beast people were truly most powerful in their true forms, whereas their spells, runes, etc. were just supplementary abilities. However, when they revealed their true forms and fused with it, they were truly terrifying. It was no less than a spellcaster with Pandora demon ability. This world was getting more and more interesting, and still held many hidden secrets, but Merlin knew that power was of utmost importance. Only with great power he would be able to stay safe. This trip to the Imperial City, he would have to find a way to enter the palace's spell library, no matter what it took. After all, it was for this sole purpose that Merlin had agreed to go to the Imperial City. Against the bright, clear sky, dark shadows began to cast outside the majestic ramparts of the city. Behind those tall white walls was an even taller, twisted tower. Its peak stretched all the way up to the clouds, emitting a faint glow of light. Any person who saw this tower would feel amazed in the depth of their hearts. At this juncture, Merlin was staring intently at the unique tower. Although he had been looking at it for a whole hour, his heart still did not manage to calm down. A wizard's tower. Merlin had seen such a sight many times in the dark magic region. Even towers constructed by 7th-level spellcasters were considered ordinary sights in Merlin's eyes. Bearing in mind that the dark magic region was a spellcaster organization which excelled in the knowledge of runes, the towers contained therein were all pinnacles of runic knowledge. This tower, however, was a whole other level. No matter how many towers that existed in the dark magic region, they were far from comparable to this tower that stood before his eyes. From the very moment Merlin first laid his eyes on this tower, he was shaken to the core. Wizard Merlin. People who see the Black Moon Tower always react the same way. When I first followed His Royal Highness the 8th Prince to the Imperial City and saw the Black Moon Tower, I was also astonished. It was hard to imagine that someone in this realm managed to build such a magnificent and indescribable tower. In fact, this is not even the most magical time to view the tower. You should wait until this evening, which would be the night of the full moon. The Black Moon Tower would be even more glorious and magnificent. The Snake Elder, too, squinted at the towering structure standing proudly among the clouds. This was the iconic building of the Black Moon Kingdom, the Black Moon Tower. To be able to see the Black Moon Tower meant to the Snake Elder and his people that their long, day and night journey had finally brought them to the Imperial City. After a long time, Merlin slowly withdrew his gaze. He sensed that the Black Moon Tower was not only filled with mysterious power but enveloped the entire kingdom with it. It was almost like it was the heart and core of the kingdom. The Black Moon Tower also gave Merlin an unusual sense of tension. Within the sea of Merlin's awareness, the flame Maxim had always behaved calmly. Now, near the Black Moon Tower, he could vaguely feel a sense of suppression. The flame Maxim was the power that belonged to Legend Nicolar, the legendary wizard. In a way, the flame Maxim represented the depth of understanding the legend Nicola had towards flames. Alas, even though the flame Maxim might be the same, there were certainly differences in the level of mastery between different legendary wizards. For legends with titles such as the Legend of Darkness wizard offers to be crowned with a title Legend of Darkness represented that he had achieved an unparalleled understanding of darkness and complete mastery over the darkness element. Legendary wizards who obtained their titles in this manner were truly forces to be reckoned with. They could banish a powerful god or conquer a plane of existence. At this very moment, Merlin's flame Maxim was being suppressed by the Black Moon Tower. This indirectly spoke volumes about the extraordinary effect of the Black Moon Tower. Even since Merlin received the flame Maxim, this was the first time it was suppressed. Due to that, Merlin felt a slight quiver in his heart, and was very curious about the Black Moon Tower. He asked the Snake Elder, which spellcaster built this Black Moon Tower? From the looks of it, it is out of the ordinary. The Snake Elder shot a faint glance at Merlin and drew a deep breath. The question of who built the Black Moon Tower, I'm afraid even the oldest spellcaster does not know, he calmly replied. However, this Black Moon Tower was not built by the Kingdom of Black Moon. It was a remnant from the Molter Empire. The Black Moon Tower has mysterious powers. A few great wizards of the kingdom went inside to study the tower and discovered that the power of the Black Moon Tower can be invoked to protect the entire Imperial City, making it impervious to any form of attack. However, this is related to the mysterious power, which is not something that we can comprehend. Nevertheless, it is because of the Black Moon Tower that the Imperial City is completely safe. No matter how many great wizards congregate in this place, they are unable to pose any threat to the Imperial City. According to rumors, the Black Moon Tower contains a stronger power of attack that even the great wizards could not withstand. That is the price to pay for invoking the power of the Black Moon Tower. Perhaps it is too unfathomable. Merlin gained a general understanding of the Black Moon Tower's abilities. Since it was inherited from the Molter Empire, it was likely that it was left behind by a powerful legendary wizard. To be able to cover the entire Imperial City and make it impervious obviously involved powers of nature, powers which only legendary wizards could control. Black Moon Tower was definitely linked to a powerful wizard from the Molter Empire. Thinking of the Black Moon Tower's suppression of the flame Maxim, Merlin suddenly felt an impulse to enter and study the tower. However, the Black Moon Tower was the most secretive core of the royal family. especially the eighth prince. There was absolutely no chance of entering it. Merlin could only dream. Wizard Merlin, the situation in the Imperial City is very complicated. Let's seek an audience with His Royal Highness the Eighth Prince. Chapter 330 The Eighth Prince. Chapter 330 The Eighth Prince. The Imperial City of the Kingdom of Black Moon was naturally busier than most cities. Regardless of whether it was when Merlin was in Blackwater City or Floating City or the Kerdmensler Islands, those places were less busy than the Imperial City which was right before his eyes. In particular, the Imperial City was a city where normies and spellcasters lived together, which resulted in a different scene. On the street, spellcasters dressed in apparels of various colors and went about their businesses, and the normies seemed unperturbed by the sight. There were also spellcasters whose appearances were as strange and deformed as the alpine beast people, but they attracted no curiosity as well. Evidently, most people were used to them. Nevertheless, Merlin only glanced around carelessly at the Imperial City. At the moment, he was preoccupied with observing the flame maxim in his awareness. Outside the Imperial City, Merlin had felt the Black Moon Tower suppressing the flame maxim. It might be that the Black Moon Tower had a mystical power which was able to suppress the flame maxim. Therefore, Merlin was afraid that some change might occur, so he was paying close attention to the flame maxim. Fortunately, although the suppression of the flame maxim increased after he had entered the Imperial City, the maxim did not undergo any changes, remaining silent in his awareness. The gigantic Black Moon Tower could be clearly seen from anywhere in the Imperial City. Merlin kept looking toward the Black Moon Tower from time to time, as he could feel traces of the suppressing force that it emitted. Snake Elder had said before that there was more than one great wizard keeping watch in the Black Moon Tower. After all, it functioned as a foundation for the royal family of the Kingdom of Black Moon. With more than one great wizard overseeing the activities in the city, they would be able to defend against any attack on the Imperial City. In addition, with the presence of the imposing Black Moon Tower, no spellcaster's organization or spellcaster would dare to attack the Imperial City. Even the arrogant and contemptuous Osmu had never made a move in the Imperial City. Snake Elder and the rest went along the streets, and after a silent journey, arrived at a grand and magnificent manor which was strictly guarded. Elite guards were vigilantly keeping watch outside the manor, and now and then spellcasters would probe around with their mind power from inside. As Merlin and the rest headed straight toward the manor, multiple streams of powerful mind power brazenly swept across Merlin. Most of the mind power could be comparable to a 6th-level spellcaster's. Security here is really tight. Merlin frowned as if he was unhappy about the mind power inspection he was subjected to within the manor. It was true that any spellcaster, examining with their mind power so openly, would offend other spellcasters. Sometimes misunderstandings might even arise because of this. Snake Elder said hurriedly, "Wizard Merlin, please be patient for now. The manner of His Royal Highness the Eighth Prince was not like this in the past. It appears that His Royal Highness the Eighth Prince is in a rather delicate situation these days, which is why security is so strict." Of course, Merlin knew what Snake Elder meant, so he nodded. "I hope to meet with His Royal Highness the Eighth Prince as soon as possible." "Very well, please wait for just a moment, Wizard Merlin. After we've met with His Royal Highness the Eighth Prince, then we shall invite you to meet with His Royal Highness." With that, Snake Elder, Wizard Hasbro, and Wizard Sakura hurriedly walked into the manor's living room, leaving Merlin in a secluded hall. There were finely detailed statues within the hall. These carvings were perfect imitations. Anyone could tell that they were the works of a master. The human figures were so lifelike. Merlin could not help but think of the mysterious relief sculptures he had obtained. It had been such a long time, and all he had was 4 relief sculptures. Presently, he had excellent physical attributes, but because the time needed to cultivate the 4 relief sculptures was too long, the development of his physique had reached a plateau. Merlin knew that there were more than 4 mysterious relief sculptures. However, Merlin had acquired each of the relief sculptures by luck, and it would be challenging to seek them out on purpose. After a moment, Merlin felt that the streams of mind power that had been scrutinizing him seemed to have disappeared. They must have realized that Merlin posed no danger, and thus stopped their spying. Now that no one was peeping at him, Merlin became relaxed. With nothing better to do, he shut his eyes and began to do something he rarely did: mind power meditation. In a splendid room, a well-proportioned, handsome figure stood ramrod straight. Long wavy curls flowed behind his head to his shoulders, and his fair face was filled with grace. However, his eyes held unfathomable depths, as if they contained a strange power, and no one dared to look straight at him. This man of mannered grace, dressed in fine clothing, was the 8th prince. Before him stood Snake Elder, Hasbro, and Sakura, 3 spell casters with their heads bowed. With a face full of shame, Snake Elder said, "Your Royal Highness, what happened was this. We were delayed for over a month, and on our way back, we were ambushed by Wizard Odin of the 4th Prince. Thus, we've only managed to return now." The 8th prince's expression remained unchanged, as if nothing could arouse his excitement or his disappointment. There was always a subtle sense of steadfastness and confidence about him. After a period of deep consideration, the 8th prince began to speak slowly. "Snake Elder, you said that Merlin has given me 3 generous gifts: a second-level spellcaster who could destroy 3 city-states in a row, and even Finalo, who was a master of runes, is dead." Snake Elder nodded with a solemn expression. "That's right. We've underestimated Merlin's abilities by far. In fact, his powers are terrifying, and could be compared to a 6th-level spellcaster. On our way back this time, we encountered the 9th wizard, and even my 2 disappointing subordinates have died. If it wasn't for Wizard Merlin, who made his move at a crucial point, causing Odin to leave somewhat fearfully, I'm afraid things would have been much worse." Wizard Hasbro and Wizard Sakura nodded repeatedly. They had witnessed themselves how Odin became apprehensive and left after Merlin had attacked, allowing them to return to the Imperial City safely. They could not have done so without Merlin's efforts. The 8th prince smiled as well. "That's good. I'm glad that you're able to return safely, and more importantly, you've brought Merlin as well. As for Merlin, I have my plans for him." Snake Elder and the rest felt reassured. The 8th prince had always been respectful toward spellcasters, even if it was the Alpine Snake People tribe. There were many who looked down upon the Alpine Snake People deep in their hearts, but Snake Elder could see that the 8th prince genuinely treated the Snake People as ordinary beings. This was also a crucial reason why Snake Elder was so bent on following the 8th prince. It should be known that even Wolf Girl Jelena, who had pledged allegiance to the 4th prince, was only used to break through the front lines in attacks. Her position was only a little better than a slave's. "Your Royal Highness, has the peace of the Imperial City been broken? The 4th prince was even brazen enough to send people to kill us." Before Snake Elder could finish, the 8th prince interrupted him with a wave of his hand. The prince's face gradually darkened, and his fair fingers tapped the table lightly. This was a long-time habit of his, which he would do only when he was feeling anxious and unsure about what to do. After a long moment, a determined light glinted in the eighth prince's eyes as he said softly, "Go on, let's meet with Wizard Merlin first. As for fourth brother, now is not the time yet." Snake Elder and the rest bobbed their heads, after which they followed behind the eighth prince as he left the room and went toward the hall. "Viscount Merlin, His Royal Highness the eighth prince requests an audience with you." Merlin was meditating when a guard in silver armor came beside him and called out softly. Although he was meditating, Merlin had not loosened his perception of the external world. Therefore, he opened his eyes quickly and glanced at the silver-armored guard, saying calmly, "Lead the way." Following that, Merlin trailed behind the silver-armored guard and entered the great hall of the manor. It was well lit inside the hall, and one could see everything clearly inside. There were 4 individuals in total, 3 of which were Snake Elder, Wizard Hasbro, and Wizard Sakura, all of whom Merlin recognized. In the center was a slim and handsome aristocrat whose expression was inscrutable. There was no doubt that this was the eighth prince. Merlin immediately behaved under the standard etiquette of aristocracy and bowed toward the eighth prince. After all, besides being a spellcaster of the dark magic region, he was now also a viscount, an aristocrat in the kingdom of Blackmoon. "Your Honorable Royal Highness the eighth prince, I thank you for sending Snake Elder to Wilson Castle in the past, saving the Wilson clan from suffering a calamity." No matter what the eighth prince's intentions were, his act of sending Snake Elder truly did protect the Wilson clan, sparing them from the invasion of spellcasters. Merlin was expressing his genuine gratitude. A slight smile appeared on the eighth prince's face, and he said warmly, "Viscount Merlin, sending Snake Elder and the rest to Wilson Castle was merely a small effort. Your 3 generous gifts are much more precious." Merlin knew that the eighth prince was referring to Terran City, Gnome City, and Fanner City. Merlin had slaughtered the spellcasters of these 3 independent city-states throughout his journey, forcing them to pledge allegiance to the eighth prince. With this, the 3 city-states could be united with Prakash City. This was significant to the eighth prince, so it was naturally a lavish gift. Merlin had been observing the eighth prince. He did not seem very old, but Merlin knew that the eighth prince was in fact over 40 years old. Among spellcasters, 40 years was considered young. The eighth prince was a spellcaster too, and a powerful one at that. Merlin had the vague feeling that the eighth prince was even stronger than ninth wizard Odin, who had tried to kill Snake Elder and the rest on their way here. It made sense when he thought about it. The entire royal family of the Kingdom of Blackmoon was comparable to a large spellcasters organization. As a prince from the royal family, one who was competing for the throne, how could his spellcaster talents be lacking and unremarkable? Thus, even though he was only 40 years old, the eighth prince was already a 6th-level spellcaster. This might seem inconceivable to other people, but to a prince from the royal family, this was something incomparably normal. However, this indirectly revealed that the heritage of the Blackmoon royal family was something the dark magic region could not compare to by far. Your Royal Highness had sent Snake Elder and the rest to Wilson Castle. Naturally, I would not forget my lord's kindness. However, surely my lord would not send those people to protect the Wilson clan without any reason. As soon as he spoke, Merlin narrowed his eyes and looked toward the eighth prince without wavering. Chapter 331 Making Contact. Chapter 331 Making Contact. The eighth prince's fingers lightly tapped the surface of the table while a gracious smile remained on his lips. After a long moment, the eighth prince slowly said, "That's right. Naturally, I sent Snake Elder not without a reason. I've been hearing about the famed wizard Leo of the dark magic region, but never had an opportunity to meet him. Wizard Merlin, you're his prized student, so I thought that through Wizard Merlin, I could invite Wizard Leo to be my guest here in the Imperial City." As expected, it was for the sake of enticing Wizard Leo. Although Merlin had guessed as much, it felt strange to hear the eighth prince declaring it himself. Wizard Leo was powerful indeed as a sixth-level spellcaster. He traversed a long distance to hunt down and kill Osseous, who was a seventh-level spellcaster of Osmu. This matter had created a stir among many spellcasters' organizations, but to the eighth prince, what he needed was precisely a powerful wizard who could conquer everything and defeat all rivals. Of course, great wizards would not possibly come forward to pledge allegiance to the eighth prince. However, there should be a slight chance of getting a ninth-level spellcaster or even an eighth-level spellcaster. Why did the eighth prince consider Wizard Leo? Nevertheless, Merlin kept these thoughts to himself and did not inquire further. After a moment of consideration, he said in a low voice, "Your Royal Highness the eighth prince, may I be bold to pose a question? I'm afraid my lord doesn't seem to be in too well of a situation. Will Wizard Leo choose to come here now?" Merlin phrased it tactfully, but the eighth prince should understand what he meant. Before this, Merlin had been asking around in an indirect manner, in addition to his own conjecture, and he knew that the eighth prince was not in a favorable situation. Otherwise, the fourth prince would not send ninth wizard Odin to kill Snake Elder and the rest so blatantly. The struggle between the princes was completely ruthless. In the event that one failed, there would be no chance of recovery. Now, the eighth prince wanted to summon Wizard Leo simply by extending an invitation. Merlin would not even help to pass on the message. Wizard Leo, with his apathetic disposition, would not leave the dark magic region at all. The eighth prince drew in a deep breath, his face still keeping its genial expression. He nodded slightly. "You're right, Wizard Merlin. You've guessed correctly. At the moment, my situation isn't a good one indeed. The fourth prince is tightening his grip, whereas the ninth prince and the 13th prince has left the imperial city to avoid confronting the fourth prince directly. Only I am left to hold off the force of the fourth prince. Still, I was able to hold off the fourth prince for so long, and he still hasn't made his move until now. How did I do it? I have my forces too, mighty forces, to the point where even the fourth prince would be apprehensive. What I lack are powerful spellcasters who can help me withstand any threat. Lately, the fourth prince has begun to reveal small indications that he's going to attack. You encountered this along with Snake Elder and the rest. The fourth prince has persuaded 2 eighth-level spellcasters by promising them attractive benefits. At this rate, that fourth brother of mine won't be able to wait to make his move against me. Alas, this is my fate ever since I've chosen to fight for the throne. After a pause, the eighth prince stood up abruptly, and his face glowed fervently as he continued. I have no way of finding ninth-level spellcasters, and the fourth prince could not enlist any ninth-level spellcasters either. As for eighth-level spellcasters, I couldn't find them too. You can count the number of eighth-level spellcasters in the Kingdom of Black Moon on one hand, and the fourth prince has made his bid for them long ago. There are eighth-level wizards in spellcasters' organizations, and you may mock me if you like, but I don't have much to offer that would be able to tempt them. Thus, I've searched for spellcasters everywhere and have finally found someone suitable. That's Wizard Leo, the possessor of the true darkness eye, Wizard Leo. Others might not know what sets Darkness Eye apart, but I, being from the royal family, would know of even the most hidden secrets. I know very well how powerful the genuine Darkness Eye can be. It's just a shame that Darkness Eye is cursed. It turned out that the 8th prince knew the true Darkness Eye and, like Wizard Bamu, even knew that Darkness Eye was cursed. Perhaps it was natural that the 8th prince would select Wizard Leo after considering his cultivation of Darkness Eye and his valiant accomplishment in hunting down Osis. Merlin sucked in a deep breath and said softly, "Your Royal Highness the 8th prince, I can help you get in touch with Wizard Leo, but I have no way of influencing his decision." "That's to be expected. Since I'm about to ask for Wizard Leo's assistance, naturally I've already made foolproof preparations." Others might not regard this item as something significant, but to Wizard Leo it would be something of utmost importance. The 8th prince appeared very confident that whatever he offered would surely tempt Wizard Leo. The Black Moon royal family had a powerful heritage. The 8th prince might really have some treasure that would persuade Wizard Leo. Nonetheless, before Merlin contacted Wizard Leo, he had some requests. "Your Royal Highness the 8th prince, I have 2 small requests. I wonder if my lord would be able to fulfill them." "Wizard Merlin, you've taken so much trouble coming all the way from Prakash City to the Imperial City, and you've saved Snake Elder and the rest. What are 2 small requests in comparison?" The 8th prince spoke impassively. Merlin nodded and spoke bluntly. This had always been a transaction. The 8th prince had his use for Merlin, so naturally, Merlin had his own requests. Thus, Merlin said in a low voice, "First, this is a list of potion materials. If your Royal Highness the 8th prince could get these materials for me, please do so as much as possible." With that, Merlin took out from his ring the list of macro potion materials he had prepared beforehand and handed it to the 8th prince. The 8th prince looked over the list carelessly before handing it to Snake Elder and commanded, "Snake Elder, get ready all the materials on this list. Bring all the materials, as long as they are on the list, from all the shops in the Imperial City. Also, the royal treasury as well if it's on the list, then bring all of it here." The 8th prince gave an organized and thorough command, causing a jolt in Merlin's heart. The 8th prince had not specified the quantity but gathered the resources of the entire city instead. With a place as prosperous as the Imperial City, if he really gathered everything, the potion materials that Merlin would receive in the end would be an inconceivably large amount. Merlin did not understand the 8th prince very well. He only knew that Snake Elder, Wizard Sakura, and Wizard Hasbro had deep, genuine respect for the prince, following him willingly. Leaving aside other factors, this manner of the 8th prince by itself was already something to which most people could never compare. There was a second request. "Please speak, Wizard Merlin." The 8th prince smiled as he asked. "My second request is this: I've heard that the royal family has a spell library. I would like to visit it and pick a few spells. I wonder if the 8th prince could fulfill this request." After he spoke, Merlin fixed his gaze upon the 8th prince. This was the real reason Merlin had come to the Imperial City, to enter the royal family's spell library. The heritage of the Black Moon royal family could be compared to any large spellcaster's organization. In particular, the royal family's spell library had plenty of spells. If Merlin could go in and scan it with a matrix, he would certainly be able to populate the database of the matrix. At that point, Merlin would be able to try using the data integration process to derive new spells. This was extremely crucial to Merlin, so the 8th prince's current attitude would be key. Enter the spell library. The eighth prince eyed Merlin suspiciously. However, he did not inquire about Merlin's reason for wanting to enter the spell library, but instead said reservedly, "The spell library is an important place for the royal family. Besides the few members of the royal family, no outsiders are allowed inside at all. Although I can enter, it won't be that easy for me to bring in outsiders." Merlin's heart leaped. The eighth prince had only said that it would not be that easy to bring in outsiders, which implied that it was possible to do so, only it would be very troublesome. Still, this depended on the eighth prince's decision. Merlin was in no rush and waited silently for a reply. The eighth prince seemed torn between his choices. He stood up and paced around incessantly as his face shifted uncertainly. If he did not grant Merlin this request, then there was no doubt that it would be impossible for him to meet Wizard Leo. No matter how confident the eighth prince was in enticing Wizard Leo, if he was not even able to meet with Wizard Leo and had no way of communication, then how would he even entice Wizard Leo? Whether he could enlist Wizard Leo was linked to whether he would succeed in taking the throne. It was a crucial part of his plans, and every other matter depended on this one crucial point. As he thought about this, the eighth prince arrived at a decision. "Wizard Merlin, it would be rather troublesome to enter the spell library, especially since the fourth prince is in the imperial city. However, if Wizard Leo could help me resolve the problem of the fourth prince, then the fourth prince would no longer be in the imperial city. Without all these apprehensions, I can bring Wizard Merlin into the spell library." This was the eighth prince's reply, which was conditional at the same time. It would not be simple to resolve the matter of the fourth prince. Firstly, they would need Wizard Leo's agreement. Nevertheless, as long as there was a chance it could work, Merlin was willing to give it a go. Thus he said to the eighth prince, "I can contact Wizard Leo, but whether or not he would be influenced is dependent on the eighth prince's sincerity." "That goes without saying." The eighth prince's tone of voice revealed faintly a trace of excitement. Merlin thought about Wizard Leo's personality. Other than the one time when he left the dark magic region to hunt down Osiris of Osmu, it seemed that Wizard Leo had not left the dark magic region in a very long time. Therefore, Merlin did not know what the eighth prince could offer to sway Wizard Leo. However, he saw that the prince appeared full of confidence. So Merlin raised his right hand and stimulated the dark magic ring on his finger with his mind power. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Mysterious runes instantly floated up into the air. As Wizard Leo's most prized student, Merlin naturally had a way to personally contact Wizard Leo, which was through the mysterious runes of the dark magic ring. The runes in midair formed into a simple magic circle, following which the air itself trembled and gradually expanded. Slowly, a terrifying face, full of wrinkles, appeared with a blood-red third eye on the forehead. "Merlin, it's the first time you've contacted me. What happened?" Chapter 332 The Tear of God. Chapter 332 The Tear of God. The runes on the dark magic ring flickered constantly as if they would disappear at any moment. Runes like these could only be sustained for a short while, so Merlin did not dare delay and instead told Wizard Leo right away, "Teacher, there's something I have to report. This is regarding His Royal Highness the Eighth Prince of the Black Moon royal family. He wishes to invite you to the Imperial City for a discussion." The terrifying blood-red third eye on Wizard Leo's forehead opened slightly and flickered with crimson light. It followed Merlin's gaze and looked toward the eighth prince. Even though the eighth prince knew that this was only an image formed by runes, and was not Wizard Leo himself in person, He still felt a chill, and could only force a smile. "Wizard Leo, I sincerely hope that you would come to the Imperial City for a discussion." "Heh. I'm not interested in the royal family's mess." Wizard Leo laughed coldly as he declined neatly and decisively. It looked like he understood the eighth prince's intentions. The matters of the royal family were not that simple, and many powerful spellcasters did not want to get involved. As soon as Wizard Leo spoke, the runes began to distort and disperse in midair, and Wizard Leo's image was fading quickly as well. Merlin shook his head powerlessly as he looked on. As expected, based on what he knew of Wizard Leo's personality, he would not come to the Imperial City. What more if it was to help the eighth prince? "Wizard Leo, I have the tear of God. It was passed down from the Church of Light." In the instant that Wizard Leo's image was about to vanish, the eighth prince suddenly cried out. Moreover, a transparent glass box had appeared in his hand at an unknown time. Inside the box, a small piece of white crystal lay quietly. It looked like a grain of salt, only it was much larger. "The tear of God. It really is the tear of God." The crimson third eye on Wizard Leo's forehead flashed with a chilling blood-red glow, and for the first time, an expression of astonishment appeared on Wizard Leo's pale face. Following that, Wizard Leo's image dispersed instantly, but right before that, Wizard Leo's voice could be heard saying, "After 10 days, I'll arrive at the Imperial City in person." Buzz! Wizard Leo's image disappeared rapidly. In the Great Hall, the eighth prince was unable to hide his excitement as he paced around constantly, muttering, "I've finally succeeded. Once Wizard Leo arrives, there's hope for me. He, fourth brother, we still don't know who'll emerge as the winner." Merlin looked thoughtfully toward the tear of God in the eighth prince's hand. Something that could affect Wizard Leo so much, making him agree to come to the Imperial City without the slightest hesitation. This tear of God must be significant. When he was in the dark magic region, Merlin had never seen Wizard Leo as impatient and hurried as he was just now. Thus, Merlin took 2 light steps forward and fixed his gaze upon the tear of God in the eighth prince's hand. He asked softly, "Your Royal Highness the eighth prince, can you tell me about the tear of God? I'm curious as to why this tear of God could excite Wizard Leo in this manner." The eighth prince gave Merlin a deep look, then looked toward the tear of God in his hand. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he said slowly, "Wizard Merlin, you're not an outsider. So there's no harm in telling you the tear of God is a name given by the Church of Light, but in reality, the tear of God had another name in ancient times: God Crystal. It's crystallized from the divine energy of the gods. There are gods in this world who are very different from us, spellcasters. However, the great spellcasters of the ancient past had banished the gods long ago, leaving only the powerful God of Light, which is the God that the Church of Light worships. The God of Light controls light element. He controls all light element wherever he is. And the God Crystal is formed of endless light element by the God of Light through extraordinary techniques. It's the crystallization of divine energy from the God of Light and differs in essence from elemental crystal stones. Initially, this crystallization of divine energy was only a symbolic artifact even to the Church of Light, without any practical function whatsoever. For spellcasters, it was the same and served no purpose. However, this God Crystal is immensely useful for spellcasters who had cultivated Darkness Eye, and might rectify the defects in spell construction caused by the cultivation of Darkness Eye. To put it simply, one who bears the curse of Darkness Eye could only use the God Crystal of the God of Light to somewhat alleviate the curse of Darkness Eye. Merlin now understood why Wizard Leo would be in such a hurry. Wizard Leo's cultivation of darkness eye had an inherent flaw, resulting in him being unable to become a 7th-level spellcaster. Now the Tear of God from the legends was in the hands of the 8th prince. With the Tear of God, there was a possibility of rectifying Wizard Leo's defect. Even if it was a slim hope, Wizard Leo would not let it pass. All right, Wizard Leo would only arrive in the Imperial City after 10 days. I shall take my leave first then. Merlin bowed slightly and prepared to leave. The 8th prince shook his head, breaking out into a warm smile. Wizard Merlin, although I'm unable to let you enter the spell library for now, I have some spell models with me. With your current ability to construct 3rd-level spells, I believe that these spells would be of some help to Wizard Merlin. With that, the 8th prince retrieved from his ring a thread-bound book that was about 2 fingers thick. Merlin flipped through the book. It contained 3rd-level spells of 3 different types and even included 3rd-level darkness-type spells. Furthermore, these were no ordinary spells, but first-rate ones. These must be unique spells which only members of the royal family, like the 8th prince, were entitled to construct. It was not inferior to the dark magic region in the slightest. Merlin looked toward the 8th prince with a hint of suspicion. He had only asked to enter the spell library and did not request to obtain 3rd-level spells immediately, all of which Merlin could use, for they were as good as the dark magic regions. If he had exchanged for these spells in the resource tower of the dark magic region, he would need to spend a large number of contribution points. This was indeed a significant gift. However, the 8th prince waved his hand charitably, smiling as he said, "It's just a few spells, nothing much. Wizard Merlin, you've traveled a great distance to reach the Imperial City. Would I be stingy with a few spells? That's enough. You must be tired. My manor is huge and it's very safe. Wizard Merlin may reside here in peace." In the end, Merlin accepted the spells. Average people would not be able to match this manner of the 8th prince. Even Merlin was beginning to form a favorable opinion of the 8th prince. It was not surprising that Snake Elder and the rest would be so steadfast and loyal. In a quiet room of the manor, Merlin's mind power examined his surroundings once more. It was quiet all around, and there was no one else but him in the entire spacious residence. What was even rarer was that Merlin had not felt any mind power spying on him this entire time. This indicated that the 8th prince trusted him now. There was still 10 days before the arrival of Wizard Leo in the Imperial City. In this period, Merlin had 2 choices. One was to continue taking Makra Potion. However, even though this was the 8th prince's manor, a place without any apparent danger, no one could say for sure what would happen in the future. Consuming Makra Potion in an unfamiliar place would place him into a deep sleep. Once he was in a deep sleep, Merlin would not be able to put up any resistance. Therefore, it was far too dangerous to consume Makra Potion here. Besides taking Makra Potion, the other thing Merlin could do was to use this time to construct a 3rd-level spell. Back in Wilson Castle, Merlin had taken 11 batches of Makra Potion consecutively. Thereafter, during the journey to the Imperial City, Merlin fused again with the mind-powered duplicate in the bell space. Therefore, he had accumulated a tremendous amount of mind power. Even after he constructed the 3rd-level spell Darkness Vortex, his remaining mind power was sufficient to construct another 3rd-level spell. Merlin took out the spells given to him by the 8th prince from his ring. The various types of 3rd-level spells were unique and powerful indeed, completely on par with the 3rd-level spells of the dark magic region. At the moment, spells which could quickly boost Merlin's abilities were fire-type, wind-type, and earth-type spells in tune with his Pandora demon abilities. He would not consider wind-type spells for now. After all, Merlin's flash wind was enough to counter most threats he faced. There was no need to waste a precious chance to construct a third-level spell on a wind-type spell. With that, only fire-type and earth-type spells remained. Under both spell types were Pandora demon abilities which could be merged with the spells. No matter which type of spell he constructed, it would effectively improve his powers. Fire-type spells had fiery collapse. Once a third-level spell was constructed, its offensive strength would become even more powerful, enough to even harm a 6th-level spellcaster. As for earth-type spells, there was Pandora demon ability Fuse Earth. Once a third-level spell was constructed, its defensive strength would undergo a significant upgrade. In a hostile environment like the Imperial City, it would adequately defend against dangers from all sides. After weighing both options for a long time, Merlin selected a fire-type spell at last. He knew that if Wizard Leo agreed to help the 8th Prince 10 days later, a violent conflict between the 4th Prince and the 8th Prince would erupt in the Imperial City. The struggle for the throne would be ruthless, and there would be no compromises. Even if it was just to prepare for the upcoming battle, Merlin needed to be equipped with the strength of a 6th-level spellcaster as soon as possible. Thus, constructing a fire-type spell became Merlin's only option. Among the spells the 8th Prince had given, there was a third-level fire-type spell called Condensed Fire. It was very different from the second-level Sea of Purgatory Fire. Condensed Fire was not a wide-ranging spell. At best, it would be a small ball of flames. In fact, it was similar to the 0-level spell Fireball. However, Condensed Flame was innately distinct from Fireball, being formed from the constant suppression of flames. Although it was just a small fireball, it contained a terrifying power that was over 100 times stronger than Fireball. If it was merged with Fiery Collapse, Merlin believed that it would have the destructive power of a 6th-level spell. Matrix, begin analyzing the spell model of Condensed Fire. Since Merlin had decided to construct the spell, he did not waste any more time. He started up the Matrix immediately, which began analyzing the spell model of Condensed Fire from scratch. Chapter 333 An Assassination Attempt on a Full Moon Night. Chapter 333 An Assassination Attempt on a Full Moon Night. In the northwest corner of the Imperial City, there stood a luxurious manor full of classical charm. Outside the manor were guards dressed in silver armor who patrolled the area in a thorough manner. This showed that the master of the manor must be of noble status. Those who were familiar with the situation in the Imperial City knew that the master of this manor was the 4th Prince of the royal family, who was most likely to take over the throne 5 years later. However, the 4th Prince was currently not in a great mood. Beside him were 5 mysterious wizards, all dressed in uniform colors. Most of them had a deadpan look, and only one of them was kneeling on the ground with one knee, bowing to the 4th Prince. Your Royal Highness the 4th Prince, I didn't complete what you asked this time. Please punish me, my lord. The 4th Prince was tall and large in build, and his appearance was somewhat similar to the 8th Prince's, only he had a head of short hair as red as flames, and looked as if he was filled with a strange kind of magic. Wizard Odin, get up. It wasn't your fault this time. It was my own insufficient planning. I didn't expect this Merlin of the dark magic region to surpass my expectations. To think that not even Wizard Odin is a match for him. The 4th Prince wrinkled his brow slightly. Odin was the 9th wizard and was one of the strongest wizards under his command. He thought that by sending Odin he would be able to kill off Snake Elder and the rest, thus eliminating a portion of the 8th Prince's forces. Nonetheless, he did not expect the sudden appearance of the stranger Merlin, resulting in Wizard Odin's defeat. 9th Wizard Odin raised his head slowly, saying in a careful manner, "Your Royal Highness the 4th Prince, Merlin's powers aren't that strong in reality. At best, he's equivalent to a 5th-level spellcaster, and this is by relying on the might of Pandora Demon ability. He must quite a few Pandora Demon abilities to be able to enhance darkness-type spells to such a powerful stage. Only the Pandora Demon ability, Darkness Heart of Abyss Fort, can do that. If one has formidable mind power and doesn't fear his darkness-type spells, then Merlin is no one to be afraid of." On his way back, Wizard Odin thought about it carefully. Merlin's strength lay in his darkness-type spells. Moreover, the illusory effects of darkness-type spells were nothing to be scared of. In fact, spellcasters with powerful mind power would be able to overcome it. Once Merlin's darkness-type spells were overcome, any 6th-level wizard would be able to suppress Merlin. The 4th Prince raised an eyebrow and paced around without stopping. "Wizard Odin, have you found out why the 8th Prince had sent Snake Elder and the rest to such a backwater place like Prakash City?" Odin trembled inwardly and said solemnly, "Honorable 4th Prince, I've investigated the matter. The 8th Prince had sent Snake Elder and the rest to Prakash City in order to locate Merlin. Merlin is Wizard Leo's most prized student in the dark magic region. The 8th Prince's true objective is self-evident." The 4th Prince blurted out, "It's to enlist Wizard Leo." After a pause, a cold smile stretched across the 4th Prince's lips. He, that awful younger brother of mine is so naive. It's only Leo by himself, so what if he's killed a 7th-level wizard? Ultimately, he's only a 6th-level spellcaster, whereas I have the promises of Wizard Tannen and Wizard Morstan. These 2 wizards are powerful 8th-level spellcasters. Your Royal Highness the 4th Prince, the 8th Prince had no way of enticing a powerful spellcaster, so at best he could only enlist Leo. However, his forces are still enormous, and he's still the biggest threat to my lord in the Imperial City. My lord, don't hesitate anymore. It's better to make a move as soon as possible." One of the mysterious wizards spoke in a low voice. "There's no rush. Wizard Tannen and Wizard Morstan need a few days to reach the Imperial City. Attacking with these 2 wizards would be a safer bet. Still, this Leo, just because he killed a 7th-level spellcaster, he thinks he can interfere with the matters of the royal family. Humph, he'll kill his favorite student first. If he learns his place and retreat, it'll save us some trouble. If he still insists on helping that knave younger brother of mine, then I can only kill him as well." The gaze of the 4th Prince swept across the wizards, following which a slight smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He focused his gaze and spoke to a wizard who was wearing terrifying earrings in the shape of tiny snakes. "To eliminate Merlin, he'll have to trouble the 7th wizard this time." The 7th wizard said respectfully, "Els is willing to serve your Royal Highness." With that, 7th wizard Els turned around quickly and instantly vanished from their sight. Wizard Odin looked at the disappearing figure of the 7th wizard Els and heaved a small sigh of relief. Wizard Els' mind power is powerful enough, comparable to a spellcaster at the peak of the 7th level. The darkness-type spells of that Merlin would have no way of affecting Wizard Els no matter what. The 4th Prince nodded as well, evidently having the utmost confidence in the 7th wizard. "Oh, knave younger brother of mine, why did you bother challenging in the start? It's all worked out now, and you only have a few days to live." A smile tugged at the corner of the 4th Prince's mouth. but his eyes were filled with a piercing cold. Merlin shook all over, following which endless fire element surged into his surroundings quickly as if a huge expanse of flames had engulfed Merlin. The fire element was frantically absorbed by the spell model of condensed fire, which he had just successfully constructed, into his awareness, and then quickly transformed into magic power. Due to the flame maxim, Merlin's rate of fire element absorption was rather astonishing. Although it was not as fast as using elemental crystal stones to transform magic power, it was not too far behind. Based on this speed, Merlin would only need to consolidate the spell for 1 or 2 days. He did not even need to use elemental crystal stones to accumulate sufficient magic power in the spell model of condensed fire. These were all benefits of the flame maxim. Moreover, although Merlin was still a long way from creating his own flame maxim, his constant awareness of the flame maxim had allowed him to deepen his understanding of fire. This was also highly useful to his casting of spells. Condensed fire. Merlin waited for a moment. When he had accumulated enough magic power in the spell model of condensed fire for him to cast the spell a few times, he quickly cast the spell. Instantly, a blaze the size of a fist materialized in the air. Under Merlin's control, it hovered steadily. It did not look astounding, and its temperature was not high, but Merlin, who was using his mind power to observe, knew very well that the might contained in this small ball of flames was nearly inconceivable. This was especially so since the flames were white, which indicated that this was fiery collapse, compressed many times over. Once it landed on an opponent, the destruction it would wreak was hard to imagine. The flame burned for a while, after which Merlin put it out. Although the power of condensed fire was great, the magic power it used up was astounding as well. He would need to accumulate sufficient magic power to cast continuously. Merlin observed the flame maxim in his awareness once more. He realized that ever since he entered the Imperial City, the flame maxim did not change in general, despite perpetually being suppressed faintly by a mysterious force in the Black Moon Tower. Since the flame maxim did not undergo any changes, Merlin did not further consider the issues of its suppression. He stayed on in the room, accumulating magic power in the spell model of condensed fire. 5 days later, a bright moon rose up high in the night sky. Swoosh! Merlin's eyes opened abruptly. He seemed to feel a restless, uneasy force surrounding his body, especially the fire element which swirled around ceaselessly, appearing very lively. What's happening? The suppression of the flame maxim has increased. The uneasy feeling that Merlin had was the flame maxim in his awareness. Compared to how it was a few days ago, the flame maxim seemed to have changed tonight, emitting a surprising force of the flames. This even caused the surrounding fire element to come alive, and such fire element was unfit to be turned into magic power. Snake Elder had said that on a night of the full moon, the Black Moon Tower would be even more mystical. Could it be that the changes of the flame maxim are linked to the Black Moon Tower under a full moon? Merlin looked toward the bright moonlight beyond the window and finally stood up. In a single motion, he vanished like the wind from the residence. Having left the Eight Princes Manor, Merlin wore a black wizard robe and silently walked toward the Black Moon Tower alone. The Black Moon Tower was a landmark building of the Imperial City. No matter where one was in the Imperial City, one would be able to see it. Merlin raised his head and looked toward the Black Moon Tower. Indeed, it had changed. The entire tower glowed in crimson light as if it had been dyed with blood. Furthermore, anyone would be able to feel that there was a strange source of magic in the tower, which could cause anyone to become mesmerized by it unwittingly. A full moon night. Merlin had a better understanding of what Snake Elder meant. The Black Moon Tower, under a full moon, underwent a peculiar change. The blood-red light spilled from the Black Moon Tower and shrouded most of the night sky. From a distance, even the pure bright moon in the sky seemed to turn the color of blood. Although the Black Moon Tower was very strange, the people of the imperial city seemed to have gotten used to this common sight. There was even a night market, and a boisterous one at that, with countless people coming and going. No one expressed concern about the Black Moon Tower's fantastic appearance. The voices of the crowd bubbled over, making for a lively scene. Merlin moved through the crowd and did not attract anyone's attention. There were far too many people who were dressed like Merlin, most of which were spellcasters. In the imperial city, many people have even gotten used to the sight of alpine beast people, who would not be seen as odd. Suddenly, Merlin stopped in his tracks. The closer he went to the Black Moon Tower, the more the flame maxim in his awareness seemed to stir restlessly. It even began to pulse gently. In the past, no matter how much Merlin tried to stimulate the flame maxim, he could not induce such a change. However, the Black Moon Tower, under the full moon now, seemed to have a mysterious power which affected the flame maxim. Merlin frowned and looked carefully at the Black Moon Tower in the distance. He did not approach any closer. After all, the flame maxim in his awareness had become somewhat unstable. If he went closer, who knew what would happen? If he had a chance, Merlin would like to take a good look around inside the Black Moon Tower. Nonetheless, this was probably impossible. Great wizards lived in the Black Moon Tower, and no one would dare to break in. Forget about it. Even if there was some power or treasure in the Black Moon Tower that's even greater than the flame maxim, I have no chance of getting it. Merlin shook his head lightly, following which he turned and hurried back toward the Eight Princes' manor. However, after taking a few steps, he began shuddering all over, and an acute sense of danger welled up within him. There's danger ahead. In his peripheral vision, Merlin noticed that there was a tall, thin, unremarkable-looking man in the crowd who was smirking in a strange manner. Chapter 334 The Seventh Wizard. Chapter 334 The Seventh Wizard. Retreat. Merlin did not hesitate in the slightest. In an incomparably nimble movement, he leaped back instantly. His physical attributes were far superior to an average spellcaster's, and he reacted fast, too. In a leap, he had quickly put a good distance between him and the tall, thin man in the crowd. In addition, while he was leaping backward, Merlin had cast Flash Wind. In the blink of an eye, Merlin's speed was greatly boosted once more. Seamless net bind. The tall, thin man in the crowd did not seem concerned about how fast Merlin was. In the instant he raised his hand lightly, streams of wind element rapidly converged. Hoo! Wild gusts of wind quickly formed into a large invisible net. Merlin was just fleeing backward when he had to stop in a hurry. If he had gone back just a bit more and touched the net of wind, he would have been crushed into pieces immediately. This was a 6th-level wind-type spell. Its twisting power was unparalleled and had binding properties as well. No matter how fast Merlin was, it would not matter. Darkness vortex, engulf. Merlin drew in a deep breath and knew that he could not escape now. Thus he did not hesitate and stretched out his fingers. Under the gleaming moonlight, a pitch-black vortex opened like a large mouth. Che. A formidable pulling force grew in darkness vortex, attempting to suck away the tall, thin man's mind power while causing powerful elusive effects as well. The figure of the tall, thin man could not help but pause. However, following that, mind power fluctuations burst from him even more fiercely. Boom! This mind power fluctuation was like a tsunami as it swelled up violently. It was so powerful that even Merlin's darkness vortex was defeated instantly. This mind power was too strong to the point where even a darkness-type spell like Darkness Vortex was unable to withstand it. After all, it was only a hallucinating spell, and any mind power that was formidable enough could dispel it quickly. What powerful mind power! I'm sure it's at the peak of the 7th level. Who are you really? Merlin trembled deep inside. All this while his darkness-type spells had been invincible, and almost no one was able to withstand them. Even powerful 9th wizard Odin was previously frightened away by his darkness-type spell. However, faced with this mysterious spellcaster now, Darkness Vortex was of no use at all, being dispelled so easily. The mysterious wizard raised his head and looked at Merlin, saying icily, "I'm the 7th wizard, Els. It's the 4th prince." In fact, Merlin had already guessed this, based on how such a powerful spellcaster had been sent out in the Imperial City. In addition, Merlin had just arrived in the Imperial City. Other than facing off against the 9th wizard sent by the 4th prince to kill Snake Elder and the rest, Merlin did not know anyone else in the Imperial City. Therefore, it could only be the 4th prince, and this was merely a further confirmation. The 9 core wizards under the 4th prince were each more powerful than the other. The weakest one among them would be 9th wizard Odin, and now 7th wizard Els had been sent to kill him. With a higher rank than Odin, Els was clearly stronger than Odin as well. However, Merlin could still tell that 7th wizard Els was ultimately a 6th level spellcaster, only his mind power was strong, reaching the peak of the 7th level. Merlin's darkness-type spells would be of no use at all against Els. 7th wizard Els took one step after another, walking toward Merlin leisurely. Wisps of icy coldness emerged around him, and the ground crunched under every step he took. From there, thick ice crystals were formed. Your strongest darkness-type spell is useless against me. Die. Els shook his head slightly, after which his eyes flashed with a fierce light. With a push from both his hands, the surrounding temperature seemed to drop to the extreme. Layers of ice crystals appeared in midair, and the frost quickly sped toward Merlin. The frost of these ice crystals had powerful might, and it was a 6th level spell. Merlin did not dare to use Earth Veil to forcefully resist it. Earth Veil, even with Pandora Demon ability Fuse Earth, could only compare to a 5th level defensive spell and was unable to hold back a 6th level spell at all. Thus, Merlin could only evade. Flash Wind. Merlin's figure shuttled back and forth incessantly in the narrow space. Flash Wind had great speed as well, and it was easy to dodge 7th wizard Els' spell. Heh, seamless net. Confine, let's see where y'all hide, now you're a goner. 7th wizard Els, seeing that Merlin was evading constantly, did not panic, but instead began to constrict his wind-type spell. Its range became more and more narrow, leaving less and less space for Merlin to dodge. When the wind-type binding spell had finished constricting, along with a pincer attack of a few spells, Merlin would have nowhere to hide no matter how fast Flash Wind was. Die. Wizard Els' eyes widened and glared, turning a faint blood red as he appeared extremely worked up. The wind-type spell encircling Merlin began to constrict at an even greater pace. In a flash, Merlin was trapped in an incomparably narrow space. Merlin's situation had quickly turned into one of imminent doom. Humph. Els, if you think you can kill me like this, you've underestimated me. Merlin drew in a deep breath and decided in an instant. He had no way of retreat, hence he could only use everything he had in this fight. He still had his greatest power. If he succeeded, it would be enough to greatly injure or even kill 7th Wizard Els. Kill. Like an arrow fired from a bow, Merlin's entire being flew toward Els in a flash with an astonishing force. However, Els was not concerned, as he knew that Merlin was fighting to the death. Still, he had a 6th-level defensive spell, and an Earth-type spell appeared before him instantly, protecting him securely. He did not think that Merlin would be able to break through his 6th-level spell. After casting his Earth-type spell, Els raised a hand toward the incoming Merlin. A blast of icy air flew out. This was a 6th-level spell too, which would immediately freeze Merlin into ice crystals. Nonetheless, Merlin did not evade this time, but dashed face-first into the chill. Very well, you're asking for it. Els saw that Merlin was still rushing forward recklessly, and his heart filled with glee. Condensed fire, kill. Merlin stretched out both hands. With a quick flash of firelight, a few balls of white flames the size of fists appeared in his hands. Go. Merlin pushed forward slightly as his eyes glinted sharply. The few balls of flames quickly flew into the icy air. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In normal conditions, when the flames met the icy air, the ice crystals should turn to water and extinguish the flames, especially since this was a 6th-level spell of Wizard Els. However, not only were Merlin's flames unextinguished, but they swelled up in force instead and began burning the surrounding air. The few balls of flames quickly merged together, and their speed increased a few times over as they sped toward Els. 7th Wizard Els narrowed his eyes slightly. The moment the balls of white flames had appeared, he was instantly on his guard, sensing danger. Wizard Els' mind power had reached the peak of the 7th level. Mind power was something intangible, and other than stabilizing spell models and casting spells, it had miraculous functions, one of which was to assess the level of danger. It was through this that Wizard Els perceived that these balls of flames were not ordinary. Nonetheless, even if he had sensed the danger, Wizard Els had no way of evading because the balls of flames were far too quick. Moreover, Merlin was too close to him. The flames sped toward him in the blink of an eye, colliding heavily with a defensive spell on the surface of his body. Wizard Els was now glad that he had cast a defensive spell earlier. Otherwise, he would have fallen for Merlin's trick. Merlin, is this really the last of your careful scheming? It's only. Before Wizard Els could finish speaking, he noticed in horror that the defensive spell covering him had begun to vibrate violently. Moreover, the small balls of flames abruptly exploded with incomparable strength. The flames spread along the surface and quickly turned into a wide-ranging and furious fire, engulfing him as it began to burn turbulently. Boom! In an instant, Els' figure was submerged in a white blaze. Whew! A breeze passed by, and the white flames gradually began to die out. Merlin's face was slightly pale and drained of blood. Earlier, he had encountered a situation of utmost danger. If Els had not been so careless, it would be hard to tell who would ultimately die. My capabilities are still inadequate, Merlin rumbled softly. He had initially thought that by constructing the third-level spell Condensed Fire, in addition to Fiery Collapse as well as Darkness Vortex enhanced by Darkness Heart, his powers could be considered rather formidable. However, Els' appearance had alerted Merlin. If his opponent had mind power that was strong enough, and was unafraid of his darkness-type spells, then his other techniques were not even worth mentioning. Even though he might be able to explode with a peak strength of a 6th level spell, being equipped with Fiery Collapse combined with a 3rd level spell Condensed Fire, Merlin himself had no way of defending against 6th level spells. At best, he could only rely upon Flash Wind and dodge constantly. If he encountered a binding spell, his Flash Wind would be ineffective. He was only able to kill Els this time by a fluke. Furthermore, Els was merely the 7th wizard. Above him, there was still the 6th, the 5th, and so on, wizards who were more powerful. This time, he had taken advantage of Els' carelessness. Next time, he would not be so lucky. Looks like it's time to construct an Earth-type spell as soon as possible. Otherwise, things aren't going to be good. Merlin glanced at the ground where Wizard Els had been burned by the flames. There was only a ring left. Merlin grabbed the ring and kept it immediately without taking a closer look. Who dares to cast spells in the Imperial City? As this was the city center, law enforcement guards hurried over soon enough. Although these law enforcement guards comprised of elemental swordsmen, no spellcaster would dare scoff at these guards. This was because these law enforcement guards represented the entirety of the Black Moon royal family. Chapter 335 Tense Situation. Chapter 335 Tense Situation. These law enforcement guards with black armors had a strong murderous breath on them. They walked straight to Merlin and ordered coldly, "Come with us." Merlin frowned, but he was unmoved. These law enforcement guards sneered at him and immediately pointed to the sky. With a calm voice, they said, "We know you're a spellcaster, but the runic magic circle in the Imperial City doesn't differentiate who you are. Sir Wizard, I believe you're aware of the power of the runic magic circle. So, if we find someone who dares to resist and cast spells in the Imperial City, I'm sure you're very clear what's going to happen." Runic magic circle. Merlin lifted his head to have a look. Indeed, there was actually a huge runic magic circle covering the entire sky. This runic magic circle was light white in color and somewhat translucent. It would be easily missed if not looked at carefully. Moreover, Merlin also felt a terrifying force from the runic magic circle. If it descended upon him, there was no way he would be able to resist it. Let alone him, even a 7th level spellcaster could not resist it. This runic magic circle was centered around the Black Moon Tower and spread in all directions. If he intended to destroy the runic magic circle, he must first destroy the Black Moon Tower. Merlin regained his focus and looked at these law enforcement guards. Thus, he took out a decree from his ring directly and proclaimed calmly, "I'm a spellcaster from the 8th Prince's Mana." Spellcaster from the 8th Prince's Mana. Moments earlier, the law enforcement guards had treated Merlin as if they were a world above him and were virtually fearless. Yet, at the sound of the 8th Prince, their expressions changed slightly. They had clearly started hesitating. The law enforcement guards were directly affiliated with and controlled by the royal family. Therefore, within the Imperial City, these law enforcement guards would not fear even the most powerful spellcasters or aristocrats. However, if it involved members of the royal family, especially the 8th Prince himself, these law enforcement guards would no longer be so emboldened. The reason was that the 8th Prince recently rallied a lot of support and remained a top candidate for the throne. "Captain, we've already inquired clearly. This Sir Wizard was fighting with another Sir Wizard. However, the Sir Wizard who died was not any layman. He was the 7th Wizard under His Royal Highness the 4th Prince." Another member of the law enforcement guard quietly pulled the captain aside and said, The captain of the law enforcement guard looked at Merlin once again. This incident involved the fourth prince and the eighth prince, so it was far from his jurisdiction. Hence, he pondered for a moment and returned the decree to Merlin respectfully. He then apologized. "Sorry for disturbing you, Sir Wizard." News of the competition between the fourth prince and the eighth prince had already circulated in the imperial city for a while now. Even His Majesty the King had not taken any action, let alone these law enforcement guards. Everyone knew that the future king was most probably one of either the eighth prince or the fourth prince. Merlin did not stay in the street any longer. No one knew for sure whether or not the fourth prince would send his people here. In his current state, it was already very lucky for him to have killed seventh wizard Els. He could not afford to face a stronger spellcaster. Therefore, he quickly rushed back to the eighth prince's manor, his figure gradually disappearing into the night. In the spacious castle hall, the fourth prince was sitting on the chair, but his fair face reflected a gloomy disposition. A few of the spellcasters around him were holding their tongue and dared not speak. "The seventh wizard is dead. What do you think we should do now?" The fourth prince's tone seemed calm, but everyone knew that there was infinite rage hidden behind the calmness. The many wizards present turned to face one another. None of them spoke. After a long moment, the fourth prince spoke. "Very well. It seems like that naive younger brother of mine has really recruited extraordinary people this time. Even that Merlin alone was capable of killing the seventh wizard. Oh, I'm afraid his teacher Leo must have an ace up his sleeve." After a moment's hesitation, Wizard Odin looked at the fourth prince, who indeed did not look too well. He whispered, "Your Royal Highness, we should send people to wait outside the eighth prince's manor. Once Merlin shows up again, we can seize the opportunity to kill him right away, thus preventing any more trouble in the future. There's no need to do so. In a few days' time, Wizard Tannen and Wizard Morstan will arrive. During this period, we shouldn't let any new problems crop up. As for the seventh wizard's death, surely there'll be a chance to avenge it." The fourth prince shut his eyes gently as he came to a decision. When Wizard Tannen and Wizard Morstan arrived, they would launch a strike and completely remove the fourth prince's threats. Merlin bumped into Snake Elder the moment he entered the manor. Snake Elder walked toward him quickly. There was a faint excitement in his voice as he said, "Wizard Merlin, you've done well. You've actually killed seventh wizard Els. Heh. His Royal Highness the eighth prince is very happy. He invites Wizard Merlin to go inside and have a chat." Merlin gave a slight nod. In the Imperial City, nothing could escape the eighth prince's radar. In the Great Hall, besides Snake Elder, there were a few other unfamiliar wizards. Among them were 3 aged wizards. It seemed that even the eighth prince himself was very respectful to them, so they were certainly not ordinary people. Wizard Merlin, His Royal Highness the eighth prince has paid a huge price to recruit these 3 wizards, and they are all 7th level spellcasters. Only by acquiring these 3 wizards can the 8th prince slightly counter the 9 core wizards under the 4th prince. Snake Elder whispered into Merlin's ear as he explained. 7th level wizards. This was the true ultimate strength of the 8th prince. However, among these 7th level wizards, there did not seem to be one powerful wizard who could take on the entire battlefield on his own. The 4th prince was in the midst of recruiting 8th level wizards. The 8th prince knew that he was at a disadvantageous position because he could only depend on these 7th level wizards. It was not surprising that he was so anxious to find Wizard Leo. When Merlin entered the Great Hall, the 3 7th level wizards turned their gaze to Merlin, taking a close look at him. One of the 7th level wizards even had a slight indifferent look. Har har, Wizard Merlin. I really didn't expect that you could kill 7th wizard Els. This Els was one of the 9 core wizards under the 4th prince. They're really powerful and have on several occasions killed a few of my wizards. This time, Wizard Merlin has finally brought me some justice. Har har. The 8th prince seemed extremely excited. The 9 core wizards under the 4th prince were his very own right-hand men. They were very important and were really powerful. It would be incredibly difficult to kill one of the 9 core wizards. With one dead now, the 8th prince would naturally be delighted. After a pause, the 8th prince continued. Wizard Merlin, be rest assured that the 4th prince dare not do anything in my manner. You can go and have a good rest and quietly await the arrival of Wizard Leo. Merlin nodded and gave a slight bow. Then he turned around and left. After a huge battle with Els, he really needed a good rest and some closure. After Merlin left, the 8th prince turned his gaze to the 3 7th level wizards next to him and whispered, My 3 wizards, what do you think of Wizard Merlin? Merlin not bad. If I'm not mistaken, he's just a 2nd level spell caster. He might have constructed some 3rd level spells, but as a 6th elemental spell caster himself, Merlin shouldn't actually be a 3rd level spell caster yet. However, this isn't important. The crucial thing is that he has some very powerful Pandora demon abilities. An aged wizard with gray hair and wrinkles on his face said with a hoarse voice. The 8th prince nodded and said, Pandora demon abilities. Having said that, even if Merlin has more Pandora demon abilities, I'm afraid he still can't match his teacher's darkness eye. Upon mentioning Wizard Leo, a hopeful look appeared in the 8th prince's eyes. The aged wizard with gray hair looked a little hesitant. It seemed like he wanted to say something, but he did not. Nonetheless, in the end, he slowly said, Your Royal Highness, Darkness Eye is indeed powerful, but Darkness Eye is a Pandora demon ability with a curse. No one could cultivate it successfully. Even Leo himself had only cultivated a part of Darkness Eye. Moreover, this Ossus that he had been hunting down for so long was at best only a 7th level spell caster. Besides, the 4th prince has acquired the support of Wizard Tenon and Wizard Morstan, 2 8th level wizards. If Leo loses to these 2 8th level wizards, how will you react, Your Royal Highness? Lose. The 8th prince turned around sharply and looked oddly resolute. One word at a time, he said, Winner takes all. If the 4th prince is indeed superior, what else can I do? Even in the face of death? From the moment I prepared to fight for the throne, I've already made such a preparation. The gray-haired aged wizard nodded gently. He revealed a hint of helplessness and regret in his eyes. He knew that the 8th prince had harbored all hopes on Leo. It was merely a last resort. The 4th prince had several great aristocrats secretly supporting him, so he had an endless supply of all kinds of resources and treasures. Indeed, the 8th prince was at fault in offending the several great aristocrats at the very beginning. Now, in the entire imperial city, there were almost no great aristocrats who would support the 8th prince. Since Your Royal Highness has made up his mind, then an old one like me can only stay with Your Royal Highness' cause until the very end. The gray-haired aged wizard slightly bowed to the 8th prince, expressing his resolution. Then he turned and left, leaving only the 8th prince alone in the hall, immersed in deep thought. If I hadn't constructed the 3rd level spell Condensed Fire previously, which was capable of breaking a 6th level spell, I'm afraid my fate would have turned ill rather than well. Merlin carefully reminisced the battle with Els in the quiet room. In that fierce battle, Merlin's situation was actually very perilous. If it was not for Elle's carelessness, he would never have been able to kill Els so easily. The worst-case scenario would then be a tough fight, and it would be difficult to determine who would come out on top. Moreover, through Elle's sudden attack this time, Merlin also noticed that it was really not enough for him to only have flash wind, because that alone would not enable him to face all kinds of threats. If the other party had a binding spell, Merlin would then be put in a very dangerous situation. Therefore, it was imperative to construct a third-level earth-step spell as soon as possible. However, after the construction of condensed fire, Merlin's current mind power was insufficient. It was necessary to consume macro potions to increase his mind power. Before this, Merlin was worried that it would be very dangerous to take macro potion and then fall into a deep sleep in this unfamiliar place. However, the situation was tense, and conflicts may arise between the 4th prince and the 8th prince at any time. Hence, he could not worry too much now. From his ring, Merlin took out a macro potion. He took a deep breath, then gulped it down directly. After a moment, the macro potion began exerting its effect. Merlin also gradually fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 336 Successive Arrival. Chapter 336 Successive Arrival. After taking the macro potion, Merlin would fall into a deep slumber for at least 3 days. When Merlin slowly came to, his first action was to check on his mind power. He could feel the surge of power all over his body, especially his mind power, which had indeed grown by a huge margin. Merlin had experienced the effect of macro potion before. This time, it was his 12th dose of the potion, but the effect of the potion still had not weakened. By taking another 2 or 3 more macro potions, his mind power would be enough to support the construction of a third-level spell. Is somebody there? Merlin was too busy checking the growth of his mind power after he had awakened that he did not realize when there was another person in the room. Swoosh! Merlin immediately cast Earth Veil, shielding his entire body. Then he opened his eyes and looked around the room. There was a person sitting quietly not far away from the place where Merlin was sleeping. After seeing that Merlin had awoken, the mysterious man slowly turned around and asked calmly, "Are you awake?" "Teacher Leo." Merlin was astonished. The mysterious man in his room was actually Wizard Leo. It also seemed that Wizard Leo had been there for a long time. Seemingly noticing Merlin's astonishment, Wizard Leo stood up and said slowly, "I've only arrived at the Imperial City yesterday. I found that you were in a deep sleep, so I stayed here to help guard you." After a pause, Wizard Leo's expression suddenly became serious. He said slowly, "Merlin, what you took must be the potion Wizard Hall had given you to increase your mind power. I've heard about his potion too. I figured that after his many years of experiments, this potion must be effective to a certain degree too. One concern, however, was that you have to fall into a deep sleep after taking the potion, and this is very dangerous. Whatever the reason, you should never take such a risk in an unfamiliar place like this." Wizard Leo had already guessed that Merlin was taking the potion given by Wizard Hall. After all, Wizard Hall's every move in the tower was scrutinized by Wizard Leo. Naturally, Merlin knew of the danger too. Fortunately, the stranger in the room that he noticed earlier was Wizard Leo. Otherwise, if someone with ulterior motives came in stealthily, Merlin's fate would have boded ill rather than well. Thinking of this, Merlin could not help but feel a little scared. He could only give a nod and replied, "I won't take such risks in the future. Thank you, Teacher Leo, for safeguarding me." "Right, Teacher Leo, have you agreed to the terms laid out by the 8th prince? Merlin figured that Wizard Leo's visit this time was to obtain the tear of God from the hands of the 8th prince. However, the 8th prince would not easily give it away. Yet, the 8th prince also needed Wizard Leo's help to defeat his biggest threat, the 4th prince. Wizard Leo nodded and said, I've already agreed on the 8th prince's terms. I'll be staying in the Imperial City for a while to help His Royal Highness the 8th Prince deal with the 4th Prince's threat. It seemed that the tear of God was really important for Wizard Leo. Otherwise, Wizard Leo would not have agreed with the terms set by the 8th Prince. Merlin did not follow up on the function of the tear of God. After all, this involved the secret of Wizard Leo's darkness eye. All right, Merlin. If you want to continue taking the potion, it's fine with me. I'll be in another house in the courtyard. No one should be able to bother you. After Wizard Leo had finished speaking, he pushed the door open and went to another house in the yard. Deep down, Merlin was secretly grateful too. He really needed to continue taking at least 2 more macro potions to increase his mind power and construct a 3rd-level earth-type spell. With Wizard Leo's protection, Merlin was no longer afraid of the dangers he would encounter during his sleep. Hence, Merlin felt relaxed as he continued taking the macro potion. Your Royal Highness, Wizard Tannen and Wizard Morstan have arrived. In the spacious hall, 9th Wizard Odin reported respectfully to the 4th Prince. The 4th Prince's expression abruptly changed. He then smiled and said, Good. Hurry and invite the 2 wizards in. Soon, Wizard Odin led 2 spellcasters in from outside the manor. They each had a large cloak over their heads and wore blue wizard robes. After the 2 spellcasters arrived in the hall, they gently took off the wide cloak on their heads. TSSS. When the 4th Prince saw the faces of the 2 spellcasters, he could not help but inhale sharply. So much for being well-informed and a self-proclaimed calm person. The face that was originally full of smiles had now stiffened. The 2 spellcasters had sallow faces. There was also a layer of white dander on their faces, which was constantly peeling and looked especially disgusting. In addition, there were dense yellow meat bags with the size of rice grains. These small meat bags would crack from time to time, oozing yellow liquid. In face of such ugly and horrible looks, the 4th Prince's face flinched. Still, he resisted the churning of his stomach as he smiled and said, Welcome to my manor. Heh heh. The chunkier spellcaster looked at the 4th Prince and smiled. Your Royal Highness the 4th Prince, the 2 of us didn't journey 1,000 miles just to appreciate the prosperity of the Imperial City. Just spit it out. When do you want to do it? We don't want to stay in the Imperial City for too long. The oppressive aura here makes us feel very agitated. This plump wizard raised his head and looked up at the roof. His gaze seemed to have passed through the thick roof aimed towards the sky. The 4th Prince naturally knew what he meant. It was the aura of the runic magic circle, which was set up with the Black Moon Tower as its center. Any spellcaster who entered the Imperial City would feel that suppressive force. It was as though a devastating power would drop down from above their heads at any time. Therefore, no one would feel comfortable, especially the more powerful spellcasters, as they were unable to withstand the constant feeling of threat. Wizard Morstan, things have changed this time. Initially, that naive younger brother of mine didn't have any powerful ally by his side. However, I caught wind that my adorable little brother had recently recruited a powerful spellcaster. So, this time, I'm afraid that things would be rather troublesome. The 4th Prince said hesitantly. Powerful spellcaster, heh heh. Tell me more. Your Royal Highness. To be considered powerful by your Royal Highness, this person must certainly be extraordinary. The chunky wizard Morstan squinted and looked at the fourth prince. The fourth prince nodded with a dignified look. That's right. This spellcaster is indeed unusual. I believe you two wizards should have heard of a certain wizard Leo from the dark magic region. Leo from dark magic region who has darkness eye, the one who hunted down the 7th level spellcaster, Osseous, relentlessly. An indescribable expression suddenly flashed across Wizard Morstan's squinted eyes. Yes, that foolish little brother of mine was able to recruit the services of Wizard Leo. Hearing that it was Wizard Leo, the plump Wizard Morstan began to laugh instead. Their faces were even filled with excitement. Har har, this Leo possesses darkness eye. Tusk, this is no ordinary Pandora demon ability. How could a mere 6th level spellcaster like him harness the true power of darkness eye? Your Royal Highness the fourth prince, hurry up and arrange things as quickly as possible. This time, even you wouldn't stop us from dealing with Leo. The two wizards started showing an interest in Wizard Leo's darkness eye. They did not even try to conceal the greedy looks on their faces. However, this was precisely the fourth prince's motive. There was a smile on his face as he said, "Since you two can't wait to deal with Leo, then in 10 days' time, His Majesty will call upon the royal family to go on a hunting trip together. This is our chance." 10 days, that's fine too, but I hope that after 10 days, once we kill Leo and help your Royal Highness defeat the 8th prince, your Royal Highness will deliver the things that were promised to us earlier. Wizard Morstan looked at the fourth prince with a sly smile. The edge of the fourth prince's mouth twitched slightly. Facing Wizard Morstan, who showed a hint of threat, he could only forcefully assure them. "Don't worry, I've long since prepared the things that I've promised you too." Wizard Morstan nodded and led Wizard Tenon, who had not spoken a word throughout, to retire for the evening. The fourth prince looked at the departing figures of Wizard Morstan and Wizard Tenon, his eyes gradually revealing a hint of coldness too. 6 days later, when Merlin had awakened from a deep sleep again, he felt a strong gush of mind power. Thus, his face revealed a hint of satisfaction. In the span of 6 days, he took 2 more macro potions. From the original 28 portions of potions, only 14 were left now. However, the effect was quite obvious. His mind power had greatly improved. There would not be a problem even if he were to construct another third-level spell. It's time to construct a third-level earth-type spell. Merlin had continuously consumed the macro potions to increase his mind power with the aim of speeding up the construction of a third-level earth-type spell. This was so that in the upcoming battle between the 8th prince and the 4th prince, he would be able to protect himself. Next, Merlin took out some of the third-level spells given to him previously by the 8th prince. Among them was a third-level earth-type spell called Perfect Armor. Once cast, a large number of earth elements would form armor on the surface of one's body. It was claimed to have perfect protection. As long as the power of the strike did not exceed a 6th-level spell, it could be maintained for a long time. With a protection of perfect armor, it would basically be impossible for even a powerful 6th-level spell to break through perfect armor. Only a force which completely surpassed a 6th-level spell, otherwise, a force comparable to a 7th-level spell or Pandora demon ability, could penetrate perfect armor. It appears that perfect armor couldn't be found even in the dark magic region. Only the Black Moon royal family and very few large spell casters organizations have this spell. Merlin recalled carefully. Back then, He had also searched for some third-level spells in the resource tower of the dark magic region, but he did not find perfect armor. A spell which even the dark magic region did not have but was given so freely to Merlin by the Eighth Prince. This had evidently proved the Eighth Prince's sincerity. Matrix, reanalyze the spell model of perfect armor. Merlin took a deep breath and quickly activated the Matrix. With perfect armor, such a powerful third-level earth-type spell, he had no reason to hesitate further. He began constructing the spell model right away. Chapter 337 Perfect Armor. Chapter 337 Perfect Armor. Currently, there were many spellcasters in the hall of the Eighth Prince's manor. It was seemingly the greatest force that the Eighth Prince could possibly assemble. All these spellcasters looked solemn. They had very dignified expressions. The Eighth Prince gently tapped his fingers on the table. His gaze swept over the many spellcasters present. He then said with a low voice, "My people, I've just got news that two spellcasters, Wizard Tannen and Wizard Morstan, have arrived at the Fourth Prince's manor." Upon hearing this news, some of the spellcasters in the hall showed indescribable expressions on their faces. Apparently, they were familiar with these two spellcasters. "I can't believe it's actually those two old monsters, Tannen and Morstan. These two must be at least 300 years old already. Tusk, they've never joined any spellcasters' organizations, not even spellcaster clans, living their lives without any kind of attachment. They're ruthless beings. Once, they wiped out 5 spellcaster clans just because of a minor conflict. Spellcaster clans with up to thousands of people all killed. Many spellcasters knew the notorious reputations of the two spellcasters. Besides, they were 8th-level wizards. They were powerful, had no attachments, and were utterly cruel. Any general spellcasters' organizations would never seek to recruit these two wizards. It came as a surprise now that the Fourth Prince had actually managed to recruit them. Noticing the crowd's reaction, the Eighth Prince's expressions sank slightly. He continued, "There's worse news. The Fourth Prince has prepared to strike us in a few days' time, right when His Majesty gathers everyone in the royal family for a hunting trip." Boom! This news was like a booming thunder, stunning the faces of many spellcasters pale. Some of these spellcasters had willingly pledged allegiance to the Eighth Prince for various perks, while others were forced to serve under him by various means deployed by the Eighth Prince. Though they all knew that a final showdown between the Fourth and the Eighth Prince was inevitable, they did not expect to see it play out so quickly. However, if you stand in the perspective of the Fourth Prince, the best time to strike was indeed in a few days' time. Besides the few great core wizards under his command, the Fourth Prince had acquired 2 8th-level spellcasters, Tannen and Morstan too. So currently, it seemed that the Fourth Prince was close to the peak of his strength. Naturally, he would want to seize this opportunity to battle it out with the Eighth Prince and to take control of the situation in the Imperial City. After all, apart from the Eighth Prince, his only other competitors for the throne were the Ninth Prince and the 13th Prince, who were both far away from the Imperial City. Hence, they would not pose that much of a threat to the Fourth Prince. Seeing that the many wizards did not utter a single word, the Eighth Prince's voice became more melancholic. "My wizards, what are your thoughts?" The fact that the Fourth Prince had gathered the forces of 2 8th-level wizards had made many wizards feel faint despair, as they knew exactly the extent of the Eighth Prince's forces. After a long moment, there was a wizard who stepped forward and said, "Your Royal Highness, no matter what, we must make early preparations." "Yes, we really must prepare early. The eighth prince paused and then stood up abruptly. His face revealed a surge of self-confidence. He declared in a loud voice, "The fourth prince is already prepared, so how can I not be? Of course, someone will deal with Tannen and Morstan. As for the rest of you, you must go and make the necessary preparations. We cannot afford to have the slightest dependence on luck alone. Go and wait quietly for the ultimate battle in a few days' time." Ultimate battle. Everyone in the room could feel a slight tremble in their hearts. The eighth prince and the fourth prince had competed for so many years, and it was the very first time that such resolute words were used. However, the confident tone of the eighth prince also made some of the spell casters feel relieved. Since the eighth prince was able to compete with the fourth prince for so many years, would he not be prepared? Perhaps he had long since recruited a powerful spellcaster to deal with Wizard Tannen and Wizard Morstan. Thus, many spellcasters began to slowly leave the hall, making the necessary preparations, quietly waiting for a possible showdown after a few days. After many spellcasters had left, only 3 7th-level wizards remained, and they all looked at the eighth prince. "Your Royal Highness, we've heard that Wizard Leo has arrived." The eighth prince nodded and said, "Yes, Wizard Leo has arrived. I'm afraid I've to rely on Wizard Leo with regards to Tannen and Morstan." Hearing that the eighth prince intended to hand over 2 8th-level spellcasters Tannen and Morstan to Wizard Leo, these 3 7th-level spellcasters frowned slightly. A worried look appeared on their faces as Wizard Leo was merely a 6th-level spellcaster. "Your Royal Highness, having to deal with 2 8th-level spellcasters, won't this be a difficult task for Wizard Leo? Does your Highness have the confidence?" Confidence. The eighth prince looked away and gently shook his head. "I don't have any confidence, but at this point, I can only give it a go. Besides, Wizard Leo, which one of you is willing to deal with Tannen and Morstan?" The 3 7th-level spellcasters were naturally aware of Wizard Tannen and Wizard Morstan's power. Hence, they all gave a slight shake of their heads. "All right. Well, now go look for Wizard Leo and discuss with him about the upcoming battle. Let's go. Y'all all follow me to meet Wizard Leo." As soon as the eighth prince finished speaking, he left the hall with the 3 7th-level spellcasters. Merlin's awareness was shaken slightly. Immediately, rich earth elements rushed into his awareness, and a new spell model swiftly started forming, transforming the earth elements into magic power. 3rd-level earth type spell, Perfect Armor. The construction is finally successful. Merlin let out a long sigh of relief. After taking 2 portions of macro potions consecutively, he had indeed increased his mind power. However, the simulation of perfect armor took a long time. At this time, in Merlin's awareness, various colors of lights were twinkling. If it could be seen with the eyes, one would be surprised to find that each of these colorful lights represented a spell model. From 0th-level spells to 3rd-level spells, there were already 20 spell models in total. Merlin was a 6 elemental spell caster. 6 0th-level spell models, 6 1st-level spell models, and 6 2nd-level spell models, plus the newly constructed 3rd-level spells Darkness Vortex, Condensed Fire, and Perfect Armor. Precisely 21 spells. Unknown to many, Merlin had evolved from the newbie wizard back then to the wizard he was now, of whom had constructed 21 spell models. A large number of spell models silently laid in his awareness like building blocks that piled up layer by layer, looking extremely spectacular. In particular, many spell models were still absorbing elements and transforming it into magic power, which was then stored in the spell models. 21 spell models absorbing elements all at once, almost forming a mini elemental storm. However, in the awareness, these elements were absorbed and transformed by various spell models methodically and in an orderly fashion. There were indeed many spell models in his awareness. In the future, there would be 4th level spells, 5th level spells, and 6th level spells, all the way up to 9th level spells. By that time, the number of spells would be so large that it would be unimaginable. Spell fusion was the specialty of a great wizard. These spells in the awareness could also be merged. Even if a spell caster had not reached the stages of spell fusion, its difficulty could also be roughly imagined. It was not surprising that there are so few great wizards. Merlin shook his head gently. The level of a great wizard was still too far away from him. Therefore, he immediately threw these thoughts out of his mind. After waiting for a moment, Merlin looked at the spell model of perfect armor in his awareness. It could already be released once or twice, so Merlin quickly cast perfect armor. Merlin had a high expectation of perfect armor. By acquiring perfect armor, he would be provided a great assurance of safety. Perfect armor. A khaki-colored light flashed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, an armor quickly condensed over the surface of Merlin's body. This armor seemed extremely heavy. It wrapped Merlin's body in entirety. It might be called an armor, but in actuality, it was an illusory light without any dead angles. Attacks from any angle would be blocked by perfect armor. Merlin gently stood up, savoring the power of perfect armor. This perfect armor was originally a 3rd level spell. Although its defensive power was extremely great, it was difficult for it to be deemed perfect. Nonetheless, no matter how strong a 3rd level spell was, it still had a limit. However, with the addition of Pandora Demon ability, Fuse Earth that Merlin had cultivated, things would be very different. It could enhance the strength of perfect armor by multiple folds, and also greatly improve its defensive power. Only a force almost beyond that of a 6th level spell would stand a chance of breaking the defense of perfect armor. In a sense, this perfect armor now was seemingly Merlin's current most powerful move. Any force under the 7th level would have virtually nil chance of hurting him. Of course, if his opponent was a spellcaster who had Pandora Demon ability such as Wizard Leo who had Darkness Eye, it would be futile even if Merlin's perfect armor had the enhancement from Pandora Demon ability, Fuse Earth. After Merlin felt the power of perfect armor, he had a new discovery. It turned out that the magic power consumed by perfect armor was very low. Except for the need to release immense magic power during the beginning stages of casting perfect armor, it would only require little magic power for maintenance. This could also greatly prolong the combat time between spellcasters as it did not involve consuming too much magic power. Now, I dare to face any spellcaster under the 7th level. Merlin was full of confidence. Now that he had completed the construction of perfect armor and guaranteed his own safety, he had just only begun unraveling his true strength. Now, he could truly be deemed a powerful spellcaster. In addition, after he became a 4th level spellcaster, he was capable of fighting 7th level spellcasters. Maybe he could be like the legend Nicolar, who killed a 7th level spellcaster while still holding the status of a 4th level spellcaster. Someone's here. Merlin had already woken up, and his mind power was constantly monitoring the situation outside. He noticed some strangers outside the courtyard. Thereafter, Merlin pushed the door open and saw 4 people walking into the yard. His Royal Highness, the 8th Prince. Merlin scanned around and recognized that the person walking in front was the 8th Prince while the 3 spellcasters behind him were the 3 7th level spellcasters that Merlin had met before. The 8th Prince had brought along 3 7th level spellcasters. Surely, something huge had happened. Chapter 338 Destiny. Chapter 338 Destiny. The eighth prince heard the voice and lifted his head. Upon seeing Merlin, he quickly flashed a smile. "Wizard Merlin, you were still sleeping the last time I came." Merlin was somewhat surprised. It turned out that the eighth prince had visited before. It was indeed very dangerous when he was in a deep slumber, for he did not know what would happen. The eighth prince seemed to have noticed Merlin's surprise as he continued. "Last time, I came here with Wizard Leo." "Right, where's Wizard Leo?" Merlin felt relieved. Nonetheless, he also secretly made up his mind that in the future, he would never take macro potions again in an unfamiliar environment, as it was just too risky. This time, he was lucky to have Wizard Leo. He might not be so lucky next time. "Your Royal Highness has come to see Wizard Leo. Please come with me." Merlin glanced at the 3 7th-level spellcasters behind the eighth prince. Their expressions were solemn. It seemed that something huge had really happened. Otherwise, the eighth prince would not be bringing 3 7th-level spellcasters to seek for Wizard Leo. Thus, after a brief moment, Merlin led the eighth prince and his men to Wizard Leo's residence. He called out softly, "Teacher Leo, His Royal Highness the eighth prince is here. Come in." There was a swift response from inside the house. Then, Merlin directly pushed the door open and walked in with the eighth prince and his men. Wizard Leo. When they just entered the house, the eighth prince saw the ugly and horrible appearance of Wizard Leo, but he kept a straight face. His tone was very respectful instead. "What's the matter, Your Royal Highness?" The vertical bloodshot eye in Wizard Leo's forehead opened slightly. It looked haunting. His Royal Highness the eighth prince took a deep breath, and then said, "In a few days, His Majesty will gather the royal family for a hunting trip. I've received word that the fourth prince will strike on that day." Merlin could not believe that they were actually going to battle so soon, so his heart shuddered slightly. One should not be deceived by the calmness of the eighth prince's tone. In fact, this was a key event that would determine the future of the throne. After all, among the royal family members who had the ability to compete for the throne, only the fourth prince had such qualifications and forces. Among all, the fourth prince and the eighth prince stood the best chance. After a long moment, Wizard Leo suddenly spoke. "Who do I need to deal with?" Wizard Leo had already guessed the purpose of the eighth prince's trip this time, so he asked directly. The eighth prince hesitated for a moment, then said with a heavy tone, "The fourth prince recruited 2 8th-level spellcasters, Tenon and Morstan. I hereby request Wizard Leo to help contain these 2 wizards." "What 2 8th-level spellcasters?" Merlin's expression sunk slightly. He immediately turned his gaze toward Wizard Leo. He knew Wizard Leo's darkness eye was extremely powerful, as he once hunted down and killed one of Ozma's 7th-level wizards, Ossis. Besides, the only price he paid was his arm. Even so, having to deal with 2 8th-level spellcasters was an extremely daunting task. The eighth prince fixed his gaze on Wizard Leo. It could be seen that he was extremely nervous. If Wizard Leo did not agree, he would then have 0 chance at beating the fourth prince in a few days' time. After a long moment, the vertical bloodshot eye in Wizard Leo's forehead shut slowly. Then, Wizard Leo calmly said, "After everything is done, you'll need the tear of God." There was a look of ecstasy on the eighth prince's face, and he laughed. "Ha, that's for sure. Apart from the tear of God, just fire away if Wizard Leo has any other requests. Even if I can't fulfill it now, but when I become king of the kingdom of Black Moon in the future, I'll do my very best to fulfill it." The eighth prince's expression was extremely dignified. This promise of his was also very serious. There were not many who could make him make such a promise. However, Wizard Leo did not ask for anything else. His only purpose of visiting the imperial city this time was to obtain only the tear of God. Nothing else could arouse his interest. Merlin was left with his mouth agape, but eventually he did not say anything. Since Wizard Leo had made up his mind, no one could change his decision. Merlin had a deep understanding of Wizard Leo's personality. Hence, he could only remain silent. In addition, since Wizard Leo had agreed, it meant that he had a certain degree of confidence. Your Royal Highness, with Wizard Leo holding back the two 8th-level spellcasters Tenon and Morstan, our greatest threat will then be dispelled. However, there's still the 9 core wizards under the 4th prince. A thin-looking wizard behind the 8th prince stepped forward and said. When he mentioned the 9 core wizards, he paused and looked at Merlin. He then smiled and said, "Of course, because Merlin has killed the 4th prince's 7th wizard, now there are only 8 core wizards left. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd wizards are all 7th level spellcasters, so they can be handed over to us 3 old men. Still, the remaining 5th, 6th, 8th, and 9th wizards are all 6th level spellcasters, and they are very difficult to deal with." Nobody knew how many times the 9 core wizards of the 4th prince and the wizards of the 8th prince had fought each other, both in secrecy and out in the public. The two sides clearly knew each other very well. It could be claimed that even without Wizard Tenon and Wizard Morstan, the overall strength of the spellcasters under the 4th prince was still stronger than that of the 8th prince. The most powerful among them were the 9 core wizards. The 8th prince frowned too as he said, "There are still 5 6th level spellcasters. Plus, they're not ordinary 6th level spellcasters. We still have 4 6th level spellcasters, so we'll barely be able to cope. Yet, there are 2 6th level spellcasters left, of whom would be handled by me personally." Perhaps many people had forgotten that the 8th prince himself was a 6th level spellcaster. In addition, as a member of the royal family, the 8th prince was not an ordinary 6th level spellcaster. His strength was unfathomable, and he even had powerful Pandora demon abilities. Even after Merlin had constructed perfect armor and possessed fiery collapse, he did not dare to say that he could defeat the 8th prince either. Merlin was confident that he could cope with any power under the 7th level, but that was only with regard to spells. If any Pandora demon ability, especially those powerful ones, had attained the 2nd stage, the power that could be released was likely to reach or even surpass 7th level spells. With the foundation of the Black Moon royal family, it was impossible for them to not have such powerful Pandora demon abilities. If the 8th prince had also cultivated such Pandora demon abilities, Merlin's perfect armor would not be able to withstand it. Therefore, if the 8th prince himself came out for battle, much less 2 6th level wizards, even 3 or 4 wizards would not cause him any trouble. Your Royal Highness, your opponent is the 4th prince. If you engage in this battle, who else will deal with the 4th prince? The 7th level wizards behind the 8th prince shook their heads helplessly. The strength of the 8th prince was indeed strong, but the 4th prince was not far behind. Let me take on the 4th and 5th wizards under the 4th prince. When everyone was at their wits' end, Merlin spoke calmly out of the blue. Wizard Merlin, you're going to deal with the 4th and 5th wizards. They are all peak 6th level spellcasters, and they have all kinds of moves. Although they did not cultivate Pandora demon abilities, they're still very difficult to deal with. They're stronger than the 7th wizard. The 8th prince looked at Merlin doubtfully. The hidden message of his words was that he had little faith that Merlin could cope with the fourth and fifth wizards. However, Merlin displayed a confident smile and replied, "Your Royal Highness, please be rest assured that I have a sense of propriety. However, once everything's settled, I humbly request your Royal Highness to quickly arrange for me to enter the royal family's spell library, so I can look at the spells there." Merlin would naturally not take the initiative to shoulder the heavy responsibility of the fourth and fifth wizards, these two powerful sixth-level spellcasters, without any specific reason. His aim was to get into the spell library sooner. The eighth prince pulled the straight face. He then forcefully gritted his teeth, seemingly setting his mind on a decision. He said with a heavy tone, "Don't you worry, Wizard Merlin. When we're done, I'll find a way for you to enter the spell library." In order to win the decisive battle against the fourth prince in a few days' time, the eighth prince could not care less. As long as he could increase the chances of winning, he would not be bothered even if he had to pay a huge price. Subsequently, the eighth prince left the courtyard with the three wizards. "Your Royal Highness, you really believe Wizard Leo can handle Tannin and Morstan?" Though they had just left the courtyard, the seventh-level wizard behind the eighth prince had already asked impatiently. The eighth prince's footsteps gradually slowed down. He gently shook his head and said, "Whether or not he can handle them, this is our only choice. Come on, there are only a few days left. We still need to prepare properly so there's no room for any mistake." The three seventh-level wizards glanced at each other. They could only helplessly follow behind the eighth prince and leave the place. The spring drizzle did not stop. In these few days, gloomy and rainy weather loomed above the imperial city's horizon. There was a moist and sticky feeling in the air, which felt very unpleasant. The streets were still rather slippery. Nevertheless, at the break of dawn, the imperial city started bustling, especially the palace. There was a madding crowd. Many maids and guards appeared to have their hands full. Today was the day of the royal family's annual hunting trip. During this time, all the aristocrats, princes and princesses of the entire imperial city would go hunting in the forest, also known as Kingswood, not far from the palace. The reason it was so important was that His Majesty the King would come and watch it personally. By the time, if any prince, princess or aristocrat had emerged victorious in the hunting, he or she would be granted a generous reward. Therefore, many aristocrats or princes and princesses had already begun their preparations. Fortunately, today's weather seemed to have turned for the better. The entire imperial city basked in the warm sun. The moisture in the air had disappeared too. Instead, there was a faint sear of heat. "Wizard Merlin, His Royal Highness the Eighth Prince has called for you." Suddenly, the voice of the guards sounded outside the house. Merlin slowly opened his eyes. In the past few days, he had been using elemental crystal stones to accumulate mind power for the several third-level spells in his awareness. He did it so that he was adequately prepared. "Time's up." Merlin could feel his heart twitch. Then he rose to his feet slowly. When he pushed the door open, there was a guard in silver armor standing outside. Upon seeing Merlin, he greeted him respectfully. "Lead the way," Merlin ordered in a composed manner. He knew that the time for the eighth prince and the fourth prince's showdown had arrived. The two princes had competed with each other for so many years. Today, the victor would finally be decided. Who would be more worthy of ascending onto the pinnacle of power over the entire kingdom? As a member of the royal family, this was destiny. Chapter 339 The Encounter I. Chapter 339 The Encounter I. Hum. Suddenly, There was a storm in the quiet sky. It was so fast that it was beyond comprehension. When it swept through the sky, it even blew the woods below into a mess. Some unfortunate wild beasts were also swept by the gust of wind up into the sky, vanishing without a trace. Boom! Then, the storm landed straight into the forest below, giving off a dull sound. The initially dense Kingswood was immediately smashed by the wind. Out of the blue, a relatively empty field suddenly appeared in the woods. Right in the middle of the open field, a figure gradually emerged from within the smoke and the dust-filled air. This person looked somewhat disorganized as he slowly picked up his feet from the ground. Damn, my mind power had exhausted so surprisingly quick. Gosh, the mind power that I've accumulated for so long ran dry just like that. Damn that Merlin. How dare he demand me to reach the Imperial City within 4 days? 4 days is such a short time that I can only keep using flash wind to speed up my journey. The elemental crystal stones that I've so diligently collected has now been entirely consumed. Wizard Bamu kept on ranting as he walked out of the smoke. His undulating chest moved in a rhythm as he panted for fresh air. A few days ago, he had just received a message from Merlin. It was an order that was directly conveyed via the slave contract, demanding that Wizard Bamu must arrive at the Imperial City within 4 days. Wizard Bamu was originally in Wilson Castle, recovering his magic power very leisurely. Ever since he became a slave to Merlin on the ship of Nicolar, he had never had a chance to restore his magic power. He had come across the rare opportunity of settling in Wilson Castle, so he naturally would want to focus all his energy on restoring magic power. The comforting environment was just another surplus for him. It never occurred to him that the good days would come to an end so quickly. Even if he was a 7th level spellcaster, he could not reach the Imperial City within 4 days just by relying on ordinary flying spells alone. Therefore, Wizard Bamu had no choice but to drain his magic power and cast Flash Wind. It was a pity that the magic power that he had accumulated through various means was exhausted in just 1 or 2 days. After his magic power was sapped, Wizard Bam could only replenish it with elemental crystal stones. During the time when Merlin was not around, he obtained a lot of elemental crystal stones from some roaming wizards near his place by using various ways. However, they were almost completely used up by now. Thus, Wizard Bam's heart was filled with a sense of helplessness. Still, he did not dare to delay even a little. He had signed a servant contract with Merlin. Hence, if he did not rush to the Imperial City within 4 days, he was very clear how serious the consequences would be. The elemental crystal stones were used up just like that. It's really distressing. Wizard Bamu took out hundreds of elemental crystal stones from his ring with grimace written all over his face. Kachak. Then, Wizard Bamu crushed the elemental crystal stones directly. Shortly after, his body became like a bottomless pit, producing a ferocious suction force. Buzz, buzz, buzz. This suction force was extremely terrifying, emitting bursts of whistling sounds. The infinite elements in the surrounding woods had been drawn toward him too, gradually forming a massive whirlwind around Wizard Bamu. Snap! With a soft sound, Wizard Bamu stopped absorbing elements. He looked up at the sky and muttered, "I can still travel some distance. My magic power has recovered by half too." Oh! Thereafter, Wizard Bamu's figure ascended into the sky again. His body was then surrounded by a violent storm, shrilling as he flew to the far side. There were many forests in the Imperial City, but the largest one belonged to the royal family. It occupied an area of approximately 1,000 acres with countless rare exotic beasts residing in it. Occasionally, some members of the royal family would go hunting in this piece of woodland. Nevertheless, today's occasion was a special one. It was still early morning, but this forest was already surrounded by numerous guards, 3 troops inside and another 3 outside. All the guards wore solemn expressions and exuded a murderous horror. As a result, city folks did not dare to go near them. Not just the guards, but a spellcaster should also be able to realize that there was an infinite amount of powerful mind power in the forest too. Anyone who was close to Kingswood would be detected by the mind power. There was really nowhere to hide. Such fortified security would naturally only mean that this forest was about to welcome an utmost honorable person, of whom held the highest power of the entire Black Moon Kingdom. The great King Butto Roman 16 was about to arrive at Kingswood. His Majesty had gathered all the aristocrats of the imperial city and members of the royal family to hunt in this forest. The Kingdom of Black Moon was different from the Kingdom of Light. The royal family of the Kingdom of Light did not hold such great power as they were controlled by the Church of Light, which represented theocracy. Even the heir of the Kingdom of Light required the consent and blessing of the Church of Light to be crowned king. In contrast, the Black Moon royal family held absolute power. Any member of the royal family can become a spellcaster as long as they possessed spellcaster quality. The entire royal family itself was equivalent to a large-scale spellcasters organization with an incredibly rich heritage. They even had several legendary great wizards. Therefore, the king of the Kingdom of Black Moon, in name, was the true supreme ruler of the entire Kingdom of Black Moon. In a certain sense, even those spellcasters' organizations would not escape the royal family's rule. Of course, this was only in a nominal sense. Spellcasters' organizations were, after all, different from the typical city-states. The royal family had no ability to include all spellcasters' organizations in the scope of their rule either. Hence, they basically leave spellcasters' organizations to their own devices. As long as they do not cause too much trouble and do not violate the fundamental interests of the royal family would not pay extra attention to them. Not long after, as time went by, Kingswood gradually became more and more lively. Many aristocrats were on their carriages, their hands holding invitation letters. Once they arrived outside and passed the inspection of the guards, they would proceed to enter Kingswood. Those who were able to receive an invitation from the king were aristocrats who had a certain influence in the imperial city. Otherwise, they could be powerful spellcasters in the imperial city. After another period of time, several luxurious carriages drove from the street and slowly stopped outside the forest. Many people alighted from the carriages. At the front of the line was a handsome man with a face that radiated natural dignity, but at the same time appeared to be a people person. The guards who were originally guarding outside of Kingswood were neither supercilious nor obsequious to any aristocrats and treated them with propriety. However, after seeing the invited guests alighting from the carriages, some of the guards hurried off to welcome them. Among them, the guard leading the line kneeled on the ground and greeted respectfully, "My Honorable Your Royal Highness the 8th Prince." It turned out that the guests who alighted from these carriages were the many spellcasters and guards from the 8th Prince's manor. The 8th Prince gently nodded and said, "Get up, how many people have arrived at Kingswood?" The guards did not dare to conceal as he whispered, "Your Royal Highness, there aren't many people in Kingswood. You're the first member of the royal family to arrive. Oh, it seems that I'm early, but it's good too. We shall enter first and wait inside." After he finished speaking, the eighth prince brought his entourage into the forest directly. The guards did not dare to stop him either. Everyone knew that the eighth prince and the fourth prince were the most promising candidates to be the next king. Hence, no one would dare to offend them. In the forest, there was exotic flora everywhere, which exuded mesmerizing fragrance. It was a scene of exuberance, much like spring. Yet, none of the eighth prince's men had the interest to admire the idyllic scenery in the forest. Each of their expression was tense. Even the eighth prince, who had always been sanguine, looked edgy too, losing his usual poised demeanor. Soon, the eighth prince had led his entourage into an empty square. Many aristocrats were already seated at the square. After seeing the eighth prince, the aristocrats stood up and showed their respect to the eighth prince. The eighth prince only responded with a courteous nod and did not say anything. He went straight to the square and sat on the first seat on the first row of seats on the left. Then he closed his eyes and remained still. Those who followed behind the eighth prince had their own seats too. Nonetheless, only Wizard Leo and the 3 7th-level spellcasters were entitled to their own seats. The others, including Merlin, could only stand nearby. Wizard Leo wore a huge cloak over his head, which made him look inconspicuous and appeared very mysterious. Even Merlin could feel that many people in the square frequently turned their gaze to Wizard Leo, seemingly exchanging whispers about something. Merlin was unmoved by that. Deep down, he was quiet and calm too. Still, he frequently felt Wizard Bamus' location through the slave contract. Earlier, Merlin had used the slave contract to inform Wizard Bamu that he must be at the Imperial City within 4 days. He did that a few days ago at the moment he heard that the 8th Prince would battle it out with the 4th Prince on this very day. With Wizard Bamu, his mysterious new aide, it might just be a decisive factor in the final outcome. However, Prakash City was a long distance away from the Imperial City. Back then, Merlin, Snake Elder, and the others had traveled on foot for a good whole month to reach the Imperial City. Merlin was not really sure whether Wizard Bamu could arrive on time either. Therefore, Merlin would pay attention to any movement of the slave contract at all times. Once Wizard Bamu arrived at the Imperial City, Merlin would sense it. However strong Teacher Leo's darkness eye is, it would still be very strenuous for him to deal with these 2 8th-level spellcasters. However, with Wizard Bamu, he can perhaps relieve some of Teacher Leo's burden. Merlin's plan was to let Wizard Bamu deal with one of the 2 8th-level wizards, Tenin and Morstan. Doing so would also ease the pressure on Wizard Leo and increase the 8th Prince's odds of winning. Merlin had naturally hoped that the 8th Prince would prevail too, so his wish to enter the royal family's spell library could be fulfilled. As for Wizard Bamus' safety, it was never one of Merlin's worries. He had seen Wizard Bamu cultivate his flash wind until the 3rd stage. With that kind of flash wind, there would be extremely few spellcasters who could kill Wizard Bamu. Even if Wizard Bamu was not good enough, he could still at least restrain one of the 8th-level wizards. This was precisely Merlin's plan anyway. Nevertheless, Wizard Bamu had to be a hidden force. Only by showing up when he was most needed could he possibly present an element of surprise. The 4th Prince is here. A guard hurried to the 8th Prince's side and whispered. Swoosh! The 8th Prince opened his eyes abruptly. His eyes gleamed with energy, peering at the distance. The entire bustling square turned silent in an instant. Chapter 340 The Encounter A. Chapter 340 The Encounter Roman 2. The fourth prince took a leisurely pace into the square. Unlike the eighth prince, the fourth prince had a composed smile on his face. Even when he saw the eighth prince, his expression remained unchanged. Two mysterious wizards with cloaks followed behind the fourth prince. Like Wizard Leo, nobody could make out the appearance of the two mysterious figures either. Nevertheless, to be able to walk behind the fourth prince, and even in front of the 9 core wizards, their identities were already quite obvious. Tannen and Morstan, Merlin muttered under his breath. From the very beginning, his gaze had been placed on the two wizards. As 8th-level spellcasters, and rather well-known ones too, they would surely attract attention wherever they went. Swoosh! Suddenly, Merlin felt a burning gaze fixated onto him. Following the path of that gaze, he saw a familiar face in the crowd behind the fourth prince. 9th Wizard Odin. Merlin could feel a cold murderous intent in Odin's gaze. Yet Merlin did not bother. He turned to look at the fourth prince instead. As the eighth prince's toughest competitor, the fourth prince's appearance looked somewhat similar to him. Nonetheless, the fourth prince seemed slightly more majestic. Though there was always a smile on his face, he was still able to instill fear in those around him. The fourth prince went straight to the first row on the right and sat down on the first chair. He turned his gaze to the eighth prince just in time to meet his eyes. There was pin-drop silence in the entire square. Everyone turned to look at the fourth prince and the eighth prince. The two of them locked eyes. Although they both had smiles on their faces and seemed calm, everyone present knew that danger lurked beneath the still waters. Neither the fourth prince nor the eighth prince spoke. They only looked at each other quietly. The spellcasters behind them showed their prowess too as their immense mind power scanned the place unscrupulously. At that moment, the entire square was encompassed by various forms of mind power. These spellcasters' mind power were mostly higher than the 7th level, so they were extremely powerful. Once these swept past someone, even a spellcaster would feel like they had no more secrets left on their bodies, as though everything was laid bare for viewing. The atmosphere of both sides was tense, and everybody had readied themselves, all set for the showdown too. Just then, the sound of horseshoes rang outside the forest. It seemed that a large troop had arrived, and there appeared to be a commotion. "His Majesty has arrived," a sharp voice sounded. Then, a group of silver-armored guards quickly entered the square, and they stood in 2 rows. They were followed by a group of spellcasters wearing gray robes. There were about a dozen of them, and they flew directly into the sky, surrounding the entire square. The enormous mind power swept through everyone at the square unbridled. These gray-robed spellcasters had extremely great mind power. The life force on their bodies were very daunting too, as they were all 7th-level spellcasters. All of them were spellcasters in charge of protecting the king. There were more than a dozen 7th-level spellcasters. This was a number which was nearly equivalent to all the 7th-level spellcasters in some spellcasters' organizations. However, these were just a part of the king's spellcaster bodyguards. It sufficiently showed the heritage of the Black Moon royal family. It was beyond what the general spellcasters' organizations could compare with. King Butto Roman 16, holder of the utmost supreme power of the kingdom of Black Moon, would only slowly emerge once the guards and the spellcasters determined that there was no danger. Clustered around by many maids, King Butto Roman 16 slowly embarked onto the high platform of the square, arriving at a golden throne. Only the king could sit up there. Everyone rose to their feet and bowed slightly to Butto Roman 16. Many of the crowd who only met Butto Roman 16 for the first time were silently scrutinizing the king. Butto Roman 16 seemed to be only in his 40s. His body was slightly plump, and there was a kind smile on his face, which could make people feel very affable. In fact, Butto Roman 16 had inherited the throne at the age of 42. He had been king for 25 years now and was already 6 to 7 years old. However, an age less than 70 could only be considered very young for a spellcaster like him. Nonetheless, the most shocking discovery for Merlin was the life force on Butto Roman 16. It seemed that there was no spellcaster life force at all, as though he was just an ordinary person. If there was anything special at all, it was definitely the purple gold crown on his head. It was almost certain that anyone who saw Butto Roman 16 would be mesmerized by this purple gold crown. The purple gold crown exuded a golden radiance. It looked extremely beautiful and seemed to radiate a natural elegance. Anybody would be fascinated by the purple gold crown. The crown of kings, one of the most precious alchemy treasures of the legendary Molter Empire royal family. Even a great wizard couldn't break the protection of the crown of kings in a short time. Wizard Leo, who had not uttered a single word, suddenly spoke. His voice was extremely low-toned and sluggish. Only a few people who were closest to him could hear it. It's actually an alchemy treasure inherited from the Molter Empire royal family. Merlin's heart trembled. To his surprise, this brilliant-looking purple gold crown actually held such a shocking origin. The period of Molter Empire of 3,600 years ago was also the most glorious era of spellcasters. As the dictators of the entire world, the prosperity of the Molter Empire had naturally been out of this world. Meanwhile, the royal family that controlled the empire had countless treasures. This crown of kings could be regarded as one of the most precious treasures in the eyes of the Molter Empire royal family. Hence, it was sensible that it was deemed extremely powerful. Even if Butto Roman 16 was a spellcaster of the lowest level, possessing the crown of kings would still enable him to withstand a great wizard's attack. This was the most powerful effect of the crown of kings. As a result, the crown of kings could only be worn by the kings of the kingdom of Blackmoon. If Butto Roman 16 was abdicated, he must also pass on the crown of kings to the next king. The current holder of the crown of kings, Butto Roman 16, was also very formidable. Yet Merlin had no idea why he could not sense the true life force of Butto Roman 16, and how powerful he really was. A strange look appeared in the eighth prince's eyes as he looked at the figure of Butto Roman 16. Who gradually stepped onto the high platform and sat on the golden throne. There was also some faint excitement in between his expression as he stared at the golden throne on the high platform. He muttered under his breath, "It hasn't been more than 20 years since His Majesty had ascended the throne, but had already broken through many ranks." He turned from a 6th-level spellcaster into a 9th-level spellcaster he is now. In addition, he has the crown of kings, so even if he has to face a great wizard, he won't be afraid either. This was the heritage of the Blackmoon royal family. If a 6th-level spellcaster constructed spells in a step-by-step manner, it would have taken at least several decades or even centuries to gradually become a 9th-level spellcaster. However, if one became king, one's strength would grow really quickly at a speed that ordinary people could hardly imagine. That was because a king could rely on the unimaginable heritage accumulated in the royal family, coupled with the supreme power of being a king. Hence, it would not be difficult to figure out why the 4th prince, the 8th prince, and the other members of the royal family would compete for the throne. Any one of them who had the slightest ambition would certainly not let go of the opportunity for the treasures that one would have after ascending to the throne. The benefits of becoming a king were so great. Which royal family member would not be tempted? Apart from the 8th prince, the 4th prince, who was opposite him, also looked at Buto Roman 16. He too had a lingering eagerness in his eyes. In about 4 or 5 years, Buto Roman 16 would be abdicated. By that time, the best among the members of the royal family would be chosen to become the new king. Everyone, please have a seat. After Buto Roman 16 had sat down, he said slowly as he pressed both his hands down slightly. One after another, the crowd on both sides of the square sat down. The 8th prince's expression had returned to his usual calmness. His Royal Highness, the 8th prince. He had just only sat down when a lady donned in palace attire walked out of the garden. She wore a white mopping dress and was surrounded by several maids. After bowing to Buto Roman 16, she went straight to the 8th prince's side. The 8th prince revealed a gentle smile to Princess Chine. "You're late." This elegant, beautiful woman who beamed with extravagance was a royal princess. Princess Chine sat next to the 8th prince. Thereafter, she looked at the 4th prince opposite her, revealing a dignified expression between her looks. She mumbled, "Your Royal Highness the 8th prince, you have to be wary of the 4th prince today." Princess Chine seemed to be in the 8th prince's camp as she was closer to the 8th prince. In fact, the entire royal family had broken off into several camps. However, there were already several princesses or great aristocrats on the 4th prince's side, while on the 8th prince's side, there was only Princess Chine. It was also evident that the 4th prince's force was much larger than that of the 8th prince's. The royal family members, or the great aristocrats, would naturally choose the 4th prince, who seemed to be more likely to inherit the throne. As for Princess Chine's kind advice, the 8th prince nodded in response, but he did not really care. He smiled at Princess Chine as he replied, "Don't worry, I've prepared adequately this time." Princess Chine seemed to have understood the 8th prince's arrangement. She turned her head and gave a slight nod to both Leo and Merlin. The annual royal family hunting was not just any simple hunting event. Instead, it was required to have a grand ceremony before the start of hunting. This grand ceremony needed to be presided over by the king personally. The process was very cumbersome, and many spellcasters were bored by it as they began showing drowsy looks. Merlin was no exception. He was not interested in these cumbersome rituals. So he closed his eyes to rest. Hum, hum, hum. Suddenly, Merlin noticed that the slave contract he had signed with Wizard Bamu was quivering slightly. "Is Bamu here?" Merlin was delighted. Although he strictly ordered Wizard Bamu to arrive in 4 days, he was not really sure if he could arrive on time. Now that there was a change to the servant contract, it had obviously sensed Wizard Bamu's arrival. The contract would respond only in the imperial city or places within a relatively close distance. Thinking of this, Merlin hurriedly stood up and said to the 8th prince, "Your Highness, I need to step out for a moment. There's a private matter that I must attend to." The 8th prince did not inquire further as he waved his hand. "Go, but the hunting grand ceremony is coming to an end, so you need to come back as soon as possible." Merlin nodded. With the slave contract, he was able to find Wizard Bamu easily. It would not take him a long time. Thus Merlin bid farewell to everyone and turned around, making his way out of the forest. Chapter 341 Battle I. Chapter 341 Battle I. After leaving the forest, Merlin quickly took out the slave contract. Using it, he could easily contact Wizard Banmu. Sensing that Wizard Banmu's location was still quite a distance away, Merlin communicated via the slave contract. Banmu, come to Kingswood in the Imperial City as fast as you can. Wizard Banmu had just entered the Imperial City when he felt the message emanate from the slave contract. A look of helplessness flashed across his face. He had not wasted a single moment in rushing to the Imperial City, and now before he could even catch his breath, he was again galloping at full speed towards the royal forest. As it was an order from Merlin, Wizard Banmu did not dare disregard it. Moments later, Banmu finally rushed to the fringes of Kingswood. Even from a great distance, he could see Merlin standing outside. "Master," Wizard Banmu presented himself before Merlin. His face was slightly pale, betraying the tiredness he felt from the arduous journey. Merlin nodded in relief. Banmu had arrived. Seeing that Banmu must have exhausted his magic powers in rushing here, as well as for the sake of the upcoming battle, Merlin reached into his ring and extracted thousands of elemental crystal stones. He handed them to Banmu. "The reason I have summoned you to come to the Imperial City is for something immensely important. After this, there may be a fierce battle. You must quickly replenish your magic powers." A fierce battle. Wizard Banmu grimaced and shook his head with an air of helplessness. He had already guessed it in his heart. If Merlin made him rush all the way from Prakash City to the Imperial City, something big must have happened. Since Merlin had termed it a fierce battle, then Wizard Banmu would not dare to underestimate the situation. He took the elemental crystal stones and nodded deliberately. "Don't worry, Master, I will recover my magic powers as fast as possible." "All right, let's go. You should follow me inside without alerting anyone. Once we enter the Kingswood, you will quietly hide yourself and follow me closely. No one besides me should know of your presence, so in the upcoming battle, you can wield an unexpected edge." There was a flash of sorrow in Wizard Banmu's eyes. He completely understood what Merlin meant. He nodded his head. Seeing that Wizard Banmu had fully understood his intentions, Merlin felt slightly relieved. With Wizard Banmu by his side, he also felt more secure. In addition, the 8th Prince's chance of victory had also increased. Merlin entered Kingswood with Wizard Banmu, after which the latter curiously disappeared into the crowd. Wizard Banmu was so skillful that even Merlin could not locate him. If not for the fact that he could still sense Wizard Banmu via the slave contract, Merlin might even wonder whether Wizard Banmu was still inside the forest. It seems like Banmu's concealment skills are quite advanced. This plan is even more foolproof than I thought. Merlin stopped trying to search for Banmu's physical location and returned to the square. He took his place behind the 8th Prince. The 8th Prince turned around to give him a slight nod before resuming his full attention on the grandiose ceremony. The ceremony continued for another 2 to 3 hours before it finally ended. After the ceremony, King Butto Roman 16 slowly stood up and regarded the many princes, princesses and nobles with affection. Softly, he spoke, "Recently an elk king has appeared in Kingswood. It is very rare. Whoever succeeds in hunting this elk king will be the winner of this hunt." This practice was largely similar to the past annual hunts in Kingswood. At times, victory was determined by the highest number of kills, and at other times, victory was determined by whoever caught a specific creature first. The elk king chosen this time was extremely rare. Even normal elks were uncommon in the kingdom of Blackmoon, what more the elk king. Many of the noblemen's sons appeared to be excited to start the hunt. After all, the winner would receive a handsome reward from King Butto. Roman 16. The fourth prince and eighth prince, on the other hand, did not move a muscle. Both princes were staring daggers at one another. The measly reward did not mean anything to them. It was not the hunt that they were fighting for. It was the throne. King Butto. Roman 16 gaze suddenly landed on the fourth prince and eighth prince. For just a moment, a complicated expression flashed across his face, but disappeared almost immediately. He waved his hand. "All right, go start the hunt." Rumble. Almost everyone stood to their feet and gave a small polite bow to King Butto. Roman 16. A few noblemen's sons could no longer rein in their patience and immediately sprinted off into the deeper parts of the royal forest. Princess Chine's expression was grave. Taking one look at the fourth prince, she lowered her voice and whispered to the eighth prince, "Be careful." The eighth prince narrowed his eyes as he watched the fourth prince lead a battalion of men into the deep forest. He took a deep breath. There was a glimmer in his eyes as he smiled back at her. "Don't worry, I'll be back. Let's go." Upon the order of the eighth prince, Wizard Leo, Merlin and numerous other 6th and 7th level spellcasters began to enter the deep forest. Some of the noblemen immediately sensed something amiss. Both the eighth prince and the fourth prince had brought a large battalion of powerful spellcasters deep into Kingswood. There was no way that the mere task of capturing an Elk King would require such powerful wizards. The noblemen were all intelligent and vigilant people. Looking at the scene unfolding before them, they immediately had a bad premonition. Those who were more cautious even sent people into the royal forest to retrieve their sons. Perched high above on the throne, King Butto. Roman 16 too casted his gaze on the eighth prince and fourth prince's battalions gradually disappearing into the deep forest. A personal aide beside King Butto. Roman 16 spotted an inscrutable look on his face. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he whispered, "Your Majesty, the fourth prince and the eighth prince." Before he could finish his sentence, King Butto. Roman 16 interrupted him with a wave of his hand. The king's tone was heavy as he said, "This is their destiny. Even back then, I ascended this throne in the exact same way." There was as if a trace of regret in King Butto. Roman 16 demeanor. As a member of the Black Moon royal family, this was their fate. Deep in the royal forest, on a lush green grass-covered slope, colorful butterflies were fluttering about. It was truly a beautiful scenery to behold. Whoosh! Suddenly, a light gust of wind scared away all the butterflies. A group of horse riders gradually emerged on the slope, trampling the lush green grass beneath them. Their presence also brought about the noisy neighs of war horses, disrupting the previously tranquil atmosphere. The horse riders climbed up the slope and stopped. The eighth prince looked around and sneered loudly. "The choice of location is not bad at all, fourth brother, really. You shouldn't have." Following the remark by the eighth prince, a large group of horse riders immediately appeared from behind the slope to face the eighth prince's team. At the front of the riders, leading the men was, of course, the fourth prince, who had been the first to enter the forest. The fourth prince looked calm and unfrazzled. He spurred his horse a few steps forward and looked down towards the eighth prince in a condescending manner. His voice was calm as he spoke, "My dear brother, after so many years, this is the first time you called me fourth brother. Tusk tusk. This is a nice place indeed, more than sufficient to be your final resting place." There was a staggering pause before the fourth prince's expression suddenly turned thunderous. "Everyone says that you're intelligent, but this time you're an utter fool. If only you had pretended to be sick and stayed out of the hunt, I would not have harmed you. It's too bad that because you acted foolishly, I will have to send you to your grave. The eighth prince did not respond except with an indecipherable look. He spoke up. Fourth brother, are you truly that confident? What do you think you could possibly defeat me? Har. Just with that one Leo from the dark magic region. He is only a 6th level spellcaster, my dear brother. You are so naive. The fourth prince's tone was stern as he affixed his gaze on the group of men behind the eighth prince, including the cloak-clad wizard Leo. It seemed that he was well informed about the strengths of the eighth prince's battle camp. The atmosphere between both sides began to tense considerably. Even the bright blue sky appeared to darken, perhaps due to the vibration of elements from the large number of spellcasters. Merlin, on the other hand, was gauging the surroundings. This place was a barren ground in an open area. The only things nearby was a few big trees growing sporadically along the slope. Other than that, there were only bare rocks and lush green grass all around. In such circumstances, Banmu should be further away and it would not be easy to hide. Yet Merlin could clearly sense via the slave contract that Wizard Banmu was standing close to him. It seemed that Wizard Banmu had a very unique concealment technique. Even amidst this group of spellcasters, including 2 8th-level wizards, no one had noticed anything out of the ordinary. Even though it was a critical situation with both sides ready to draw their swords and descend into a fierce battle at any time, Merlin had no intention of letting Wizard Banmu appear yet. If Wizard Banmu were to appear, then his appearance should be completely unexpected. In fact, it would be even better if it was strategic enough to sound the sweet gong of victory for their side. Therefore, Banmu must only appear at the most crucial moment. Boom! At this very moment, a deafening noise, like a clap of thunder, rumbled across the sky. It was so loud that everyone's ears began to ring. They looked up in horror. Somehow unbeknownst to them, a giant thunder net had formed in the sky above their heads. The giant thunder net descended from the sky towards them, effectively trapping the eighth prince and all his men underneath it. Threads of lightning flashed threateningly across the giant thunder net, emitting a dangerous vibe. Heh, why waste time spouting nonsense? Kill them. Wizard Morstan said sinisterly, clad in a black cloak. His body was flashing, with waves upon waves of endless thunder element. This giant thunder net was an 8th-level spell casted by Morstan. No one would have thought that Morstan would be so bold as to start attacking immediately. Moreover, with just one spell, he managed to trap almost all of the 8th prince's men. In the blink of an eye, the 8th prince's camp found themselves at a great disadvantage. After all, this was an 8th-level spell. It would not be easily countered by ordinary spells. If the giant thunder net fell on them, then the 8th prince's camp would suffer huge unrecoverable losses. Countless number of spellcasters would be killed by the lightning and thunder spells before they could even cast a single spell. Wizard Leo. Looking at the giant thunder net in the sky, the 8th prince could not help but change moods, turning his gaze towards Wizard Leo. Chapter 342 Battle A. Chapter 342 Battle Roman 2. Rip. The black cloak on Wizard Leo's head was instantly ripped into shreds, revealing his heart-wrenching bloodshot eye. At the same time, looking at giant thunder net descending from the sky, the vertical bloodshot eye in Wizard Leo's forehead burst open and shot out an intense blood-red ray. Darkness eye disintegrate. The blood-red ray vibrated violently, and like a blood-covered sword penetrated a hole into giant thunder net. The remaining wisps of lightning and thunder then gradually dissipated into thin air. Merlin narrowed his eyes and fixed his stare firmly on Wizard Leo. He was well aware that the skill displayed by Wizard Leo was the third form of Darkness Eye, which was also the strongest form that could be controlled by Wizard Leo. When Merlin stood off against the flame image on the ship of Nicolar, he had used the bracelet which contained the sealed energy of a small portion of Darkness Eye. When Darkness Eye displayed its third form disintegrate, only then was he able to defeat the flame image. Therefore, only Merlin knew that the attack cast by Wizard Leo was not as simple and easy as it looked. In fact, it was already one of the strongest attacks by Wizard Leo. Good. Seeing that Wizard Leo could easily counteract Morstan's spell, the eighth prince could not help but exclaim, a trace of smugness displayed on his face. As long as Wizard Leo could contain Wizard Morstan and Wizard Tenon, the eighth prince had a chance of winning the battle. Har har, fourth brother, it seems that the great price you paid to obtain those two wizards was for naught. Come on, then. There's no room for compromise in the fight for the throne. This is written in our destinies. The eighth prince's body began to float into the air. Halfway up the sky, he glared challengingly at the fourth prince. The fourth prince bit his lip and said fiercely to Tenon and Morstan, "Wizards, kill Leo as soon as possible." With that, he leaped into the air and soared into the sky for a face-off with the eighth prince. Despite the great distance between them, both princes were emanating a daunting vibe. The two royal princes' powers were not at all inferior to some 7th-level spellcasters. Kill. Seeing that the two princes had begun to engage in battle, the spellcasters in both camps roared in unison. Each of them cast their attacks, and the melee began. Wizard Tenon and Wizard Morstan exchanged a look. Similarly, their black cloaks were ripped apart, revealing countenances that were not much better than Wizard Leo's. Wizard Morstan said to Wizard Tenon, "Tenon, you deal with those 7th-level spell-casters under the 8th prince. Leave Leo to me." Wizard Tenon nodded. Without a word, he prepared to fly toward Wizard Leo. Darkness Eye, exterminate. A blood-red ray shone directly toward Wizard Tenon. Even though Wizard Tenon was an 8th-level spellcaster, the reputation of Darkness Eye was too infamous. He did not dare deflect the attack straighten, so he retreated to avoid it. You want to control the two of us now? That's digging your own grave, Tenon. Ignore the others. Kill Leo first and obtain his Darkness Eye. Seeing that Wizard Leo stopped Wizard Tenon from leaving, Wizard Morstan immediately knew Leo's plan, which was to control both 8th-level spellcasters in order to buy time for the 8th prince and his men. Regardless of Wizard Leo's strength, he was still only a 6th-level spellcaster. Between 6th level and 7th level laid a significant threshold with fundamental differences. It was only upon achieving the 7th level that a spellcaster would be qualified to be called a higher-order spellcaster. Naturally, Morstan was furious. He no longer paid attention to the others. First and foremost, his priority was to join forces with Wizard Tenon and kill Wizard Leo. Moreover, both wizards were hungrily coveting Darkness Eye wielded by Wizard Leo. Therefore, the two 8th-level spellcasters unleashed waves upon waves of 8th-level spells. The power of the spells was so terrifying that it disrupted the fluctuation of elements within the vicinity. Several spellcasters who wanted to absorb the elements found that they were unable to do so due to the disruptions from the 8th-level spells unleashed by Wizard Tenon and Wizard Morstan. The face-off with two 8th-level spellcasters caused Wizard Leo's expression to turn exceptionally serious. In his forehead, Darkness Eye slowly turned crimson, the color of blood. Slivers of blood-red rays shone through it, almost enveloping Wizard Leo's entire body. It made him look extremely strange, like a glowing, bloody blob. In the beginning, the 8th prince and his men were quite worried whether Wizard Leo could control the two 8th level wizards, Tenin and Morstan. Nevertheless, they later realized that no matter what spells were cast by the two 8th level wizards, all of them could be disintegrated by Wizard Leo's Darkness Eye. This was the third form of Darkness Eye. After killing Osiris, Wizard Leo gained a deeper understanding of it. Hence, Wizard Leo was now able to continuously release the disintegration power of the third form of Darkness Eye. He was much stronger now compared to when he first killed Osiris. Once they witnessed that Wizard Leo was able to control the two 8th level wizards, Tenin and Morstan, the spell casters under the leadership of the 8th prince gained a lot more confidence. A ray of hope sprouted in their hearts, and they were able to fight the battle with much vigor. For a period of time, they managed to equalize the advantage initially wielded by the 4th prince and stabilize the situation. Merlin died. From the start, 9th wizard Odin had already eyed Merlin. Once the melee began, he immediately rushed toward Merlin. However, he kept a considerable distance between himself and Merlin, never coming too close. He only cast spells at Merlin from afar. It seemed that Odin was still afraid of Merlin's darkness-type spells, and was fearful of being ensnared in an illusion again. Get lost. Merlin snorted coldly. Without sparing Odin a single look, he cast Flash Wind and flew forward. His targets were the 4th and 5th wizards from the 9 core wizards. The 4th wizard was a silver-haired old man, while the 5th wizard was a charming, beautiful female wizard. They originally intended to combine their skills together and with their powerful strength, make a clean sweep of the numerous spellcasters led by the 8th prince. This was because besides the 7th level spellcasters, no other spellcasters under the 8th prince could possibly oppose the combined strength of the 4th and 5th wizards. Whoosh! Riding on Flash Wind, Merlin instantly evaded Odin's entanglement. He stopped in front of the 4th and 5th wizards, and declared calmly, "My dear wizards, your opponent is me. Are you the one who killed 7th wizard Els?" The 4th wizard squinted his eyes at him, but did not rush to attack. Instead, he gauged Merlin carefully. Merlin's expression was calm. He grinned and answered, "Yes, that's right. The 7th wizard died in my hands. Soon, both of you will end up just like 7th wizard Els." "Nonsense." The beautiful 5th wizard huffed at him coldly before flipping her long blonde hair. Swish, swish, swish. The 5th wizard's hair suddenly grew at an alarming pace. Each strand of hair was like a tree vine, flying straight at Merlin. Countless strands of hair danced in the sky, almost intertwined into a large web to trap Merlin inside. Alpine Beast People. Merlin immediately knew the 5th wizard's identity. She must be one of the Alpine Beast People. Otherwise, she would not possess such strange powers. The 5th wizard's hair strands could be soft or hard as she intended. Merlin could sense its intimidating power. If the hair got too close to him, maybe even 5th-level defensive spells and robe would not be able to block it. Moreover, not only had the 5th wizard started attacking, but the 4th wizard too had transformed himself into a ball of fire. Then, the fiery flames roared up and further transformed into a huge 4 to 5 meter wall of fire, crackling furiously as it moved in Merlin's direction. These were all 6th-level spells with such a terrifying show of power. Merlin died. Behind Merlin, the voice of 9th wizard Odin rang once again. His speed was not as fast as Merlin's flash wind, but he managed to catch up right at this moment. His face portrayed a sly expression as he waved his hands. Ice crystals began to condense rapidly into a single icy arrow, heading directly toward Merlin. Ninth Wizard Odin hated Merlin with all his heart. Initially, the 8th Prince had planned for 4 6th-level spellcasters to control other wizards besides the 4th and 5th wizards. However, Odin's sight was so steadfastly fixed on Merlin that the other spellcasters were unable to catch up to him. They were too late to stop Odin from sneaking up to Merlin from behind. At that moment, Merlin's situation became precariously dangerous. The 4th, 5th, and 9th wizards were not only 6th-level spellcasters but they were also immensely powerful. All 3 wizards were casting their strongest spells at Merlin. A flash of anger flashed across Merlin's eyes. It was obvious that this was not the first time that the 4th and 5th wizards have worked together. Their combination was undeniably admirable, with the 5th wizard binding the target while the 4th wizard unleashed his strongest attack. Of course, not forgetting also 9th wizard Odin's stealth attack from behind. Facing such a dangerous situation, Merlin took a deep breath. Just as he had predicted, Flash Wind had no effect on binding spells regardless of its speed. Fortunately, this time, Merlin had constructed perfect armor, which was also fused with Pandora Demon ability, Fuse Earth. He estimated that any spell below 7th level, as long as there was no Pandora Demon ability, would not be able to penetrate the defense of perfect armor. Nevertheless, it was only Merlin's guess. Right now, it was the best time to test perfect armor. Perfect armor. Merlin's body was swiftly covered with a rich usher light. The light then speedily molded into a gigantic armor, covering Merlin's entire body. He looked like an usher giant. Boom! There was a huge impact. The 4th wizard's flames, like a raging sun, had enveloped Merlin entirely and was burning furiously. Almost simultaneously, 9th wizard Odin's icy arrow, which packed a mighty penetrating power, also stabbed mercilessly on Merlin's perfect armor. As for the 5th wizard's hair strands, they bounded Merlin and immediately tightened further. The hair strands also sprouted many sharp spikes that were exceptionally hard, all of which were mercilessly lodged into Merlin's perfect armor. In an instant, perfect armor was subjected to 3 fierce attacks by 6th-level spells. At that moment, everyone could clearly see an incomparable usher light ray emerge from within the flames and into the sky. The next moment, the light ray expanded in the sky into a gigantic armor measuring tens of meters tall. Within the armor, a black-robed figure was vaguely visible. Chapter 343 Battle AI. Chapter 343 Battle Woman 3. In the air, the huge usher armor was like a giant stretched out in the sky, its body still burning with blazing flames. However, the menacing flames could only burn on the surface of the huge armor. It was extremely difficult to harm the figure inside the armor, and downright impossible to melt down the armor. This was after all perfect armor which had been fused with Pandora Demon ability, Fuse Earth. It was able to withstand any 6th-level spell's attacks. Thus, with the protection of perfect armor, Merlin could not be harmed by the 4th wizard's attack. Moreover, a distinctive trait of perfect armor was its maintenance, which only required a very negligible amount of magic power. Even though it was continuously consuming magic power, Merlin did not fear anyone. Crack! 9th wizard Odin's icy arrow landed on perfect armor, but all it did was cause perfect armor to vibrate slightly. Following that, the icy arrow shattered into pieces. It did not stand a chance against perfect armor. TSSS. The 4th wizard mumbled under his breath as he gazed at the gigantic armor in the sky. Perfect armor. I can't believe that the 8th prince gave all the royal spells to Merlin. Perfect armor can be considered the strongest defensive spell among 3rd-level spells. The fourth wizard had followed the fourth prince for many years and had heard of many rumors surrounding the royal spells. Naturally, he had heard of the famous perfect armor. Although it was merely a third-level spell, once paired with an enhancing casting tool, its magic powers would be boosted tremendously. That was the reason why it was called perfect. The reason it earned such a big reputation for itself was precisely due to the uniqueness of perfect armor. Its defense was all-rounded and had almost no flaws or loopholes. No matter how strong the defense of perfect armor supposedly is, it shouldn't have been resistant enough to withstand a combined attack from the three of us. The fifth wizard retracted her long hair and grumbled gloomily. The fourth wizard took a long, hard look at Merlin, who was suspended in midair. He growled, "Pandora demon ability. It's a demon ability that can be fused into spells." "So, you're saying that Merlin possesses a Pandora demon ability that can be fused into spells?" The fifth wizard was stunned momentarily, followed by an involuntary flash of surprised thrill on her face. For an average spellcaster, it might be the first time they had heard about Pandora demon ability, and definitely would not know the vast differences between the various Pandora demon abilities. The fifth wizard was a 6th-level spellcaster who had had a wide exposure to the world. Therefore, naturally, she was well aware that among Pandora demon abilities, any Pandora demon ability that could be fused into spells was extremely rare and precious. It was not surprising that the fifth wizard was sorely tempted when she discovered that Merlin possessed a Pandora demon ability that could be fused into spells. However, before the fourth and fifth wizard could launch another attack, the situation changed dramatically. Merlin, who was high up in the sky, discharged a brilliant flash. The blazing flames that were encapsulating him suddenly disappeared without a trace. They were completely absorbed by his body. With the suppression of the flame maxim, these blazing flames would not cause any harm to Merlin. On the contrary, they would be rapidly converted into magic power. Without the restraint of the flame maxim, Merlin promptly turned around to glare directly at ninth wizard Odin behind him. "Odin, last time you didn't die, but this time, you won't be as lucky," Merlin declared. Once again, flames appeared on his body. Only this time, it was the white flames of fiery collapse. Condensed fire. Small fireballs began appearing one after another. These were highly compressed fireballs, which contained terrifying powers. It was the spell Merlin had constructed recently, a third-level fire-type spell which was much more powerful than his Sea of Purgatory fire. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A series of small fireballs flew at breaking speed from every direction. Ninth wizard Odin could not avoid them and could only cast a defensive spell to protect his body. Nevertheless, wizard Odin was extremely confident as his greatest forte was defensive spells. Back then, Merlin had used a darkness-type spell to temporarily entrap Odin in an illusion, but still failed to kill him. It was evident to Odin that his defensive spells were sufficiently unique. However, Merlin was no longer the same person as he was back then. Kai. A few small fireballs hit Odin's body successively. They did not give a very strong impact, nor did they seem to cause any harm to Odin. Soon enough, though, the small fireballs began to grow aggressively. It was as if they were stuck onto his body. The flames swelled up and quickly spread across Odin's body, turning it into a mighty blazing flame, encapsulating Odin. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fourth wizard, fifth wizard, help me. The angry flames had already engulfed Odin. This time, his luck had run out. Merlin's third-level spells Fiery Collapse and Condensed Fire were already a match for the strongest sixth-level spells, thus it was easy to break Odin's defensive spells. Trapped within the formidable fire of Fiery Collapse, it was a matter of time before he would be burned to ashes. This isn't good. Quickly, save Odin. The fourth wizard's face turned grave as he shouted. The surrounding temperature immediately fell. Layers of ice crystals started forming all the way from the ground to midair, quickly spreading toward Wizard Odin to freeze the white flames on his body. HMPH. It's too late. Merlin's heart ticked, and the fiery collapse burned even stronger. The white flames burned all the way into the air, wrapping around the ice crystals and melting them into droplets of water, dripping onto the ground. In those few short moments, there was no longer any sound from Wizard Odin. Upon closer inspection, there was no longer any trace of life. Odin is dead. Both the fourth and fifth wizards' expressions were extremely grim. No matter what, Odin was a sixth-level spellcaster. Right now, however, he was killed in an instant by a single spell from Merlin. This was a feat that even the two of them could not hope to achieve. As such, when they turned their gazes back to Merlin again, their faces were grim. They no longer behaved carelessly. Instead, they joined forces with one another. With one wave of his hand, Merlin reclaimed the flames of Fiery Collapse. On its way back, a ring also fell into his palm. It was Wizard Odin's ring. Odin had already turned into ashes, so only the solid ring was left behind to be acquired by Merlin. Merlin was also in slight disbelief. Before coming to the Imperial City, he could only have a face-off with Odin in a cautious manner. Now, on the other hand, he could easily kill Odin with a snap of his fingers. The improvement between the two occurrences was so quick that it was almost dreamlike. It was quite hard for him to believe that it was real. Nevertheless, he glanced at the strength-filled armor on his body, and his heart was filled with pride. This was true power. Even when under siege of 3 sixth-level spellcasters, he had come out unscathed. Anything less than a 7th-level spell, as long as it was not a Pandora demon ability, could no longer threaten him. Fifth wizard, reveal your true form. I'll also use my strongest skill. Otherwise, it may be dangerous for us today. The silver-haired fourth wizard looked at Merlin warily. His expression turned grave. The legendary Darkness Eye is indeed powerful. On the other side, wizards Morstan and Tannen had surrounded Wizard Leo from the front and back in midair. These two 8th-level wizards should not have been lightly regarded by anyone. Yet, Wizard Leo appeared uncannily calm, almost as if he was unaware of the gravity of the situation that he was in. In the earlier battle, wizards Morstan and Tannen had discovered that no matter how powerful or bizarre the spells were, they would still be broken by Wizard Leo using the third form of Darkness Eye. Legend had it that Darkness Eye possessed 7 forms. The fact that merely the third form was already so powerful not only failed to deter wizards Morstan and Tannen but instead made them even more determined to obtain Darkness Eye. There were no other spellcasters in the vicinity of the battle between Wizard Leo and wizards Morstan and Tannen. All the spellcasters had drawn their distance from them as the battle between these 3 wizards was no longer a battle that could be interfered by an average spellcaster. Just the mere aftershocks of an 8th-level spell might easily render a 6th-level spellcaster helpless, causing irreversible damage and perhaps even death. Moreover, Wizard Leo's Darkness Eye should not be underestimated as well. If anyone was touched even by a sliver of the blood red ray, their entire body would immediately rot and decay. It would be an extremely ugly death. Therefore, everyone kept their distance far away from Wizard Leo and his opponents, in fear of being accidentally struck by the fallout of their battle. Tenin, don't hold back any longer. Use your Pandora Demon ability, har. We'll see if his Darkness Eye is enough to defeat both our Pandora Demon abilities. A devious grin suddenly flashed across Wizard Morstan's face. The next moment, his body exhibited a whitewater veil. The whitewater veil was flowing continuously. It was a sight to behold. Water-type spells. Wizard Leo watched the strange whitewater veil which had appeared on both Wizards Tenin and Morstan's bodies. It was a very rare water-type spell. Water-type spells were neither good for general attacks nor for defense, and even its binding capabilities were not very strong. It was considered one of the naturally weaker type of element. Therefore, most spellcasters would not create water-type spells. Nevertheless, water-type spells also possessed some special characteristics. Some water-type spells were able to treat injuries. In fact, many water-type spells had healing properties. It was just that most spellcasters came prepared with potions, therefore the healing properties of water-type spells were not our priority. Coupled with the fact that its attacking powers, defensive powers, and binding powers were all somewhat lacking, naturally, there were few who were interested in creating water-type spells. It was unexpected that Wizards Tenin and Morstan had not only created water-type spells but also cultivated water-type Pandora Demon abilities. That white layer of water veil was also the ultimate skill of both Wizards Morstan and Tenin. Wizard Leo frowned. The bloody eye in his forehead twitched slightly, and a blood-red ray flew directly toward Wizard Morstan. Darkness Eye disintegrate. It was the same third form of Darkness Eye that was difficult to block even by 8th level spells. Previously, Wizard Morstan would have evaded it completely or continuously cast a series of defensive spells to fend off its attacks. This time, however, Wizard Morstan stayed in place, allowing the blood-red ray of Darkness Eye to engulf his body. Chapter 344 Battle If. Chapter 344 Battle Roman 4. The third form of Darkness Eye that even the flame image on the ship of Nicola could not fend against was not something that could be overlooked. Naturally, it would not be something that could be blocked by mere 7th level spellcasters. Even 8th level spellcasters might not be able to resist the third form of Darkness Eye if they only used normal spells. Previously, Wizard Leo and the two 8th level wizards, Morstan and Tenin, had battled for a very long time. The fact that neither side had prevailed already spoke volumes of the power of Darkness Eye. Right now, however, the blood-red ray from Darkness Eye was shining directly on Wizards Morstan's water veil. Layers of ripples bubbled rapidly across the white layer and proceeded to smoothen out just as quick. The originally unbreakable and invincible third form of Darkness Eye was now unable to break this fragile-looking protection of the water veil. Seeing that the white water veil was still undisturbed, Morstan's face showed a smug smile. He exclaimed loudly, "Heh heh, Leo, bet you didn't see that coming. You may have Pandora Demon abilities, but did you think that we didn't have them as well? Although not as powerful as your Darkness Eye, our Pandora Demon abilities have the powerful ability to be fused with spells. In addition, when we were constructing our 7th level spells, we had already cultivated the 3rd level Pandora Demon ability. Your Darkness Eye has only achieved its 3rd form. It can't break our defense." Wizards Morstan and Tenin both possessed the 3rd level Pandora Demon ability that could be fused into spells. Even though this Pandora Demon ability was a water type, once cultivated to the 3rd level, its prowess would be unrivaled. Moreover, both had used 8th-level spells with startling defensive power. Just by using the third form of Darkness Eye, it was impossible to overcome their defense. It was not surprising that despite Tenon and Morston's unmatched cruelty and having once upon a time destroyed a few spellcasters' families, they had managed to survive hundreds of years until now. They had a trump card up their sleeves. Once Morston finished speaking, he revealed a greedy look on his face. He stared daggers at Leo, obviously coveting Leo's Darkness Eye. Leo, if we get your Darkness Eye, coupled with our Pandora Demon abilities, we'll be completely unstoppable. Morston was thoroughly aware of the power of Darkness Eye. It was apparent just by looking at Wizard Leo. He was merely a 6th-level wizard, but with a third form of Darkness Eye, he was able to fight on an equal footing with 2 8th-level wizards. Until now, neither side had prevailed against the other. If Darkness Eye was to be cultivated to the 4th or 5th form, it was yet unknown how much more terrifying the power would be. Perhaps the power of Darkness Eye was limited to the same level of Wizard Leo and could not be cultivated into more advanced forms. As 8th-level wizards, Tenon and Morston obviously still hoped to cultivate Darkness Eye to its 4th and 5th forms, and maybe even more advanced forms beyond that. Seeing that Tenon and Morston were inching closer, no longer afraid of Darkness Eye, Wizard Leo finally said, "Even if you obtained the knowledge of cultivating Darkness Eye, it would be of no use. In order to cultivate Darkness Eye, you need to construct Darkness-type spells." Darkness-type spells? Who said we didn't construct Darkness-type spells? A sinister grin appeared on the corners of Wizard Morston's mouth. Following that, traces of darkness element began to fluctuate subtly around his body. The changes on Wizard Morston's body caught Wizard Leo by surprise. Before this, Morston had already demonstrated Wind-type, Water-type, and Fire-type spells. With the addition of Darkness-type spells, it meant that Morston was a 4-elemental spellcaster. I see, so you've even constructed Darkness-type spells. You hid it very well. Wizard Leo's face revealed a sneer. Tenon and Morston were both well known for their ruthlessness. As a 6th-level spellcaster in the dark magic region, Wizard Leo was of course well informed about most matters. However, he had not expected that these infamous spellcasters had concealed Darkness-type spells and these powerful Pandora Demon abilities. We have so many enemies. If we don't conceal some of our abilities and keep a trump card, how do you think we'd be able to survive this long? You, on the other hand, are a mere 6th-level spellcaster. Yet you hunted down Ossis for thousands of miles and killed him, and now you're interfering in the royal family's matters. Tusk. Do you think that you could have a clean sweep just with that one Darkness Eye Tenon attack? Suddenly, Morston roared loudly. His speed doubled, and his body entwined with a wind-type element as he rushed toward Wizard Leo. In addition, menacing-looking flames started appearing on his body as well. The same was true for Wizard Tenon. His entire body was like a flame giant, rushing toward Wizard Leo from behind. Surrounded by the powerful fluctuations of fire elements, Wizard Leo descended into real danger. Rip! There was a sound of cloth tearing. The 5th wizard's robes were ripped into shreds, revealing a milky white body underneath. However, the naked body of the 5th wizard had become the least enticing to anyone. This was because almost immediately after stripping, her milky white skin began sprouting numerous black spikes throughout her body. At the same time, her initially slender figure also started ballooning up beyond recognition. She looked extremely ugly. Not too long afterward, the 5th wizard revealed her true form. It was different from Snake Elder and the others. Her true form was especially curious. It was a giant black hedgehog. Seeing that the fifth wizard had revealed her true form, the fourth wizard also inhaled deeply and pulled out a black bracelet from his ring. Underneath the sunlight, the black bracelet radiated a shiny glimmer. The fourth wizard caressed the bracelet gently. There was a trace of reluctance in his expression. He mumbled softly, "I thought I would never use this black obsidian bracelet, but who knew that I have to use it so soon?" The fourth wizard gritted his teeth and fire elements began to fluctuate around his body. "Let it burn." Following the words of the fourth wizard, flames began to burn everywhere around them. The black bracelet seemed to emit some mysterious fluctuations. The next moment, the flames began to burn much more ferociously. Even Merlin's expression waned slightly. He could sense that the fourth wizard's spell powers suddenly increased, becoming much stronger. In fact, the potency of the flames was no less than his fiery collapse. It had reached the peak capabilities of a 6th level spell. That black bracelet can enhance the power of spells, so it must be an enhancing casting tool. I didn't expect that the fourth wizard had such a precious enhancing casting tool with him. Merlin no longer dared to underestimate any of the spell casters. Even though the fourth wizard was a roaming wizard, it was not easy for a roaming wizard to become a 6th level spellcaster. He must have had some treasures hidden away at the bottom of his trunk. The fourth wizard's hidden treasure, or his last trump card, was apparently that black bracelet. It was indeed an extremely rare and precious enhancing casting tool. Crack! As the flames burned stronger and stronger, small cracks began to appear on the black bracelet in the fourth wizard's hands. In the end, it snapped apart. There were many types of enhancing casting tools. Since they were extremely rare and precious, they were very difficult to make. As a result, most of them could only be used once and would be destroyed after. The black bracelet in the fourth wizard's hands was obviously a one-time use enhancing casting tool. It could only be used once before it was rendered useless. Merlin felt the temperature of the surrounding flames increasing significantly. In addition, the fifth wizard had revealed her true form. Despite possessing perfect armor, Merlin had no desire to face both of them head-on. Therefore, he prepared himself to cast Flash Wind to retreat temporarily. Nevertheless, it seemed that the fourth wizard had already predicted his move. With a single wave of his hand, a 6th level binding spell appeared, trapping Merlin inside a narrow space. Whiz! Initially, Merlin could have used Fiery Collapse to defeat this binding spell, but it was too late. Once he was bound, the fifth wizard took the opportunity to rapidly roll her body into a gigantic ball, completely covered in sharp, hard spikes. She rose into the air, whizzing straight toward Merlin. This was the fifth wizard's true form, which was also her most powerful form. Using the spikes on her body, she had killed countless powerful spellcasters, including 6th level spellcasters like herself. Moreover, the fourth and fifth wizards were obviously in perfect synchrony with one another. Leveraging on the exact moment that Merlin was bound, they both launched their strongest attack. It was quite scary to have two ultimate 6th level spellcasters working together. Merlin took a deep breath. He no longer had time to break the binding. He could only face it head-on. Fine, let's see if you can break my perfect armor. Merlin's eyes also showed a trace of seriousness. Right now, he had no choice. Moreover, he had confidence in perfect armor. As long as the spell did not exceed the power of a 6th level spell caster, perfect armor should be able to withstand it. Thud. The fifth wizard's true form, the giant hedgehog, packed with terrifying powers, smashed brutally against Merlin's perfect armor. For a moment, Merlin's perfect armor began to change rapidly, its azure light flashing intermittently as if it was going to be broken at any time. However, with Merlin's crazy injection of magic power, his perfect armor stabilized once again. It didn't break. The fifth wizard was a little taken aback. This was already her strongest power. Usually, once she revealed her true form, no matter how strong the opponents were, they would not be able to resist her attack. Boom! Immediately after the fifth wizard's attack was the fourth wizard's enhanced fire-type spell. With the assistance of the enhancing casting tool, it had achieved the peak powers of a 6th level spell, no lesser than Merlin's fiery collapse. Even the fifth wizard, who was a considerable distance away, could feel the extreme heat emanating from the flames. She could not stand it anymore and retreated a few steps. Fifth wizard, don't lose focus. Continue to attack. The fourth wizard looked at the motionless fifth wizard and said with a severe expression. The fifth wizard nodded her head. She could sense that despite the powerful flames blazing wildly, Merlin's life force was still present among the flames. This showed that Merlin was still holding on and was not dead yet. Whiz whiz whiz. The fifth wizard shot black spikes from her body using a special method. Like a rain of arrows spanning all the way from the ground to the sky, they flew straight toward Merlin, who was trapped in the flames. Chapter 345 Leo Explodes I. Chapter 345 Leo Explodes I. Thud, thud, thud. A countless number of spikes flew toward Merlin just like raindrops. However, once they entered the flame, the arrows seemed to hit a hard, protective cover. The indestructible spikes were either broken directly or flew back in the opposite direction. Fire-enhancing casting tools are indeed strong, but unfortunately, you shouldn't use fire-type spells. A nonchalant voice rang. Subsequently, the flames that were on Merlin's body burned bigger and started to flash rapidly. Then, like a powerful suction, all the flames were sucked into his body. Hum. No matter how strong the flames were, they could be suppressed by the flame maxim. Moreover, it would instantly be converted into magic power. As the burning flames on Merlin slowly subsided, the pale white flames reappeared and regained its momentum. These fire-type spells did not belong to the fourth wizard, but to Merlin. How could this be possible? My spell, through the enhancing casting tool, must have achieved the peak power of a 6th level or even a 7th level spell. How could you be completely unscathed? The fourth wizard's expression was slightly pale. The enhancing casting tool was his trump card. It was rarely used. He had managed to obtain a few one-time use enhancing casting tools before this. Each use was reserved for the most dire of moments, and would successfully avert the crisis by annihilating even the strongest of his enemies. This time was the first that the fourth wizard had used the enhancing casting tool but did not manage to vanquish his opponent. Swish! At this very moment, the fifth wizard transformed into a giant hedgehog once again. Then she turned into a whirlwind and swept directly into Merlin. The force that was contained within the attack was clearly tremendous. Boom! The fifth wizard's true form slammed into Merlin mercilessly. This attempt, however, was not as smooth sailing as the last few attempts. When the fifth wizard's true form met Merlin's perfect armor, the pale white flames started burning wilder and extended themselves toward the fifth wizard's form. These pale white flames were all part of the terrifying fiery collapse. It was partly the fifth wizard's fault for being too complacent. She was not like the fourth wizard, who understood these flames perfectly. It was only when the pale white flames started burning on her body that she realized it. However, it was too late. The pale white flames of fiery collapse traveled down the spikes on her body rapidly, and in an instant, covered the entire giant hedgehog. Suddenly, the fifth wizard, who was engulfed in the flames, cried out a series of chilling shrieks. The power of fiery collapse was not one that could be withstood by anyone. Even though the fifth wizard was of the alpine beast people and had a more resilient body, it was impossible to withstand the burning power of fiery collapse. Let's go. When the fourth wizard saw that the fifth wizard was engulfed by the pale white flames, his expression shifted. Right now, both sixth-level wizards had used their trump cards and could not prevail over Merlin. On the contrary, it looked like the fifth wizard herself would die in Merlin's hands. The fourth wizard was a spellcaster who had lived for hundreds of years. Naturally, he was very alert and prepared to leave immediately. Swish! Just as the fourth wizard's figure started to move, a gust of wind element fluctuation flashed. Merlin's figure was already right in front of the fourth wizard, leaving already too late. After absorbing a large amount of fire element from the fourth wizard and converting it into magic power with the help of the flame maxim, Merlin was overflowing with unimaginable levels of magic power. Boom, boom, boom. Balls of condensed fire exploded in an instant, turning the sky into a sea of fire. Even the fourth wizard could not endure these endless waves of fiery collapse. The sixth-level defensive spells that he had employed in that moment was rapidly consuming his magic power. It was only a matter of time. Merlin was not the least in a hurry. He had flash wind, so he was not afraid of the fourth wizard escaping. Compared to the fifth wizard, the fourth wizard was undeniably more difficult to defeat. The fourth wizard's sixth-level defensive spells were indeed quite powerful. In addition to the defensive robes he wore, even Merlin did not have the ability to easily vanquish the fourth wizard. Nevertheless, with unlimited magic power, Merlin might be able to exhaust the fourth wizard to death. Thus, that was his battle strategy, which was to continue exhausting the fourth wizard's magic power. Once the fourth wizard's magic power ran out, he would be killed. Although the fourth wizard had already discerned Merlin's plans, he had no choice but to endure it bitterly. Merlin saw that the situation was completely under control, so he shifted his attention to other parts of the battlefield. At this moment in the forest, there were several ongoing battles, especially the remarkable battle between the 8th prince and the 4th prince. There were various types of top-level spells as well as an exchange of Pandora demon abilities. The aftershocks of their battle had already leveled the forest around them. As members of the royal family, particularly outstanding members who were in line for the throne, the 4th and 8th princes both possessed mighty abilities. With the added bonus of the royal family's resources, both their abilities were no less, or perhaps even more powerful, than those 7th-level spellcasters. Presently, however, the 4th prince and the 8th prince were equally matched. Neither of them was prevailing over the other. Merlin shifted his gaze to the rest of the battle. On top of the hill where lush green grass was flourishing, there were stone debris flying and whirlwind twirling around. Occasional clouds of smog and dust filled the air. It was full of various chaotic elements. Merlin squinted his eyes and used a great amount of mind power to direct his vision toward the battle of chaotic elements. Through his mind power, Merlin could see the situation among the chaos clearly. It turned out that this was the battle between 3 7th-level spellcasters. The 3 7th-level spellcasters under the 8th prince were all top-notch spellcasters. On the other hand, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd wizards under the 4th prince Two were very powerful. Among them, the third wizard was also of the alpine beast people and could transform into a giant, striped tiger. The tiger was extremely ferocious, and his roar could cause mental damage as well as spell failure. He was perhaps one of the top most powerful alpine beast people. There were extremely few people who would be able to match the powers of an advanced 7th-level alpine beast people. Such alpine beast people was also terrifying to behold, as once they revealed their true forms, their powers were astounding. Presently, the 3 7th-level spellcasters under the 8th prince looked like they were on a lesser edge. However, it seemed that they were yet to play their trump cards, so there was still a chance. It was not easy to defeat a 7th-level spellcaster unless one possessed actual crushing strength. Otherwise, it was a battle of endurance. The battle between these 7th-level spellcasters would not relent for a while, so Merlin shifted his gaze again, this time landing on Wizard Leo. Suddenly, Merlin narrowed his eyes. He saw that Wizard Leo's darkness eye seemed to have no effect on Wizard Morstan and Tannen. These 2 8th-level spellcasters had finally shown their trump cards, and apparently, they possessed extremely powerful defensive Pandora demon abilities that could be fused into spells. Wizard Leo's only crutch was Darkness Eye. If even Wizard Leo's third form of Darkness Eye could not harm Wizards Morstan and Tannen, then Wizard Leo was naturally in a bad place. At this moment, Merlin did not hesitate at all. Through the slave contract, he commanded Wizard Bamu. Bamu, act now. If Wizard Leo dies, I'll accompany him to his grave. Be starred. Wizard Bamu's face could not help but turn dark. Wizard Leo's current situation was extremely precarious. Not only was he surrounded by 2 8th-level spellcasters with Pandora demon abilities, but his Darkness Eye was also ineffective against them. It could be said that danger was waiting outside his door. Now he would have to battle with not only 2 8th-level wizards, but 2 8th-level wizards with Pandora demon abilities. If it was before this, Wizard Bamu definitely would not have interfered in such a dangerous situation. Right now, however, he was Merlin's slave and had no way to defy his orders. If something actually happened to Wizard Leo, based on Bamu's understanding of Merlin, there was definitely hell to pay. Thinking along those lines, despite the great reluctance in his heart, Bamu had no choice but to act. Whoosh! No one noticed that a slight breeze flew by. In fact, there was no fluctuation of elements, just a gentle breeze. At this moment, Morstan was emitting a murderous vibe, his full concentration set on trapping Wizard Leo. Behind him, Wizard Tannen too was guarding him carefully. Leo was completely trapped. Ha! Leo, die! Boom! An earth-shattering spell exploded. The 2 8th-level spellcasters did not hold back at all. The level of power from the spells was simply heaven-moving and earth-shattering. A unique fluctuation spread in all directions within the vicinity. Crack, crack! All the trees and rocks that were hit by the fluctuation were instantly pulverized into powder. Even a few spellcasters who had not escaped in time turned into a bloody mist. This was the effect of 8th-level spells. If a powerful 8th-level spellcaster released a wide-range attacking spell, even a bustling city with a population of hundreds of thousands could be turned into ashes in an instant. Teacher Leo. Merlin's gaze was locked on the powdered dust caused by that horrifying spell. This level of spell power was no longer one that he could interfere in. Despite his confidence in both Bamu and Leo, he could not help but worry about them. Would Bamu and Leo be able to overcome such a powerful spell? Please don't die. Merlin prayed desperately in his heart. Within the dark magic region, the person that Merlin was closest to and most grateful toward was unquestionably Wizard Leo. Naturally, he did not want anything to happen to him. Oh right, the slave contract. Merlin was so overly worried that he almost forgot about the slave contract. Through the slave contract, he could detect Wizard Bamu's condition. Hence, Merlin quickly took out the slave contract. Through the slave contract, he could clearly feel the exuberant life force of Wizard Bamu. Bamu isn't dead. What about Teacher Leo? Merlin's heart leaped in joy. He hurriedly turned his gaze to the sky in a distance, where Wizard Leo's figure had been swallowed by the earth-shattering spell. Chapter 346 Leo Explodes AI. Chapter 346 Leo Explodes Roman 2. Cough. Cough. That was dangerous. I was almost done for. Amidst dust and smoke, the voice of Wizard Bamu rang out. Amazingly, beside him stood Wizard Leo without a single scratch on his body. He was completely uninjured by the powerful spell released by the two eight-level spellcasters Wizards Morstan and Tannen. Upon seeing an unknown spellcaster appear in the battlefield and had gotten involved directly in the battle between the 8th level spellcasters, many spellcasters on the ground had begun to pay attention. However, the spell which was released was so powerful that no one could see clearly what had happened. Naturally, they also did not know how Wizard Leo had escaped. Only Wizard Morstan and Tannen with their sullen faces knew how Wizard Leo had escaped. It was all because of the unknown spellcaster who had appeared beside Leo. Morstan narrowed his eyes. He could distinctly sense that the life force on Wizard Bamu belonged to a 7th level spellcaster. However, the spell that he used to save Leo was incredible beyond comprehension. His speed was inconceivably fast. It was not a level that a 7th level spell could achieve. Pandora Demon ability. It must be Pandora Demon ability. Moreover, it's an extremely strong wind-type Pandora Demon ability. Wizard Morstan's face darkened. If his opponent was just Leo alone, he was not afraid. After all, Leo was no longer able to escape his doom. Regardless of how powerful Darkness Eye was, it had failed to break through their defensive Pandora Demon abilities. Now, on the other hand, with another 7th level spellcaster with Wind-type Pandora Demon ability, the battle would be vastly different than before. If they were unable to fight back, they could now escape. Moreover, based on the power demonstrated by Wizard Bamu earlier, his speed was inconceivably fast. Even a 9th level spellcaster might have problems stopping Wizard Bamu. Who are you? Morstan asked with a sullen tone. Through the 4th prince's intelligence, Morstan had grasped almost all information about the slightly more powerful spellcasters under the 8th prince. However, he did not have any impression of this unknown spellcaster. Phew! Wizard Bamu exhaled a long breath of relief. Seeing that Wizard Leo was unscathed, he chuckled. Thank heavens you're safe, Wizard Leo. Otherwise, my master wouldn't have spared me. Wizard Leo's blood-red vertical eye opened slightly to scan Wizard Bamu, seemingly doubtful of him. Wizard Bamu hurriedly explained, Wizard Leo, my master is Wizard Merlin. It's a long story about how that happened, but maybe we should think about how to deal with those two 8th level spellcasters first. Wizard Bamu shifted his gaze toward Wizard Morstan and Tannen. Sure enough, the two 8th level spellcasters were coming toward them again, intending to trap both of them together. Countless thoughts flashed by Wizard Leo's mind. His darkness eye could not only see through any disguise or illusion, but it could also gauge a spellcaster's ability. Wizard Leo saw that Wizard Bamu was a 7th level spellcaster and had even constructed an 8th level spell. A spellcaster of his level would usually be a core wizard in any organization, and yet Bamu was Merlin's slave. What was a slave? It was someone who had signed the most unfair slave contract, where his life and death were fully controlled by his master. Regardless of a 4th, 5th, or 6th level spellcaster, no one would sign a contract like that. Wizard Leo knew that most probably this was a prize that Merlin had found during his trip to the Kerdmensler Islands. Many strange encounters must have occurred for a powerful wizard like Bamu to agree to become his slave. Following Wizard Bamu's gaze, Wizard Leo also saw the approaching wizards Morstan and Tanin. These two 8th level spellcasters with 3rd level defensive Pandora demon abilities were very powerful. Just a moment ago, they had caused Wizard Leo to be trapped in an extremely dangerous situation. Even with Wizard Bamu's help, all they could do was escape near death. Naturally, Morstan and Tanin would not give up. Hence, Wizard Bamu and Wizard Leo had only two choices. Either they use Wizard Bamu's flash wind to escape, or they engage Wizards Morstan and Tanin in another big battle. Nevertheless, it was not so easy to escape. Even though Wizard Bamu's flash wind was unmistakably faster than Wizard Morstan and Tanin, if they continued the pursuit, then they would still have to fight them in the end. Wizard Leo, what should we do now? If you want to escape, then we have to prepare now. However, I don't know if we can outrun these two 8th level spellcasters. Eventually, it'll boil down to whose magic power gets exhausted first. If you want to fight, I can help you control one of them, Wizard Bamu said through clenched teeth. Controlling one of these two was already pushing his limits. Before this, Wizard Bamu would not have easily volunteered to fight an 8th level spellcaster. Right now, however, he no longer had a choice. It would be difficult for Leo to defeat the two 8th level spellcasters, Wizards Morstan and Tanin, just by himself. Escape. If I escape this time, then I won't have another chance to become a 7th level spellcaster. Wizard Leo raised his head and looked up in the sky. Within the two empty eye sockets, there seemed to be a hint of a glowing black light which was extremely strange looking. He had been stuck at the 6th level for too long. Cultivating darkness eye was not a smooth sailing journey, and Wizard Leo had paid a huge price. One of the costs rendered his chances of becoming a 7th level spellcaster to near impossible. It had become almost like an unattainable fantasy to him. This time, the tear of God in the 8th prince's hand renewed his hopes of becoming a 7th level spellcaster again. If he missed this opportunity, he was afraid that it would be difficult to come by again. Whoosh! Wizard Morstan attacked again. It was the same menacing flames. The raging flames burned with unrivaled viciousness. Wizard Bamu gritted his teeth firmly. Strong flames began appearing on his body. His flames appeared to be even more intimidating as the tiny spaces in between the flames were burned into distortion. Wizard Morstan's flames was an 8th level spell. They were constructed using Morstan's own understanding of flames. Starting from 7th level onward, there were no clear distinctions of levels for spells. It all depended on the spellcaster himself and the depth of his understanding toward the spells he derived. For example, a spellcaster with a deeper understanding of flames would be able to derive more powerful fire-type spells. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Wizard Morstan's flames and Wizard Bamu's flames were intertwined with each other, engaged in a fierce competition. Both spells were 8th level spells. These flames was also the only 8th level spell constructed by Wizard Bamu. Soon, Wizard Morstan's expression flickered. Looking at the competition between the two 8th level flame spells, it was obvious that Wizard Bamu's flames were superior. They had obviously suppressed Morstan's flames. How is this possible? Wizard Morstan was shocked to the core. His understanding of flames was the best among all his other spells. Yet his 8th level spell was weaker than Wizard Bam's flames. The two flames were still intertwined, but Wizard Bam's flames would quickly suppress and devour Wizard Morstan's, then transform into bigger and more vicious flames. Ironically, from Wizard Bam's flames, Wizard Morstan could see a kind of fascination which greatly deepened his understanding of fire. It was much better than what he could achieve just by researching in the dark on his own. Thus, it was not surprising that some powerful spellcasters continuously challenged other same-level wizards. They were trying to gain a deeper understanding of spells through their battles in order to construct more powerful spells. While Wizard Morstan was astonished by the flames, Wizard Bam was quite indifferent to it. He had absolute confidence in his 8th level fire-type spell. When he was imprisoned in the flame prison on the ship of Nicolar, Wizard Bamu had suffered the mother of all suffering. The flames in the flame prison contained some maximum powers. It was precisely during his suffering in this horrible flame prison, however, that Wizard Bam's understanding of flames grew leaps and bounds. With that understanding, he was able to construct a brand new 8th level flame spell. Moreover, it was with the help of this brand new 8th level flame spell that Wizard Bamu managed to hang on for hundreds of years in the flame prison. It was then that Merlin managed to pass the 3 levels, obtain the flame maxim, seize the ship of Nicolar, and release him from the flame prison. Therefore, Wizard Bamu had absolute confidence in fire-type spells. It was also proven that with this 8th level spell, Wizard Bamu was able to counter the power of another 8th level spell. Of course, an 8th level wizard would not be so easily defeated, nor would he only have one 8th level spell. Once his fire-type spell was almost completely suppressed by Wizard Bamu, streams of water elements began to fluctuate on Wizard Morstan's body. Morstan and Tannen had both constructed water-type spells. Therefore, when Wizard Bam's flames encountered their water-type spells, especially fused with Pandora Demon ability, it was rendered useless. It could no longer pose a threat to Wizard Morstan. Damn it, Wizard Leo, their Pandora Demon abilities have been fused into their spells. It's too strong, we can barely cause them any harm. Let's use my flash wind to escape temporarily. In his heart, Wizard Bamu wanted to gauge his powers. He was actually curious to find out if he could compete against an 8th level wizard. Nevertheless, this time, Morstan and Tannen were both extremely powerful. With the inclusion of Pandora Demon abilities, Wizard Bamu could not gain an upper hand. The order that Merlin gave him was to ensure Wizard Leo's safety. Therefore, he thought about retreating. By using Flash Wind, Morstan and Tannen would not be able to defeat them at least for a moment. Swoosh! Wizard Bamu turned his head, but found that Wizard Leo was no longer there. Wizard Leo did not have the slightest intention to retreat. Instead, he was charging headfirst at Wizard Morstan. Wizard Leo's expression was undeniably firm, especially the blood-red vertical eye in his forehead. It was stretched open to the limit that even the faint glimmer of light deep inside could almost be seen. Chapter 347 The Fourth Form, Control. Chapter 347 The Fourth Form, Control. Darkness Eye, Control. Wizard Leo growled softly. In his forehead, the blood-red glow of Darkness Eye had faded into a dim flicker. It appeared monstrous and hideous. As for Wizard Leo himself, he was trembling slightly and his face was incomparably pale. He looked as if he was holding on through sheer determination. This meant that activating this attack of Darkness Eye was something even Wizard Leo could not bear. Darkness Eye had 7 forms. The first 3 were delude, exterminate, and disintegrate. This time, Wizard Leo had activated control, which was clearly the fourth form. The fourth form. Merlin's eyes sharpened slightly. He witnessed the changes occurring in Wizard Leo and knew that this was Wizard Leo's trump card, the fourth form of Darkness Eye. It turned out that Wizard Leo had cultivated the fourth form of Darkness Eye. It was just that with Wizard Leo's current strength, activating the fourth form of Darkness Eye appeared to take an unprecedented toll on him. He could not even maintain it for long. If he used it for just a moment too long, Wizard Leo would suffer grievous harm that would be difficult to recover from. Wizard Bamu could only stare dazedly at the beams of dim light in Wizard Leo's Darkness Eye. As a spellcaster from several hundred years ago, one with a certain degree of knowledge about Darkness Eye, Wizard Bamu knew very well what the fourth form of Darkness Eye entailed. How can there still be someone who could cultivate the fourth form of Darkness Eye? Wizard Bamu mumbled softly. Presently, the target of Wizard Leo's fourth form of Darkness Eye was Wizard Morstan. The flames around him had been extinguished completely, and there was not a single trace of elemental fluctuation. The beams of dim, black light were like a cage, sealing Morstan within. In the dim light, Wizard Morstan could not sense any elemental fluctuations, as if he had been stripped of his spells. A smile stretched across the corner of Wizard Leo's mouth, although anyone could see that the smile was forceful. Wizard Leo's current situation was not much better than Wizard Morstan's. His face was drained and his lips fresh red as if they were about to bleed. His cheeks were sunken like he was just skin and bones, causing his forehead to protrude. In particular, in the middle of his forehead, Darkness Eye bulged with a mixture of crimson and dim light as if it was about to pop out. Wizard Leo was in a disastrous situation. It was evident that he had to pay a hefty price to forcibly activate the fourth form of Darkness Eye. The fourth form of Darkness Eye control. What it controls are the elements. How could any of you understand the greatness of Darkness Eye? Wizard Leo was laughing coldly. Following that, Wizard Morstan could distinctly feel that the water veil around him was gradually breaking up. Even with the fusion of Pandora Demon ability, it was completely useless. The water element quickly dispersed. This was due to Wizard Leo's usage of Darkness Eye, for his control of water element was even stronger than Wizard Morstan's control. Therefore, Wizard Leo could easily disperse Morstan's water veil, a defensive spell of unparalleled strength, which was able to block the attack from the third form of Wizard Leo's Darkness Eye, was easily erased by Wizard Leo just like that. Furthermore, in the face of the fourth form of Darkness Eye, it was futile to try casting any spells, for Wizard Leo was in control of all elements. Perhaps only those powerful 9th-level wizards, or great wizards, by relying on their tremendous mastery of the elements, could counter the control of elements exerted by the fourth form of Darkness Eye. The water veil surrounding Wizard Morstan was dispelled immediately. Wizard Leo's Darkness Eye had stripped away the water element. Therefore, Wizard Bamu grabbed this rare and hard-won opportunity to quickly cast his 8th-level Fire-type spell. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Wizard Bamu's flames began to burn vigorously, becoming increasingly powerful. Wizard Morstan had no defensive spells left. Even if he wanted to cast it again, all elements have been removed by Wizard Leo's Darkness Eye. He could not squeeze out any spells at all. At this point, a terrified expression had washed over Wizard Morstan's face, and he roared, "Tenin, save me! Leo won't be able to maintain the fourth form of Darkness Eye for very long." There was still Wizard Tenin. In fact, Wizard Morstan's reminder was unnecessary. Wizard Tenin had already made his move, and his first response was to cast a binding spell. Darkness Eye Control. Wizard Leo pointed lightly with one finger. Instantly, his entire body seemed to dry up, and he appeared incomparably withered. His life force was also rapidly diminishing. At the same time, Darkness Eye in Wizard Leo's forehead flourished in its might, and a high-pitched whine even rang out faintly. Presently, Merlin felt that Darkness Eye seemed to have come alive and was largely different from its previous listless appearance. Based on Wizard Leo's appearance, Merlin was afraid that he had paid a huge price this time in order to exhibit the fourth form of Darkness Eye twice in a row. With Darkness Eye in control of all elements, Wizard Tenon was unable to cast any spells. Even if he cast one, the elements would be controlled instantly by Wizard Leo's Darkness Eye, and the spell would be dispelled straight away. Hence, Wizard Bamu seized this chance to attack. The flames around him split into two and raged toward Wizard Morstan and Wizard Tenon. This was Wizard Bamu's strongest power. His 8th level fire-type spell had persevered back when he was in the flame prison. It was no longer an ordinary 8th level spell and could be considered a spell that was marked by the Maxim's power. A spell like this did not need to use much power in dealing with two 8th level spellcasters who had no defensive spells at all. The robes they were wearing were burned to ashes immediately, and their anguished screeches could be heard from the blaze. Tenon and Morstan, two 8th level spellcasters who had run amok for centuries, had now died at the hands of Wizard Leo. In other words, they could not have killed these two powerful 8th level spellcasters without Wizard Leo. It's a shame that their rings were reduced to ashes. Otherwise, we could have gotten the treasures that these two had plundered over the years. Wizard Bamu saw that Morstan and Tenon had been turned to ashes and spoke somewhat regretfully. His 8th level spell had been too powerful that even the sturdy spatial rings were unable to withstand it. Thus, as it eliminated Wizard Morstan and Wizard Tenon, it destroyed the spatial rings as well. Har, Tenon and Morstan are dead. Fourth wizard, can you still escape? Merlin could now turn away and check on the rest of the battlefield. The first thing he saw was that Morstan and Tenon were both burned to ashes by Bamu's flames, and he could not help but cry out. The fourth prince had been relying upon wizards Tenon and Morstan. It was because of these powerful 8th level spellcasters that the fourth prince had thought that victory was in his grasp. However, now that Tenon and Morstan were both dead, it was over. Many spellcasters who were initially following the fourth prince began to hesitate, and some even retreated stealthily. There's no hope left. I didn't think that Darkness Eye of the Legends would be so strong. Wizard Leo has really proven himself to be the powerful spellcaster who could hunt down a genius of Osmu. The fourth prince is defeated, and it's a crushing defeat at that. There's no chance for a recovery. With Wizard Leo around, no one can contend against his Darkness Eye. In addition, there's that mysterious and formidable 7th level spellcaster. The 8th level spell he created could even overcome Wizard Morstan's 8th level spell. Who else under the fourth prince could ward them off? All is lost for the fourth prince. We'd better leave first. Initially, the fourth prince was still at an advantage in general, but after the deaths of Wizard Morstan and Wizard Tenon, these spellcasters had no fight left in them anymore. They each cast their spells and escaped while they could. These spellcasters had sided with the fourth prince in order to receive certain benefits. Now that they saw the fourth prince had no hope of triumph, these not-so-loyal spellcasters would naturally not throw away their lives in vain. Master, let me help you. Wizard Bamu saw that Merlin was still fighting to the end with the fourth wizard and appeared beside Merlin in a flash. He instantly conjured a sea of fire, and after compressing the flames, shot them ferociously toward the fourth wizard. Perhaps Wizard Bamu was somewhat disadvantaged when he was handling Wizard Tenon and Wizard Morstan, but it was a piece of cake to kill a 6th-level spellcaster like the fourth wizard. The flames engulfed the fourth wizard. Before he could even cry out, the fourth wizard who had spent so long battling Merlin was reduced to ashes. Merlin swept his gaze across the battlefield. The 8th Prince's forces seemed to be unstoppable. Many spellcasters began to strike back as if with no regard for their lives, and the balance of victory shifted in favor of the 8th Prince. Moreover, they still had Wizard Bamu. Bamu, get rid of the strongest spellcasters under the 4th Prince one by one. Merlin commanded Wizard Bamu. Wizard Bamu relied upon Flash Wind and the 8th-level Fire-type spell and undoubtedly became one of the key factors influencing the outcome of this war. Furthermore, since Wizard Tenon and Morstan were both dead, there was no one in the 4th Prince's camp who could defend against Wizard Bamu. Swish! Merlin did not continue picking another opponent, but instead flew to Wizard Leo's side. Teacher Leo, are you all right? Merlin gently supported Leo. Although they had Bamu who was like a one-man army, the one who actually turned the tide of the battle and ensured victory was Wizard Leo. If it was not for Wizard Leo's 4th form of Darkness Eye and immediate termination of Wizard Tenon and Morstan's spell which was fused with Pandora Demon ability, there would have been no one who could hold back these two powerful wizards. Nevertheless, even Merlin could see that Wizard Leo had paid much too great a price for unleashing the 4th form of Darkness Eye. Currently, Wizard Leo seemed to have deteriorated by a decade in an instant, and even his life force appeared feeble. What made Merlin even more alarmed was that Darkness Eye in Wizard Leo's forehead was emanating an active life force. Darkness Eye seemed to have come alive from its lifeless stillness in an instant. Chapter 349 Fulfilling a Promise I. Chapter 349 Fulfilling a Promise I. It was rumored that Darkness Eye had 7 forms, created by the great legend of darkness Wizard Authors, and had an inconceivable and mysterious power. Presently, Wizard Leo had already displayed 4 forms of Darkness Eye: Delude, Exterminate, Disintegrate, and Control. The 4th form controlled the elements including the spells cast by Wizard Morstan and Wizard Tenon, 2 8th-level spellcasters, overcoming those spells in an instant. The great power of Darkness Eye was displayed before everyone. However, very few people knew that Darkness Eye was a cursed power. Besides Wizard Bamu who had mentioned that before, even the 8th Prince had said it. Darkness Eye was a cursed power to anyone who cultivated it, other than the great legend of darkness, Wizard Authors himself. There was not a single spellcaster who had cultivated it successfully, as most had died a violent death due to all sorts of mishaps. Merlin also knew of the rumors that Darkness Eye was a cursed power. So after perceiving the changes of Darkness Eye in Wizard Leo's forehead, he had immediately shifted his guard. Merlin, give me Darkness-type elemental crystal stones. I need a colossal number of those stones, as many as you have. Wizard Leo's current situation was not a favorable one. His entire body looked like a wizened corpse, which was terrifying. Merlin immediately sought all the Darkness-type elemental crystal stones in his ring and handed them to Wizard Leo. These Darkness-type elemental crystal stones each turned into a black mist. There seemed to be a whirlpool within Wizard Leo's body, frantically gobbling up all these elemental crystal stones. As Wizard Leo was frantically consuming the Darkness-type elemental crystal stones, His darkness eye in his forehead bulged outward as if it wanted to break free from Wizard Leo's forehead. Seal. Wizard Leo's eyes opened and his hands flickered with intense darkness elemental fluctuations, following which he slammed his palms upon his forehead. Bursts of dazzling crimson and black light instantly distorted and weaved around each other. Only after a long moment did Wizard Leo gradually release his hands. In his forehead, darkness eye had calmed down for now, but Wizard Leo seemed to have aged by many years, and his energy levels were far from what they were when he first arrived in the Imperial City. It was to an extent where his terrifying appearance, resembling a dried corpse, would make anyone shudder at his sight. Wizard Leo shook his head slightly, saying in a soft, self-mocking tone, "Our accursed power, I was nearly unable to subdue it earlier. For the tear of God, a bit of risk is worth it." Wizard Leo's eyes lighted up at the thought of the tear of God. His display of the fourth form of darkness eye this time around had cost him more than when he had fought against Osseous. At that time, Wizard Leo had sacrificed an arm. This time, although he did not seem injured, in truth, Wizard Leo had suffered a greater loss. Ordinary folks would never know what price Wizard Leo ultimately had to pay in order to unleash the fourth form of darkness eye. However, Wizard Leo was willing to make such a big sacrifice for the sake of the tear of God. As long as the tear of God truly served its purpose, allowing him to alleviate the defects of cultivating darkness eye and become a 7th level spell caster, then that would be his biggest reward. No matter what the price was, it would be worth it. Swoosh! Wizard Leo stood up abruptly. His body frame, as withered as a skeleton, was only shrouded by a thin robe. Wizard Leo had ended up like this because of the price he paid for forcibly activating the fourth form of darkness eye. The situation of the current battlefield had undergone a fundamental shift. Many spellcasters under the fourth prince's command had either escaped or were killed. Overall, there were only a scattered few who were still resisting. This was even more so with Wizard Bamu constantly wiping out their opponents. Anywhere that Wizard Bamu arrived at, there were no spellcasters or forces that could defend against him. Flames were raging everywhere. Other than the two 8th level spellcasters, Wizard Morstan and Wizard Tannen, the most powerful ones under the fourth prince, were the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd wizard. However, at the moment they were nowhere to be seen. Bamu. Merlin used the slave contract to summon Wizard Bamu. Master. Wizard Bamu glanced at Merlin and called out respectfully, "Where are the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd wizards under the 4th prince's command?" These 3 wizards were 7th level spellcasters, and Merlin did not see their bodies lying around anywhere. Therefore, Merlin had asked, as 7th level spellcasters were rather remarkable and would be valued by any spellcaster's organization. Upon hearing this, Bamu could only smile bitterly. Master, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd wizards were rather shrewd. Before I could get to them, they had already fled. They've fled. Merlin was somewhat startled. Nonetheless, after some thoughts, it seemed reasonable. 3 7th level spellcasters would form a formidable force, but once they face Wizard Leo and Bamu, it would not be enough. The 4th prince had lost beyond hope. It would be utter idiocy to die here for the 4th prince. It's just as well that they've fled. It saves us lots of trouble. Let's go, there's only the 4th prince left. Merlin saw that most of the spellcasters under the 8th prince had begun gathering, silently watching the battle between the 4th prince and the 8th prince from a distance. Although the 2 princes were merely 6th level spellcasters, they had already constructed the strongest spells of the royal family and cultivated Pandora demon abilities. Therefore, the might of their battle was in no way inferior to 7th level spellcasters, and most spellcasters would not dare approach. Only Wizard Bamu, Wizard Leo, and those 3 7th level spellcasters could go slightly nearer. As for Merlin, he used Pandora Demon ability, Fuse Earth, to cast perfect armor, and could just about stand with Wizard Leo and the rest. Countless pairs of eyes watched the 4th prince, yet he seemed utterly oblivious to his situation as his body flickered with an icy force. The 8th prince, on the other hand, had a whistling gale in addition to a devastating blaze and appeared awe-inspiring as well. Presently, the 2 princes were evenly matched, and neither could outsmart the other. It was obvious that they were familiar with the spells and Pandora Demon abilities that the other one had constructed and cultivated. As they battled, they each saw through each other's powers. Therefore, other than causing a huge commotion, in reality, neither prince was really injured. 4th brother, you've lost. The 8th prince stood in midair. He knew the situation of the battlefield like the back of his hand. Wizard Leo had unleashed his extraordinary might, defeating Wizard Morstan and Wizard Tannen in one blow. This was key to turning the tide of the entire battle. From that moment on, the 4th prince was doomed to lose. The 4th prince swept his gaze quickly across the battlefield. He could not see any of the spellcasters under his command. There were those who had fled and those who had been killed. It had been a favorable situation, yet now things had descended to such a stage. Before he had set off on this journey, the 4th prince had never thought that it would end like this. You're right, I've lost. This is the fate of us descendants of the royal family. Har. The 4th prince began to laugh like a maniac. The struggle for the throne was ruthless. It was just like when Butto Roman 16 had ascended the throne, who knew how much royal blood was on his hands. Flames began to flare up ferociously on the 4th prince. In the soaring flames, the laughter of the 4th prince rang out across the forest, and even seemed to reach the square. Is that the 4th prince? Butto Roman 16 suddenly raised his head and looked off in a certain direction, his face filled with complicated emotions. The raging blaze crackled as it incinerated the 4th prince. The 8th prince looked on with a complex expression at the 4th prince, who was submerged in flames. This was the fate of descendants of the royal family. The moment he had chosen to fight for the throne, he had already made this decision. Only he was now the victor. The 8th prince, the 4th prince, is dead, and it's time for your royal highness to fulfill the promise. Suddenly, Wizard Leo spoke in a raspy voice. Wizard Leo seemed to have turned into a bag of bones. The hoarser his voice became, the more piercing it was. The 8th prince's face shifted slightly, but thereafter, he broke out into a smile. Of course. Our great victory this time around is all thanks to Wizard Leo's mighty display of power, defeating Morstan and Tannen. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the one reduced to ashes in the flames would have been me. The 8th prince eyed the ashes that the 4th prince had become. He knew very well that the forces of the 4th prince initially had the upper hand, but the final outcome was the 8th prince's victory. A crucial factor of this reversal of fortune was Wizard Leo's sudden explosion of power. Darkness Eye was a special Pandora Demon ability of the legends. As expected, it was a strange, mysterious, and inscrutable power. Not even the 8th prince, who had an understanding of Darkness Eye, had thought that it would be so powerful. The 8th prince was even somewhat tempted by Darkness Eye. However, upon looking at Wizard Leo's current ugly appearance, which was neither a man nor a ghost, the 8th prince shook his head. Admittedly, Darkness Eye was powerful, but it was ultimately a cursed power. Any spellcaster who cultivated darkness eye would not end up well. The exception to this was the legend of Darkness, the great wizard Others, who had created Darkness eye. Therefore, even if the eighth prince was tempted by the might of Darkness eye, he would not cultivate it. The resources of the royal family were deep and extensive. It was not like there were no special Pandora demon abilities that were comparable to Darkness eye. However, the eighth prince was presently just a prince and had no access to the deepest secrets of the royal family. Only when he became king and held that position of power would he be able to acquire the full legacy of the royal family. This is the tear of God. The eighth prince drew in a deep breath and took out the tear of God. To other people, the tear of God would be a pretty ornament at best, but to Wizard Leo, who suffered from defects caused by the cultivation of Darkness eye, it was a priceless treasure. Wizard Leo immediately extended a withered arm and grasped the tear of God. He swept his mind power across it and quickly placed it in his ring. The eighth prince said in a low voice, "Let's go. We're on a hunt now. Let's see if we can find that Elk King." Having defeated his main opponent in the struggle for the throne, the eighth prince was a step closer to his goal. Therefore, his smile appeared particularly carefree, and his laughter reverberated through the forest for a long time. Chapter 350 Fulfilling a Promise I. Chapter 350 Fulfilling a Promise Roman 2. In the royal forest, the hunting had ended. King Butto Roman 16, sitting high on his throne, looked down at the crowd of aristocrats and slowly said, "Marquis Wilson." A middle-aged aristocrat immediately came forward from the crowd, bowing slightly toward Butto Roman 16. "Your Honorable Majesty, Wilson is here." "Very well, Marquis Wilson. You've killed the Elk King. According to the rules, you've achieved victory naturally. You must be rewarded. I hear that you have 2 sons, and one of them will be unable to inherit your title. In that case, I bestow upon your second son the non-hereditary title of Viscount." Butto Roman 16 immediately granted him the title of Viscount. This was no mere label. The aristocrats of the Kingdom of Black Moon possessed tremendous privileges, and almost every aristocrat had a corresponding territory. This possession of territory was at the root of the aristocracy. A Viscount, even if a non-hereditary title, meant a rather large fief. To the Wilson clan, this was incredible news. Thus Marquis Wilson was overjoyed to hear this, and said gratefully to Butto Roman 16, "I thank your Majesty's generosity." There were many who envied Wilson. He was merely lucky enough to kill the Elk King, and did not contribute much to the kingdom, yet he received an aristocratic title. Where's His Royal Highness the 4th Prince? That's right. I've seen His Royal Highness the 4th Prince leading some people in a majestic manner into the forest. Surely they are all right. Some of the uninformed people, upon discovering that there was no trace of the 4th prince, began discussing in low voices. Butto Roman 16 furrowed his brow slightly and looked toward the 8th prince. He inquired slowly, "The 8th prince, have you seen the 4th prince?" The 8th prince's expression remained the same as he looked deep into the eyes of Butto Roman 16. Following that, he replied calmly, "Your Majesty, His Royal Highness the 4th Prince encountered some ferocious beasts in the forest, and in a moment of carelessness, lost his footing. He fell off his horse and died." There were so many far-fetched flaws in this story. The 4th Prince was a splendid 6th-level spellcaster and was surrounded by so many powerful spellcasters. How could he have fallen to his death from his horse due to a mere encounter with a wild beast? However, even with such a reply full of loopholes, Butto Roman 16 nodded his head slowly, and let out a long sigh. Guards, search for the body of the fourth prince, and bury him in the royal mausoleum. With that, Butto Roman 16 left Kingswood under the protection of many guards and spellcasters. As he passed by the eighth prince, a complicated light flashed in his eyes. The eighth prince looked at Butto Roman 16 departing figure, and mumbled, "Back then, Father had eliminated the other princes one by one and finally ascended the throne. This is the fate of us descendants of the royal family, a fate we can never escape." There was also blood on Butto Roman 16 hands. In the beginning, he had gone through a similar process. Of course, he would understand that the outcome of the battle between the fourth prince and the eighth prince had been determined. Although he was the king of the kingdom of Black Moon and had great power, Butto Roman 16 had no authority in the matter of selecting his successor, and could not even intervene. This was because the ones who determined the final candidate for the throne were the group of elders of the royal family, made up of the strongest individuals throughout generations of the royal family. They were the ones who decided on the candidate together, and not even Butto Roman 16 could interfere. Thus, even if the eighth prince and the fourth prince and the subsequent 9th and 13th princes and so on wanted to kill each other, Butto Roman 16 hands were tied. He could only pay them no mind and let the chips fall where they might, silently waiting out his final 5 years on the throne. In the great hall of the eighth prince's manor, 2 rows of seats were filled with spellcasters. On the right, Wizard Leo was at the head, after which sat Merlin, Wizard Bamu, and other spellcasters. This seating was not by accident, and it was not just anyone who could take these seats. Merlin and Wizard Leo were able to sit near the front naturally because the eighth prince had determined their capabilities and ranking. Everyone, the fourth prince is dead. In the entire imperial city, there are no more members of the royal family who pose a threat to me. This time, I have to thank Wizard Leo in particular. I believe that everyone has witnessed that if it wasn't for Wizard Leo's mighty display of power which salvaged our desperate situation, I'm afraid we would've been in grave danger. The eighth prince directed his gaze at Wizard Leo. Although Wizard Leo now appeared to be just skin and bones, no spellcaster dared to look down on him. Even Morstan and Tannen, these 2 8th-level spellcasters of impressive reputation, were dead. Although it was not Wizard Leo who killed them, he was the main reason for their deaths. It was because of Wizard Bamu that we were able to avoid having too many casualties. Many spellcasters were saved by Wizard Bamu's appearance. Wizard Bamu is Wizard Merlin's aide, therefore, we couldn't have achieved our great victory today without Wizard Bamu and Wizard Merlin. A strange light flickered in the eighth prince's eye. He had been somewhat surprised that Merlin had a 7th-level spellcaster as his aide. Furthermore, this 7th-level spellcaster appeared rather extraordinary. He had constructed an 8th-level spell, and thus had the chance of becoming an 8th-level wizard. A 7th-level spellcaster with the possibility of becoming an 8th-level spellcaster. Wizards of such spellcaster quality were usually at a high-level core of spellcasters' organizations. However, Bamu was willing to be Merlin's aide and followed Merlin. This also made Merlin seem to be full of mystery. Following that, the eighth prince rewarded each spellcaster. The eighth prince's overwhelming victory this time around would result in these spellcasters benefiting even more in the future. Nonetheless, Merlin and Leo did not publicly receive any such rewards. For Leo, he had already acquired the tier of God, and he required nothing else. As for Merlin's reward, the eighth prince would need to spend some time to fulfill it. Wizard Merlin, we're still gathering the potion materials you need. and will likely still require some time. The eighth prince smiled as he spoke. After defeating his mortal enemy, the fourth prince, the eighth prince had recovered his confidence and emanated a subtle dignity. Merlin shook his head and replied calmly, "It doesn't matter if the potion materials arrive late, but as for the royal spell library." As soon as Merlin mentioned the royal spell library, the eighth prince frowned. This matter would be difficult to carry out, but since he had promised Merlin from the start, he would need to carry it out no matter how difficult it was. Thus, the eighth prince gritted his teeth. "Be rest assured, Wizard Merlin. I'll surely gain you entry into the spell library. There's no time to lose. Let's go and try now. Wizard Merlin, please follow me." Merlin felt a rush of glee and stood up to take his leave. In a rare instance, Wizard Leo advised him, "That's right, Merlin. The collection in the spell library of the royal family is even more extensive than what we have in the dark magic region. You must seize this chance. I'll try using the tear of God in the mana to resolve my own afflictions, so I might need a while." Following that, Wizard Leo got up and left the hall right away, heading toward the echoic chamber the eighth prince had prepared for him. "If Wizard Leo could level up to a 7th level spellcaster, I shall become even more powerful." The eighth prince looked at Wizard Leo's departing figure and was filled with satisfaction. Wizard Leo was currently already so powerful. If he could break through and become a 7th level spellcaster, would he not be even stronger? Although the fourth prince had been defeated, it did not mean that the eighth prince could rest easy. There were still the 9th prince and the 13th prince. They had not given up on the idea of fighting for the throne, and a battle sometime in the future was inevitable. Therefore, the stronger Wizard Leo was, the more of an advantage the eighth prince would have. He too hoped that Wizard Leo would be successful in using the tear of God to alleviate his ailments. "I hope Teacher Leo would be able to successfully heal his afflictions." Merlin silently wished Wizard Leo well. He had never cultivated Darkness Eye and did not know what flaw it was in its cultivation that resulted in Wizard Leo being unable to become a 7th level spellcaster until now. Now, he saw that Wizard Leo looked somewhat excited since he had the tear of God. There should be a slight hope that he could level up to a 7th level spellcaster. "Wizard Merlin, let's go as well." The eighth prince brought Merlin away from the manor. They boarded a magnificent horse carriage and gradually made their way toward the palace. On the horse carriage, Merlin and the eighth prince exchanged a few simple words. Those potion materials were not an issue for the eighth prince to fulfill his promise. On the contrary, the difficult part was the spell library. After all, the spell library was only open to members of the royal family, so only the eighth prince could enter. If he wanted to bring in an outsider, he would need the approval of the king. For something like this, even if the eighth prince went and beseeched but a Roman 16, it was likely that he would not receive the approval. "Eighth prince, how are you going to gain me entry into the spell library?" Merlin could not help but ask. He did not think that it would be so difficult to enter the spell library and that one would need the permission of but a Roman 16 to bring in outsiders. "Don't worry about that. All that matters is I'll fulfill my promise." The eighth prince gave Merlin a profound look. He had learned that Merlin was able to face the fourth and fifth wizard by himself. Furthermore, Merlin had Wizard Bamu as his aide, who was a wizard at the peak of the 7th level, and was able to take on 8th-level wizards. With this kind of power, Merlin would naturally ascend quickly in rank in the eyes of the 8th prince and become second only to Wizard Leo. Therefore, Although it was difficult to enter the spell library and any other members of the royal family would be at their wits' end, to the 8th prince, it was more achievable. It was just that if he really wanted to let Merlin enter the spell library, he would have to use up that one promise. The 8th prince was still evaluating if Merlin was worth such a promise. Merlin himself has powerful capabilities. In addition to Bamu and his relationship with Wizard Leo, countless thoughts flashed across the 8th prince's mind. Soon enough, he had decided. With Merlin's current strength, in addition to his connection to Wizard Leo, he could, in fact, be considered the strongest force on the 8th prince's side. Merlin's importance was self-evident therefore. Even if he had to sacrifice that promise, it was worth it to gain Merlin an entry into the spell library. Chapter 351 The Spell Library. Chapter 351 The Spell Library. The spell library of the royal family was hidden in the depths of the palace. Being at the heart of the imperial city, it was natural that the palace would be heavily guarded. The elemental swordsmen outside were merely the external security. In reality, the moment Merlin stepped into the palace, he had a feeling that he was in the midst of intense potential danger. There were sure to be many powerful spellcasters within the palace who monitored the every movement of anyone who entered the palace. The fact that Merlin could feel the danger meant his mind power was considered decent. Particularly its acuity was much better than most spellcasters of the same level. The 8th prince wore a calm and unperturbed expression and was clearly very familiar with the palace. The many guards that they had encountered bowed respectfully toward the 8th prince. Merlin followed closely behind the 8th prince, passing through flaws of corridors, and turned around many hidden places. Even Merlin had somewhat lost his sense of direction. What powerful mind power! Merlin suddenly felt a burst of mind power which was unparalleled in intensity, enclosing down upon them as it swept across him and the 8th prince. Merlin had practically no secrets left to speak of. This mind power had reached the stage of the 9th level, and there was even a certain amount of difference from Wizard Bamus' mind power. It was because Merlin himself had often felt Wizard Bamus' mind power, so he was able to sense the general level of this mind power. The level of mind power for most spellcasters was the same level as the spells that they had constructed. Only a small percentage of them, like Merlin or Wizard Bamu, had incomparably strong mind power for one reason or another. This only applied to a minority of spellcasters. Now that this burst of 9th level mind power had appeared, if it was not mind power which was particularly powerful for its level, it indicated that there was a mighty 9th level spellcaster here. Seeing that Merlin had turned alert, the 8th prince shook his head, then called out hoarsely, "Wizard Foss, I'm the 8th prince. Please open the spell library." Merlin frowned. There was only an empty space here, save for pure black cast bronze statues situated at both ends. The details of the statues were rather exquisite, and the carvings were lifelike. Rumble. Suddenly, a crack materialized between these two wondrous pure black bronze statues and widened rapidly as if it was parting the space itself. Furthermore, lines of mysterious runes emerged on the bronze statues. Even Merlin had not noticed that there were mysterious runes engraved on the bronze statues. The 8th prince took 2 steps back and turned to Merlin, breaking into a smile. The royal family has a deep and extensive legacy. Everyone knows that. As the most important wealth of the royal family, it's natural that the spell library is well hidden. There's a 9th level spellcaster guarding inside throughout the year. Without him to open the runic magic circle as well as numerous other mechanisms, Even a great wizard can forget about trying to force his way into the spell library within a short time. Merlin narrowed his eyes slightly. Between the two black bronze statues there was a long, deep-reaching flight of stone stairs. It turned out that the spell library was here. Indeed, it was well hidden. That colossal mind power that he had felt earlier must be the 9th-level spellcaster who was guarding the spell library. Let's go. The 8th prince led Merlin straight down the flight of stairs. In the pitch-dark passage of the stone stairs, the air was filled with a musty odor. People must often pass by here. Clap, clap, clap. The 8th prince clapped his hands lightly. Instantly, a flicker of firelight appeared in the darkness. Following that, flames materialized on the two walls flanking the stone stairs, lighting up the pitch-black passage. Merlin could distinctly feel that this passage was heading downward. The weather outside was rather parched, but deep in the underground was a chill that could cut to the bone. Finally, they reached the end of the stone stairs. There, they found two large brass doors, on which there was an imprint of a palm. This palm imprint looked peculiar. Moreover, lines of mysterious runes protected the large brass doors. Breaking down the doors using brute force would be rather unrealistic. No matter whether it was Merlin or the 8th prince, they would not be able to do that now. Still, the 8th prince appeared to have done this routinely. He stretched out his right hand and gently pressed into the imprint on the large brass doors. Following that, the mysterious runes on the door gradually brightened with white light, and the large brass doors began to slowly open. Creak! The large brass doors opened, revealing a large, elegant hall which was decorated lavishly. The four walls of the large hall were inlaid with marble that shone like mirrors, and the floor was made of layers of gilded rock. Above the hall, there were a few enormous, transparent hanging lamps made of velorium. In these lamps, there were precious pearls the size of fists. The pearls glowed with a bright and gentle radiance, lighting up the spotless hall as if it was daylight. There was no need for firelight at all. Even Merlin himself was speechless upon seeing such a sumptuous large hall. Regardless of whether it was the gilded floor or the marble as sleek as a mirror or the precious pearls in the hanging lamps made of velorium, these were all priceless. Any one of the pearls in the lamps used for illumination would be an invaluable treasure outside which would be worth a handsome sum. The Black Moon royal family had always claimed that their heritage dated back to 3,600 years ago, and they descended from the Molter Empire royal family. For now, one could put aside the question of whether the Black Moon royal family was just making themselves look good. Just the amount of resources they had was enough to prove that the royal family should not be underestimated, for they would be a match for any large-sized spellcasters' organization. The 8th prince stared at the lavish hall, and a zealous light flashed across his eyes. As a member of the royal family, he had come to the spell library countless times, but each time he would still be stunned. However, not even a prince could enter the spell library at will and would need the permission of Butto Roman 16. Only the king of the kingdom of Black Moon could visit the spell library as he pleased. In the kingdom of Black Moon, there were many places that were as important as the spell library which only the king could visit. The 8th prince's thirst for power mostly arose from his visits to luxurious spaces like the spell library, which evoked the desire and ambition deep in his heart. One day I shall possess everything of the royal family, the 8th prince mumbled softly. Following that, he raised his head suddenly and drew in a deep breath. Then he yelled, "Wizard Foss, show yourself." Whoosh! As soon as the 8th prince spoke, a gust of black wind appeared in the air. Merlin could not even sense when the black wind had appeared. Thereafter, the black wind dissipated, revealing a purply-haired old man who stood tall and straight in healthy spirits. The purply-haired old man swept his gaze casually across Merlin and the eighth prince, then began to say slowly, "Your Royal Highness the eighth prince, it doesn't matter if you come to the spell library, but this spellcaster behind you, he has no royal blood and isn't a member of the royal family. Has my lord forgotten the rules?" Merlin narrowed his eyes slightly and sized up the purply-haired old man who had just appeared. So, he was the guardian wizard of the spell library, the powerful 9th-level spellcaster Wizard Foss. The spell library was an important place for the royal family and was guarded by a powerful 9th-level spellcaster of the royal family, who would not let any outsider enter. Although Merlin had not entered the actual spell library, the eighth prince had already breached the rules by bringing Merlin to where the spell library was. Nevertheless, the eighth prince seemed unconcerned and gazed steadily at the purply-haired old man. Suddenly, he said, "Wizard Foss, do you still remember you owe my mother a promise?" At the mention of the eighth prince's mother, Wizard Foss's face shifted slightly, following which he seemed extremely uncomfortable. He could only nod powerlessly. "Of course, I remember the kindness of the queen consort. That promise I made her is still as valid now. However, eighth prince, you must remember that this promise only works once." A smile tugged at the corner of the eighth prince's mouth. "Once is enough. You wouldn't be willing to kill the fourth prince for me, so I'll use this promise for Wizard Merlin. I'd like to let Wizard Merlin enter the spell library. He'll get one day and can look through any spell he likes, just like us members of the royal family." "Wizard Foss, what do you say?" Only then did the situation dawn upon Merlin. It was not surprising that the eighth prince had made the vow so solemnly. In fact, non-members of the royal family were not allowed to enter the spell library, but the spellcaster guarding the spell library owed the eighth prince's mother a promise. This was the reason the eighth prince was so confident. Wizard Foss hesitated for a moment, following which he glanced at Merlin before saying slowly, "My lord, a day's time is far too long. I can grant you 8 hours at most, and upon seeing the spells inside, he must pass it on to anyone else. A contract must be signed." The eighth prince frowned. What could one do in 8 hours? Selecting the spells alone would take a few hours, to say nothing of having to memorize those complicated spells, as he was not able to bring them out. However, just as he was about to further negotiate with Wizard Foss, Merlin stepped forward beside him. "My utmost gratitude to Wizard Foss. 8 hours will be enough." Seeing that Merlin had agreed, the eighth prince nodded. "Very well, 8 hours it is. Wizard Merlin, go ahead and sign the contract. I'll wait here outside for those 8 hours, and you won't have to worry about anything during this period." Now that the eighth prince had just defeated the fourth prince, he had great influence among the many members of the royal family in the imperial city. Anyone would know that the eighth prince was the one who was most likely to ascend the throne. With the eighth prince outside the spell library, even if some other member of the royal family came, the eighth prince could stop them. No one would dare to cross him. Moreover, they had the support of Wizard Foss, who was the guardian wizard. Merlin's safety was absolutely secured. "My gratitude to your Royal Highness the eighth prince for his trouble." Merlin bowed slightly toward the eighth prince, following which he took a deep breath and followed behind Wizard Foss, entering the spell library before them. Bam! The large doors of the spell library shut tight. There was no one who could spy on what was happening inside. End Vol 4 Part 1.